Chapter 361. Clementine's eyes twitched, her expression frozen. She actually heard someone describe that monster as approachable. Perhaps monsters share a common method of communication. She glanced cautiously at Tang Zheng. Is he truly a god? Sir, our plan. Clementine licked her lips, fear gleaming in her purple eyes. She had deeply experienced the terror of the young man before her. He possessed immense strength, yet he kept it hidden. Even against the godlike monster, he remained unexposed. This only made it even more unfathomable. That's your plan, not mine. Tang Zheng lowered his head, adjusting the alien version 9 links in his hand. The silver metal clanged repeatedly in his palm. Leaking information about the godman could accidentally, well, trigger a war between the theocracy and the remaining true dragon kings, and the theocracy would be affected or even destroyed. Your vengeance is incredibly deep, Clementine. Clementine's eyes trembled slightly, and cold sweat formed behind her fluffy golden hair covering her forehead. She didn't hear any emotional shift in the young man's words, and had no way of judging his true thoughts. This was why she hadn't been able to determine if he was a godman. She had explained this plan from the beginning. If he was a godman, logically speaking, the young man wouldn't have let her live. This is just pure venting. This plan is meaningless. Tang Zheng finished assembling the alien version 9 rings in his hand. He then slowly raised his head, and looked forward calmly. Paired with copper-orange ankle boots, she revealed her sturdy, rounded thighs and a firm, flat stomach, giving her a figure that could be described as sizzling. Clementine's body tensed for a moment, then relaxed again, realizing that with Tang Zheng's strength, if he truly wanted to kill her, she wouldn't have the strength to resist. Do you really think the Council Nation doesn't know about the existence of the Godman? Tang Zheng asked calmly. The members of the Black Scripture knew many secrets. After all, their mission was to capture the Dragon King of Destruction, the sealed demonic tree within the top forest. Actually, I'm more curious about what kind of agreement the legendary Dark God, the former Celian theocracy, and the remaining true Dragon Kings had reached. Tang Zheng's eyes gleamed thoughtfully. I help you investigate, Clementine replied immediately. Tang Zheng remained silent. The time went back 500 years, to a time when even Juesi Jueming hadn't yet been born. Only the Platinum Dragon King truly knows this level of secrets. There's likely no written record within the church. Although this country is permeated with a false sense of holiness, its continued existence is still necessary for humanity. Compared to this matter, your investigation into the location of the treasure hall, where the artifacts of the 6 great gods are stored, is even more important. Swish. Tang Zheng tossed the otherworldly 9-linked rings over. Clementine reached out and grasped the strange metal structure, replying, "Yes, sir." After receiving the otherworldly 9-linked rings, Clementine turned and left. The other party was the one sent by Juesi Jueming to ask for his toy. He probably sent Clementine because he believed she had contact with him before. It's a shame they can't leave a magic mark. Tang Zheng sighed inwardly. Juesi Jueming had flaws in his mind, but that didn't mean he was stupid. If he left a magic mark on the 9 links, with his strength, Juesi Jueming would likely discover it. The good relationship they had just established would be ruined, and even turn into outright hostility. Juesi Jueming was a vital force in the fight against the Bone King. The opponent's chaotic class structure is a problem. Tang Zheng frowned slightly. Readjusting Juesi Jueming's class wasn't difficult. Demotion by killing someone would be enough. The problem was that leveling up might be a bit tricky. He wasn't sure if the energy converted from neutral angels into experience would also work on people from other worlds. Tang Zheng hadn't experimented with it. It wasn't that he didn't have the time, but he didn't even have enough experience to level up. For now, this is the only way. Once I master the ability to counter the effects of world-class items, I can take some drastic measures. Tang Zheng pondered silently, his eyes gradually becoming serious. The church conference room. A pure white, holy environment. Across the spacious conference table sat the 6 head priests, Tang Zheng, Pink Izadro, and Remedios, a total of 9 people. Although Black Pavel was powerful and one of the 9 colors of the Holy Kingdom, he was not qualified to participate in this meeting. The integration potion, the angels, and other matters were currently kept top secret, with only a few people in the entire theocracy aware of them. In the eyes of the Holy Kingdom and the Celian theocracy, this matter not only implicated the strength of their respective nations, but also the foundation of humanity. Naturally, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Honestly, Isakro wasn't even qualified to know about romance. Tang Zheng sat in the conference chair, his eyes fixed on Remedios, their gazes meeting. Tang. Remedios' usually sharp gaze flickered with a smile. Tang Zheng nodded in response, glancing at the documents in his hand, thinking to himself, Remediosa's presence here means the Holy Kingdom and the Celian theocracy have essentially reached an agreement. At the conference table. What are you talking about? The procedures for performing a massive magic ritual are complex. It involves not only the arrangement of various magical materials, but also a deep understanding of magic. We in the Holy Kingdom can send someone to learn. Heh. Isadro, most of the magic casters in your Holy Kingdom are faith-based spellcasters, and learning the ritual requires a mastery of magic. Please allow me to be frank. I don't think you can learn the magic ritual. Even if you can, it will take too long. Pink color, Isadro, the voices of several high priests arguing could be heard. Remediosa's eyes were slightly empty. She had always struggled to understand politics and magic, and hearing anything related to the two gave her a headache. It would be better to leave it to Isadro. Remedios tilted her head slightly, occasionally glancing at Tang Zheng as he flipped through the documents, her eyes brimming with admiration. She felt her intuition was still quite sharp. Dawn is truly a truly remarkable person. Not long ago, Isadro had objected to her having too much contact with Dawn, but now, he has acknowledged his narrow-mindedness and mistake. Her Majesty the Holy Queen's ideal is to bring happiness to the vulnerable and create a nation where no one cries. Remedios deeply believes in this oath. For Her Majesty the Holy Queen, he is also willing to fight for this ideal. Now with Tang Jing's potion, this oath may be realized even sooner. My vision is not bad, queried. Remedios glanced at Tang Zheng from the corner of his eye, muttering to himself. At this moment, Tang Jing's attention was focused on the information before him, a look of surprise and a hint of delight in his eyes. This information was the research results of the bottle of frogman egg he had previously given to the Celian theocracy. According to the Celian theocracy's research, frogman egg can indeed be used as a material for integration, and the amount of integration potion consumed is not high. The only drawback is that, compared to the integration of believers and infants, the existence of angels in frogman egg is shorter. There are also some more detailed experiments. For example, the frogman egg cannot directly merge with an angel. It requires the nurturing of divine energy. The simplest method is to use healing magic to imbue the frogman egg with a trace of divine energy. As expected of the theocracy, they were able to research such detailed information in such a short time. Tang Jing's eyes brightened as he flipped through the information. He discovered that the frogman egg could be adapted to the technology used to create artificial monsters. Artificial monsters. It was the research of the member of Chironon who had died at Tang Ding's hands. It was an alchemical magic that forcibly ripened demi-human eggs. What interested Tang Zheng wasn't the artificial monsters themselves. Rather, this magical alchemical method can ripen frogman eggs, transforming them back into frogman eggs and using them as disguised magic props. Tang Zheng temporarily suppressed his research thoughts and flipped through the document in his hand all the way to the last page, narrowing his eyes slightly. Huh? Tang Zheng sneered inwardly. The last page of the document contained a brief sentence. Frogman eggs are not suitable for incorporation into the highest level angels. Sure enough, the theocracy isn't planning to abandon infants as incorporation material. And based on lifespan, the most suitable would be the elves. There's a possibility of an early war between the Celian theocracy and the Elven Kingdom. This thought popped into Tang Jing's mind. Your Excellency Tang. Pink, Isadro's voice sounded steady and respectful. Tang Jing raised his head and noticed everyone at the table was looking at him. Water Priest Zinedin's face wrinkled as he smiled. Tang, regarding the distribution of the incorporation potion? Everyone, it seems we've reached an agreement. Tang Jing's expression remained calm as he closed the documents in his hand. Due to limited potion materials, we can produce approximately 1 bottle per day, assuming no impact. Upon hearing this number, both the theocracy and the Holy Kingdom couldn't help but frown. While they had expected a small number, they hadn't expected it to be so small. For convenience, at the end of each month, you can send personnel to the hilly area and distribute the 30 bottles of alchemical potion among yourselves. Tang Jing spoke calmly, unconcerned with the crowd's current thoughts. Raymond, the chief earth priest, looked at Tang Jing deeply and sighed helplessly. According to the theocracy's original plan, after the other party arrived at the theocracy, they had no intention of letting Tang Jing return, allowing him to remain within the theocracy or even join it. However, the result. This Captain Tang before them seemed to have foreseen everything. He not only dragged the Holy Kingdom into the fray, but with just a few words, he even brought the Holy Kingdom, which had no right to engage, to the same level as their own theocracy. If they dared to force Captain Tang to stay, the Holy Kingdom would absolutely, and without hesitation launch a war. Captain Tang is from the kingdom of Riestais. Does this matter require the kingdom? Fire Chief Ben Ice raised her plump cheeks and asked. As soon as these words were spoken, both sides stared at Tang Zheng intently. This small amount of potion was not enough for two countries to share, and adding another country would be even more troublesome. But the question had to be asked. Tang Zheng shook his head, and everyone felt relieved. Although I'm from the kingdom, I understand that the fusion potion isn't suitable for use within the kingdom. Tang Zheng feigned helplessness, a hint of disappointment in the kingdom etched in his words. This power can be more effectively exerted in the Holy Kingdom and the Celian theocracy. At this point, Tang Zheng's tone suddenly shifted, his expression becoming serious. I'm entrusting the power of this potion to the two countries out of consideration for all of humanity, and I hope they will use it to protect humanity. The atmosphere fell silent. Tang, our theocracy aligns with your wishes on this point. High Priest Zenodin clasped his hands together on the table, and solemnly responded. The Holy Kingdom is also like this, Pinkazadro said immediately. Until a major crisis arises, I personally hope that the two countries can keep this secret hidden. Tang Zheng smiled gently. Rest assured, Your Excellency. Pinkazadro replied firmly. This power is too special. Even for your safety, we will not reveal it. Indeed? I seconded. The other God Hall directors nodded in agreement. If this power, capable of permanently creating and summoning monsters, were discovered by other nations, it would undoubtedly cause serious trouble. What the head priests were most concerned about was that if the council nation learned of it, it would likely attract the attention of the true Dragon King. This is a secret shared by all three of us. The Earth head priest Raymond's gruff voice echoed, and even this usually aloof man became unusually serious. Unknowingly, both sides had already begun treating the adventurer, Tang Zheng, as an equal. Secret? Remedios muttered softly. Faced with this historic scene, he couldn't help but say, secret operations usually have their own names to prevent discovery. Why not give this one a name as well? Everyone was stunned. Some of the head priests pondered, thinking the suggestion was a good one. After all, this matter involved humanity's foundation and future. If there were no unified name for it, revealing information like integration potion would be dangerous if spies were to investigate. Sir Tang? Pinkazadro spoke first. Since it was the leader's first time proposing something, he naturally couldn't afford to give him a hard time. And he also thought the suggestion was a good one. Haha, Tang, what do you think? Head priest Xining of Water exchanged a smile with the other head priests and spoke. In that case, let's call it the divine plan, Tang said after a brief moment of thought. Chapter 362. 3 years before the new calendar. Stroke month, May 20th. Deep in the valley of the Abe Lion Hills. Dense, thumb-sized streams of divine energy, like fireflies, rapidly converged toward the center like a torrent, releasing a dazzling brilliance. The holy light dyed the area pure white, and the divine energy was gradually absorbed. The white light began to fade, revealing a white-robed figure at its center. With the last ray of light gone, Tang Zheng appeared at the very center of the ceremony, his entire body enveloped in a faint glow, then completely vanished into his skin. Experience slot. 1.5 million/1.88 million. The affairs of the theocracy have come to an end for now. Tang Zheng felt the warmth of divine energy flooding his body, and he couldn't help but stretch. After spending nearly 10 days in the theocracy, he had accumulated at least 15 million experience points. Now, returning to the hills, the first thing he did was, naturally, collect them. Juesi Jueming should be furious right now, but the ones who should be worried are the people from the Dark Scripture. They'd probably take their anger out on this group. Tang Zheng chuckled, thinking of his actions upon leaving the theocracy. After the three parties finalized their plans, Tang Zheng and the Holy Kingdom naturally saw no reason to stay any longer, and planned to leave the theocracy the next day. Then, Juesi Jueming suddenly approached him, and, in response to his somewhat overbearing tone, he said, "Your new toys are great. Let's keep them in the theocracy." "That won't do. Do you think a weakling like you can escape from my sight?" "Okay, may I ask, do you know the power of this feather necklace? That magic item? It seems to be the one the blonde used earlier. What's its power?" Upon hearing this, Tang Zheng silently put on Hilmi's messenger and activated it. A flash of light. A bronze feather, a man's height, first appeared, then transformed into a flaming archangel, and Tang Zheng vanished from Jusajuming's sight. The memory ended. Those head priests, when they gave me this magic item, probably did so with my safety in mind. Tang Zheng lowered his head, reached down, and removed the bronze feather necklace from his neck. A subtle smile crossed his lips. It's not as good as real teleportation magic, and it also consumes mana. For me, it's better than nothing. But for Tang, an adventurer, this item is still quite useful. The Holy Kingdom and the Celian theocracy will likely focus most of their attention on the Holy Plan from now on. I wonder what the Holy Princess expression will be when Remedios and the others return to the Holy Kingdom, having inexplicably gained such an astonishing bounty. As the ruler of a nation, you must show your due respect. Tang Zheng was somewhat looking forward to it. 5,000 or so angels per year is a formidable force for all human nations, but it's far from enough for Tang Zheng. One of the things I gained from this trip to the Celian theocracy was a more comprehensive understanding of the fusion potion. Holy Plan? A faint glint of insight gleamed in Tang Zheng's eyes. The true core of this plan wasn't the thousands of low-level angels, and the handful of mid-level angels produced by the Holy Kingdom and the Celian theocracy. Don't forget. 10th tier magic final war, good. He needed to further research and determine the use of Frogman Egg artificial monster. It feels like there's still a lot to plan. The use of Frogman Egg artificial monster and neutral angels. The advanced plan in the Valley of Despair. The kingdom's next steps, and so on. Tang Zheng breathed in the fresh valley air, feeling a headache at the thought of the many things he needed to plan. But more than that, the most important thing was class construction and leveling up. Summoning the attribute panel. The Sword Saint class has been eliminated. Next, we should further determine the class construction for the true Dragon King system. Tang Zheng appeared to be thinking, then murmured teleport. Swish. The air contracted, and the figure vanished. The Great Top Forest. Outskirts. Tall, lush trees, their branches intertwined, forming a vast expanse of forest. Rustle. 5 figures of varying stature, treading on the decaying leaves and dense weeds, slowly advanced deeper into the Great Top Forest. The chirping of insects and birds surged from all directions, forming a dense wave of sound that vibrated the air, exuding a terrifying clamor. Swoosh. A silver, blood-stained dagger sliced through the air, slicing through the shrubs and weeds blocking the path. Nah! Look what you've found. Tia lifted her foot, stepped on the weeds ahead, squatted down, and carefully pulled out a shorter herb. Tina glanced at them, then continued to observe her surroundings warily. She said calmly, Anger herb, a specialty of the Great Top Forest. The core herbs for the healing potion cost between 5 and 7 silver coins. A good harvest. Tia expressionlessly placed the herbs carefully into the magic belt at her waist, a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. As expected of the resource-rich Top Forest, the herbs alone could potentially make up 1/5 of this commission. Crack. The hard armor rubbed against each other, making a subtle crackling sound. Garen, clad in crimson armor and carrying a formidable hammer, followed closely behind. You two, don't forget this mission. Alright. Tia stood up, flanked by Tina, continuing to scout the path forward with daggers in hand. She said casually, This is a windfall from the mission. There's no reason to refuse it. At least for now, there's nothing unusual in the Top Forest. Always be cautious, a cool smile echoed. Locuse and Nyegwa were at the rear. At this moment, Locuse was clad in a full-body armor constructed of gold and platinum, adorned with unicorn ornaments. This was the magical armor known as pure white snow. Draped behind him was a simple cloak, a magical item known as the Ratspeed cloak. This attire clearly demonstrated Locuse's seriousness. Besides his relaxed demeanor, after destroying a nation, the entire Blue Rose was fully armed. After all, this was the treacherous Top Forest, where any form of danger was possible. According to previous research, this area should belong to the wise king of the forest. The Adventurers Guild has no specific information on this magical beast. Gegan's sharp gaze occasionally darted toward the dark corners of the forest, and he spoke calmly. His strength has fully reached the level of an adamantite-class adventurer. Caution is indeed warranted. Nyegwa, wrapped in a black robe, followed the others with ease. The ruby-encrusted mask on his forehead lifted slightly, and he suddenly warned, Something's coming. Whoosh! Whoosh! The lush grass and bushes began to stir, and the chirping of insects and birds suddenly vanished. Pitch-black demonic wolves darted swiftly through the jungle, approaching Song Qiangwei and the others. Tina said, from all 4 directions. There are probably over 30 of them. It should be a large demonic wolf pack, Tina said calmly. Uh-huh. Garen lifted the massive hammer from his shoulder, his face burning with anger. No wonder there aren't many monsters around. Time to stretch my muscles again. Locuse's emerald eyes swept across the scene. Since we can't avoid it, let's make a quick fight. Evil Eye will be on guard. Okay, Captain. Roger. As soon as the words fell, Locus and his 4 companions each rushed in a different direction, instantly colliding with a pack of demon wolves. The neighing of weapons and the screams of demon wolves suddenly echoed through the forest. In a matter of moments, over 30 demon wolves were annihilated, and the jungle was filled with the scent of blood. Ibaru, I trouble you next. Locus pulled the magic sword from a demon wolf's head and looked up in the direction of Niegwa. Niegwa nodded and chanted softly, smell-less. Swish. Invisible magical fluctuations spread, quickly dispelling the bloody scent from the air. Since there's a large pack of demon wolves here, it means we're nearing the depths of the great top forest. Gigran emerged from another section of the jungle, grinning. Perhaps we encounter the legendary wise king of the forest. Locus, a thoughtful expression on his face, raised his arm and waved it forward. The Blue Rose group regrouped and continued their journey deeper into the forest. The lush branches and foliage grew taller. Even in daylight, the dense foliage obscured the surrounding light, dimming it even further. What's wrong, devil leader? Gagran noticed Locus's frown. It feels a little strange, but I can't put my finger on it right now. Locus opened his mouth, then shook his head, his fair cheeks tense. She felt a strange sense of strangeness lingered in this top forest. Tina and Tia also abandoned their previously relaxed demeanor and observed their surroundings with constant vigilance. My intuition tells me there's something fishy going on here, Tina said. A woman's sixth sense? Gigran exclaimed in surprise. Don't you, a big guy, have it? Tina retorted sarcastically. The Adventurers Guild tasked us with exploring the depths of the top forest. The reason given was the unusual conditions of the past 6 months. Tia interrupted Gran and Tina's argument and quietly analyzed. According to current intelligence, there have been very few monster attacks on villages surrounding the top forest in the past 6 months. While this is a good thing, it's rather strange considering past years. Everyone fell silent for a moment. It was clear they couldn't pinpoint the exact cause. Speaking of which, Freewill has now leapfrogged the kingdom's second elite-class adventurer team, Gagran said, curling his lips in displeasure. The undead incident in the Ablian Hills. That Captain Tang is truly remarkable. Locus suddenly felt somewhat dejected, his shoulders drooping. Really? They got there first. Haha, we're catching up now. As long as we complete this exploratory mission, we should be able to advance to an elite-class adventurer team. So cheer up, Devil Captain, Gagran said cheerfully. That's right. Locus's emerald eyes gleamed brightly, his spirits rising. He clenched his fists, pumping himself up. Suddenly, we should be deep in the top forest now. Niegwa, who had remained silent until then, spoke calmly. Haven't you noticed that the number of monsters is even smaller than on the outskirts? The sudden reminder startled Locus, Gagran, and the others, before realizing it too. No wonder I keep feeling something strange, Tina mused. Life detection. Niegwa immediately activated his magic, chanting softly. A faint wave of magical energy quickly spread and surged into the depths of the forest. How is this possible? Niegwa's voice suddenly rose, a tone of incredible excitement. What's wrong, Evil Eye? Locus's face tensed, and he quickly asked. Gagran, Tina, and Tia, remaining alert, also glanced over, their bodies tense. Something so unbelievable to the little guy must have been beyond everyone's expectations. In the northeast, there are thousands, no tens of thousands, of life energy reactions. Niegwa looked up at the northeast, his voice filled with confusion and astonishment. Tens of thousands? Locus's expression froze slightly. No one had expected such a thing. Tens of thousands of life energy reactions gathered together, deep in the top forest. No matter how hard they tried, it was impossible. Everyone exchanged glances. At the same time, they quickened their pace, rapidly approaching the direction Niegwa had explored. The stench of decay grew stronger. The lush bushes and grass were even beginning to turn yellow. On a rolling hill in a crevice in the forest, Locus and the other 3 covered their noses, staring down at the hill in astonishment. The foul smell emanated from within. A dense mass of green figures gathered there, making a noisy clattering sound. A black cloud of flies filled the air. Goblins filled the air as far as the eye could see. This is deep in the top forest. Why are there so many goblins? Gagran asked, his expression dazed. However, no one present could answer this question. Could the anomaly in the top forest be related to these goblins? Tina covered her nose tightly, muttering to herself in confusion. But then she felt that a weak species, like the goblins, had nothing to do with this. Perhaps? Locus whispered, but before he could finish his words, a chill suddenly shot up his spine and into his brain. Buzz? The air rippled. A figure clad in a red robe appeared behind Blue Rose and the others. Niegwa reacted immediately, and was about to release his magic. Undead control? A hoarse voice rang out, and Niegwa's body stiffened. Chapter 363. Swoosh. A hand wrapped in a black leather glove jutted out from the sleeve of a red robe and clawed at Niegwa's stiff body. The members of the Blue Rose, sprawled on the hillside, reacted at the same instant. Stop! Lokyu's eyes widened, the chill rising from his spine transforming into rage. He instantly drew his magic sword and leaped from the spot. Garen's towering figure displayed reaction speed far beyond his size, waving his hammer. Get out of my way. Ninjutsu, immobilization. Tina shouted, forming a hand seal with one hand. Swish. Ninjutsu, shadow stealth. Tia vanished from the spot, emerging from the shadows behind the mysterious red-robed figure, a red dagger gleaming with a single hand. She stabbed the mysterious red-robed figure in the back, fiercely aiming for his heart. In the blink of an eye, Blue Rose the four-man attack was already underway. Lokyus and Gagran stood to the left and right, Tina restrained their movements, and Tia attacked from behind, blocking their retreat. The situation suddenly reversed. However, the mysterious red-robed figure seemed oblivious to the attacks, and continued to claw at Niegwa. Just as his fingertips were about to touch, Niegwa's stiff shoulders shook, and he swiftly retreated, leaving the mysterious red-robed figure's grasp empty. Huh? Tang Zheng, disguised as the mysterious red-robed figure, watched Niegwa, who froze for a moment before breaking free from the undead control, a flicker of regret in his eyes. 3 attacks descended simultaneously from the left, right, and rear. Dimensional shift. Boom! A loud roar echoed from the hill. Tia stabbed into the air. Lokyu's and Gagran's attacks pounded the ground, creating a powerful vibration. A crater appeared where Tang Zheng stood, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the sky. The attack missed. Blue Rose didn't immediately pursue, but quickly assumed a defensive stance, looking across with a wary gaze. Damn it, who is that? Garen was furious, his muscles tensing, making his already towering figure appear even more ferocious. Lokyus, clutching the pitch-black magic sword in both hands, stared coldly ahead, his eyes etched with a solemnity. Are you alright, Evil Eye? I'm fine, they're not simple. A low, raspy voice, indistinguishable between male and female, emanated from behind the mask of the exterminator, its heart brimming with surprise and anger. She wore a magic ring that concealed her undead identity, and also carried a treasure from her homeland, a magical item called the Shroud of Rest. It could also suppress the odor of undead transformation and decay. With these 2 magical items, no one could discover her undead identity. And yet, this mysterious figure suddenly appeared, wielding magic that could control the undead. This hinted at something fishy. The smoke and dust cleared, and a mysterious red-robed figure appeared before the Blue Rose crowd. Clad in a long red magic robe, his head covered by a loose red hood, and his face masked, he looked incredibly mysterious. From his attire alone, he certainly didn't look like a good guy. Who are you? Lokyu shouted, tilting the pinky finger of his left hand, which held the magic sword, downward. The Blue Rose crowd immediately noticed the Devil Captain's subtle gesture, a command to attack at any moment. I was just helping you. Tang Zheng's voice, altered by magic props, was filled with a raspy, age-related quality. Don't you know? Is your companion an undead? Tang Zheng looked at Niegwa, a look of trouble flickering across his hooded face. Although he had initially anticipated that without the support of an undead class build, even with undead control, he wouldn't be able to control him for long. He hadn't expected the control to last so long. After all, his magic spellcasting level met the 10th tier casting standard, making him higher than Niegwa's. The failure to control him could only be attributed to his class's resistance. Next, I can only attack with force, Tang Zheng thought silently. Niegwa's innate ability contained the primordial magic soul drain, and the opponent's survival depended on this magic. Theoretically, this primordial magic should be active. Tang Zheng wanted to contact the opponent's body to determine if he could activate the skill learning, and thus further activate the class. Who the hell are you? Lokyu's voice grew even colder, his emerald eyes filled with chilling intent. How dare you attack my companions? Oh! Tang Zheng let out a strange laugh, seeming a little surprised. So you already knew this. I never thought that the prestigious adventurer team, Blue Rose, would harbor an undead. What a shocking discovery. At these words, Lokyu's and the others' expressions grew even colder. If this mysterious figure were to spread this story, it would have a devastating impact on their adventurer team. During the Ablion Hills incident, it was said that a member of the Chironon group, wearing a red robe, disappeared after the leader was killed. Miedwa suddenly spoke, confidently saying, "You are the Chiron member who escaped." Tang Zheng didn't respond, but silence at this moment was actually an answer. Locke Yu's long, slightly curly golden hair blew in the breeze, and he was about to signal everyone to attack. "The enemy is targeting me, so be my opponent." Miedwa had already stepped forward, his face cold behind his ruby-white mask, as a piece of advice. The weak should have the awareness of the weak. The red cloak fluttered. Crystal shockwave. Dragon thunder. This sized crystal shrapnel, transformed into cannonballs, blasted forward, colliding with the surging dragon-shaped lightning. Bang! A blinding blue flash of lightning shattered the crystal shrapnel, scattering it into dense fragments. Swish! At the same time, Miedwa's figure disappeared from everyone's sight, appearing behind Tang Zheng in an instant. Sandfield individual. Evil Eye's cold voice rang out. A magic circle suddenly appeared beneath Tang Zheng's feet, spewing forth a vast mass of sand. The dense yellow sand seemed to possess some special stickiness, quickly forming a sand coffin, trapping Tang Zheng. "It's over." Miedwa's petite figure stood calmly behind Tang Zheng, a proud demeanor. This magic not only restricts the opponent's movement, but also possesses a range of abilities, including silencing and blinding. Once the opponent is bound, the outcome is decided. Song Qiangwei and the others smiled at the scene. As expected of a little one, Gagan placed his hammer on the ground and laughed heartily. But then, puff! A red cuff emerged from the sand and quickly touched Miedwa's body. Miedwa's expression changed, and he instantly retreated, creating distance again, while casting a spell to check the opponent's touch. There's no trace of magic. Was it the sand domain that caused the opponent's spell to fail? Miedwa immediately confirmed that nothing was wrong with her. After all, no one in this world knew for sure how many bizarre magic there were. Perhaps only the legendary 8 Desire Kings had left behind them. The magical item Unnamed Spell Book, which automatically records every magic in the world and surpasses imagination, holds the secrets of all magic in the world. Swish! The yellow sand stirred. Tang Zheng, previously bound in the sand domain, effortlessly emerged from his coffin. Like a phantom. So that's it. Complete resistance to movement obstructions? Miedwa understood, for she too possessed this ability, a natural gift of this body. The opponent must have used some kind of magical item. No wonder he had easily broken free from the ninjutsu's restraints. She had assumed it was due to teleportation magic, so she chose to use a spell that both restricted movement and silenced him. In that case, Miedwa planned to use another tactic. The opponent possessed mobility, so if they wanted to end the battle quickly, they had to block their mobility. If Sand Field didn't work, then use partial petrification. Miedwa raised his hand. Wait a moment. Tang Zheng suddenly stopped him. It's too late to yell stop now. You've already provoked me. Miedwa responded coldly. I was just curious about an undead infiltrating the human race. Tang Zheng said hoarsely, I didn't expect it to be such a troublesome opponent. I can't waste any more time. Just a reminder. Tang Zheng took a step back, sneered, and his magical energy surged through his body. Monsters are coming. Monsters? Miedwa was briefly stunned. Swish. Teleport. Tang Zheng's figure instantly disappeared. His perspective shifted, and when he reappeared, he had reached the border between the Tav Great Forest and the Great Wetlands. Tang Zheng stood on the thick branch of a lush tree. A thought struck him, and he summoned the attribute panel. Nothing has been triggered? Then we can only proceed to Plan B. Hopefully, it won't fail. Tang Zheng frowned slightly, then relaxed his brows, muttering to himself. And now! On the hill where Blue Rose was, the 5 people regrouped. A dense swarm of goblins surged from the hill below, like a green ocean. The noise from the previous battle had caught the attention of the goblins below. What just happened? Gagran sniffed the stench that washed over the air, his face twitching as he demanded. That Chiron fellow mentioned a monster coming. Miedwa spoke, his voice tinged with annoyance. Maybe it's just a ploy to draw my attention, so we can escape. Gaw! Tina yelped. Now's not the time to discuss this. There are at least tens of thousands of goblins. Should we retreat? Tia covered her mouth and nose and took a few steps back. Weak goblins could be easily dispatched, but with such numbers before them, even the strongest felt a chill within them. Despicable, weak, and a coward. This is the goblin's name. Normally, a display of strength would cause goblins to scatter, but their courage is tied to their numbers. With such a large number, killing dozens or even hundreds of them wouldn't be enough to scare them off. First, such a suspicious number of goblins. Another member of the Chiron has appeared here. Perhaps, As the Adventurers Guild predicted, something is amiss in the top great forest. Lockhughes had to raise his hand to cover his nose, his fingers blocking his breath, making a cute buzzing noise. Also, haven't you noticed? The legendary wise king of the forest, the ruler of this place, hasn't appeared yet. Kegren, what a shame! He escaped. Captain, should we retreat temporarily? The monster he mentioned deserves attention. Lockhughes looked at Eli, who stood calmly by her side, and shook her head. She had no intention of abandoning the mission. Wow! Ah! Wow! The piercing screams of a vast number of goblins echoed through the jungle, charging down the rolling hills toward the Blue Rose group. Seeing the captain had no intention of retreating, Gagran and the others immediately prepared to meet the enemy, but the next moment, the dense line of oncoming goblins froze in place as if time had stopped. Even the shrill howls vanished, returning to silence. Lockhughes, Gagran hadn't yet realized what was happening. Miegwa's entire body trembled uncontrollably, his pupils behind the ruby-white mask flaring, and a chill rose from his toes to his head. Run! Gather around me! Miegwa suddenly screamed frantically, grabbing Lockhughes' arm with one hand and Gagarin with the other. Tina and Tia, the two ninjas usually the quickest to react, froze in place, as if frozen in place. Buzz! An indescribable, terrifying pressure surged down from the sky like the ocean, like a giant wave crashing through the hearts and minds of every living being present. Tens of thousands of goblins fell like grass being mowed, some unable to withstand the pressure, others simply dying of fright. A huge shadow loomed over the forest. A massive dragon, over 20 meters long, with its massive wingspan reaching over 50 meters, appeared, its body crimson and covered in scales resembling fish scales. The terrifying dragon's might was unleashed recklessly, creating waves of pressure. Dragon. How could it appear here? Miegwa's usually disguised voice dropped its pretense, becoming childish due to the current situation. Her movements suddenly quickened, dragging Lockhughes and Gagarin towards Tina and the others. Teleport. Miegwa activated teleportation magic just as she neared Tina's men. Whoosh! The giant dragon suddenly appeared above them, its long, thick red tail suddenly lashing out. Boom! The air in front of the dragon's tail shattered with ease, emitting a piercing explosion. Too fast. Too late. Miegwa's face trembled wildly. She was still a little distance away from Tina and the others. Crystal Shield. Miegwa had to abandon teleportation magic and switch to defensive magic. If she continued teleporting, she would only be able to take the captain and the others away, and Tina and the others would surely be killed. She couldn't abandon her companions. Glistening crystals instantly condensed in front of her, forming a protective shield. Boom! With a crack sound, the thick dragon's tail unleashed a terrifying force, easily shattering the crystal shield. The powerful impact swept over. All the blue roses were sent flying by the blow. Chapter 364. Bang! The force of the dragon's tail whipping and lashing was like a thunderclap in the sky, instantly generating a 4-7 or 8 gust of wind that bent the dense forest in the area. The crackling sound of branches snapping was as dense as thunder. The dense, lush leaves were swept up into the sky by the strong wind, like green blood, spilling all over the sky. Bang! 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 Figures were sent flying by the intense impact, slamming into the jungle behind them. Several stout trees were broken by the impact. After breaking 3 large trees in a row, Tina and Tia crashed into a half-meter thick brown trunk with a muffled thud and fell. The 2 slender figures were covered in tiny wounds from the branches and leaves. One figure collapsed to the ground, while the other leaned weakly against the base of a tree, blood constantly flowing from its mouth. As a ninja assassin, to enhance agility, stealth, and ease of movement, they don't wear heavy defensive gear. This resulted in, even though Miegwa's defensive magic partially neutralized the attack, the aftermath still dealt significant damage to Tina and the others. Lockhughes and Gagarin were better off, but they were also severely injured and collapsed amidst the debris of the jungle branches. In the entire field, the only person standing was Miegwa's figure. The giant dragon Tangjung transformed into spread its wings and hovered above the jungle. Its crimson figure resembled a blazing sun, its golden pupils gazing indifferently at the blue rose below. His previous contact with Miegwa hadn't triggered the acquisition of origin magic, so he could only attempt to transform into the Dragon King and make contact again. However, Tangjung didn't intend to reveal his identity as a golden dragon, so he activated his flesh armor to cover his entire body. Due to the sun anglerfish he had previously devoured, the color of his flesh armor had turned crimson, so now, from the outside, he looked more like a crimson dragon. Lockhughes, Gagarin, Tia, Niegwa looked up at the crimson dragon in the sky, not daring to let it out of his sight, his throat trembling with a low growl. Cough. Cough. Tina and I are not dead yet, we can't. Little one, hold on for a while. Evil Eye, be careful. The voices of his companions echoed from behind. Niegwa could sense the weakened presence behind him, especially Tia and the other two, who responded even though they were seriously injured. This was to prevent her from being distracted. Niegwa's eyes burned with rage as he stared intently at the crimson dragon in the sky, its mountain-like figure, and terrifying dragon power. As an undead being, she should have been immune to emotion, but her heart inexplicably quickened. The crimson scales were as smooth and delicate as fish scales. The enormous dragon wings stretched out, and in the sunlight, a faint red light flowed between the scales. Niegwa had lived for over 250 years, but had never come so close to the world's most powerful race. The size and pressure proved that this dragon was no ordinary dragon, but the king of dragons. The Dragon King. Monster? Are you kidding? Niegwa noticed that the dragon's size seemed unusual. She had seen slender dragons from afar before, but the crimson dragon before her was noticeably more massive. The scales all over his body felt a bit strange. But there are many types of dragons, and not all are slender. Very strong. Stronger than most of the demons that descended. Mortal. Tang Zheng opened his mouth, arrogant syllables rolling from between his sharp teeth. Now in the image of a dragon king, he naturally had to imitate the dragon's arrogance. You ants crawling on the ground, who allowed you to raise your heads? A rolling humming sound vibrated in the air. Even if you are the Dragon King. Niegwa's anger was uncontrollable. Don't be so self-righteous. The Dragon King before him was indeed powerful. Niegwa could sense the obvious gap, but if she wanted to escape, she was confident she could, but what about her companions left behind? The only way now was to lure them away, then teleport back and take everyone away. I am a woman who has lived for over 250 years. Most powerful magic, crystal shot. Eli cast the first spell. This sized crystal bullets, infused with negative energy and further strengthened by magic, blasted towards the dragon in the sky like veritable cannonballs. This was her specialty, earth-based special attack magic. Not only was it an area of effect attack, but the sharp crystals also increased its destructive power. The Crimson Dragon King's tail attack easily shattered the crystal shield. Niegwa knew he couldn't afford to give the Dragon King any chance to get close. Swoosh. Swoosh. Tang Zheng stared down at the tiny figure below, not moving to evade, letting the attack fall. An opponent of Niegwa's caliber was rare. This was a good opportunity to test his own abilities. Bang. The crystal bullet exploded upon impact. Tang Zheng's body didn't waver at all, not even a scratch left on his scales. As expected. Looking at the stat panel, he saw his flesh armor had lost 27 points of durability. Not bad, Tang Zheng thought to himself. Niegwa's fingertips trembled. Even though he had anticipated his attack would inflict no effective damage, he hadn't expected it to have no effect at all. Fly! Magic surged. Niegwa soared into the air in the opposite direction, casting another spell, most enhanced magic, Dragon Thunder. A brilliant blue flash of lightning surged from his arm, transforming into a surging dragon-shaped lightning bolt, blasting towards Tang Zheng. No need to aim. Dragon Thunder is an area of effect spell in itself, and even with such a large size, it could still hit even without aiming. After casting the spell, Niegwa paid no further attention, instead concentrating all his magic power to escape. Swish. The red robe rustled in the wind. This most powerful race seemed to possess an astonishing innate resistance to both magical and physical attacks. However, damage was one thing. The paralyzing effect of Dragon Thunder would also affect the opponent's movements to a certain extent, allowing her to gain greater distance. Are you trying to compete with me in flying speed, mortal? Tang Zheng sneered at the fleeing Niegwa. His massive form suddenly shrank in the face of the incoming thorny blue lightning. Shadow strike. In an instant, a massive shadow vanished from its original position at incredible speed, easily dodging the Dragon Thunder attack and leaving a black afterimage in the air. In a split second, Niegwa, who had already escaped some distance, looked ahead as if his neck was being strangled. How could this be? A crimson dragon figure had already blocked Niegwa's path. Shadow Assault is one of the abilities in physical armor. Bang! A dragon claw, sharp as a wall, swung down from the air, fiercely grasping Niegwa. Gravity reversal. Niegwa chanted rapidly. Tang Zheng felt his dragon claws lose some strength, as if drained of some power, and his movement slowed down a beat. Whoosh! Niegwa immediately stopped his charge, not having time to retreat. He summoned his magic power to increase his altitude, his nimble form easily bypassing Tang Jiang's massive form and soaring upward. Wow! You can't escape. Tang Jiang's dragon wings trembled, increasing their altitude. The ferocious, massive dragon head surpassed Miegwa first, and a wisp of fire erupted from his nostrils. Get down on the ground. This time, both dragon claws swung out simultaneously, their sharp tips piercing the air with a piercing buzzing sound. This distance is enough. Teleport. Miegwa suddenly roared, his figure vanishing into thin air. Thousands of meters in the sky. Left alone, Tang Jing paused his wings, ceasing his ascent. Such subtle intentions aren't hard to guess. Tang Jing lowered his head, his golden dragon eyes piercing the air, easily catching Miegwa, who had already appeared below the jungle. His dragon claws grasped the air. A small scroll appeared in his enormous palm. In his golden dragon king form, Tang Jing couldn't use level magic, but his use of magic scrolls was unaffected. With a slight pressure on his palm, he crushed the scroll. 8th tier magic, Judgment Seal. An invisible barrier rapidly spread and enveloped the area below. And at this moment, Miegwa, having teleported back into the jungle, had already arrived beside Blue Rose and the others. Just now, during a break in her battle with the Crimson Dragon King, Locuse, who was relatively lightly injured, had already pulled Gagarin, Tina, and Tia to his side. Captain, let's retreat. Miegwa appeared and quickly grabbed Locuse, who had already prepared. Let's go! Blood stained the corners of Locuse's mouth, and his long, swirling golden hair was now disheveled, making him look disheveled. The series of abnormalities had resulted in the failure of this exploration mission. Locuse was filled with regret, but he also understood the current situation. Retreat was paramount. Teleport, Miegwa chanted, casting the spell. However, the expected change in perspective did not occur. The bodies of the Miegwa men flickered, and surprisingly, they remained in place. What's going on? A look of disbelief crossed Miegwa's face behind his mask, a rare flicker of panic in his eyes. Although Locuse didn't know what was happening, he sensed something was wrong, and his fair face darkened. Evil Eye, it's that Dragon King's doing. Crash! A gust of wind blew from the sky. Tang Jing, controlling the enormous dragon's body, slowly descended from midair. Trying to escape? I told you, a bunch of ants just need to crawl on the ground. Damn it! Miegwa saw the teleportation spell completely fail, and a chill spread throughout her body. This was beyond her imagination. Captain, take them away. I stop it. Miegwa, like a cheetah with its fur standing on end, released Locuse's grip and turned to charge at Tang Jing. Most enhanced magic, Crystal Knight Spear. Locuse's eyes were filled with grief and indignation. Who could have imagined that a single exploratory mission would lead the team into such a predicament? With regret filling her heart, tears streamed down her face. As captain, she would never abandon her companions, but it was precisely because of this that Locuse knew that their staying here would only burden Miegwa. Evil Eye, you must find a way to escape. Miegwa's back was reflected in Locuse's clear blue eyes. He grasped Tina and Tia in each hand, then carried Gagarin and fled. Humph! Tang Jing snorted coldly. Shadow strike! A black shadow flashed, and a massive crimson figure, like a ghost, easily dodged the Crystal Knight's spear and appeared before Miegwa. Raising the dragon claw high, it swung forcefully. Miegwa's vision was instantly enveloped by the massive dragon claw, and he quickly cast a spell, Damage Transfer. Boom! A terrifying force erupted, and a half-meter deep crater appeared out of nowhere on the ground. Miegwa was like a sheet of flattened paper imprinted on the ground. The dragon claw lifted. Miegwa then staggered to his feet, seemingly unharmed save for his clothes stained by mud. Damage transfer? Not a bad skill. Tang Jing looked at the skill prompt that appeared on the attribute panel, a faint smile flickering in his eyes. The reason he was still fighting was to force him to use the skills he desired. The dragon claws extended once more, snagging at Miegwa. Magic resistance breakthrough maximum enhancement. Miegwa staggered, his eyes growing redder behind his mask. Feeling the dwindling magic power within him, he cast his spell with all his might. I must give my companions more time to escape. Ninjutsu, immovable withdraw shield. Ninjutsu, immovable withdraw shield. Suddenly, two weak cries rang out. In front of the dragon claws, two shields radiating golden light appeared simultaneously. Crack! Crack! After only a moment's resistance, the two golden shields shattered simultaneously. Ah! Dark Blade Super Crossbow level shockwave. A beautiful blonde figure leaped from Miegwa's head, wielding a black magic sword that struck the dragon claws hard, followed by an explosion of pure black energy. Boom! The maximum shockwave sent Lakyus flying, while also resisting the Dragon Claw's attack. Everyone! Dragon Thunder! Niedwa, seeing everyone who had fled return, cried in shame as he chanted in anger. Boom! The Dragon Thunder, enhanced by 2 magics, erupted with a dazzling blue light that illuminated the jungle. Useless attack. A haughty voice sounded calmly. The Dragon Thunder accurately struck the Crimson Dragon, but as everyone watched, the lightning dissipated, leaving it unscathed. Only traces of charring and broken scales remained where the Dragon Thunder had struck. Bang! The Dragon Claw lifted, grabbing Niedwa in its grasp. Put the little one down. Super continuous attack. Giglin rushed out from behind, roaring weakly in anger, swinging his hammer like a torrential rain, striking Tang Jing's Dragon Claw. Bang! Bang! A dense clashing of metal exploded on the Dragon Claw. Run! Why don't you run? Niedwa's voice trembled, a hint of wail etched in his sobs. Tang Jing raised his arm, knocking Jeglin away, then grabbed Niedwa and pulled him in front of him. Chapter 365. Niedwa struggled within the massive dragon's claws, her arms pressing against her abdomen. A suffocating pressure and tightness surged through her body. She could almost hear her ribs groaning. As a magic caster, she feared close contact with an enemy, let alone a powerful dragon. There was no chance of victory. The undead were much less sensitive to pain than the living, but at this moment, Niedwa felt unbearable pain. Not just physical pain, but also the grief of being unable to save her companions. It was all because of her own weakness. Ah! Niedwa roared in grief and anger, but no matter how loudly she cried, she could not break free. The Crimson Dragon King had merely grasped her with its claws, exerting no special force. But somehow, the other party had blocked the teleportation magic. If he hadn't mastered this power, whether fleeing or fighting, he wouldn't have been defeated so easily. Stop making so much noise, mortal. Tang Jing transformed into the Crimson Dragon King, his sharp fangs bared. His golden dragon eyes glared at Niedwa in his claws, undisguised contempt evident, yet a hint of deep thought flashed beneath his gaze. The attribute panel remained silent. Has the origin magic skill still not been triggered? Disappointment welled up in Tang Jing. Under normal circumstances, failure to trigger it would be considered an accident. If it still didn't trigger in Dragon King form, then it wasn't his fault. Is this the special nature of innate abilities? Niedwa's origin magic came from the absorption and storage of innate abilities. The only possibility for him failing to trigger it was a general skill. Simply put, similar to the innate abilities and racial skills of some subhuman races, this kind of power is something Tang Jing cannot access normally. The primordial magic soul drain stored by the Destroyer Kingdom is already an extension of innate supernatural power in terms of power building. If this is the case, Tang Jing has a headache. Then, he would also be unable to access the primordial magic used by the Dragon Queen, Drodalin, through her innate supernatural power. This is because the primordial magic used by the Dragon Queen is essentially a simulation of the power of innate supernatural power through the sacrifice of souls. In the final analysis, just like the Destroyer Kingdom situation, it's a generalized application of innate supernatural power. In the end, will he still have to confront the true Dragon King? Staggering. Gagrin braced himself on the ground with one hand, the other struggling to clench his piercing hammer. He pushed himself to his feet, blood streaming down his forehead. Put the little one down. Cough, cough. Lakyus, pale, coughed up blood. He gripped the hilt of his demonic sword with both hands and staggered to his feet. I am the captain of Blue Rose. How can I let my companions face danger alone? Blood continued to flow from his mouth, blooming and melting across his armor, which shone with a faint platinum glow. The magical item, pure white snow, possessed the ability to self-cleanse. Cure severe injuries. The healing holy light fell upon Gagrin. Thanks. Gigrin wiped the blood from his face, grinned, and tilted his thick neck upwards, gazing at the Crimson Dragon not far away. A sense of despair emanated from him. Against a monster like this, no strategy or tactics will avail. I'm afraid we can't go back, Devil Leader. Gagrin. Lakyus raised his head. His long, tangled golden hair contrasted with his pale face, still radiating the charm of life. His blue eyes gazed at the unconscious Tina and the other woman, a faint, brilliant smile playing upon his face. It may be a little disheartening to say this, but dying with everyone else wouldn't be so bad. Gagrin was startled, then smiled. It's my honor, Captain. The two women looked up at the towering, terrifying Crimson Dragon. Lakyus and Gagrin's eyes shone with the calm courage of facing death head-on. As ants, who gave you the guts to look me in the face? Tang Jing clutched Niedwa in one hand, retracting his massive, crimson dragon wings, covered in flesh armor. Standing tall, a towering figure over 20 meters tall, he looked down coldly at Locus and the other two below, begging obediently on the ground is the right choice for you ants. As the Supreme Dragon King, even dust doesn't deserve to die at my hands. Tang Jung suddenly realized that pretending to be the Dragon King was indeed a hassle. The arrogance of the self-proclaimed Dragon Kings and the Immortals was deeply ingrained. Continuing to talk nonsense with Song Qiangwei and the others served another purpose. This time, he had sought out Miegua and the others for more than just origin magic. Dust? Locus smiled wryly. Then a heroic air rose from his pale face. Don't underestimate us, Dragon King. This is the courage of us humans. Divine protection. Unyielding faith. Perception. Power increase. Superpower increase. Magic no chant magic, all around. Lower level muscle strength increase. A series of magical and martial arts flashes continuously emanated from Locus. Furthermore, 6 floating swords flew out and surrounded him. The pale blue rose crown atop his head radiated blue light. The pure snow released platinum and gold light. The mouse speed cloak flickered, and all other magical items were activated. Indeed. Garen roared fear? All I have left now is my high fighting spirit, Dragon King. Limit breakthrough. Strong assault enhancement. Strong assault super enhancement. Power increase. Power super increase. Battle spirit concentration. Garen's skin began to flush, and veins stretched from her neck. The overwhelming force made her already weak body feel as if it could not support itself. Normally, she could use 4 martial arts at once. With a limit breakthrough martial arts skill, she could forcibly use 7. One more skill left. Garen gripped the thrust hammer tightly with both hands, concentrating his strength and transforming it into battle energy, infusing it with a layer of shimmering white light. At the same time, Gaze of Destruction, Twin Serpent Gauntlets, Crimson Guardian, Crimson Vest, Boots of Flight, and other magical items were all activated. Tang Jing's golden pupils remained indifferent. He raised his other hand, and the sharp claws rubbed against each other, sparks flying. Oh, the courage of insects! Under the influence of their skills and magic items, the attack power of both Lehos and Garen reached the heroic realm. Lehos was stronger. She had already broken through the heroic realm. But the gap between the two still stood at nearly 30 levels, not to mention the difference in class. This was an insurmountable chasm. Even when facing Clementine's struggling attack, Tang Jung had already vaguely sensed this. The gap between levels wasn't just numerical. A higher level opponent facing a lower level opponent would experience an invisible suppression. He considered it a difference in life levels. Even if Tang Jung suppressed his aura, his own stats wouldn't decrease. Furthermore, Tang Jung was still covered in flesh armor. The strength of their attacks wouldn't necessarily rival the destructive power of Miegua's previous magic resistance breakthrough, Dragon Thunder. Tang Jung glanced at the charred area on his chest. In fact, Miegua's full-strength spell had already broken through the armor's defenses. It was just that 90% of the damage had been offset. Even if he withstood the remaining damage, it wouldn't have had any effect on him. The gap was too great. Tang Jung sighed inwardly, even subconsciously ignoring the desperate efforts of Locus and Gagarin. Ah! Ah! Accompanied by 2 angry roars. Locus and Gagarin rushed over, determined to harm Tang Jung even if it meant death. Wait! Miegua screamed in panic, but it was unclear to whom he was shouting. Darkness born from the spirit of darkness. The demonic sword in Locus's hand radiated a glow like the night sky, its blade rapidly expanding. His pink lips shouted angrily, "Please control my body and unleash your full power." The words, filled with a Chinibu vibe, echoed through the forest. Locus, usually stealthy and mumbling to himself, now uttered a plea that was unclear whether it was anticipation or hope. Under normal circumstances, the people of Blue Rose would have laughed at their demon leader upon hearing these words. But at this moment, only Locus's determination remained. Gagarin rushed forward together, roaring and swinging his sword high, super continuous attack. The 2 figures leaped up and flew towards him. At Locus's shout, Tang Jing's dragon pupils trembled slightly, and 2 golden lines subconsciously shrank. Could it be that the magic sword concealed a formidable power? After all, the paperback edition lacked detailed information. But the next moment, he sensed the attributeless energy fluctuations. Knowing he had overestimated his own thoughts, Tang Jing raised his arm, opened his dragon claws, and pressed forward, fortress of unbreakable power. The surface of his palm, covered in crimson dragon scales, emanated a dazzling, iridescent sheen. facing the enveloping dragon claws. Gigern raised his piercing hammer, swinging it with a smooth, violent, and powerful force. Lokyu's expression tightened, and the swollen magic sword in his hand slashed down. Puff! There was no roar of violent collision. The attacks of Lokyu's and the other man were like stones hitting the sea, constantly being neutralized and dispelled the moment they made contact with the dragon claws. The moment the attacks ended, bang! Bang! Lokyu's and Gagarin fell helplessly from the air, landing on the ground with a muffled thud. The magic sword slid and stabbed into the ground. The piercing hammer fell to the side. How could it be? Lokyu's trembled as he lay on the ground, his lips pale. Gagarin was even more incredulous. Martial arts? How could it be martial arts? Wow! Tang Zhang's massive figure leaned forward slightly, looking down at the two men who had lost all their strength and collapsed to the ground. He continued to feign arrogance. Are you surprised, ants? A mocking voice rang out. As the most powerful race, most dragons are filled with arrogance and laziness. Relying solely on physical strength, we are unmatched. However, some clever dragons learn certain magics to cope with different battles, or their own weaknesses. And most dragons disdain to learn martial arts, like those used by you humans. But I'm different. Tang Zheng bared his sharp teeth, a faint smile that was unclear whether it was mocking or smug. You weak humans can rely on martial arts to unleash even greater power. Then, as a great dragon king, you should be able to become even stronger if you use martial arts. Coincidentally, your human martial arts are not difficult for me to learn. As soon as these words were spoken, the despair in Lokyu's and Gagarin's eyes grew even more intense, as if it came from the depths of hell. It wasn't a despair caused by the power gap. As he spoke, Tang Zheng raised his white dragon claws again, and swung them towards the two men lying on the ground. Wait! Miegwa screamed pleadingly. You call them ants and me a mortal. You want something from me, right? Otherwise, with your status, you wouldn't have suddenly attacked us. And that red-robed magic caster who escaped earlier, I know who he is. For light slashes. Amidst Miegwa's cries, Tang Zheng swung his dragon claws. In an instant, the 5 sharp claws seemed to transform into 5 razor-sharp weapons, and in an instant, each claw transformed into 4 slashes in midair. In a trance, 20 massive slashes appeared out of thin air. Tang Zheng shifted his arm slightly, redirecting his attack, originally aimed at Lokyu's, and the other 2, towards the jungle ahead. Boom! A piercing explosion, like thunder, erupted from nowhere. 20 slashes seemed to shatter the air ahead, a fierce, sharp storm erupting. Bang! The lush, tall trees ahead were instantly shattered. A sharp, wind-swept aura formed a straight shockwave, wiping out the jungle dozens of meters ahead. Shavings and debris shot up into the sky, staining the sky a green-brown hue. Lokyu's and Gagarin stared at the scene in stunned silence. The air grew still at that moment. Tang Zheng exhaled a breath of heat from his nose. Unseen by the others before him, a hint of excitement crossed his eyes. He had experimented with martial arts in the hilly region, finding that using the Dragon King's body to unleash them was more powerful than using them in human form. It's probably the passive effects of claw attack, wings, strengthen. Not only that, but its massive size also offers certain advantages. Too bad, I can only use martial arts with one arm at the moment, Tang Zheng thought to himself. The Dragon King's entire body is covered in weapons, and both its claws and wings deal slashing damage. If they could unleash martial arts together, the effect would be incredible. I'm afraid it would require specialized training. Also, this move can be combined with the Magic Swordsman's Magic Slash to unleash long-range slashes. A single dragon claw can unleash 20 slashes. This is far more powerful than swinging a sword in human form. You're quite clever, mortal. Tang Zheng lifted the arm holding Miegwa and held it at eye level. Undead are difficult to control and influence. If I kill your companions, I probably won't be able to easily extract answers from you. This would be a headache for me. After seeing how he had just dodged the terrifying attack from Lokyu's and the others, and hearing these words, Miegwa realized that his guess was correct. His pain dissipated somewhat, and he breathed a sigh of relief. But before that, Tang Zheng raised his thick, powerful crimson dragon tail, tilting his body slightly to the side, looking behind him at the goblins crouching on the ground in fear, unable to move, under the dragon's might. Filthy green insects. The tip of the tail pointed slightly downward. Super continuous attack. The thick, powerful crimson tail, leaving a red afterimage, struck the ground hard, shaking the jungle. Tail hammer enhanced, beat damage. Strike the ground hard, creating an earthquake and knockback effect within the area. Bang! The ground where the tail struck seemed to transform into waves on the sea, one higher than the other, rushing forward. Although tens of thousands of goblins occupied a relatively large area, a powerful shockwave spread, leaving not even a scream as tens of thousands of goblins were reduced to pulp, then submerged by the surging ground. Boom! Boom! Dust billowed into the air, sending countless pieces of rubble, trees, and other debris flying high into the air. A powerful earthquake enveloped the atmosphere over a kilometer. Bang! The vast jungle below the hill was reduced to rubble, leaving only uneven, broken ground and broken trees, forming a new forest fissure. Locus and the others were above the forest hill, and thanks to Tang Jing's deliberate control of their direction, they were not greatly affected. Kigrin, dizzy, coughed up blood again. Her eyes glazed over the rubble of the distant jungle, her sense of human limitations evident. Locus's delicate lips parted slightly, her mind blank. Your martial arts skills are quite good. Tang Jing turned back, glanced at Gaygram below, and then glanced at the stat panel. Experience slots. 7.58 million/1.88 million, only 100,000 experience points? On average, a goblin only provides 10 experience points, perhaps even less than that. The experience decay after leveling up is indeed becoming increasingly severe. Fortunately, gaining experience through angels doesn't cause decay during the absorption process. Tell me, why do you have the aura of primordial magic? Tang Jing asked indifferently, looking at Miegwa. Chapter 366. Original magic? Gripped in the rough, massive dragon claws, Miegwa quickly pondered the Crimson Dragon King's question, a look of bewilderment on her tender face behind her white mask. What kind of thing was that? Tiered magic? Probably not. Miegwa searched her memories, confirming she had never heard of such a thing as original magic. This left Miegwa, ready to stall for time with rhetoric, unsure how to respond. If she casually replied without any information, there was a high chance she would anger the Crimson Dragon King. Unlucky wouldn't even begin to describe the situation. With her power, few in this world could defeat her. This wasn't confidence, but a fact. Even that annoying old woman, even though she was the same age as Miegwa, had used some trickery to win, even though she was the same age as Miegwa. How should she answer? Just say she didn't know? Miegwa's nerves were tense, filled with hesitation, fearing that speaking would lead to the death of her companions. The Crimson Dragon King's terrifying attack power. The bodies of Locus and the others might not be preserved, and the conditions for resurrection magic would most likely not be met. Seeing Miegwa's hesitation, Tang Jing's golden dragon eyes flashed with a molten gold light, undoubtedly revealing a very important piece of information. Miegwa was unaware of the reason for his survival. 200 years ago, Miegwa had once joined the 13 heroes, following them on adventures around the world to defeat the demon god. The Platinum Dragon King knew Miegwa. If Tang Jing remembered correctly, the Platinum Dragon King had referred to Miegwa in front of Ligulite, one of the 13 heroes, as a particularly active comrade in the battle against the insect demon god. Of course, the Platinum Dragon King that Miegwa knew was the incarnation of the Platinum Armor. Tang Jing's gaze narrowed slightly. He knew Miegwa possessed original magic because of his superior intelligence, not because he could sense it. After all, he had never even come into contact with origin magic, so how could he possibly perceive this power? And did the Platinum Dragon King, who had indirect contact with Miegwa, know about it? Two possibilities. 1. The Platinum Dragon King, who indirectly controlled the Platinum Armor, was unable to sense Miegwa's origin magic, or perhaps his innate supernatural power was so unique that even the true Dragon King couldn't sense Miegwa's origin magic. 2. The Platinum Dragon King knew about it, but was deliberately concealing it for unknown reasons. I don't know what origin magic you're talking about. Miegwa bit his lip, his red eyes trembling. Ignorance. Tang Jing leaned forward, the massive dragon head shrouding Miegwa in shadow. His voice remained arrogant. You clearly possess the power of original magic, yet you are completely unaware of it, foolish mortal. I can sense that you weren't born immortal. Your power, far surpassing that of an ant, is entirely due to original magic. Tell me, where did you come into contact with this power? Who is the true Dragon King? A commanding and overbearing voice echoed in the air. Miegwa's rapid thoughts, worry about her companions, and other emotions suddenly vanished, and her body trembled uncontrollably. In a trance, a kind and gentle female face appeared in the depths of her memory. Kino, sorcerers are more sensitive than magicians. Then, a blinding white light. It was an unimaginably vast, like a massive wave, an indescribably terrifying magical force. Intense pain. So painful that even a sound could not be uttered. Child. Escape. Ugh. Teleport. Failed. Blocked. Miegua's body trembled even more violently. Vague memories, hidden in his mind, suddenly flooded back like a tide. Just like that time. Teleport blocked. It's you? It's you? Miegua suddenly let out a shrill, almost painful wail. The voice disguised by the white magic mask seemed to have completely failed at this moment, resembling the high-pitched voice of an immature child. On the ground. Gagran and Locuse lay helplessly on the ground, their faces horrified. They had never seen Evil Eye, always so arrogant and reassuring, so out of control. Evil Eye. Locuse's emerald eyes were filled with worry. He clenched his palms tightly. His lip was bitten, and blood dripped down his fair skin. Has he gone mad? Tang Zheng looked at Miegua, who struggled incessantly in his palm, and said coldly, since it's useless, let's just kill them all. Of course, despite his words, Tang Zheng made no move to attack. Normal creatures might go mad and lose control under intense stimulation, but the undead possess the ability to nullify mental influences. This passive ability extends beyond immunity to mental attacks to include immunity to one's own emotions. Just like the Bone King, no matter how emotionally unstable they become, they are quickly suppressed. No! As expected, hearing Tang Zheng's words about killing everyone in the Blue Rose, Miegua suddenly woke up as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. It wasn't the Dragon King before her. That terrifying, indescribable magical power, even though her memory was hazy, Miegua could still sense it. It was a force far more powerful than the Crimson Dragon King before her. In her memory, the strongest being she had ever seen was the Platinum Dragon King. But even that Platinum Dragon King couldn't possibly be as formidable as that terrifying power. Miegua's thoughts gradually cleared, and she gazed through the white mask at the Crimson Dragon King before her heart still pounding. This time, it wasn't anger, but uncontrollable anticipation. Over 200 years ago, she left her country and joined the 13 heroes to find a way to save everyone, but somehow, she seemed to have forgotten that purpose. Because as her power grew, she increasingly realized that transforming everyone back to their former glory was impossible. But, Miegua's throat spasmed slightly from the intense movement, and his voice trembled. Can you tell me what origin magic is? What the true Dragon King is? I can tell you everything I know. Miegua found himself closer than ever to the truth. The enemy who had destroyed his country and turned everyone into undead. The golden, molten gold pupils stared at Miegua silently. Suddenly, the dragon claws released. Miegua's body fell from midair. After a brief pause, he quickly adjusted his posture and landed smoothly. It seems something interesting has happened to you. Tang Zheng's figure was squatting lazily on the ground. I'm very interested, mortal. Your Excellency the Dragon King, my companion. Miegua took a deep breath. She desperately wanted to know everything, but right now, the safety of Locuse and the others was equally important. Heh. A condescending sneer echoed. Do you care about the dust beneath your feet, mortal? As soon as these words were spoken, Miegua's tense nerves relaxed. She turned back to look at Locuse and Gagran, nodding slightly. Survived? Gagran didn't know what emotion to express at this moment. A bitterness etched across his rugged face. Locuse propped himself up with his slender arms, and gave Miegua a reassuring look. In silence, Locuse and Gagran each picked up their fallen weapons, then carried the unconscious Tina and Tia, stumbling towards the forest's edge. Throughout the process, Tang Zheng didn't intervene, until Locuse and Gagran completely vanished. Miegua turned and bowed deeply to Tang Zheng. Your heart is like the blazing midday sun, Your Excellency the Dragon King. What a vain compliment, Tang Zheng said calmly. Miegua looked at the imposing, powerful Crimson Dragon King before him, and suddenly felt that, aside from a touch of arrogance, his character wasn't necessarily bad. I haven't heard of origin magic, nor do I know the true Dragon King Your Excellency mentioned. Miegua suppressed his intense emotions and asked cautiously, pondering, what are they? You should know that not every dragon can be called a Dragon King. The same is true for a true Dragon King. Only a Dragon King who masters the power of origin magic can be called a true Dragon King. That is the crown that belongs to a true Dragon King. Tang Geng's voice was tinged with an inexplicable emotion, and you possess the power of origin magic, which is impossible under normal circumstances. A flash of understanding flashed across Miegua's crimson eyes. She finally understood what was happening, and vaguely sensed the purpose of the Crimson Dragon King before her. I don't know why I possess this power. Miegua's hands, hidden beneath the sleeves of her red robe, unconsciously clenched tightly, and she whispered to herself, filled with nostalgia, as Your Excellency the Dragon King said, I wasn't originally an undead, but once. Miedwa briefly recounted the events of the sudden destruction of the Imberia kingdom 250 years ago, concealing her former princess' identity and other information. Tang Zheng was struck by this. His goal had finally been achieved. I see. There's only one possible reason you were able to survive the disaster. You possess some special innate ability. Tang Zheng allowed a hint of surprise to enter his tone. No wonder you have the aura of original magic. Miedwa unconsciously took a step back. She hadn't imagined that her survival was due to this very reason. An uncontrollable rage followed. It was some unknown true Dragon King who caused everyone's deaths. Why would he do that? Is there any hope for the people of that country? Miedwa's voice trembled uncontrollably as she pleaded. Over 200 years had passed. Even if there was hope, it was probably gone by now. At least not with super-level magic. Perhaps only world-class items could offer such a possibility. Tang Zheng's heart settled on this answer. I don't master origin magic, so I have no way of knowing. Tang Zheng's words rolled indifferently from his lips. However, I am very interested in that ruined country. Miedwa said excitedly, Your Excellency the Dragon King, I can take you to that ruined country. Oh! Tang Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly, then changed the subject. Have you heard of a country or place called Sanctuary? Mortals? A moment later, Miedwa left alone, chasing after the departing Song Qianwei group. Swish! Dragon wings spread out. Tang Zheng gazed in the direction where Miedwa had disappeared, his expression silent, thinking to himself, not bad. Not only did he acquire a series of skills from Song Qianwei and the others, but most importantly, he gained a considerable amount of intelligence from Miedwa. Imberia Kingdom was the country where Miedwa had once resided, but Tang Zheng wasn't actually interested in that place. What he truly wanted to learn from Miedwa was information about the Holy Land. After all, this place held a world-class item. In the side story, Miedwa and Bone King had acquired this world-class item from this place during their travels. Of course, this was a side story, and the reality clearly couldn't be compared. He, too, harbored the thought of gaining nothing. But he hadn't expected. Tang Zheng's eyes flashed deeply, recalling Miedwa's hesitation, and even a hint of hesitation when he had just mentioned the Holy Land. He actually doubted whether the other party truly knew. But since this involved a world-class item, Tang Zheng couldn't let go of even the slightest possibility. That's all. There's limited information on world-class items right now, Tang Zheng sighed to himself. Adjusting his form, Tang Zheng suddenly soared into the air, flying towards the eastern edge of the jungle. A crimson shadow streaked across the sky. In just a few breaths, Tang Zheng appeared above the eastern forest fissure. A dense swarm of goblins appeared below his vision. Boom! Tang Zheng swooped down, his dragon tail lashing out and striking the ground. The entire earth shook, and the dense swarm of goblins was instantly shattered. At the same time, an invisible figure scurried through the forest, escaping with all its might. How terrifying! How terrifying! A dragon would actually appear here. The demonic serpent Naga sweat dropped, twisting its body frantically as it fled. He had no idea what was happening, and he didn't care about the human's request that he raise goblins. Facing a powerful and terrifying dragon, escape was his only option. A shadow approached. A fierce wind swept through, overturning the lush trees ahead. The demonic serpent Naga's entire body stiffened. The pressure from its life force kept it frozen in place, even if it tried to escape. He raised his head tremblingly. Before he could fully grasp what was happening, the demonic serpent Naga was enveloped by a huge crimson shadow, its body instantly reduced to pulp. Since the Adventurers Guild has discovered the anomaly in the top forest, the breeding program here must be temporarily suspended. Tang Zheng raised his dragon claws, looking at the large pit ahead, and the pool of pulp within, his expression cold. He planned to relocate the breeding program to the hilly area, and the demonic serpent Naga would naturally no longer be necessary. With his sharp fingertips, he gently plucked a piece from the pulp, removing it and placing it in his item box. He planned to repeatedly resurrect the demonic serpent Naga to prevent any accidents. Chapter 367. In a short time, all the farmed goblins in the forest were wiped out. Experience gauge: 7.88 million/1.88 million fireball. Tang Zheng chanted softly, and a basketball-sized fireball quickly condensed and flew towards the body of the demonic serpent Naga. The scorching heat ignited it, and in a moment, it was reduced to a cloud of ash. A gentle breeze blew by. The gray residue was swept up and dissipated in midair. This way, there shouldn't be any accidents. Looking at the place where the ashes dissipated, Tang Zheng shook his head slightly. After a continuous cycle of resurrection and death, the demonic serpent Naga could no longer use resurrection magic. Actually, the time spent working with the demonic serpent Naga had been quite good. Unfortunately, the other party knew some of his information. Skill points: 136 to 127 damage transfer, magic chantless, ninjutsu, immovable diamond shield, super ability increase, limit break, battle spirit concentration, strong O enhancement, strong O super enhancement, super continuous attack. Looking at the new skills appearing on the attribute panel, Tang Jung smiled. 9 skills in total, in addition to martial arts, a ninjutsu defensive skill, and a magic enhancement technique. There's also the 50 or special magic damage transfer. This is a unique technique that converts physical damage into magical damage, a special magic not found in Yggdrasil. How should I put it? When mana cannot be replenished, this skill's effectiveness is limited, but it can be used to deal with some more extreme situations. After Miegwa finishes dealing with the Blue Rose incident, they probably return to the Tobu forest. Tang Jung whispered softly, traveling with Miegwa in dragon form always seems to draw attention. Originally, we were just trying to gather intelligence on the sanctuary. Miegwa had traveled the world with the 13 heroes, so there's a chance he heard about the sanctuary. The Kingdom of Imberia. Tang Jung suddenly thought that this once destroyed kingdom might be a good place to explore. Currently, his level was stuck at level 60. Besides acquiring world-class items, the most important thing next was to obtain a class in the true Dragon King system. Platinum Dragon King? Besides forcing him into a fight, Tang Jung couldn't think of a way to force him to use primordial magic. The only opportunities to witness the true Dragon King using primordial magic without exposing himself were a few. Perhaps the only way was to exploit the conflict between the Abyssal Body and the Everdark Dragon King. The key issue at the moment was finding the Abyssal Body. Tang Jung had subdued Brian with the intention of having him secretly spread the news that Chironon possessed the means to create legendary undead, thereby attracting the Abyssal Body's attention. But so far, it seemed like nothing had been achieved. Tang Jung lowered his head in thought. If he remembered correctly, in the side story, members of that organization seemed to exist in the destroyed Kingdom of Imberia. Well, this matter has come to an end for now. The Holy Kingdom and the Celian Theocracy will receive the potion in a month, June 20th. There are no issues with the Twin Witches and the Lizardman Kuruksu. Inri is progressing smoothly in acquiring the Commander class, but using the ability Rumor will require acquiring a higher level Commander class. Tang Jung was contemplating his various plans, which were all proceeding smoothly. He knew he needed more time to achieve greater success. Rinas and Emina need further arrangements, and it's time to meet the princess. Night fell. A pale moonlight enveloped the sky above the top forest. The dragon light emanating from Tang Jung's transformation into the Crimson Dragon King gradually dissipated as time passed. Deep within the silent jungle, the chirping of insects echoed. A faint haze, shrouded by the temperature difference between day and night, drifted through the depths. The bloody stench of the dead goblins gradually attracted the beasts and monsters of the jungle. A large amount of blood, spilling from the green, rancid flesh, seeped into the ground. This blood, seemingly under some influence, flowed along the roots of the trees below, slowly flowing through the soil, converging toward the north. Faintly, a faint, eerie aura emerged from the northern edge of the great forest. Riestai's kingdom. Irantal. The golden glittering pavilion inn. As the city's most exclusive, first-class inn, steeped in history and culture, the daily cost of accommodation alone exceeded 5 silver coins. An inn of this caliber was no place for ordinary merchants or adventurers. That night, the Blue Rose group, having retreated from the top great forest, was staying at this inn. With nearly all of their members injured, Lockhughes and his companions immediately attracted considerable attention upon entering Irantal. The top great forest's commission was no secret to many adventurers. After all, no team in the entire city was capable of taking on such a task. The entire Blue Rose crew was injured, sparking countless speculations, most suspecting an attack by the forest ruler. Inside the room, empty potion bottles, each holding a few drops of murky blue liquid, lay scattered across the table, nearly filling it. The air in the room was filled with a strong herbal aroma. Thanks to healing potions and magic, the injured Lockhughes and the others had recovered, albeit with a slight pallor. Everyone. Guild President Einzak, who had hurried over, sensed the slightly subdued atmosphere in the room, and asked cautiously with concern, "Did you really just encounter the forest ruler?" Einzak gazed at the stunning blonde figure, his spine slightly bent. The Blue Rose crew was no ordinary adventurer team. Their captain came from a prominent noble family in the kingdom. Even as the president of a city's adventurers guild, Einzak would not assume the airs and authority of a guild leader. Lockhughes had now shed his armor, wearing a sky blue dress embellished with gold stripes. His golden locks cascaded carelessly over his shoulders. It's certainly not the wise king of the forest, the ruler of the forest. Lockhuse's emerald green eyes trembled slightly, as if remembering something, but his expression quickly regained its composure. After a brief hesitation, he spoke. The Adventurers Guild's suspicions are correct. There has indeed been an anomaly deep within the Top Great Forest. This is a serious matter, and I hope the guild master will prepare for it. Einzak looked up, his expression serious. The three great rulers of the forest, who once ruled the Top Great Forest, are dead. What? The remnants of Chironon were responsible for killing the three rulers. Their specific purpose is unknown, but we've repelled them. Lockhuse finished, a flicker of unnatural shame crossing his fair face. Einzak hadn't noticed this, completely stunned by the shocking information, his eyes widening and his breath catching. Evil Eye leaned against the wall and followed suit. With the three rulers dead, the monsters and beasts within the top forest are at risk of becoming uncontrollable. The guild master needs to prepare for this, especially for villages on the border, near the top forest. Einzak suppressed his shock, took a deep breath, and spoke solemnly. Thank you for your hard work. No wonder the entire powerful Blue Rose group was injured. This was perfectly normal, if the enemy was the evil secret society Chironon, the one responsible for the undead disaster in the hills. I make preparations right away. I report your achievements. Congratulations in advance on becoming the kingdom's third Adamantium-class adventurer team. Einzak bowed lightly, and quickly turned to leave. Click! The door closed, and the footsteps faded. Lockhuse sighed suddenly, his tense face turning dejected. A third Adamantium-class adventurer team? This isn't how we originally envisioned achieving the status of Adamantium adventurer. The air was briefly still. Don't be so discouraged, Captain. This is far better than the chaos caused by leaking the news of the Dragon King's appearance. Garen's strong, muscular body sank into the sofa, a smile forced upon his lips. Surviving the Dragon King's hand is enough to qualify us for the Adamantium-class promotion. If we hadn't been hiding information about the Dragon King, our deeds would have been enough for the bards to sing about. Tina and Tia, standing on either side of the sofa, nodded with lingering fear. Head devil leader, you're truly not one for lies, Tina said, lightening her tone. Yeah, if Evil Eye hadn't spoken up, the guild master would have easily noticed, Tia added. Hearing the two's teasing, Lockhuse glared at Tia and the others in embarrassment, then a relieved smile crossed his face. It's great that everyone survived. Evil Eye, what's the information about Chironon? Lockhuse turned to look at the silent Evil Eye, his emerald eyes flickering as he spoke softly. Are you sure? Evil Eye nodded. This information came from the Dragon King. The three great rulers were killed by Chironon. Their goal is likely to use their powerful corpses to repeat the disaster of the Apollon Hills. Damn it! These bastards. There's something on the black market. It's rumored that Chironon possesses the means to create legendary undead. I never thought it was true. Don't worry, Chironon's remaining enemies have been conveniently eliminated by some Dragon King. Given their arrogance, they wouldn't bother lying about such a matter. Evil Eye spoke with certainty, looking at the worried and troubled Lockhuse, and continued, the information we gave the guild master is incomplete, but it's not false. What I'm most worried about is that terrifying Dragon King. Lockhuse whispered solemnly. Evil Eye's body stiffened briefly, a complex expression on her face behind her mask, but her tone remained calm. I can roughly guess the Dragon King's true intentions. They have no interest in human towns. Our ability to survive their capture is proof of that. As soon as these words were spoken, Lockhuse, Gagarin, Tina, and Tia all turned their gazes on Evil Eye. They were deeply curious to know what Evil Eye had said to the Dragon King after they left. But as companions, since Evil Eye wouldn't say, they didn't proactively ask. Leader, I need to be away for a while, Evil Eye suddenly said, looking up. Okay. Lockhuse, as if he had already guessed, a warm smile spread across his soft face. Leader. Evil Eye was stunned. We're allies. Lockhuse, with a calm demeanor, elegantly raised his hand and pointed at everyone with the air of a noble. Trusting your allies is a matter of course. Just do what you want, little one. Gagarin raised his sturdy arms and clenched his fists. I'm still not strong enough. I need to continue training. Don't die. Hee, with your skills, you should be able to escape if you have the information. Tina and Tia spoke up one after another. You? A bright smile suddenly broke out on Evil Eye's childish face behind her mask. Come to think of it, the leader didn't even use his innate abilities. Is it because there's no chance of winning? Or is the rumored innate ability simply not yours? Evil Eye shouted in frustration. Gagarin and the others reacted and looked at Lockhuse. Don't look at me like that. Locus tilted his head, folding his arms across his chest. A natural ability is the ultimate trump card. It's a secret. The room immediately erupted in the sounds of playful arguments. Royal capital. Royal city of Roland. Second Prince Zanuck, with his plump cheeks and half-closed eyes, looked at Princess Lana, who sat across from him. In that case, I take my leave, Zanuck said calmly, rising from the sofa and heading for the door, feeling a slight irritation. Goodbye, brother. Princess Lana's gentle voice came from behind. This only deepened Zanuck's displeasure. He disliked his sister. Perhaps it was because the wise always disliked those who were even wiser. As a brother, it was somewhat inappropriate for him to be in his sister's room at this time. It wasn't a gender issue, but rather the difference in status. While his sister's reputation among the common people was high, her status within the royal family and the nobles was not high. There were a few things I had to confirm with my sister. Although it was only May, and July was still more than 2 months away, according to the usual schedule, the Baharis Empire was bound to launch another war. The army assembled by Gazef and Renas would undoubtedly shine on the battlefields ahead. He couldn't intervene with Gazef. But Renas. He had invested a considerable amount of money, manpower, and resources in her. Besides, I couldn't underestimate my sister either. Blue Rose and her had always had a good relationship. Most importantly, it was the current fervor of free will. She guessed it all along. Zanuck pinched his fingers unconsciously as he walked down the corridor, his face darkening. He had just deliberately probed her, mentioning his suspicion that Renas and Captain Tang of Free Will had long been acquainted, and Lana's surprise had been all too genuine. This indirectly proved Lana knew about it. He clearly conducted a thorough investigation when he first encountered Renas, yet it took him a full year to react. No wonder the Emperor personally issued the bounty, having assumed it was simply due to the trolls. Damn it, Blue Rose and Lana are incredibly close, and so is Renas. Especially Renas, who's long known to Free Will, and has a newly formed army under her command. Zanuck's forehead was covered in sweat. He suddenly realized that his sister wielded considerable power. Chapter 368. Thinking too much. Zanuck felt a pang near his stomach and lightly pressed his hand against his neat dress, suddenly realizing he was overthinking. The one who should be worried wasn't him, but his elder brother. Huh. A barely perceptible chuckle escaped Zanuck's lips, and he remained expressionless as he gazed at the attendants bending over on either side of the corridor. Speaking of which, this time, he wasn't beside his sister, and he saw the pauper named Clem. Perhaps calling him pauper was a compliment to this adopted child. For a while, his sister had been practically at odds with Clem, but lately, she'd been much closer to Renas. This was more normal. In the palace room, Princess Lana, upon seeing Zanuck leave, returned to her comfortable, soft brown-blue sofa, lost in thought. The maids in the hall looked accustomed to the situation, whispering to each other that Princess Lana might be experiencing some of her teenage emotions. Like the summer weather in the capital, no one knew what Her Highness was thinking. Suddenly, Princess Lana looked up, smiled, and said to the maids in the hall, "Thank you for your hard work." Everyone bowed and slowly and gently withdrew from the hall as usual. Except for the staff who remained on duty, the rest of the maids left one after another. Princess Lana's deep blue eyes gazed at the empty sofa across from her, only to notice a slight dent in the cushions. The next moment, Tang Jing emerged from the sofa, revealing himself, as if he had already been sitting there. Ninjutsu, concealment. With his ninja skills, no one in the entire capital could detect Tang Jing unless he wanted to. Princess Lana's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing her calm face. She sat up politely. "Your Excellency Tang. Long time no see, Your Highness." Tang Jing looked at Princess Lana, her golden hair gleaming brightly under the overhead light, and smiled. "You are still as radiant as ever. You are so kind." Princess Lana lowered her head, her golden hair falling over her earlobes. The corners of her mouth curled up, but she quickly raised her head. "What would Your Excellency Tang like to drink? How about black tea? A few days ago, I asked my father for some special black tea. It's a specialty of the Urawana border earldom." Tang Jing shook his head. "Drinking tea so late at night will cause insomnia." "What about juice?" Princess Lana asked immediately. "I don't really like sweets, so there's no need to prepare anything, Your Highness." Tang Jing waved his hand, indicating it wasn't necessary. Princess Lana nodded slightly, as if taking Tang Jing's preference to heart. "You've been sending messages to me from Linus, trying to see me. Is there something?" Tang Jing asked calmly, his arms loosely cupped in white, one hand resting on his legs, the other on the sofa. "Congratulations, Your Excellency Tang's adventurer team, on being promoted to Steel-class adventurers, Princess Lana said, her tone slightly frustrated. I'm sorry, I don't have enough money to buy a gift. Tang Jing's eyes flickered. By referring to Your Excellency Tang's adventurer team, instead of simply using free will, Lana clearly understood that the adventurer team was merely a tool to her, unimportant. This woman really? But? Tang Jing noticed that this time, unlike their last encounter, Princess Lana was less hypocritical and polite. Your Highness is thoughtful, Tang Jing said with a smile. He wasn't concerned about the gift, but rather curious about Princess Lana's specific intentions. Princess Lana didn't seem to agree. Her beautiful eyes glared at the mysterious, completely different, black-haired, brown-eyed young man sitting across from her. Your Excellency, Tang, should understand my situation. As a princess, or more precisely, the third princess, a spare within the royal family, my only destiny is to marry a noble and bring royal blood to their family. Princess Lana spoke calmly, her fate determined from the moment she was born. There was no complaint or anger. It was as if she were discussing someone else's affairs. If my brother, who will become the new king, can remember me. Princess Lana smiled brightly and spoke softly, give me a remote place to live in for the rest of my life. I'd be grateful. That's the best possible ending. For ordinary people. A princess should live in a fairy tale world, wearing brightly colored dresses and living freely. But reality is different from imagination. If others heard these words, they would undoubtedly empathize and feel pity, grief and indignation for Princess Lana's already predetermined fate. But Tang Jing leaned back against the sofa, bored, his expression indifferent. He knew exactly what kind of monster he was facing. So, I think I might be able to help, Your Excellency Tang. Princess Lana raised her delicate white hands, clasping them against her chest. Her pure, azure eyes spoke with anticipation. She resembled the purest and most innocent young woman, making it impossible to refuse. However, when did you decide? Tang Jing's voice remained indifferent. Is it because of the Apollon Hills incident? What have you discovered? Rumor has it that the Celian theocracy and the Holy Kingdom contributed most to the Apollon Hills incident. This is generally accepted and considered normal. After all, the power of a nation far exceeds that of adventurers and individuals. The only outstanding figure is the girl named Enri in the adventurer team. But I don't think so. Princess Lana raised a finger and touched her rosy, pink lips. Despite her innocent and adorable demeanor, her words were filled with profound thought. I actually think that Your Excellency Tang played a crucial role, so much so that both the Celian theocracy and the Holy Kingdom had to cover up. Princess Lana's eyes flickered with curiosity. Faced with these words, Tang Jing's expression remained unchanged. Princess Lana's guess wasn't surprising. After all, they knew he was more powerful than he appeared. But what followed? Even Tang Jing felt a surge of astonishment. Besides, Princess Lana pressed her slender fingers to her lips, her gentle smile growing even wider. Your Excellency, Tang must have been making arrangements the moment you set King Wugo Jin away from the Baja's empire. In fact, I suspect Your Excellency has members even within the evil secret society Chironon. Perhaps the Ablion Hills incident. At the end, Princess Lana didn't continue. Her innocent, weak gaze met Tang Jing's indifferent gaze in midair. This woman. Tang Jing's gaze was slightly cold. Princess Lana had almost no access to the imperial court, and her access to information was extremely limited. Even in the outside world, crucial intelligence regarding the Ablion Hills incident had been blocked by both the Celian theocracy and the Holy Kingdom. The latter information, in particular, was entirely Princess Lana's personal speculation. While there were some errors, that wasn't Lana's fault. The other party was similarly limited in their knowledge and experience. I think I can help, Your Excellency Tang, right? Princess Lana spoke again, full of anticipation, as if she had instantly transformed into an innocent girl. Showing one's worth was the easiest way to gain recognition. She had once secretly showcased her talents to the Emperor of the Empire. Why did Scarlet Dew choose to establish its headquarters in the Council State? Tang Jing spoke. As soon as these words were spoken, Princess Lana's deep blue eyes lit up, her heart filled with joy. This undoubtedly showed that the man before her recognized her worth. I personally think that my father and the nobles are intentionally demonstrating friendship with the neighboring Council State. Princess Lana spoke without further consideration. What is the relationship between the kingdom and the Council State? In fact, the kingdom is very wary of the Council State. After all, they have such incredible creatures as dragons. I see. Tang Jing nodded gently, a glint in his eyes. Your Excellency Tang, Do you wish to establish further contact between the kingdom and the council state? Princess Lana seemed to have guessed Tang Jing's intentions. Tang Jing didn't hide his words. That's right. It would be even better if we could get the council nation to send a Dragon King to stay permanently within the kingdom. Princess Lana was briefly surprised, then fell into deep thought, as if considering the feasibility. Throughout, she showed no sign of the anger expected of a royal family member, nor did she even consider the impact this situation would have on the kingdom. Your Excellency, could you contact the Magicians Guild? Tang Jing continued softly. The Magicians Guild? Princess Lana's tone brightened with excitement as she heard Tang Jing's next thought or instruction. Your Excellency, wait until we win the war against the Empire. That would be a good time. Yes. Tang Jing nodded, agreeing. Using Lenneth and Gazev's victory to facilitate this is indeed a good idea. According to past schedules, the war between the kingdom and the Empire would likely take place in the autumn, around July or August, which is still over 2 months away. Since the Empire launched the war, the kingdom has barely won a single battle, suffering heavy losses each time. However, Tang Jing and Princess Lana's brief conversation unintentionally hinted at the inevitable victory of the kingdom in the upcoming autumn harvest season war. This prophetic exchange, if it were to reach the outside world, or even be known to the Empire, they would surely mock Tang Jing and Princess Lana for their ignorance of war. So many things have suddenly become more complex. Your Excellency, Tang, you have no compassion for women. No wonder Renas is so resentful of you. Princess Lana leaned forward slightly, her beautiful face, fair and tender as the color of gold, as she spoke softly. I suddenly have so much anticipation for the future. If you think it's too much, then forget it. Tang Jing looked at Princess Lana calmly, his words nonchalant. Regarding the young woman before him, he couldn't think of her in the same way as a normal person, especially since her appearance and true face were so different. Not really. Princess Lana's white swan neck leaned forward again, her beautiful azure eyes fixed on Tang Jing. Her pink lips parted, and she exhaled a breath of hot air. I actually hope that Your Excellency Tang will whip me. If I could be united with Your Excellency Tang, that would be even better. The pure and innocent face, and the words she spoke formed a stark contrast. For a moment, Tang Jing wondered if Princess Lana before him were a succubus. The hot air exhaled from her mouth would probably be a cloud of enchanting mist. Heh. Tang Jing sneered. Just do what you're supposed to do. As for Renas, simple provocations won't do the slightest bit. Under Princess Lana's blue eyes, Tang Jing's figure vanished into a phantom white. Looking at the empty blue-brown sofa, Princess Lana seemed to still smell Tang Jing's departure, a strange excitement flickering across her face. From Lana's perspective, the ultimate goal of everything she did was to seize power in the kingdom, to remedy her miserable situation as a spare part of a spare part. Or perhaps it was the desire to completely destroy the kingdom that trapped her. But this was the ordinary person's perspective. For the mentally disturbed Lana, her entire collaboration with Tang Jing was simply for the inner satisfaction. Tav Forest. The next day, after bidding farewell to Locuse and the others, Evil Eye used teleportation magic to return to the depths of the forest, searching for the Crimson Dragon King. The result? Nothing. How could this be? The Dragon King clearly promised me. Evil Eye, feeling a bit emotional, stood atop a giant tree, gazing at the various parts of the forest. Given the Crimson Dragon's enormous size, and the terrifying aura it emanated, she should have been able to detect its location, even in the vastness of Tav Forest. Unless it had already left. But Evil Eye felt a surge of disappointment and anger. She had finally found the information that had destroyed the kingdom, but was the clue about to be lost again? That Crimson Dragon King is deeply concerned with original magic and the so-called sanctuary. Evil Eye stopped her wandering thoughts and decided to stay in the Tav Forest for the next few days. Perhaps he's been delayed by something else and has temporarily left here. Should I build a shelter, or explore the depths of the forest to see if there are any traces of Chiron left? Evil Eye pondered silently, and suddenly felt a chill run through her body, an inexplicable chill rising. The next moment, the enormous figure of the Crimson Dragon King appeared out of thin air above her. What kind of method is this? I didn't sense it at all? Evil Eye looked up at the sky, filled with disbelief. Such a massive body could actually be completely invisible, especially for a Crimson Dragon King, who looked like a fire type. But remembering the previous battle, neither the shadow attack method nor the ability to completely conceal its presence were truly something the legendary fire dragon possessed. Now that we're ready, let's go! Tang Jing looked down at Evil Eye and said softly. Chapter 369. Evil Eye saw Tang Jing appear in the sky above, and her disappointment at his absence dissipated, becoming energized once more. "Your Excellency the Dragon King," Evil Eye said in awe, bowing slightly. This was not only due to his immense strength, but also because the true cause of their homeland's destruction and the possibility of saving their people were at stake. She needed to forge as close a rapport with the Crimson Dragon King as possible. "The kingdom of Imbelia is extremely far from here," Evil Eye warned cautiously. According to rumors, dragons, besides being arrogant, often have short tempers and impatience, so advance warning was necessary. After all, flying too far might cause the Dragon King to become seriously dissatisfied. In reality, Evil Eye intended to use teleportation. While this process would require constant transfers, it would shorten the journey. "What are you going to do, mortal?" A vibrating humming sound echoed from the sky. "I possess the magic of teleportation, which allows me to travel long distances, thus reducing travel time." Evil Eye paused, arranging her words briefly before continuing, however. "To teleport with His Majesty the Dragon King, you must be in contact with him. Actually, there's another issue. The more people you transport, the more mana you consume. This is especially true for large species, like dragons, as the mana consumption will likely increase significantly." Tang Zheng's golden dragon eyes gazed downward, guessing Evil Eye's thoughts. Teleportation is indeed the best means of transportation. It saves a great deal of time, and also increases stealth. Boom! Tang Zheng's massive dragon wings fluttered slightly, descending a bit. A powerful gust of wind swept down, rustling the lush branches and leaves of the jungle canopy below. The dragon claw extended. The movement was slow, and there was no killing intent. Evil Eye tensed, resisting the urge to dodge. She watched as the sharp fingertips, wider than her body, touched her. The next moment, Evil Eye felt a trace of magic on her. "This is a magical mark that allows me to determine your location." Tang Zheng retracted his dragon claw, lowered his head, and spoke. "I also master the method of teleportation. You just need to teleport yourself." At this, Evil Eye's red pupils behind her mask widened slightly, and her throat moved slightly. "Even 5th tier magic has been mastered?" In the previous battle, the attack methods displayed by this Dragon King clearly leaned towards the warrior side. Evil Eye suspected that even if the other party mastered magic, its level would not be high. Who would have thought that it could even use the 5th tier teleport? If so, whether in close combat or spellcasting, she was completely no match. It was worthy of being the most powerful race. The dragon race. If this happened to any other race, it would obviously be impossible, but as a dragon, with its powerful close combat capabilities and magical power, it was not as incredible as she had imagined. "I understand." Evil Eye took a deep breath to calm herself, and quickly adjusted her previous response strategy. At present, although this Crimson Dragon King held no hostility, in the event of a hostile situation, the more one knew about him, the safer one would be in making future plans. "Mortal, what is your name?" Tang Zheng suddenly asked. "Evil Eye, Your Excellency the Dragon King." Evil Eye responded, silently grumbling inwardly. When asking someone's name first, shouldn't one introduce oneself first? Of course, this thought could only be muttered to herself. The two sides were not on equal footing. Evil Eye had done this intentionally, exploiting the dragon race's arrogant nature and placing herself in a low position from the outset. If this method could win the opponent's favor and make them underestimate him, it would be a huge advantage. "Well then, Evil Eye." Tang Zheng raised his head again, a warning lace between his teeth. "Next, unless absolutely necessary, I will not reveal myself, and all your actions will be conducted with the goal of minimizing the risk of being noticed by anyone." After that, ninjutsu, concealment. Tang Zheng activated his ninjutsu, and the massive dragon's body quickly became transparent, completely vanishing from Evil Eye's sight. Amazing. Evil Eye watched Tang Zheng vanish, completely unaware of a trace. Finally, she understood how he had appeared out of thin air. Invisibility magic? Second-tier invisibility can't achieve this level of power. It must be a higher-tier spell. Evil Eye was secretly horrified. The more she came into contact with him, the more she could sense the Crimson Dragon King's power and terror. But why did she do this? Puzzlement welled up in Evil Eye. Why was the other party, possessing such formidable power, acting in secret? Or was it perhaps simply the cautious type? A variety of perplexing thoughts welled up in her mind. Then I will proceed ahead. Evil Eye felt the need to observe further before reaching a definitive conclusion. She pointed in the direction Tang Zheng had disappeared and chanted, "Teleport." Swish. The air vibrated. Evil Eye's figure instantly vanished. Is this location the outer area of Urantal? Tang Zheng used the magic mark to sense Evil Eye's location. She had already left the top Great Forest, so the distance she had teleported wasn't too far. This was normal. When direct teleportation to the destination is impossible, a transfer method is necessary, and the transfer point is a place the caster has previously visited. Thus, the teleporter must select a route from their memory that is closest to the destination. Swish. Tang Jing smiled softly, and slowly cast his own spell. Next, Tang Zheng and Evil Eye first left the top forest and teleported to the vicinity of Urantal, then to the Cat's Plains. A gray mist came into view. As soon as Tang Zheng appeared, he felt the entire sky and ground enveloped by a strange mist, his perception being somewhat suppressed. The future location of the Great Tomb King. Tang Zheng hovered in midair, over this place known as the Cursed Land, a solemn look in his eyes. There wasn't much here that interested him. At least for now, the only thing that piqued his interest was the legendary ghost ship. I've left a mark. I come back to look for it when I have time, Tang Zheng thought to himself. He redetermined Evil Eye's direction and teleported again, disappearing. Then Tang Zheng could teleport easily. It took Evil Eye 3 teleports before she left the Kaz Plains and entered the southeastern territory of the Bahar's Empire. And then, the Flying Dragon Mountains. This place is located south of the Bahar's Empire, north of the Dragon Kingdom, and east of the Kaz Plains. It's a vast, rolling mountain range, inhabited by a powerful human tribe called the Flying Dragon Tribe. Until this moment, Tang Zheng truly had a relatively clear understanding of the northwest corner of the continent inhabited by humans. Whoosh! A massive, invisible figure soared above the Flying Dragon Mountains, gazing down at the area below that extended far beyond the Angelica Mountains. No wonder, of all the human-inhabited lands, only the northernmost Kasana City-State Union and the southernmost Dragon Kingdom are threatened by demi-human forces. The easternmost Bahar's Empire is unaffected by the demi-humans. Don observed the mountainous region, a look of understanding on his face. It's entirely due to the barrier of these mountains. With such a favorable terrain, the Bahar's Empire doesn't have to face the demi-human threat directly. Continuous use of teleportation magic. Evil Eye's magic power was severely depleted, forcing her to stop teleporting and rest. Stroke month. May 28th. After a full 7 days of travel, Tang Zheng couldn't even determine the distance they'd covered, as Evil Eye had mostly flown for the last few days. After all, hundreds of years had passed, and Evil Eye's memories of this place had long since faded, making it impossible to accurately locate her with teleportation magic, forcing her to resort to the cumbersome method of flying. This was why, despite possessing the ability to teleport, it still took so long. A cold breeze blew. Evil Eye's red cloak fluttered. Standing here, the aura of negative energy was so thick that even the ground had been tainted, resembling the Kaz Plains. The soil was a sullen gray. There was no scent of decay in the air, but rather a chill that chilled the living, even in daylight. At a glance, dead and gloomy accurately described the place before her. Evil Eye stood quietly on the ground, gazing into the distance, a sense of sorrow rising from her. I'm back, everyone. Father. Mother. Evil Eye's eyes were hazy, long-lost memories becoming clearer as she set foot on this land again. Tang Zheng's golden dragon eyes grew cautious. He observed as he descended, hovering above Evil Eye's head. Is this the once-destroyed kingdom? The kingdom of Imberia? A deep voice suddenly echoed from midair. Yes, your majesty the Dragon King. Evil Eye, hearing the voice from nowhere, suppressed her inner grief and responded with awe. Finally, we're here. Tang Zheng's heart was filled with certainty, and the outline of the map he had formed over this period of observation emerged in his mind. I hadn't expected the Imberia Kingdom to be so far from the human kingdoms. Humanity resides in the northwest corner of the continent. The easternmost nation is the Bahar's Empire, followed by the vast Flying Dragon Mountains, a line of defense protecting humanity, with a gap at each of the northern and southern corners. And then, there are the Orc nations. According to Evil Eye, there are 5 Orc nations east of the Flying Dragon Mountains. Only by crossing this area can one reach the area where the fallen Imberia Kingdom lies. And even here, we're still in the western region of the continent. These 5 Orc nations are completely different from the Orc kingdoms of the 6 Central Powers. Tang Zheng glanced at the attribute panel. Experience gauge, 18.38 million/1.88 million in 7 days. He had gained approximately 10 million experience points. Naturally, Tang Zheng used the 7th-tier upper teleport to return to the human zone to gain experience points. He also tested the range of the upper teleport. So far, Tang Zheng has confirmed that he hasn't reached the distance limit of upper teleportation yet, allowing him to freely travel back and forth to human locations. Skill, Rapid Mana Recovery. Cost, none, 24-hour cooldown. Description, When this skill is activated, the user cannot move or attack, but recovers 50% of their mana within half an hour. Besides the experience points gained, Tang Jing's biggest gain these past few days was finally acquiring this special skill for rapid mana recovery from Evil Eye. In the Yggdrasil system, there's no way to restore mana. For a magic caster, mana is their lifeline. Evil Eye's skill is another ability that couldn't possibly exist in the game. Dragon King, are you sure that the transformation of the living into zombies is caused by original magic? Evil Eye's voice suddenly rang out, bringing Tang Jing back to his senses. Tang Jing looked at the scattered zombies in the distance. After a brief silence, his voice slowly emerged from the empty air. It's impossible to be sure based on just a few zombies. But you should already have the answer in your mind. Your survival, and the aura of original magic, is entirely due to your innate abilities. Tang Jing let out a strange chuckle at this point. Are you sure it was original magic that caused this? Are you seeking revenge on the true Dragon King who destroyed your kingdom? I'm also a member of the Dragon Clan. I don't know. Evil Eye's body tensed inexplicably, and she gave an ambiguous answer. During this time, she had been acting humble, trying to avoid the Crimson Dragon King's hostility. Hee hee. Tang Jing let out an inexplicable laugh, making Evil Eye increasingly nervous. If you seek revenge, I might be able to help. Uh-huh? Evil Eye was visibly taken aback, her tone subconsciously awestruck. Then, realizing what she was doing, she quickly fell silent. I'm weak. I can't possibly be a match for His Excellency the Dragon King, or even for the true Dragon King who wields the origin magic. Don't assume that the dragons have good relationships, Evil Eye, Tang Jing continued calmly, knowing Evil Eye wouldn't believe him. It's a really nice place. Tang Jing quietly absorbed the dense negative energy in this area. His golden eyes flickered slightly, and he spoke seductively. Evil Eye, do you want to become stronger? Evil Eye remained silent. To be more precise, she didn't know how to respond. They hadn't interacted much lately. She still couldn't truly understand the character and thoughts of this Red Dragon King. Chapter 370. Wow! In this gray dead land, above the decaying town, a faint wave of air ripples flashed by. Tang Jing, thousands of meters above, could clearly observe the town below, utilizing the excellent vision afforded by his transformed Dragon King. Ninja skills can exert power equivalent to tiered magic based on the amount of mana consumed. Tang Jing consumed 50 points of mana. This allowed the effect of ninjutsu, concealment, to reach the level of 10th tier concealment magic. Of course. Because it's a ninjutsu, the mana consumed is different from normal tiered magic and isn't affected by passive effects, reducing mana consumption by 15 points. Just some ordinary zombies, not many in number, probably under 100. Tang Jing observed from above, confirming the information about the dead land below. His eyes flickered calmly. No powerful individuals have been spotted, but we must remain cautious. With his current concealment methods, even without a thief build, with the ninja class's blessing, not even Evil Eye could detect him. Unless he encountered a true Dragon King, or a character over level 60 with a mastered intelligence build. He observed once more from the sky. After making sure nothing was missed, Tang Jing gently flapped his dragon wings, his body descending as nimbly and agile as a falling leaf. Evil Eye remained in place, probably recovering her mana, but her gaze remained fixed forward. A sense of sadness lingered. Undead beings couldn't cry, and lacked such a mechanism. Even if they were sad, it probably wouldn't show on their faces. How's your magic power recovering? A commanding yet low voice suddenly echoed from midair. Evil Eye instinctively glanced behind her, still seeing nothing. Suppressing her inner emotions, she respectfully replied, "My magic power has returned." She had previously secretly used magic detection and life detection spells, but to no avail. The other party's method of invisibility must be a more powerful magic or ability. "I can now teleport to the capital of the Kingdom of Imperia?" Evil Eye asked, a tone of heaviness and nostalgia in her voice. Tang Jing didn't respond immediately, his voice indifferent. "Don't you notice anything unusual here?" "Unusual?" Evil Eye quickly became alert, observing her surroundings. This place was a town on the border of the Kingdom of Imperia. To call it a town was in the past. Now it had become a vast, empty plain. Even the remaining bricks and tiles had weathered away. After all, over 250 years had passed. The number of undead? Evil Eye muttered after a brief moment of reflection. Tang Jing nodded, his golden pupils narrowing as he remained invisible. "According to what you said before, this country has been destroyed for over 200 years. The inhabitants here have also become undead. The gathering of so many undead would create a formidable negative energy, spawning even more undead, perhaps even powerful ones. Yet the number of undead in this town is not high. Tang Jing whispered, his eyes penetrating with thought. He remained invisible to prevent the possibility of encountering the Kakugan Dragon King, or even other more dangerous accidents. Nothing else. In the side story, the Kakugan Dragon King died at the hands of the Bone King, who arrived alone over 200 years earlier, and his true condition is currently unknown. Intelligence from the Celian theocracy mentioned that the Kakugan Dragon King and the Vampire Dragon King had perished. But was that true? Tang Jing couldn't be sure. Because in this world, besides true Dragon Kings of the same level, the only ones who could kill the Kakugan Dragon King were players. And they had to be players equipped with world-class items. The fall of the Imperia Kingdom and the birth of Evil Eye were proof of the Kakugan Dragon King's existence. If he hadn't died, after over 200 years, the Kakugan Dragon King's power would only be greater than described in the side story. If he were dead, this possibility was even more terrifying. That would prove that the player who killed the Kakugan Dragon King was even more powerful and mysterious, and perhaps even, due to the power of the Kakugan Dragon King's corpse armor, ordinary level 100 players were no match. A multiplayer alliance? Is there a possibility that another mysterious guild will arrive in the next 200 years? Either way, it presents a threat to Tang Jing right now, and he needs to be extremely cautious. Your Excellency, Dragon King, what's our next step? Evil Eye pursed her lips, thinking quickly, and asked quietly. This is on the border of the country, and the number of undead is small. It's possible they were targeted by the living who accidentally strayed into this land. Of course, there's another possibility. Evil Eye's heart trembled, remembering something she had overlooked. If the Crimson Dragon King hadn't lied to her, what was the mysterious true Dragon King's purpose in transforming everyone in the kingdom into undead? Could he still be in this country? Evil Eye's heart raged, her fists clenched as she recalled the tragic scene of once happy people transformed into undead. Since you were once a native of this country, you should know the locations of all its towns. Tang Jing pondered briefly, his deep voice emerging from the air. I know, Evil Eye said. Then let's explore all the towns in this country first, and then head to the capital. Tang Jing spoke. If this area has already been occupied, then the enemy will likely be in this country's capital, but of course, all towns can't be completely ruled out. Yes, Your Excellency Dragon King. Evil Eye didn't refuse, but carried out his instructions diligently. For now, her goal and that of His Excellency Dragon King were the same, to find the true Dragon King, who would use the magic known as Origin Magic to destroy this country. Lower Wind Moon. June 2nd. Over the course of 5 days, the two explored nearly every town in the Kingdom of Imperia. In this land teeming with undead, they found no living beings, but the undead were few in number. Experience slot. 25.88 million/1.88 million stored experience points exceeded 20 million. Tang Jing felt a surge of anxiety, eager to acquire a new class as soon as possible, but he knew such things couldn't be rushed. He naturally wouldn't waste this experience on ordinary classes. A desolate wasteland devoid of any buildings. The gray-black ground was filled with a deadly aura. Scattered low-level zombie-like undead slowly passed by Evil Eye. Attacking the living is the nature of the undead. However, as an undead, Evil Eye would not be attacked by her own kind. Your Excellency, the only place we haven't explored yet is the royal capital. Evil Eye's voice was heavy. After so many days of exploration, her desire to reach the royal capital grew stronger. Then let's explore this last place. Tang Jing's eyes were deep, and he chuckled softly. I also want to see if there are any unexpected surprises. If you encounter an unexpected situation, I may not necessarily help you, Evil Eye. I understand, Your Excellency Dragon King. Evil Eye responded respectfully. Invisibility. With a flash of magical light, Evil Eye's entire body became transparent, disappearing from the spot. This was a second-tier magic, but Tang Jing's perception still allowed him to detect Evil Eye's location. Teleport. Evil Eye cast another spell, chanting softly. Swoosh. The figure vanished. Tang Jing immediately located the magic mark on Evil Eye's body, but did not immediately teleport there. Instead, he waited quietly. About 7 or 8 minutes passed. It should be safe. After confirming this, Tang Jing pulled a 5th-tier teleportation scroll from his item box. Crafting a 10th-tier scroll was quite difficult, but crafting lower-tier scrolls was relatively easy for Tang Jing. He currently had 918 magic points. Crafting a 10th-tier scroll required 350 magic points, and he could normally craft 2 per day. Now that he had mastered rapid mana recovery, he could temporarily utilize an additional 459 mana points. Reserving some mana for emergencies, He could craft up to 3 Tier 10 scrolls per day. Now, Tang Zheng already had 152 Tier 10 magic scrolls stored. It was actually possible to use experience points for spellcasting, but Tang Zheng couldn't currently use the experience points for that purpose. He had already accumulated over 20 million experience points. While it seemed like a lot, compared to the 40 levels of room left to level up, this amount of experience was insignificant. Swish! The scroll shattered. Tang Zheng vanished instantly, and when he reappeared, he had arrived at a completely decayed city. All that remained were weathered ruins, the crumbling walls covered in layers of thick dust, their surfaces riddled with pits of varying sizes. These remnants of the once sturdy walls would now crumble into dust with the slightest effort. Besides that, a large number of undead were roaming the city, their dense negative energy shrouding the air in a gray haze. Tang Zheng's pupils narrowed upon seeing these undead. He looked up into the distance and could see the former royal city. Beyond the shattered ruins that appeared at first glance, the entire royal city still retained its general outline after more than 200 years. In the royal city, Tang Zheng sensed an even stronger aura of negative energy. Sure enough, someone has gathered all the undead from the surrounding towns here. Tang Zheng understood. No wonder their explorations of the surrounding towns had revealed so few undead. We can confirm that the ruined palace Dragon King is not here. Given the massive size of the Kukulkan Dragon King, whose corpse armor stretched over 100 meters, concealment was nearly impossible. Your Excellency the Dragon King. Your Excellency the Dragon King? Evil Eye leaned against a broken rock wall, occasionally whispering, trying to confirm Tang Zheng's presence. This furtiveness amused Tang Zheng a little. Speak. Tang Zheng silently hovered above her head, speaking softly. Hearing Tang Zheng's voice, Evil Eye paused in her attempt to call out again, and quickly whispered respectfully, Your Excellency the Dragon King, I've just checked. There seem to be signs of activity in the direction of the royal capital. The reason we've noticed a lack of undead in the town recently is likely someone deliberately gathering here. Evil Eye's face darkened. This royal city had clearly been occupied, and the exact time was impossible to determine. The only thing she couldn't be sure of was whether the enemy was the true Dragon King that His Excellency the Dragon King had mentioned. There's no Dragon King here. It's probably an undead like you. Tang Zheng spoke bluntly. Evil Eye, capture it. I need information from it. This was the tone of a subordinate, and facing an unknown enemy without any information was a relatively dangerous undertaking. However, Evil Eye showed no sign of refusal. Dragon King, could you use your teleportation blocking magic again to prevent the enemy's escape? Yes, Tang Zheng replied calmly. The next moment, Evil Eye lifted her invisibility and soared into the air, flying openly towards the depths of the royal capital. A dense swarm of undead swarmed the ground, while undead and spirits like skeleton eagles soared in the sky. After seeing Evil Eye's sudden appearance, they didn't attack, allowing her to approach the ruined royal city. Deep within the ruined royal city, the once spacious royal palace of this fallen nation had now become a testing ground for some entity. Roar! Roar! 2 undead zombies, one sturdy and the other slender, were imprisoned in magically protected iron cages. The occasional roar echoed through the hall. Cassius Habakkuk stood at the desk in the center of the hall, his shriveled, bony hand gripping a pen as he wrote. The roars were already familiar. These 2 undead zombies were invaluable research material. Both were powerful in life, so even as undead, their strength far surpassed that of low-level dead creatures. Judging from the appearance of the 2 undead zombies, the living would describe them as a man and a woman, though this holds no meaning for the undead. Those who, by absorbing vast amounts of magical power, surpass the great magician of the dead are known as the great magician of the night dead. This name appears only in words of fear and dread, a mythical existence as significant as disaster. Cassius Habakkuk was a terrifying being. As a naturally born, intelligent undead, even with this unique advantage, it still took him hundreds of years to finally become a great magician of the night dead. His next goal was unknown. This was an unacceptable reality. Perhaps there were powerful undead within the organization who knew. Those 2 special undead individuals were originally used by Cassius Habakkuk to exchange knowledge with other members of the organization. But Cassius Habakkuk felt a surge of fear at this thought. As the world's most powerful being, it was impossible for him to feel fear towards others. But there are always some things in this world that defy common sense. The Dragon King. A terrifying Dragon King of immense evil. That being has now taken control of the entire organization. Fortunately, he wasn't a member of the inner circle and barely escaped. In short, he no longer intends to allow the organization to have contact with him. What a waste of the organization's knowledge. The same goes for my own research. For the undead, time means nothing. Cassius Habakkuk withdrew the thoughts that were spreading through his mind and bent over to write on the table. Boom! Suddenly, a loud roar echoed from outside the hall. Cassius Habakkuk raised his head, revealing a rotting, shrunken face, a blank expression in his blood-red, intelligent eyes. Chapter 371. Boom! Blazing energy exploded on the ground, shattering an already dilapidated tower with a resounding roar. The entire process took place without harming any of the undead below. Swish! The red cloak fluttered. Evil Eye hovered in midair, eyes blazing with anger as she gazed down at the weathered, shattered royal city below, its remains reduced to fragments. This was anger directed at the one who had taken over her hometown. The identity of someone who could live where the undead gathered and controlled them was easy to guess. Even though everyone had become undead zombies, as the sole member of the royal family, Evil Eye would never allow anyone to control them. Get out! Evil Eye's high-pitched, magically enhanced voice echoed in the air. The resulting massive commotions attracted the dense swarm of undead zombies below. Their roars and howls echoed from the ground, but they were unable to reach Evil Eye, still soaring in midair. Tang Zheng hovered higher, quietly observing the scene below. When he saw Evil Eye launch her attack, he deliberately avoided the undead and frowned slightly. Something still holds out in your heart. You don't want to destroy the people you once knew? This thought occurred to Tang Zheng. If so, then executing his previous plan would be a bit of a hassle. Currently, among the forces in the other world that could oppose the Bone King, besides the true Dragon King and the gods like Juesi Jueming, the one before him, destroying the country, was definitely one of them. Because the undead, unlike the living, have almost no level restrictions, and Evil Eye was a vampire born for a special reason. In the side story, they even used the research data from the Abyssal Drive to obtain the degraded vampire god ancestor, a racial class that doesn't even exist in the Yggdrasil game. This class is unique to this other world, and the reason it's degraded is simply because, in the side story, Evil Eye's level is too low, preventing her from fully unleashing her class's power. It can be said that the god ancestor is a higher level racial class than Shalter, one of the class guardians. Bone Spear. The pale bone spear, like a bolt of white lightning, shot out fiercely from a building below, leaving only a white afterimage in the air. Bang! A translucent crystal appeared in front of Evil Eye. It was the defensive magic crystal shield she had set up beforehand. She looked at the remaining thumb-sized white groove on the crystal shield. It's probably as powerful as a 4th-tier spell, but it's so fast. Is it because the bones are lighter? This thought flashed through Evil Eye's mind as she coldly gazed downward, where the attack was coming from. There appeared an undead figure in a dusty gray robe, exuding the aura of death, with crimson eyes, and the appearance of a zombie. It was Cassius Habakkuk, and he was furious. No one would be happy to have their research interrupted. Cassius Habakkuk stared at the small, red-robed figure in the air. Flames seemed to burn in his crimson eyes, and a sense of alarm lingered. He had clearly set numerous magic traps, but none of them had triggered. He only realized it when his opponent launched an attack. This suggests the opponent is a highly experienced foe. Who is he? The sheer number of undead gathered here should be enough to scare off any living being who attempts to approach, even those with the ability to fly. The flying undead, like the skeleton vultures, circling in the air, are no mere decoration. Cassius Habakkuk noticed that the flying undead in the air had not suffered any damage. Due to Evil Eye's equipment, he didn't realize that his opponent was also undead, but even if he had known, the outcome of the confrontation probably wouldn't have changed. The object that blocked the previous spell looks like a crystal, specialized in the earth element. The enemy should also possess the ability to control the undead. Cassius Habakkuk possessed a wealth of magical knowledge and quickly analyzed his opponent's abilities based on the current situation. Also, there's no way to be certain there's only one enemy. This was a spot he had found very satisfying. Even if discovered, he had no intention of leaving. He was the great mage of the night undead, the embodiment of disaster. When Evil Eye saw that the one occupying the royal city was an undead, the fury on her face intensified. Before leaving, she had deliberately placed the bodies of her father and mother in the basement deep within the palace. Under normal circumstances, this would have been no problem, but now an undead had taken over. The result? You damn bastard! Evil Eye roared angrily, raising her hands, showing no fear or nervousness towards the enemy before her. She is no longer the weak self she used to be. After 250 years, she has strength and magic that are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. As for being defeated by the world's strongest race, the pinnacle of power, the Dragon King, that was an unexpected situation. And no matter how you looked at it, that Crimson Dragon King wasn't an ordinary Dragon King. Besides, Evil Eye didn't think there was anything in this world she couldn't defeat. Magic resistance breakthrough, Dragon Thunder. Crack! Blue lightning erupted from his arms, transforming into a torrent of lightning that plummeted downwards, like a bolt from the blue. Since the opponent was an undead, holy and fire magic would naturally inflict greater damage, but precisely because of this, corresponding defensive measures were necessary. Skeleton Wall. Cassius Habakkuk felt the power of the lightning, startled, and quickly responded. Bang! A wall of skeletons, composed entirely of skeletons, rose from the ground, accompanied by a thick puff of black smoke. The faint roars of the skeletons embedded in the wall, and the grinding of bones could be heard. Boom! Thunder struck the skeleton wall, instantly blasting a large hole. Though damaged, it had successfully resisted Long Lei's magical attack. Further up in the sky. Huh? Tang Zheng was suddenly surprised. I hadn't expected the undead to use this magic. Although Skeleton Wall is a 5th-tier defensive spell, it can withstand a powerful instantaneous attack. It can even withstand a 10th-tier instant severance. Bone King frequently uses this spell. It's a very cost-effective defensive measure. Learn. Skill points, 126 to 125. Skill, Skeleton Wall. Cost, 25 HP. Description, summons a wall of countless weapon-wielding skeletons, dealing damage to nearby enemies, and blocking a powerful instantaneous attack. Below, Evil Eye and her opponent continued to attack, and both sides displayed very powerful magical skills. While watching the two fighting, Tang Zheng also divided his attention around to further determine whether there were other enemies. Is this undead? A Dark Knight Death Archmage? He seems much weaker than the Alliance leader, and is not a threat to the destruction of the country. Tang Zheng was slightly disappointed when he saw that the highest level magic released by Cassius Habakkuk was only at the level of 6th level magic. Dark Knight Death Archmage sounds scary, but in terms of level alone, it is not as high as imagined. Skeleton Mage, 15, plus Archmage of the Dead, 10, plus Archmage of the Dark Knight Death, 10, equals 35 LV. The undead below. It is probably impossible for the race level to reach the maximum level. There should be other magic professions. In Tang Zheng's perception, the opponent is not above 40 LV. Her magic was superior to Evil Eye's, but her level was significantly lower. With the added bonus of level suppression, victory was only a matter of time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Evil Eye's figure circled in midair, having already gauged her opponent's strength. When she saw the opponent unleash a 6th-tier spell, Evil Eye was genuinely shocked, but the magic was meaningless if it missed. At this moment, she dodged the opponent's spells while gradually closing the distance, pausing briefly to cast spells. She wanted to concentrate on her magic. It was difficult to fight while moving, as it was difficult to concentrate while moving. This is why magic casters often pause to exchange spells. Evil Eye's current strategy is to use agile flight to gain maneuverability, allowing her to deliver a decisive blow at the crucial moment. How could this be? Cassius Habakkuk was in disbelief. The enemy had remained unscathed by his 6th-tier magic. Even the most slow-witted could sense the opponent's uniqueness. A living being facing an opponent of this caliber would have been drenched in cold sweats, but as an undead, he felt no fear. Cassius Habakkuk felt he couldn't defeat the opponent, and would probably have to find another base. Luckily, I have some key information with me. The thought flashed through Cassius Habakkuk's mind, yet he remained somewhat displeased and annoyed. 6th-tier magic, Touch of the Dead. Translucent, invisible negative energy coalesced into a thick tentacle, fiercely lashing out at Evil Eye, who was closing in on him. Swish. The tentacles were constructed entirely of negative energy, producing no sound during their attack and even imperceptible to ordinary humans. And yet, Cassius Habakkuk watched helplessly as Evil Eye easily dodged again. As the result indicated, if the attack hadn't hit, it would have been meaningless. Damn it! Cassius Habakkuk's attack this time confirmed that the opponent's previous avoidance wasn't a fluke. Humph. I don't have time to fight you here. Cassius Habakkuk glared fiercely at his enemy with a crimson gaze. He still had some tricks and magic at his disposal, but it was clearly not enough to defeat his opponent. Faced with such a formidable opponent, he would rather abandon his favorite stronghold than cause unnecessary trouble. Partial petrification. Evil Eye, seizing the perfect moment, quickly cast her spell. A flash of blue light. Resist? Cassius Habakkuk immediately cast a spell to dispel the spell, then, with a surge of magical power within him, he said, "Teleport." His body swayed. Cassius Habakkuk found himself still in the same spot. This, a rare expression of surprise, and distortion crossed Cassius Habakkuk's decayed face. Teleportation blocked? How could such a power exist in the world? This was a realm he had never even set foot on. Sand Realm individual. Evil Eye, noticing Cassius Habakkuk's stunned expression, immediately cast her spell. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. It was just as incredible as when she had first seen this spell. Crash! Dark brown quicksand erupted from beneath Cassius Habakkuk's feet, forming a coffin that sealed his entire body in place. The battle is over. Evil Eye descended swiftly from the air, declaring victory, the rage in her eyes undimmed. Tap! Both feet stomped onto the ground. The moment Evil Eye stood before Cassius Habakkuk, she struck him in the face. A punch that manipulated her people into revenge. With a thud, Cassius Habakkuk's head was twisted sideways, his face rotting, and a piece of his thin skin was torn off, sending him flying. The undead felt no apparent pain. Although his body was bound by the sand, Cassius Habakkuk's head was still able to move. He twisted it back and screamed at Evil Eye, "Who are you? How on earth did you do it? You can actually block teleportation. Is it magic? Or some special ability?" Cassius Habakkuk roared. This was a fierce thirst for knowledge. Evil Eye's eyes widened behind his mask. It seemed incomprehensible that the undead before her, after being captured alive, would care about such a thing. Just then, a trembling voice echoed out of nowhere in the void. "Where is the base of Abyssal Body?" After the previous battle between the two, Tang Zheng had confirmed that there were no unusual circumstances around, but he still had no intention of revealing himself. Abyssal Body? Hearing this name, which sounded like some kind of organization, Evil Eye's heart stirred. The Crimson Dragon King actually had other intentions. Cassius Habakkuk's eager gaze suddenly cleared. He glanced around frantically, but could not find the person who had spoken. "I don't know." Cassius Habakkuk hesitated for a moment, then immediately rejected it. The undead are the enemies of all living beings, so the organization's existence has always been a mystery. He wondered how it had been discovered. Even now that the organization was under the control of the evil Dragon King, he hadn't revealed his intentions for its base. Is that so? Tang Zheng's golden pupils glared coldly at the undead before him. He couldn't be sure if the undead were truly a member of the Abyssal Body. Facing an undead, with complete mental resistance, charm magic was completely ineffective. How about the magical knowledge of blocking teleportation in exchange? Tang Zheng pondered, then suddenly spoke again. Yes. Cassius Habakkuk's dry throat uttered an unhesitating voice. Evil Eye's mouth twitched beneath her mask. Chapter 372. The result was quite smooth. This undead being named Cassius Habakkuk's thirst for knowledge easily outweighed his loyalty to the body of the abyss. It's not impossible that, unable to fight or escape, he might have compromised in this overwhelming situation. 8th tier magic? 8th tier magic. Two voices rang out simultaneously, one in shock, the other screaming in shock. Evil Eye's heart trembled. She knew that 10th tier magic existed, but that was already within the legendary realm of the gods. Rumor has it that 7th tier magic was a power wielded only by demon gods, and 8th tier magic was probably close to the divine realm. No wonder even teleportation magic has lost its effect. Evil Eye's throat moved. She suddenly realized that the Blue Rose's escape from the clutches of the Crimson Dragon King could be described as lucky. And more. The Crimson Dragon King was so powerful, yet the opponent's words clearly betrayed a fear of the true Dragon King. What then was the true Dragon King's true strength? And then there was original magic, a magic distinct from tiered magic. Evil Eye felt a chill in her heart, wondering if she had underestimated the true Dragon King from the very beginning. After a brief moment of shock, Cassius Habakkuk's crimson eyes flashed with frenzied excitement. So this is the power of 8th tier magic. This is knowledge beyond mortal imagination. Cassius Habakkuk twisted his head repeatedly, his spine crackling as he searched for Tang Zheng, the source of the noise, but found nothing. He suspected this must be a more powerful, hidden magic. I never thought that in this world, besides the members of the Abyssal Body, there are also powerful undead like you outside. Cassius Habakkuk spoke in a tone of admiration, his initial resistance gone. In his opinion, only the undead, possessing eternal life, could delve into and master such great magic. Have you discovered this? Evil Eye's heart trembled, guessing that Cassius Habakkuk had probably noticed her undead identity. She thought to herself, they've mistaken the hidden Crimson Dragon King for an undead as well. Oh! Tang Zheng also noticed this, his eyes flickering. Evil Eye, I can dispel your magic now. Yes! Evil Eye wanted to kill the undead before her, but she didn't dare disobey Tang Zheng's order. She raised her arm and aimed at the sand coffin. The magic was lifted. Swish. The taut yellow sand began to loosen, tumbling off Cassius Habakkuk's body, dissipating upon contact with the ground. The sand domain was lifted. Cassius Habakkuk regained control of his magic, and looked at Evil Eye, masked and draped in a red cloak, his eyes filled with interest. The magic just now was truly miraculous. It was a more powerful application than ordinary confinement magic, and a magic unlike anything he had ever encountered. They excelled in the study of earth magic. Do you two wish to join the body of the abyss? Cassius Habakkuk adjusted his wrinkled magic robes, displaying a polite, yet somewhat talkative air. While you two are formidable, I do not recommend you join the organization at this time. Perhaps you don't know. Currently, the organization is being controlled by a terrifying and evil Dragon King. No, exploited. They're a complete parasite. Cassius Habakkuk's face was expressionless, and his tone was relatively calm, yet a sense of exasperation lingered in his words. If it weren't for his rotting cheeks and jaw, which was missing a large chunk of flesh, he would have looked like a scholar whose research had been robbed. Dragon King? At those two words, Evil Eye subconsciously glanced toward the transparent sky. She didn't need to worry about anyone noticing her subtle movements, as she was wearing a mask. To call the world's strongest race dragons, describing them as parasites, even though they were facing an undead being, how audacious. Evil Eye took a subtle step back, fearing to anger the hidden Crimson Dragon King. Perhaps feeling confident in the presence of the two powerful undead before him, Cassius Habakkuk continued, I know you're powerful, but you probably don't know much about the abyssal body. My strength isn't that strong within the organization. I'm even a member of the Outer Circle. The organization has 9 Inner Circle members. According to the difficulty rating of the living world, each of them is a powerful undead, with a difficulty rating of 150. Huh? Evil Eye glanced sharply at Cassius Habakkuk, a wave of intense emotion surging through her. What a joke. Evil Eye's heart surged with fear. She felt the undead before her was joking. A difficulty rating of 150. This meant that every member of the Inner Circle was no weaker than her. What was this abyssal body organization all about? If they weren't deceiving her and possessed such formidable power, why hadn't she heard of it before? Such a powerful organization actually exists hidden in this world. Although I can't be certain, I heard about 100 years ago that someone within the organization's inner circle had developed the power of 8th tier magic. Cassius Habakkuk's voice grew melancholic. Faced with magical knowledge beyond his reach, he felt only emptiness within. He composed himself and continued seriously, thus, even members of the inner circle cannot withstand the power of the evil Dragon King. I suggest you two refrain from joining the organization for now. Having spoken so much, Cassius Habakkuk's voice rose a little, and he spoke expectantly. Although my strength may not match yours, I believe I possess some talent for studying magic. If you don't mind, we can research and share magical knowledge together in this base. I can also provide you with my previous research unconditionally. As Cassius Habakkuk spoke, the rotting flesh clinging to his jaw trembled slightly, his crimson eyes burning with a fiery intensity. After sharing so much information, this was his true purpose. Whether it was specialized knowledge of earth magic or 8th tier magic, neither of them had ever been mastered, or even explored. Exchanging knowledge for knowledge was the fairest trade for the undead. Hearing this information, Evil Eye's heart grew ever more horrified. The body of the abyss was clearly an organization composed entirely of undead. Terrifying, powerful, mysterious. This was her current impression of the organization. Undead? Dragon King. Could it be? True Dragon King. Evil Eye uttered the 3 words. True Dragon King? What is that? Cassius Habakkuk looked at Evil Eye in confusion. Evil Eye quickly shut her mouth, her arms trembling slightly in her sleeves. He could easily control such a powerful organization, one of whose undead could even wield 8th tier magic. Such power seemed even greater than that of the Crimson Dragon King. This mysterious Dragon King was connected to the undead. Could he be the true culprit behind the destruction of the Imberia Kingdom? After 250 years, Evil Eye felt a surge of emotion. Calm down. You must stay calm. The Crimson Dragon King was right beside her. A powerful and evil Dragon King? Have you ever seen him? Tang Jing's voice echoed from midair. Not really. Cassius Habakkuk shook his head, clearly a little apprehensive. I only heard about it from the other outer members. Why do you remain invisible? Cassius Habakkuk was curious. It's a situation I have to accept, Tang Jing said, his voice filled with resignation and a headache. An unexpected incident occurred while researching high-level magic, causing the spell to fail, so I've been invisible. That's why I'm searching for the body of the abyss, intending to acquire more magical knowledge to solve this problem. Cassius Habakkuk suddenly realized, and said with admiration, "So that's how it is." Naive. Evil Eye glanced at Cassius Habakkuk. He probably rarely interacted with outsiders. Cunning. Evil Eye then secretly added another cunning comment to Tang Zheng's already existing arrogance. I am deeply saddened by the current plight of the abyssal body. Although my power is limited, I can still help. Now that Tang Zheng had confirmed that Cassius Habakkuk was a member of the organization, he naturally wanted to strike while the iron was hot to gain more information. I wonder if we can contact the abyssal body. As undead, we pursue nothing more than knowledge. How can we allow ourselves to be exploited by others? Tang Zheng's words were filled with anger, as if he empathized with the abyssal body's plight. Evil Eye raised her neck slightly, a look of astonishment beneath her mask. She couldn't believe such words would come from the mouth of that arrogant Crimson Dragon King. Cassius Habakkuk squeezed his magic wand, praising loudly inwardly and expressing his approval. But he had already decided not to contact the body of the abyss, to prevent himself from becoming one of the evil Dragon King's slaves. How about a piece of 6th-tier magical knowledge as payment? Taking notice of the other party's hesitation, Tang Zheng spoke again. You only need to contact the body of the abyss, and we handle the rest. Cassius Habakkuk's crimson eyes lit up, and he subconsciously clenched his staff, as if deeply troubled. The power of the intervening teleportation magic was 8th-tier magic, a level of knowledge he couldn't possibly master at his current level. But 6th-tier magic was different. Evil Eye's breathing inexplicably quickened. It was said that dragons were known for their stinginess, but he didn't expect them to so readily share magical knowledge that couldn't be valued in monetary terms. Okay. Cassius Habakkuk nodded vigorously, his voice hoarse. Finally, desire triumphed over reason. A very fair deal. Tang Zheng smiled faintly, then changed his tone. However, I also hope that your excellency will allow us to trust you. Cassius Habakkuk was stunned, staring at the cold, indifferent Evil Eye and the mysterious undead, who remained undetectable. All right. This contains my research on magic, and there are also some materials in the base. These are all my most precious possessions. Please take good care of them. Cassius Habakkuk realized that he was the weaker party, and had no room for negotiation. He smiled bitterly, and removed the magic leather bag. A moment later, Cassius Habakkuk activated teleportation magic and disappeared. Tang Zheng stared at the direction he had disappeared, his eyes deep. To be able to obtain so much information from this undead at once was a pleasant surprise. There was only one thing he didn't know. Which true Dragon King secretly controls the body of the abyss? Kodaiten Dragon King? Everdark Dragon King? Vampire Dragon King? These 3 true Dragon Kings are likely the only ones capable of interacting with the undead. Your Excellency the Dragon King. Evil Eye raised her head to the sky and respectfully inquired, what kind of organization is the body of the abyss? Cassius Habakkuk had indeed revealed some of the details, but she was still confused and unable to fully grasp them. Also, Evil Eye could clearly sense the importance that Tang Zheng attached to this organization. Since you already know, I wouldn't mind telling you a little. Tang Zheng spoke calmly and casually. This is a secret organization that has existed for approximately 400 years. With just one sentence, Evil Eye's scalp tingled slightly. It was originally formed by 4 Dark Knight Archmages and 3 Archmages of the Dead. It was a relatively loose organization. Even now, the entire organization is not very large. As for its purpose, it's probably because the undead lack the 3 great desires of the living, so they have a stronger pursuit of knowledge. Tang Zheng let out a strange laugh, and glanced at Evil Eye. Speaking of which, as a fellow undead, the other party didn't seem to have such a strong desire, or perhaps Evil Eye's desire was something else. Your Excellency the Dragon King, your purpose for not killing that undead was to leverage his identity to gain the trust of the members of the abyssal body. Evil Eye spoke softly, pondering the deeper purpose of the Crimson Dragon King. Was it the true Dragon King? But since they were both dragons, why didn't the Crimson Dragon King show any friendly attitude towards the other true Dragon King? Oh! Tang Zheng looked at Evil Eye in surprise, slightly bewildered. How did you know I planned to kill Cassius Habakkuk? He still had value at the moment, but once this undead brought him into contact with the body of the abyss, his existence would naturally become unnecessary. However, throughout this entire process, he never once revealed any murderous intent. That's just my guess, Evil Eye muttered ambiguously, thinking to herself, as expected. She knew it. How could the stingy dragons be so generous? Chapter 373. Deep within the decaying palace, a variety of items lay scattered about, some containing precious alchemical materials imbued with magical power, while others contained the haphazardly dismembered bodies of low-level undead. At first glance, It was a completely uncanny place, a horror that would make a child weep. Bang! Roar! The clashing and roaring of the iron cages echoed in her ears. Evil Eye, stepping on the relatively smooth and clean stone slabs, stood before two enormous cages, each containing a more powerful undead individual. Looking at the two undead, Evil Eye felt a tearing pain within her, and even more so, an unspoken sense of self-blame. Crystal dagger. Evil Eye's voice was hoarse, and she raised her arm and pointed it forward. Swish! A translucent crystal dagger condensed in midair and flew towards the iron cage ahead. However, just as it was about to make contact, the crystal dagger suddenly stopped in midair. Evil Eye's palm faced forward, trembling slightly, before she clenched her fist. With a crack, the crystal dagger, resting in front of the iron cage, shattered in midair, dissipating into fine powder. Evil Eye gazed deeply at the two undead in the cage, then abruptly turned and headed back out of the palace. When she returned to the ground, she looked at the countless undead slowly drifting around her, unconscious, and the empty sky. Dragon King, Evil Eye said loudly, her emotions agitated, but still respectful. Not far away, on a solid outer wall amidst the remaining ruins, Tang Zheng stood quietly atop it, looking at him with interest. Oh, what's up? Evil Eye pursed her lips and lowered her head. I don't actually know anything about the sanctuary. After saying this, Evil Eye waited silently for the Crimson Dragon King's wrath. She had originally thought that with her strength, even if she couldn't defeat him, she could still escape. And the more she engaged him, Evil Eye could sense his power, and the mysterious abyssal body that had emerged. He had existed for over 400 years, and might have information about the sanctuary the Crimson Dragon King had mentioned. Therefore, she had to act before Cassius Habakkuk returned. At the same time, Evil Eye realized that, as an undead being, she would likely need to engage the abyssal body on behalf of the Crimson Dragon King. She still had value, and even if she angered the Crimson Dragon King, she wouldn't immediately attack him. I understand. A faint voice echoed from midair. Evil Eye was startled, her head raised in bewilderment, looking in the direction of the voice, though she could see nothing. I can see the essence of things, Evil Eye. Tang Zheng spoke calmly. Just like your identity, you are no ordinary noble of this ruined nation. The air grew quiet. Deception is meaningless. The same applies to your identity and your fake name. From the beginning, I value your true worth. Tang Zheng's commanding voice vibrated the air, turning it into a humming sound. As someone who has entered the realm of the demon god, you are qualified to speak to me on an equal footing. I can forgive your deception, carried out in the hope of saving your companions. This is my kindness, Evil Eye. A completely unexpected response. Evil Eye hadn't expected to receive this response, not only without the Crimson Dragon King's wrath. Recalling her experiences during this period, the Crimson Dragon King certainly had no hostility towards her. Instead, she had always been wary and cautious. Evil Eye felt a surge of shame. For the proud dragon race, such deception was clearly unacceptable. I praise you, your heart, blazing like fire. Evil Eye bowed to the empty air before her. Tang Zheng smiled, his words not wasted. He knew Evil Eye was wary and cautious of him. There was nothing he could do about it. He was, after all, pretending to be the Dragon King. My real name is Kino Facilis Imberin, Princess of the ruined Imberia Kingdom. Evil Eye straightened up, recounting everything that had happened with a sorrowful tone. At the end, her voice grew agitated. Dragon King, is there truly any hope for us? She had long since given up. It wasn't until she met the Dragon King before her and returned to her homeland that the hope hidden within her heart finally took root and sprouted again. But Evil Eye was no longer the impoverished person she once was. After experiencing what would seem to be a vastly longer time and accumulating knowledge, she finally understood clearly. No matter how hard she tried, facing a hopeless reality, her power was simply not enough to save them. And now, at least, she finally understood that the force that had wrought their fate was a power called original magic. Evil Eye looked forward, a certain will flickering in the red pupils behind her mask. It wasn't expectation, but rather determination. This question, Tang Zheng had previously answered I don't know. Now, having arrived in the Imberia Kingdom, and seen these undead with her own eyes, Evil Eye clearly wanted a more definitive answer from him. Kino. I rather call you Evil Eye. It's more comfortable to call you Evil Eye. Among the 5th-tier magic of the Faith system, there's a spell called Resurrection of the Dead. Tang Zheng spoke quietly. Actually, at higher levels, there are equally powerful resurrection spells. For example, the 7th-tier Resurrection and the 9th-tier True Resurrection. Tang Zheng didn't mind sharing this knowledge, completely unavailable to people from another world, as it indirectly demonstrated his strength. He wanted to give Evil Eye the impression of possessing a wealth of knowledge unknown to ordinary people. There's actually a higher level resurrection magic. Evil Eye's voice trembled, incredulous at this level of information. Then, a sudden thought struck her, and she excitedly exclaimed, "Dragon King, are you saying that using higher level magic can revive everyone?" "Ninth level." Evil Eye felt a little dizzy just hearing those words. "No." Tang Jing firmly rejected the idea. "Based on what I know, even a 9th level resurrection magic wouldn't be enough." He didn't give Evil Eye a definitive answer, but he did hint at the near impossibility. Evil Eye raised her head, not feeling any disappointment. Perhaps she had already accepted this outcome. "Thank you, Lord Dragon King." Evil Eye's shoulders slumped, her crimson eyes flickering slightly. Everything she had just said and expressed was entirely genuine, but there was a hidden purpose: to gauge the Crimson Dragon King's goodwill through his response. The result completely relaxed Evil Eye. The Crimson Dragon King truly held no hostility, even deliberately using the stakes of everyone's resurrection to manipulate her. Evil Eye wondered if her intentions were a little too dirty, but such a test was necessary. She had seen enough intrigue and deception. "I understand the answer." Tang Jing gazed at Evil Eye quietly. "So, last royal family member of the Kingdom of Imperia, what do you intend to do?" Evil Eye gave a wry smile, but quickly regained her composure. "I only wanted to save everyone. And now, if you can never become human again." Evil Eye's voice grew firm. "As the last remaining royal family of this country, there's only one thing I can do, and must do. I'm willing to find the true Dragon King who transformed us into the undead. To do that, I'm willing to obey his orders. That's the only reward I can offer." He didn't say revenge on the Kukukan Dragon King. He simply wanted to find the Kukukan Dragon King who destroyed the country and turned him into the undead. Tang Jing, sensing Evil Eye's intention to face this alone, opened his mouth and let out a soft chuckle. "Order? You're using the wrong word. Only weak ants need order, and weak ants mean nothing to me. However, as someone who has reached the demon god realm and possesses the qualifications to speak directly with me, if you're my friend, I wouldn't mind assisting you. Come to think of it, I don't get along with those true Dragon Kings either." Evil Eye's shoulders stiffened, and she stared blankly ahead, bewildered. "Friend?" The dense clouds in the sky grew darker as the sun set. It was evening. In the west, a single crimson hue, obscured by thick fog, filled the air. Cassius Habakkuk, long absent, returned to the ruined royal city, following ripples in the air. Evil Eye saw him appear, and in a flash, she appeared before him. What was the result? "It took me a lot of effort to contact a member of the inner circle through several members of the organization's outer circle." Cassius Habakkuk raised his bony hand and patted his gray robe, looking relieved. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened during the entire process. He didn't want to become a subordinate of the evil and terrifying Dragon King who controlled the organization. The result? Evil Eye, noticing the other person's rambling, raised his voice and threw the other person's magic leather belt at him. Snap! Cassius Habakkuk quickly reached out to catch it. He quickly inspected the magic belt and found that the two mysterious undead had kept their promise and had not opened it. "The members of the inner circle heard that one of you possesses a powerful master of 8th tier magic and would like to meet with you. But it won't be until 3 days later. They seem to be tied up in some trivial matters." Cassius Habakkuk carefully put the magic leather bag away and spoke again, glancing around but still finding nothing. 3 days later. "Thank you for your help." Tang Jing's steady voice suddenly echoed in midair. "This is a fair trade." Cassius Habakkuk quickly looked in the direction of the voice and spoke quickly. So, the 6th tier magical knowledge? In exchange, I give it to you of course. But not now. We need to confirm whether we can actually meet the inner circle members of the abyssal body in 3 days. Tang Jing responded. Cassius Habakkuk's crimson eyes flickered, as if a raging fire suddenly dimmed. Disappointed, he said, "All right." Although he couldn't obtain the 6th tier magical knowledge immediately, he only had to wait 3 days. For the undead, time means nothing. Cassius Habakkuk touched his rotting cheek, thinking with anticipation. A cool moon. June 5th. Experience gauge. 30.38 million/1.88 million. Looking at the location where Evil Eye and Cassius Habakkuk had vanished together using teleportation magic, Tang Jing's eyes flashed with solemnity and depth. If the plan went smoothly, obtaining the next class would be much easier. Body of the Abyss itself wasn't a concern. The key was the true Dragon King hidden behind it. If he remembered correctly, Body of the Abyss had already begun preparations to rebel against the true Dragon King's rule. He only needed to give it a push, and he would achieve what he desired. But before that, Body of the Abyss also had considerable value. I hope everything goes well with Evil Eye, Tang Jing muttered softly to himself. The recent exchanges with Evil Eye had already earned her trust, and both parties shared the same goal. Time slipped by. It was approaching noon. Tang Jing immediately sensed a surge of magical energy not far away. Looking over, he saw Cassius Habakkuk. Seeing only one of them had returned, Tang Jing felt certain. This meant Evil Eye had made contact with the members of the Abyssal Body Inner Circle. Sir. Now we can exchange knowledge on 6th-tier magic. Cassius Habakkuk had just teleported back, his magic wand in one hand, his head turning to survey his surroundings, and spoke impatiently. Of course. A faint voice rang out from behind Cassius Habakkuk. Before Cassius Habakkuk could happily turn around, an invisible force suddenly descended. Ninjutsu, immobilization technique. Cassius Habakkuk's body froze in an instant, frozen in place, unable to move. What are you doing? You? Cassius Habakkuk was bewildered at first, then his crimson eyes flickered like flames as he stared at the ground in disbelief. You're a dragon. And then, a massive dragon's shadow completely enveloped him. While invisibility is activated, if attacked by an opponent, or if an opponent attacks, the invisibility effect automatically dissipates. Sir Cassius Habakkuk, I'd like to trouble you to cooperate with me in a few experiments. Tang Jing snatched Cassius Habakkuk from the ground, his voice echoing through his ears. The next moment, Tang Jing lifted him into the air, vanishing. Chapter 374. This is a dilapidated Gothic castle. Long-term disrepair has caused large sections of the castle's exterior to peel, and wild vines have overrun the castle. In the hall, two figures sat across from each other. Lush vines obscured almost all the doors and windows, rendering the view extremely dim. Such an environment clearly had no effect on the undead. Evil Eye glanced cautiously across from her. It was an undead with 2 heads and 6 arms, emanating a dense aura of negative energy. The terrifying negative energy made the undead surroundings noticeably dimmer than the surroundings. This was a terrifying Dark Knight undead great mage. Evil Eye's heart sank. From the moment she laid eyes on the undead, she sensed his strength was undoubtedly not inferior to hers. Hello, Evil Eye. I am a member of the inner circle of the Body of the Abyss, nicknamed Abyss, Benjeri Anthus. Abyss Benjeri observed his fellow warrior across from him, his knuckles gently rubbing a ring on his finger. The power of the detection magic dissipated. No! Or is it able to completely block detection magic? Abyss Benjeri was unsure for the moment. Although Cassius Habakkuk had already informed him that the mysterious undead possessing the 8th rank had not come with him, he still needed to exercise due caution. Abyss? Evil Eye's tone was filled with surprise at the title. Using the name of an organization, the undead's identity within that organization seemed easy to infer. Hee. Abyss Benjeri's voice was hoarse, and then he chuckled kindly. Body of the Abyss was indeed created by me. It was originally established to connect undead like us and avoid conflicts of interest. That was indeed the original purpose, but it gradually evolved into a secret society centered around knowledge and mutual assistance. In reality, not every undead could join the organization. After 400 years of development, there were only 55 members, including the inner and outer circles. This was related to the fact that most undead disliked contact with the outside world. Similarly, the members within the organization did not want to expose Body of the Abyss and cause unnecessary trouble. Unfortunately, Abyss Benjeri sighed inwardly. It had ultimately caused a major problem. Thinking of this, Abyss Benjeri's crimson eyes, gleaming in the darkness, flickered as he looked across at Evil Eye. According to normal procedures, if an undead outsider wants to contact members of the inner circle or join the Body of the Abyss, they must at least pass the judgment of several members of the outer circle and undergo a decades-long observation before they can make contact with the inner circle. This is to prevent the possibility of danger. However, the current situation is unique. No matter how much risk there is, how can it compare to the danger posed by the Dragon King? Especially after learning that one of the 2 undead outsiders actually possesses 8th-tier magic, possessing the power to block teleportation magic. If such a powerful person with such magical abilities could be recruited to jointly fight against the Dragon King, the chances of victory would be greatly increased. That's right. This was also the purpose and reason why the founder of the organization had come personally. Evil Eye nodded, feigning realization. She didn't care about these trivial matters. What truly concerned her was the Dragon King hidden behind the Body of the Abyss. I believe Cassius Habakkuk has already explained my purpose for coming here. Evil Eye acted somewhat aloof, a distant negotiating tactic that could make the other party pay more attention and reduce suspicion. Due to high-level invisibility magic, things went out of control? Abyss Ben-Jerry pondered for a moment, then shook his head slightly. I don't know the specifics. I wonder if you could explain it in more detail. Evil Eye relayed some of the information Tang Zheng had given her in advance. Abyss Ben-Jerry raised his chin slightly, his voice hoarse with surprise. A higher-level version of invisible magic. It can cause the Lord who has mastered the 8th level to lose control of his magic, which shows that his level of research in this magic is at least 7th level or higher. Abyss Ben-Jerry was shocked, somewhat impressed by Tang Zheng's level of research, and then fell into deep thought. The atmosphere became quiet. Evil Eye did not interrupt. She knew that the Crimson Dragon King was not affected by magic at all. This was just a reasonable starting point for contact. I'm sorry, my knowledge has not yet reached this level of magic. Abyss Ben-Jerry shook his head at first, but then changed his tone and said seriously, however, our organization has a member who has also reached the 8th level of magic power. If the Lord can communicate with him, perhaps we can find the answer. Abyss Ben-Jerry's 4 lower arms rested on his legs, while his 2 uppermost arms rested on the table, fingers interlocked. He actually wanted to engage directly with his fellow wielder of 8th tier magic. If he could offer a price, inviting him to join them in the fight against the Dragon King, that would be even better. I can't make a decision on this matter. Evil Eye shook her head slightly. I need to return and discuss this with my lord. Abyss Ben-Jerry nodded gently, unsurprised. After all, it was to be expected that some mutual distrust would be present in this first encounter. I've heard. Abyss Body is currently being commanded by a Dragon King? Evil Eye suddenly asked. Abyss Ben-Jerry's crimson eyes danced like flames. If he were alive, his expression would surely be horrified. Indeed. Abyss Ben-Jerry's hoarse voice became harsh. He hadn't expected the other party to already know about this matter. There was no point in lying at this moment. Cassius Habakkuk must have leaked it. If so, the plan to invite him in might not work. It seems that this is no ordinary Dragon King, Evil Eye sighed inexplicably. Wow! The flames in Abyss Ben-Jerry's pupils flickered again, and the negative energy emanating from him became even deeper and thicker. A chilling aura washed over the entire castle. Even the lush vines outside the doors and windows, entwining the castle, were affected and began to wither and yellow. An ordinary person, faced with this kind of negative energy, would likely be corroded and killed in the blink of an eye, but Evil Eye, a fellow undead, remained unaffected. In front of outsiders, Abyss Ben-Jerry couldn't respond. Whether he acknowledged it or not, it would affect the other party's judgment of the body of the Abyss. Sir, are you aware that magic doesn't stop at the 8th level? There's even 10th level magic? Evil Eye's slightly high-pitched voice, indistinguishable between male and female, emanated from behind the white mask. Shock! Abyss Ben-Jerry's 2 heads simultaneously turned toward the other side, even the 4 arms resting on his legs instinctively rising, only to quickly lower them again. Why? How could the other party know all this? 200 years ago, the White Saint, a member of the Inner Circle, reached the 8th level before everyone else and has been striving for the 9th level ever since. It was then that everyone in the organization, unaware of the existence of the power of 9th level magic. And ever since the organization came under the control of the Dragon King, the White Saint was the most cherished favorite. No, that guy didn't respect anyone, only toying with them as he pleased. In short, they had just unexpectedly learned that the highest tier magic in the world wasn't 9th tier, but 10th tier. Evil Eye narrowed her eyes, observing the shifting emotions of Abyss Ben-Jerry. A hint of disappointment rose within her as she watched him. Had the Crimson Dragon King overestimated him? The mere news of 10th tier magic had so astonished him that he couldn't even contain his emotions. My previous analysis was correct. Evil Eye thought to herself, her tense demeanor relaxing. The existence of 10th tier magic is extremely secretive information for ordinary people, even nations. However, with the energy of the body of the Abyss, it should be known. The only explanation for this result. Body of the Abyss has very limited means of obtaining information from the outside world. What exactly do you want to say? Abyss Ben-Jerry was shocked, but somewhat puzzled as to why Evil Eye suddenly brought up such a matter. Evil Eye gathered her words and asked, Sir, have you heard of the sanctuary? Sanctuary? Abyss Ben-Jerry's eyes flashed with confusion. Of course, it might not be called that. It might be a legend from a certain country, or perhaps a place. Evil Eye continued to answer Tang Jing's inquiries. The country where this place is located is probably destroyed, likely replaced by a new one. You could also think of it as a unique magical phenomenon. Perhaps it's a place where celebrations or ceremonies are often held. Evil Eye rattled off all the possibilities. After saying this, Evil Eye felt her mind was a bit confused. The more she talked, the more confused she felt. The Crimson Dragon King was clearly looking for a certain place, but it was unclear why he was so focused on it. The Abyss Ben and Jerry pondered this information, and a place mentioned by the outer members suddenly flashed through their minds. Since its founding, the members of the body of the Abyss organization have been essentially divided into two factions. One faction consisted of the undead, who expanded their influence among the living and used it to achieve their goals. The other faction consisted of those who, secluded from the living, quietly pursued their own agendas behind the scenes. However, the undead have always been the enemies of the living. Expanding influence abroad inevitably creates enemies, and so, over time, the members of the first faction gradually dwindled. However, during that period, the organization did indeed gain considerable intelligence and information from members of this faction. I wonder why you're asking this, Miss Evil Eye? Abyss Ben Jerry didn't answer directly, but instead subsided, his tone softening once more. He hadn't forgotten that the other party had mentioned Dragon King and then 10th tier magic. These didn't seem like casual references. Huh? He really knew. Evil Eye was stunned, looking at Abyss Ben Jerry, his body shrouded in black negative energy, his 4 crimson eyes flashing. I'm asking on behalf of our Lord. The current situation of the body of the Abyss speaks for itself. If you can share this information, our Lord can assist you in mastering the power of 10th tier magic. Evil Eye's voice trembled slightly at the end. 10th tier magic. This is a power only the legendary gods can wield. Evil Eye didn't know if the Crimson Dragon King was just boasting, or if he truly possessed this ability. Boom! Air wave! Abyss Ben Jerry suddenly rose from his chair, and the invisible wave spread into a stream of air that creaked the furniture throughout the hall. The already gloomy environment was instantly enveloped by a dense, profound negative energy. Soundproof barrier. Detection defense. Isolation. Abyss Ben Jerry raised all 3 arms simultaneously, the mouths of his 2 heads opening and closing, and in a split second, he unleashed 3 different spells. The magical wave rapidly spread. In a single breath, the magic enveloped the entire area. Evil Eye's pupils narrowed, and she stared at the opponent in astonishment. So powerful. She had long known that the opponent's strength was no less than hers, but she had never imagined he could unleash 3 spells in a single breath. A battle between magic casters is a battle of magic. Unleashing 3 spells in a single breath was like 1 man against 3. Are you kidding, Lord Evil Eye? Abyss Ben Jerry spoke excitedly, the negative energy vibrating unconsciously as he spoke. To fight the Dragon King, the members of their inner circle had secretly held countless meetings to discuss, but so far, they had been unsuccessful. If they could gain the power of 10th tier magic, perhaps they could truly defeat the blood-sucking worms that drive them. Well, there's no need for us to lie to you, Evil Eye said righteously, a hint of uncertainty lingering in her voice. She actually felt that the Crimson Dragon King, offering such a reward, whether it was deception or something else, was excessively generous. Well, I do know a little about the Holy Land you mentioned. Abyss Ben Jerry, after a brief recollection, spoke with a hint of uncertainty. However, according to past accounts, it shouldn't be called the Holy Land, but the Buddha Land. If I remember correctly, the people of that country seem to worship a deity called the Buddha God, and they also call that place Spirit Mountain, a rather strange name. Chapter 375. Buddha God? Hearing this deity's name, Evil Eye felt a strange sense of familiarity. After searching carefully, she finally remembered that within the Bahar's empire, there was a team of adamantine-rank adventurers called the Silver Birds, whose members included a believer in Buddha. This was the information provided by Tia and the others, and the base empire was considered their base. It was said to be a little-known deity, while others said it was a subordinate of the 4 great gods. Evil Eye wasn't particularly interested in the details. Then, be more specific. Abyss Ben Jerry's crimson eyes flashed with consideration, glinting against the gloom. I need to re-examine this record to get a clearer picture. He had no idea why the undead, possessing 8th tier magic, would offer such a high price in exchange for such information. 10th tier magic. Abyss Ben Jerry's 3 arms trembled slightly. No matter how he thought about it, it felt a little unbelievable. If the other party possessed such a method, that was the legendary god. Did such a being really need to cooperate with them, even if the side effects of magic caused it to become invisible? Abyss Ben Jerry felt a mixture of excitement and fear, but even more of a sense of terror and suspicion. I take this information back. Evil Eye wasn't surprised when the other party stopped talking. She understood his feelings perfectly. She knew it. Such a bargaining chip would scare the other party. When Evil Eye first heard what Tang Zheng had said, she was much more excited and terrified than Abyss Binjiri before her. One more thing. Never mind. Evil Eye opened her mouth, then continued, let's leave this discussion at that for now. How about another one in 3 days? She had originally intended to use the Crimson Dragon King as leverage to inquire about the Kingdom of Imperia. Now it was difficult to open her mouth. The other party was already frightened. Further questioning would only make him suspect them of being imposters. If it affected the Crimson Dragon King's investigation, it would be troublesome. No problem. I take my leave then. Abyss Binjiri's hoarse voice rang out instantly, casting a teleportation spell as if fleeing. Swish. A terrifying figure, emanating a thick aura of negative energy, vanished into thin air. Evil Eye paused, stunned, as the word retreat still echoed in the room, but the figure had already vanished. The border of the Kingdom of Imperia. A ruined town. Days earlier, Tang Zheng had secretly set up the sacrificial death spiral ritual in this town. When they first arrived in this country, Tang Zheng and Evil Eye explored every city and town across the country, not just to determine if there were any unknown, hidden enemies within. After gaining a better understanding of these towns, Tang Zheng chose this location on the border, known for its strong negative energy and high population of undead. Undead possessing self-awareness are extremely valuable research material. Tang Zheng placed Cassius Habakkuk, bound by ninjutsu, at the center of the ritual and surveyed the entire process. Hiss. Mute. Crackle. Roar. Just then, within the ritual, over 100 undead monsters, their limbs broken, were placed, their limbs occasionally roaring, preventing them from moving. It feels a little off. Tang Zheng stood at the edge of the magical ritual, muttering softly to himself, but it's just an experiment, so it's enough. Initiate the ritual. Instantly, a faint black light flickered across the ritual, and invisible waves spread, mobilizing the negative energy of the hundreds of undead gathered there, as well as this sample essay. It transformed into a visible gray haze, rapidly gathering towards the center of the ritual. What are you going to do? Who are you? Negative energy. You can actually trigger negative energy. What kind of ritual is this? Cassius Habakkuk screamed in agony, his hoarse voice filled with terror and pleading. But soon, the screams of fear turned into groans of pain. Observing these changes, an unexpected development, Tang Zheng observed the scene before him, frowning slightly. Another expected outcome. The undead are the representatives of negative energy. Utilizing the power of ritual to inject a large amount of negative energy into the undead's body would theoretically only strengthen them. And Cassius Habakkuk's constant groans of pain clearly indicated that this was wishful thinking. During the hill incident, both the birth of the Death Knight and the Soul Eater were the result of a massive accumulation of negative energy. Tang Zheng's eyes flickered thoughtfully. The Death Knights and Soul Eaters that were born were actually unconscious entities. Especially the Soul Eaters transformed by Kajiat, they completely lost their self-awareness. A brief pause. Tang Zheng inserted his hand into the ritual, then quickly withdrew it. Slight corrosion had already appeared on the flesh armor on the dragon claw. The living will be corroded by contact with negative energy. And surprisingly, the undead will also be affected by absorbing negative energy. It seems, his previous idea of using negative energy to enhance Evil Eye's strength was a bit naive. If the sacrifice death spiral can enhance the strength of the undead by absorbing negative energy, why didn't the leader do it? It's only used to create higher-level undead monsters. That's the problem. I'm increasingly curious. The body of the Abyss can allow Evil Eye to obtain the magical techniques of the degraded vampire god ancestor. Tang Zheng looked at Cassius Habakkuk, who screamed in agony as if under some influence, at the center of the ritual. He shook his head slightly. If we could obtain the technique, perhaps we could figure this out. Besides, after over 400 years of development, the body of the Abyss should possess a wealth of excellent magic and techniques. A moment later, the negative energy in the area gradually dissipated, and Cassius Habakkuk's screams ceased. He seemed merely a little lethargic. Tang Zheng hadn't noticed. When he first touched the negative energy, the classes Lord of Holiness and Lord of Corruption flickered simultaneously, then returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. The air hissed. The thick dragon tail, covered in flesh armor, swung, slamming down from the air, slamming heavily into the center of the ritual. Boom! Cassius Habakkuk's sturdy zombie body, struck by the blunt attack attribute, barely managed to let out a scream before it completely shattered. The shockwaves from the dragon's tail's impact spread along the ground it touched, creating a thunderous roar resembling an earthquake. The death spiral ritual was instantly shattered, and everything within the area was swept away like a hurricane. Buzz. Experience gained. 78,121 experience slots. 30.45 million/1.88 million. Tang Jing glanced at the paltry experience increase. A thought struck him, and he pulled a resurrection of the dead magic scroll from his item box. A gloomy, gray sky fell. After teleporting back to the capital several times, Evil Eye called out repeatedly, but found no sign of the Crimson Dragon King. Even the undead Cassius Habakkuk was nowhere to be seen, causing Evil Eye's heart to tense. Has something happened? Evil Eye's gaze sharpened, and she quickly cast a detection spell to observe. After a thorough investigation, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Evil Eye was well aware of the Crimson Dragon King's terrifying power. If anything unexpected had occurred, there would undoubtedly be traces of battle. Since there weren't any, this meant the Crimson Dragon King had only temporarily departed, a situation that had occurred several times before. Evil Eye found a clean spot and waited while recovering her mana. About 3 hours passed. The sky darkened completely. Did the communication with the body of the abyss go smoothly, Evil Eye? A commanding voice rang out. Evil Eye, resting, quickly stood up respectfully. Lord Dragon King. Tang Jing had returned long ago, having been soaring thousands of meters above, observing Evil Eye to prevent her from being secretly followed and brought back unknown enemies. After all, behind the abyssal body lies a mysterious true Dragon King. Each of these individuals is more cautious, cunning, and extremely dangerous. No caution is too great. It went smoothly, Lord Dragon King. Regarding the information on the sanctuary, Evil Eye recounted the entire conversation in full detail. Tang Jing was visibly stunned, his face a look of surprise and astonishment. Fortunately, he was invisible, so Evil Eye couldn't detect his emotional shifts. There really is information on the sanctuary. Tang Jing was both surprised and delighted. Originally, he had only considered taking a chance. His main purpose in contacting the abyssal body was, first, to uncover the true Dragon King behind the organization. Second, to preemptively trigger the abyssal body's rebellion. Is this considered lucky? Tang Jing's heart was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Buddha Realm was the previous name for the Holy Realm? The world item Two Worlds Mandala is clearly Buddhist in style. Perhaps this is indeed the place. This reminded him of the world-class item called Mountain, River, and State Map in the Great Tomb. Clearly, in Yggdrasil, world-class items aren't limited to the Norse mythology style. Two Worlds Mandala, Buddha God. Tang Jing pondered silently, his excitement gradually giving way to solemnity. It was obvious. Neither of these titles represented the style of another world. The Buddha God was likely a descended player. An individual descended? A guild descended? Tang Jing's eyes grew more serious. Too little information was available for any useful analysis. The only certainty was that this item had existed for at least 250 years. According to the rule of descending every 100 years, if that Buddha God is also human and died of natural causes, it would take at least another 100 years. He silently speculated. The Buddha God descended probably after the 8 Desire Kings. The player who descended 400 years ago. Or perhaps 300 years ago. If so, the Buddha God didn't die of natural causes, and the possibility of an accidental death becomes extremely high. At this thought, Tang Jing felt an inexplicable chill in his heart, as if a chill ran down his spine. This was an impressive feat for killing a player holding a world-class item. Of course, a natural death is more likely. After all, the Two Worlds Mandala is an ownerless world-class item. If the Buddha God were killed, the item would most likely be taken by the victor. No, that's not entirely acceptable. Two Worlds Mandala may require its holder to meet certain conditions. The second contact will be in 3 days? This thought occurred to Tang Jing, his voice becoming more serious. He spoke with authority. I need more detailed information about this location. I understand, Lord Dragon King. Evil Eye nodded, but she was more curious about what this so-called sanctuary was, and why it was so important. That, knowledge of 10th tier magic. Evil Eye, suddenly remembering the terms of the exchange, said with a stiff upper lip. That Abyss Ben and Jerry wouldn't be easily deceived. If they wanted to obtain this information from him, they would have to bring out the real deal. Whoosh! In the sky, a sturdy, arm-length animal hide scroll appeared from thin air, drifting down. Evil Eye easily took it, gripping it in her hand. The thick, raised surface resembled the hide of some crocodile. She formed a mental judgment. Lord Dragon King, what is this? Evil Eye's gaze fell on the hide, seeing densely inscribed text. She asked in confusion. What does this have to do with 10th tier magic? This is a special magical ritual I accidentally acquired. Tang Jing's deep, majestic voice descended from midair. This ritual allows the chanting of magic to unleash magic 2 tiers higher than one's own. If there truly are undead within the abyssal body who possess the power of 8th tier magic, mastering this ritual will indeed unleash the power of 10th tier magic. Tang Jing finished, his lips curling slightly. The magic ritual isn't the key. Without mastering magic ascension, even the ritual is useless. This animal hide scroll isn't the original copy from the lizardman's ancestor, but a temporary reproduction by Tang Jing, incorporating some of his own interpretations. This makes the magic ascension ritual easier to learn and master. Tang Jing had no intention of deceiving Body of the Abyss. On the contrary, he hoped more than anyone else that Body of the Abyss master this power as soon as possible. Otherwise, how could they resist the true Dragon King? Several years later, even after the great underground tomb of Nazareth descended, Body of the Abyss still hadn't launched a rebellion. The primary reason was that they felt they lacked the power to defeat the true Dragon King. Since these guys couldn't make up their minds, Tang Jing would give them the resolve. If things had proceeded normally, Body of the Abyss was clearly a gift to the Bone King, allowing the great underground tomb to eliminate a true Dragon King. Tang Jing had no intention of letting the future Bone King take advantage of this. Chapter 376. Evil Eye's arm suddenly trembled as she gripped the pristine animal hide scroll, nearly losing her grip. This shouldn't happen to a powerful being who had reached the level of demon god. Evil Eye's inner turmoil was palpable. A ritual that can raise magic by 2 levels. Evil Eye clutched the animal hide scroll tightly, her voice rising involuntarily. Lord Dragon King. Is this a joke? Do you think I joke about something like this, Evil Eye? Tang Jing's voice came indifferently. Evil Eye wasn't so calm. A magic ritual that could unleash magical power 2 levels higher than her own was undoubtedly valuable and powerful. Especially for a magic caster who mastered high-level magic. For an undead being like Body of the Abyss, said to be able to wield 8th level magic, obtaining this ritual might truly unleash the power of 10th level magic. That's the power and domain of a god. Evil Eye's breathing quickened, and she glanced cautiously upward, her eyes filled with awe and solemnity. She hadn't forgotten that the Crimson Dragon King also wielded the power of 8th tier magic. Evil Eye grew increasingly certain. The fact that the Blue Rose had survived their clutches was pure mercy. Perhaps a desire ignited within Evil Eye that, with their power, she could truly find the culprit who destroyed the kingdom of Imperia. As the last member of the royal family, carrying everyone's hopes and will, she would achieve revenge. After experiencing the hope, disappointment, and loss of saving everyone over the long years, this feeling of powerlessness had become a wound and memory hidden deep within her heart, an untouchable wound. Now, at this moment, Evil Eye's inner confusion gradually dissipated, and she finally found what she must do. Even if it cost her life. Lord Dragon King. Evil Eye reluctantly averted her gaze from the animal hide scroll. Even through the mask, she could still sense the pain in his voice. Isn't it too precious to use the power of this magical ritual as a bargaining chip? To be honest, Evil Eye herself was a little reluctant. Handing over information whose authenticity was uncertain could be described as extravagant. No, neither of those words could describe it. Tang Jing was a little surprised by Evil Eye's response, a hint of astonishment crossing his face. Evil Eye's words were undoubtedly from his perspective, indicating that Evil Eye had already brought him into the position of a companion. That was a good thing. Oh, Evil Eye. Have you ever considered the other possibility of using this ritual so easily, as a bargaining chip? Tang Jing jokingly asked. Dragon Lord, are you saying there's something wrong with the ritual? Evil Eye asked, suddenly realizing the scroll in her hand. She wasn't skilled in ritual magic. She encountered it before, but she had no talent for it. However, she knew one thing. The ritual couldn't be arranged with even a single mistake. Not at all, Evil Eye. Tang Jing shook his head, his tone calm. I wouldn't bother tinkering with that. Not only is there nothing wrong with the ritual, it's not even difficult to learn. This wasn't the original Lizardman version. If it were, many of the terms would be in the Lizardman's own language. Without the guidance of a Lizardman priest, understanding it completely would be difficult. Tang Jing believed that the undead of the abyssal body could master the research capabilities with time. However, how long that would take was uncertain. Tang Jing didn't have the time to give them that. Well, Evil Eye's confusion and doubt grew. A ritual is a ritual, but whether or not it can be used is another matter. Tang Jing didn't mind explaining the mystery, and even hoped that Evil Eye could master it. This magical ritual can indeed increase the caster's magic level by 2 tiers, but the caster must master the magic enhancement technique of magic ascension. Otherwise, even if you master the ritual, you won't be able to use it. As soon as these words were spoken, I understand, Lord Dragon King. Evil Eye finally understood completely at this moment, her tone filled with admiration. This ritual simply proves to the people of the Abyss Body that we haven't lied. After seeing this magical ritual, the Abyss Body will undoubtedly ask us for help. Then we can seize the initiative. Your wisdom humbles me. Evil Eye lowered her head slightly, thinking back to the painful doubts she had just felt. No arrangement is absolute, Evil Eye. Tang Zheng chuckled with authority. If any of those undead had mastered magic rise beforehand, then this plan wouldn't be possible. Evil Eye's heart tightened as she considered this possibility. Tang Zheng continued calmly, but this isn't a bad thing for us. Strengthening the body of the Abyss will only increase their desire to rebel against the true Dragon King. We can also use this to observe whether the true Dragon King, hiding in the shadows, is the culprit behind the destruction of the Kingdom of Imperia. In short, with this precious ritual, you too can investigate whatever you desire from the body of the Abyss. Evil Eye felt deeply moved upon hearing these words. The Crimson Dragon King before her didn't treat her as a tool. Thank you for your generosity, Lord Dragon King. Evil Eye bowed. We are cooperative friends, aren't we? Tang Zheng said in a commanding voice tinged with laughter. As an undead, you possess strength far beyond that of ordinary humans, yet you manage to coexist peacefully with the living. This talent and will are truly precious. The sudden praise. Evil Eye's face, pale behind her mask, flushed unnaturally. Suddenly, Evil Eye's mind flashed to a figure in white priest robes, Tang, leader of the Free Will. A young man who had left a lasting impression on her. She thought of the battle that had taken place in the palace of the Riestai's kingdom. If she remembered correctly, Tang seemed to possess the ability to rise of magic. If she passed this ritual on to him, it should unleash even greater power. Evil Eye opened her mouth, but ultimately chose not to tell the Crimson Dragon King about this matter. Since we still have 3 days, you can also learn this ritual. If you can master it, I wouldn't mind teaching you the magical enhancement methods of Rise of Magic. Tang spoke casually, hoping Evil Eye could master it. Through this, spreading it through his hands, increasing humanity's strength. Compared to the more expensive and demanding grand ritual, the rite of Rise of Magic was much simpler. Ah, can I learn this too? Evil Eye exclaimed, her words uncertain and excited. 3 days flew by in a flash. Evil Eye truly had no talent for choreographing rituals. Even with Tang Zheng's explanation, she could barely comprehend how they worked. Not being able to fully understand wasn't a big deal. Simply being able to perform the ritual was enough, though it would take some time. Another encounter with the body of the Abyss. Having gained experience from their first encounter, both Evil Eye and Abyss Ben Jerry clearly let down their guard. Auspicious month. June 15th. 10 days had passed since the first encounter with the body of the Abyss. Experience gauge. 45.45 million/1.88 million less-led tribal state. This region, located in the southwest, is further from the northwest continent where humans reside than the Kingdom of Imperia. It is a vast, boundless grassland. The entire area lacked any visible signs of civilization, instead consisting of a dozen nomadic tribes of subhuman races. The entire tribal state was essentially divided into 2 subhuman races, the powerful Lionman tribe and the Knollman tribe, which was dependent on them. Night fell. A cold, white crescent moon hung high in the sky, its sparse stars flickering faintly. Across this vast, empty, dark grassland, the starry sky was the only faint glimmer of light. Of course, for subhuman races, night vision is a natural gift, and in this darkness, its impact on vision was not noticeable. A chill wind blew past, and the rustling of grass being gnawed by insects echoed across the nightly grassland. Tang Zheng, now in human form, clad in a black cloak, sat on the corpse of a gnoll, and took a piece of soft white bread from his item box. Before him stood a gnoll under the influence of all-race charm. After obtaining more detailed information about the sanctuary, he immediately headed for the area known as the Laselda Tribal Kingdom. The pitch-black environment did not affect Tang Zheng's vision. As a human, he naturally lacked such an ability, but with the passive of Dragon Transcendent, he indirectly gained the ability of night vision. This place is really huge. Tang Zheng took a few bites of the white bread and swallowed them. Gazing out into the endless grasslands in the distance, he grumbled. He had already investigated 2 tribes, and had a basic understanding of this tribal kingdom. The entire grassland was larger than the Baja's empire, and the Riestage kingdom combined. This land, however, consisted of only a dozen or so nomadic tribes, led by the Lion Men, making investigation quite challenging. Unsure of their location, even with teleportation magic, they couldn't teleport directly there. So, they captured a few gnolls to lead the way. "How many people are there in your entire tribal kingdom?" Tang Zheng asked casually, chewing a piece of white bread. "Large, perhaps around 500,000, the gnoll replied, revealing sharp, blackened teeth. He opened his mouth uncertainly, a fishy smell escaping his mouth and mingling with the air, only to be instantly blown away by the cold wind. The gnoll before him possessed a long, narrow wolf's muzzle, his eyes a cloudy yellow, and a head similar in appearance to that of a dog. His body was slender and frail, though his legs were relatively strong. Probably a subhuman race adapted for running and biting. Such a small population. Tang Zheng was startled, looking up in surprise. This grassland was so vast, and the environment didn't look harsh, considering the combined population of the empire and kingdom was nearly 20 million. The grassland isn't suitable for farming. While there are many grasses growing on the land, the tribes are primarily carnivorous. The grasslands are extremely hot during the day and very cold at night, and conflicts between tribes often occur. This gnoll, perhaps considered a learned individual, gave a manageable explanation. Tang Zheng nodded imperceptibly, his understanding of the entire Lyselda tribal state deepening. This is a nation primarily based on nomadism. The form of government is patriarchal, with the chiefs of each tribe united under a king as the tribal leader. He wasn't interested in this system. However, the intelligence gathered during this period made Tang Zheng frown slightly. Abyssal Body's information was clearly several versions behind. This vast grassland was originally supposed to have been ruled by a human nation. Probably a human nation of the immortal, rainbow-eyed type, similar to the Imperial Kingdom. Abyssal Body provided little information on this nation's history, and the only thing Tang Zheng could deduce was that it was a nation descended upon or ruled by a Buddha god player. The problem was, this nation had been destroyed and occupied by another nation, but it was definitely not the Lyselda tribal nation in front of him. This meant that the nation occupied by the Buddha god player was also destroyed, and the tribal nation in front of him was at least the third version. Tang Zheng felt a headache at the thought. This area had experienced at least 3 changes of kingdoms, so the historical intelligence and other information about the country where the Buddha god player resided had likely been lost to history. The only thing we can confirm now is that the 2 worlds mandala, this world-class item, should be on this vast grassland, but its exact location is impossible to determine. Tang Zheng looked up at the vast grassland, his eyelids twitching. "How far is it from the tribal territory of your king?" Tang Zheng swallowed the whole white bread in his hand. When he felt a little full, he turned to the werewolf in front of him. "I need more accurate information." The king's tribe was the most powerful on this vast grassland. Perhaps any historical records from the past could only be found within their own tribe. About 10 days' journey. The gnoll sniffed the sweet aroma of white bread in the air, and even under the influence of the charm, he couldn't help but drooling down his blackened teeth. The gnoll clearly couldn't give an exact distance, only vaguely referring to days. Tang Zheng glanced at him with a hint of disdain, then stood up, grabbed him by the neck, and lifted him up easily with one hand. Ninjutsu, concealment, flight. Tang Zheng lifted the gnoll, and disappeared from his position. Then he soared into the air, flying swiftly in the direction he pointed. Chapter 377. On this vast grassland, there are 12 tribes in total. Each is ruled by a lion man, while the more numerous gnolls are completely dependent on the lion man. This is similar to the relationship between goblins and big goblins, where the 2 races are superior and inferior. The strongest of these 12 tribes is the Val tribe, known as the Red Mantles. Their supreme ruler is King Anreltikos Val. Due to their nomadic political system and unique hunting culture, their overall level of civilization is relatively low. If compared with humans in terms of overall strength, in terms of pure military strength, lion men and gnolls, once they reach adulthood, are natural-born warriors and guerrillas without training, which is also the advantage of the subhuman race. Lake Lakohaz. This is the largest lake on this grassland, and the headquarters of the Red Mane Val tribe. Not only does this lake provide abundant water and food, but near the eastern shore lies a salt field stretching unfathomably deep underground, one of the Val tribe's greatest treasures. Relying on this salt field, they mine and refine edible salt, a crucial means for the Val tribe to influence other tribes and acquire wealth. King Anriel reclined on a fur blanket a finger thick. He was already in his 50s, not old, but no longer young. The vibrant red hair on his cheeks in his youth had now turned a bit yellow at the ends, just as his ambition was gradually fading. King. A soft, enchanting voice echoed from beside him. King Anriel opened his mouth and gently placed a plump grape between his teeth, the sweet and sour flavor spreading across his tongue. Ha ha ha. King Anriel laughed joyfully. He reached out to embrace the 57 newly acquired concubines beside him. The softness of their touch made King Anriel narrow his eyes slightly. Male and female lions are extremely easy to distinguish. All males have wild sideburns, while females only have relatively smooth hair on the back of their heads. In his youth, King Anriel preferred stronger lionesses. Initially, he didn't understand his father's proclivities, but now, he finally understands that more delicate lionesses are more comforting. What are the conditions of the other tribes? King Anriel spoke softly, his eyes half closed. Your Majesty, there are currently some disputes between the 3rd and 7th tribes, but the number of men dispatched is kept below 20. Beneath the tent, brimming with wildness and unbridled fury, an older lion replied respectfully, the other tribes are relatively peaceful. Peaceful. Hearing those 4 words, ambition and vigilance flickered in King Anriel's half-lidded eyes. He opened his mouth and immediately placed a grape from his concubine's hand. The Val tribe was the most powerful of the 12 tribes. While the other tribes were weaker, they were not to be underestimated. In recent decades, intertribal conflict had significantly decreased, leaving King Anriel feeling a sense of unease. There's a saying among the lions, a lion licking his wounds is more dangerous than a roaring lion. King Anriel chewed the grape, lost in thought, and the air grew quiet. He had a vague feeling that the other tribes were building up their strength, perhaps challenging the mighty Val in the future. Do I need to provoke a greater conflict between the 3rd and 7th tribes? King Anriel pondered silently, unable to make a decision easily. Just like the grapes he loved, these sweet and sour fruits were a valuable commodity in the 7th tribe's territory, but the Val tribe's land wasn't suitable for their growth. To give more, you had to pay more. Never mind. King Anriel retracted his thought. The current peace between the tribes was good, there was no need to upset this balance. As the king, as long as he was still around, the tribes wouldn't dare make any moves. King Anriel continued to open his mouth, and the 57th concubine quickly offered to feed him. While the sweet and sour taste was pleasant, she still preferred meat. It was rumored that human meat was the most delicious. What a pity. There were no humanoids on this vast grassland. It was said that a group of humanoids once ruled this land. But now, they had been devoured. King Anriel felt a certain resentment towards previous kings and his fathers, wondering why they hadn't cultivated some. Bang! A loud bang and a scream echoed clearly from outside the tent. King Anriel's eyes snapped open, his red mane quivering, and an aura of unspoken authority and might emanated from him. Clatter. Accompanied by a flurry of hurried footsteps, a lineman guard in leather armor rushed in nervously from outside. King! An unknown enemy has suddenly intruded deep into the tribe, the lineman guard reported in shock and anger. King Anriel's eyes flashed with surprise. Who was it? What tribe dared to attack their Val tribe? Outside, the situation was already chaotic. A large number of linemen warriors and Knoll soldiers were rushing from all directions, rushing towards the direction of the melee and screams. When they arrived at the enemy's position, everyone was stunned. They had thought they were under attack from a large number of enemies. But there were only 2 enemies. No, to be more precise, it should be a man and a beast. He was about 2.3 meters tall, with a burly build. A pair of black horns crowned his head. His muscular, bronze-colored skin and muscles exuded a calm and fierce aura. It was a minotaur. The most striking thing was his left arm, a metallic texture imbued with a rusty bronze green. It was a bronze arm, and in his palm, he grasped a long-handled axe half the height of a man. The other party rode a fiery red lizard, nearly 5 meters long, its skin covered in rough red spots of varying sizes. At this moment, this man and beast were slaughtering their way through the jackals, their advance completely unstoppable. 5th-tier monster summon. Bronze Axe Minotaur, LV, 35. Flame-tongued Lizard, LV, 35. Above the sky. Tang Zheng used flight magic to hover high in the air, simultaneously activating ninjutsu, concealment to render himself invisible. After arriving at the Val tribe's territory, Tang Zheng did not directly infiltrate to investigate. After all, they were the most powerful tribe on the entire grassland. No one could be sure of their hidden powers or arrangements. Therefore, Tang Zheng used the rarely used monster summoning technique to test the enemy. The Bronze Axe Minotaur and the Flame-tongued Lizard both possessed the strength of the hero realm, making them perfect as a means of testing. As for summoning 2 monsters simultaneously, the 5th level papermaking technique can produce 150 sheets of 5th level paper, 20 sheets of which make 1 scroll, easily creating 7 5th level magic scrolls. These 2 monsters were summoned using scrolls. Ah! Minotaur? Help! The Minotaur, riding the flame-tongued lizard, charged recklessly, wasting no time with the surrounding intercepting gnolls. He swiftly rushed towards the location of King Amriel, his target clearly clear. Stop him! He's targeting the king! A loud, angry roar roared from the distant crowd. With this command, one after another, the nimble gnolls, their powerful lower limbs exerting their might, rushed over. Roar! The bronze axe Minotaur roared at the wall of gnolls before him, then flung the bronze axe in a flash. Bronze throw! Swish! The bronze axe spun rapidly in midair, its sharp blade like a meat grinder, leaving the gnolls powerless to stop it. Blood gushed out in the air. The bronze axe flew dozens of meters, creating a path of flesh and blood before circling in midair and returning to the bronze axe Minotaur's grasp. Hiss! The flame-tongued lizard flung out its fiery red tongue, its 4 sturdy, short legs moving. Its bulky body nimbly carried the Minotaur, treading over the corpses as it charged forward. With a single blow of the axe, 50 or 60 gnolls perished, instantly shocking the crowds that had rushed in from all directions. Such terrifying strength clearly exceeded the expectations of all the gnolls and linemen present. A bunch of trash. Angry roars echoed from the distant crowd, instantly sending several gnolls flying. A red figure swiftly charged out. Get out of my way. This was a powerful lion man, also wielding a great axe and clad in leather armor. Due to the relative scarcity of ore and craftsmen in the resettled tribal state, protective gear like armor, which requires large amounts of metal, is extremely rare. It's Blood Axog. An excited voice echoed. Awestruck by the immense power displayed by the bronze axe Minotaur, the crowd regained their anticipation. Which neighboring nation are you from? How dare you attack the Great Vol tribe? You're declaring war on us! Blood Axog roared as he ran, his axe in one hand, his red mane dancing in the air. He carried a swagger and a domineering air. Arrogant Minotaur, I will cut off your head and grind your skull into toothpicks. Bang! The ground shook. Bone-crushing slash. Blood Axog stamped his feet and leaped high. The massive axe in his hand, his powerful figure like a falling meteorite, slashing fiercely. The axe blade sliced through the air, sending a gust of wind surging. The bronze axe Minotaur raised his head, his bronze arm slightly raised as he swung upward. Bang! The 2 heavy weapons' axe blades collided, a sharp explosion echoing through the air, instantly producing dazzling sparks. A surge of air surged. What a powerful force! Blood Axog's face flushed crimson, and he flew backwards in midair. After landing, he took 4 or 5 steps back before regaining his balance. Bronze throw. The bronze axe Minotaur's stoic expression remained unchanged as he hurled his green-headed axe toward the enemy again. Boom! A hissing sound pierced the air. Blood Axog, still barely catching his breath, stared at the incoming axe, his expression changing as he quickly raised his great axe to block it. Bang! A ferocious force surged through his arm. Ah! Blood Axog's eyes widened, and he screamed as he was sent flying again. Just as the bronze axe Minotaur threw his axe again, a figure hidden in the crowd suddenly emerged, like a hunter waiting for an instant, suddenly appearing behind the bronze axe Minotaur. Swimming sniper. This was a slender gnoll, a full head taller than the average gnoll, like an assassin. Bang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The gnoll's dagger pierced the bronze axe Minotaur's back, right at the heart. It penetrated about an inch before becoming lodged. A hard response. The gnoll was stunned, as if puzzled by the other's body's rock hardness. The bronze axe Minotaur is a monster with a relatively simple attack. As its name suggests, it possesses the defensive power of its metal-like skin. Among summons of its level, it's a fairly competent tank. Tail strike. Hiss. The flame-tongued lizard swung its tail, sending the gnoll assassin flying. In a matter of moments, 2 powerful Val tribe members were easily defeated, and an atmosphere of panic permeated the crowd. Now! King Amriel, clad in a regal red cape, appeared at the edge of the battlefield, his expression grim. Tauren? King Amriel's eyes were filled with surprise. He had assumed they were under attack from another tribe, but unexpectedly, they were a foreign race, the Tauren. What was going on? What puzzled King Amriel most was how the enemy had suddenly appeared in the heart of his tribe. Old priest, please, capture them alive. King Amriel's eyes were stern. He turned to the Lion Man priest, whose body was covered in various runes, whose head wore a rock ornament, and whose face was painted with white patterns, and instructed him. "Yes, my king." The lineman priest nodded respectfully and strode forward. After taking the third step, his normal steps became a leaping motion. Dang, dang, dang. The ornaments on the lineman priest's body continuously clashed, making a dense, light sound. These sounds merged into an eerie wave. Ah woo woo. Ah woo woo. The lineman priest opened his mouth, uttering a strange sound. With his right hand, he pulled out a slender hand bone that looked like a knoll's ancestral blessing. Invisible waves of magical energy spread. Everywhere it passed, the knoll's once cloudy or sickly green eyes gradually turned a frenzied crimson. Oh! Oh, oh, oh! Irrational roars echoed in the air. All the gnolls rushed madly towards the Bronze Axe Minotaur. In midair. Is it a shaman class? Tang Zheng folded his arms over his chest, his eyes calm as he looked at the information that appeared on the attribute panel. Blood Axe Og, the Gnoll Assassin, the Lion Priest, and that King Anriel. 4 heroic demi-humans have entered, but we've only gathered intelligence on 3. Has one of them been hidden all this time? Tang Zheng glanced at the figures below, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. 4 heroic realms from just one tribe? I'm underestimating these demi-humans. Chapter 378. Possessing the combat power of 4 hero realms. Is that powerful? The combined strength of the Riestai's kingdom and the Baja's empire among humans is only 4 hero realms. But this intelligence wasn't enough to completely let Tang Zheng down. That's about it. A thought crossed Tang Zheng's mind, and he whispered to himself, go all out, Bronze Axe Minotaur and Flame-Tongue Lizard. There's a certain gap between hero realms and hero realms. Both summons are at level 35, at the limit of their level, higher than the 4 demi-humans below. He wanted to gain more information. That meant killing the tribe's ruler. In the process, he could force them to reveal any hidden powers. Roar! The Bronze Axe Minotaur's muscles bulged with a metallic sheen, its mouth opened to reveal teeth and spitting saliva, and it roared to the sky. The high-pitched roar briefly drowned out the roars of the approaching gnolls. As a summoned monster with purely physical damage, its roar naturally held no special power, but it still had a certain impact on the Lion Priest's abilities. A glimmer of clarity and fear shone in the eyes of the frantic gnolls. Damn it! The Lion Priest's expression instantly darkened. Without stopping his strange, bouncing steps, he reached from his waist, snatched out a porcelain vase, and slammed it to the ground. With a loud crack, the vase shattered, spilling a large amount of mysterious powder onto the ground. Power of the Gnoll ancestors. The Lion Priest chanted softly, invisible magical energy surging. The mysterious powder scattered across the ground quickly condensed, forming a totem emitting a faint blue glow. Kill! Kill him! The gnolls went wild once more, their frail bodies thickening at this moment. The dense swarm of gnolls surrounded the Bronze Axe Minotaur in a matter of moments, charging relentlessly to defend their immortality. Under these circumstances, even the Bronze Axe Minotaur, despite its surprising display of fortitude, was forced to halt by the gnolls, swinging its axe relentlessly. While most demi-humans were captivated by the scene, the Flame-Tongued Lizard, a faint, almost mount-like presence, vanished without a trace. Underground assault. Boom! In an instant, the ground beneath King Anriel's feet exploded, and a flame-tongued lizard, over 5 meters long, suddenly thrust its head forward, its maw wide open to bite. King? The Lionman Priest's pupil shrank, and he screamed in panic, unable to move his hands. He had never imagined that this lizard could burrow underground, easily bypassing the guards in front of him. A mere lizard. King Anriel didn't dodge. His dark yellow eyes were filled with confidence and indifference, his fiery red mane flying like a ball of flame. He roared with the arrogance of a lion. I am the king of this prairie. The flame-tongued lizard burst from the ground, stirring up rubble and gusts of air, lifting the exquisite fur cloak draped behind King Anriel. Swish! A humble pendant on King Anriel's neck suddenly glowed red. It was a tuft of fiery red hair, as thick as a finger, bound tightly with hemp rope into the shape of a pendant. A faint magical glow flowed through it. Instantly, a fiery red barrier, enveloping King Anriel, released from the pendant, shielding him completely. Bang! The flame-tongued lizard's ferocious impact collided with the barrier with a muffled thud. The powerful impact was surprisingly blocked by the red, translucent barrier. In midair, Tang Zheng, observing the scene, narrowed his eyes slightly. He could withstand the full force of a mere level 35 flame-tongued lizard. This magical item is of great value. Oh! Tang Zheng's eyes suddenly flickered with surprise. Looking down below, After resisting the flame-tongued lizard's fierce attack, the pendant emitted another fist-sized red light, followed by a crimson beam the next moment. Boom! Roar! The flame-tongued lizard screamed as a crimson beam sent it careening to the ground, clouds of dust rising and enveloping it. You have angered the great Vol tribe. King Anriel watched the blasted flame-tongued lizard with a look of satisfaction. He then turned his gaze toward the bronze axe Minotaur surrounded by jackals in the distance. Minotaur, no matter where you come from, or what your purpose is, you have chosen the wrong target. A lion's gaze dares to gaze directly into the blazing sun. I will cleanse this grassland with the blood of your people. King Anriel's voice echoed in the air, his eyes growing colder. To him, this was clearly a premeditated attack. The enemy's goal was clearly to kill him, the king. The consequences would not only cause chaos within the entire tribe, but could even bring chaos to the Laselda tribal state. King! King! The lionmen roared in unison, their eyes believing this sudden invasion had been resolved. Under the reckless attacks of the gnolls, the terrifyingly powerful Minotaur would sooner or later exhaust its strength, leaving only defeat. As for the gnolls' losses, what did they matter? This lowly race had always been dependent on their powerful lion men. King Anriel heard the cheers around him, and grinned. He raised his arm, looked at the burn mark on his palm, and licked it with his tongue. This was the after effect of using the lionman's sacred artifact, the Temper of Fiery Thorns, which caused minor burns to the victim. However, compared to the item's power, this negative effect was negligible. Whoosh! Suddenly, a red arrow suddenly flew out from the smoke and dust not far away. Flame arrow. The red light flashed through the air, and in the blink of an eye, it was already in front of King Anriel. Tough! King Anriel was stunned. It was too late to dodge. He roared, and a faint white light flashed across his chest. Puff! After being briefly blocked, the flaming arrow easily pierced King Anriel's chest. Ah! King Anriel screamed and retreated in panic. The arrogance and dominance in his eyes turned to fear, and he quickly reached out to cover his chest. But no matter how hard he tried to cover it, blood continued to flow from between his fingers. This scene stunned the surrounding lion men, their eyes wide with disbelief. Roar! The flame-tongued lizard roared angrily, charging out of the smoke and dust again. A washbasin-sized dent and burn mark appeared where the red beam had struck. The previous attack had also caused significant damage to the flame-tongued lizard. However, the flame-tongued lizard possessed a certain resistance to fire attacks. Furthermore, as a summoned monster, it remained capable of action as long as its health remained above 0. King? Stop it! King! The surrounding lion men were thrown into chaos, desperately rushing forward to stop the flame-tongued lizard. Alas! Their strength was simply insufficient to stop the level 35 flame-tongued lizard. The force of its massive, over 5-meter-long charge easily set anyone who tried to stop it flying. Amidst the chaotic screams, the flame-tongued lizard rushed over to the severely injured King Anriel, who struggled desperately to block it, but was ultimately bitten off the head. King Anriel was dead. The Val tribe members all stood frozen in place. Kill them! Kill them! The lion priest roared hoarsely with resentment. High above, Tang Zheng observed that until his death, King Anriel had not displayed any greater power, nor had any other powerful beings appeared. No! You can't be so absolute. Tang Zheng looked at the increasingly chaotic Val tribe below, his eyes still tinged with caution. If there truly were a more powerful being lurking behind the scenes, they might be able to see that the bronze axe Minotaur and the flame-tongued lizard were merely summons, and would naturally not appear. Right now, the attribute panel isn't responding, indicating no detection skills or magic have detected me. Then play it safe. Tang Zheng adjusted his magic power, and continued his flight upwards. Once he reached a certain altitude, ensuring no one could sense the fluctuations in his magic power, he activated the magic teleport. The view shifted. Tang Zheng left the Resilder tribal nation, and appeared at its border. Ninjutsu, Shadow Clone. Tang Zheng activated the skill, and with a flicker of his shadow, a shadow clone appeared before him. Then, Tang Zheng reached out into the air, and pulled out a bottle of frogman eggs soaked in a fusion potion. The crystal-clear frog eggs, reflecting faintly in the sunlight, resembled glass balls, their surface coated with a layer of the potion solution. Tang Zheng tossed the frogman eggs toward the shadow clone, and they quickly merged into its body. The Celian Theocracy is still conducting experiments on the fusion of frogman eggs, determining the duration and quality differences between different frog eggs. Tang Zheng looked at the shadow clone before him, confirming that there were no unexpected problems during the fusion process. He smiled softly. The duration is uncertain, But with the frog eggs fused, it will undoubtedly last longer than the normal shadow clone. Go! The shadow clone remained silent for a moment, casting the spell Teleport. At this moment, the Vol tribe, the Bronze Axe Minotaur, and the Flame-Tongued Lizard faced the attacks of the numerous demi-humans. Although they could withstand them, the damage they suffered was increasing. Finally, amid the furious siege of the Lion Men, the Bronze Axe Minotaur and the Flame-Tongued Lizard dissipated like foam. No bodies? The unexpected result left the Lion Men and Knowles with bewildered expressions. The Lion Man priest's expression, which had just relaxed, suddenly froze. As a priest, he naturally knew about magic that could summon monsters. A magic chant capable of summoning such powerful monsters must still be hidden in the shadows. Such an enemy was too terrifying. Not good. The Lion Man priest's pupils trembled. Just as he was about to shout for his tribe to be on alert, he felt a chill at his side and turned stiffly. A mysterious figure, clad in a black robe and of unknown race, appeared out of thin air beside him. Alray's charm. Shaman's protection. The Lion Man priest roared in fear, his head briefly dizzy, his body covered in cold sweat, and he frantically pulled back. But, bang! The shadow clone moved even faster, launching a swift and agile kick that struck the Lion Man priest's jaw hard. Even if the shadow clone's power was only a quarter of the original's, it was no match for the pure magic chanter before him. Just one strike. The Lion priest felt dizzy, and stars flashed before his eyes. Magic resistance breakthrough, Alray's charm. The shadow clone cast the spell again. This time, the Lion priest could no longer resist. His eyes grew hazy, and he stood frozen before the shadow clone. Everyone stop! Controlled by the shadow clone, the Lion priest shouted to the chaotic tribe before him. The border of the Lyselda tribal state. Tangjun closed his eyes, controlling the shadow clone to observe through its perception. Sure enough, professions like shamans have the ability to resist charm magic. Fortunately, we already had preventative measures. Tang Zhang's expression was relaxed. Dealing with an opponent who possessed resistance to charm magic wasn't complicated. It had already been demonstrated in the anime. When the kingdom was about to be destroyed by the Bone King, Blue Rose's Locus wanted to die with the country, but was forcibly taken away by his teammates. During this process, Tigran and his companions attacked Locus, inflicting damage, thereby weakening his resistance, and then charmed him. It was a clear method. There was no reason for Tang Zheng not to use it. Dealing with the Lion Priest wasn't difficult. The key lay in further determining whether there were any hidden enemies. Under the control of the Shadow Clone, the Lion Priest quickly stabilized the situation, while the Shadow Clone employed the second-level invisibility, a low-level stealth method, to follow the Lion Priest. It was quite normal for ordinary lions and gnolls to fail to detect the Shadow Clone. However, if there was indeed a high-level presence lurking in the dark, it would undoubtedly be unseen. After Tang Zheng discovered no enemies had appeared, he continued to wait. Shadow clones typically lasted 10 minutes, while summoned monsters typically lasted about an hour. A few hours wouldn't be too late. Time passed slowly, and the shadow clones remained unattacked. Only then did Tang Zheng finally feel certain of safety. Night fell. A crescent moon hung high in the sky, and a cold wind howled across the grasslands outside. The death of King Anriel had dealt a severe blow to the entire tribe, and there was still some chaos outside. But now, inside the tent where the Lion Man priest lived, Tang Zheng sat casually on the table, holding the magic tool used by King Anriel. A seemingly ordinary sideburn pendant. This is a sacred relic of our Lineman tribe. Legend has it that it is the sideburns that fell from the body of the great grassland god. The Lineman priest stood by with a dull look in his eyes, patiently introducing the item. Item identification. Tang Zheng cast a spell, chanting softly. Item. Special craftwork sideburns of fiery thorns. Level. Advanced, 31 to 40, passive. When activated, causes slight burns to the user. Active. Red barrier releases a protective barrier that covers the entire body, 1/day. Active. Blazing sunlight beam when attacking. Creates a beam of fire attributed energy, 1/day. Description. According to legend, it was crafted from materials dropped by a demon, and therefore cursed by the demon. Therefore, wielding it will cause burns from the flames. Looking at the data from the item identification. This kind of identification information shouldn't be a game item from Yggdrasil. Tang Zheng mentally assessed this item. While it was of little use to him, it was a very useful magic item for Linus and the others. No wonder King Anriel only used it once. The effects of both skills, both offensive and defensive, were comparable to those of 5th tier magic. He raised his head. Now then, tell me about your history. Tang Jin placed the fiery thorn mantle into the item box and asked the Lion Man priest. Chapter 379. In the game Yggdrasil, world-class items are formed from the leaves of the destroyed world tree. Each one possesses power rivaling an entire world. Of course, in the game, these are merely exceptional items, but when a world-class item appears in another world, its original effects are somewhat altered. In particular, those left unattended and abandoned elsewhere in the world are likely to cause unusual natural phenomena. Tang was investigating whether any unusual natural phenomena, or things beyond ordinary human understanding, were occurring within the Lyselda tribe. The Lion Priest's answer was no. This vast grassland lacked complex terrain, and while the 12 tribes were not completely unified, they maintained connections and communication. If any unusual natural phenomena were occurring, the Lion Priest, as the strongest tribe, would surely be unaware of them. There was no other way. Tang Jin could only research the history of the Lyselda tribal state, hoping to find answers there. A tribal priest holds a very special position. In some ways, they possess a deeper understanding of the tribe's heritage than even the deceased king, Anriel. Imberia Kingdom. Evil Eye had been spending the past few days in the decaying capital. Although it lay in ruins, it was filled with a sense of nostalgia. Two gray-black undead zombies, one muscular and the other thin, occasionally let out low, growling cries. Under Evil Eye's control of the undead, they arrived at a small cave hidden in the woods, located on the hillside behind the original castle. The trees here were long gone. It was completely bare. In Evil Eye's memory, this was where she and Natasha had loved playing hide-and-seek as children. Although the entire castle had been reduced to ruins, this small cave had surprisingly survived. Perhaps because it was just a stone cave. The space was not large, and she was probably the only one who knew about it. Natasha had been her personal maid, the most senior of her many maids, and they had a very close relationship. She looked at her father and mother, who were placed in the stone cave. I didn't find Natasha. I had originally imprisoned her with my father and mother. Evil Eye lowered her head, her unfazed childish voice dripping with inexplicable sadness. She must have been used as a test subject by that undead. Natasha was probably my only friend. I originally wanted to kill that undead myself and avenge her. I was worried the undead might still be useful to the Dragon King, so I didn't act immediately. But he's dead now, slain by the Dragon King. Well, I unexpectedly met the Dragon King a while ago. He's a powerful and mysterious being. There's no danger at the moment, so don't worry. That Dragon King said he considered me a friend. I don't know if that's true. After all, races like dragons are always arrogant. By the way, I've made some friends now. I joined an adventurer group called Blue Rose. Locuse is a... Evil Eye spoke calmly, recounting her 200-year history. The two undead stood silently within the cave, seemingly listening intently to her ramblings. The sun rose, set, and then rose again. Evil Eye paused, gazing deeply at the two undead standing motionless within the stone cave, remaining silent. Suddenly, I will find the enemy who has reduced you and everyone else to this. Evil Eye's resolute voice rang out. Bang! A massive rock was pushed forward, blocking the cave entrance with a roar. Evil Eye took a deep look at the place. She knew she couldn't stay here forever, nor could she leave with her undead father and mother. The only thing she could do was hide them once more. I be leaving now, Evil Eye said softly, turning back toward the decaying castle, clutching two objects. One was an armband shaped like a demon's claw. The other was a transparent short staff cut from crystal. Griffin King's Claw. This item allows you to summon a Griffin King for 24 hours a week. Even if it is stabbed to death, you can summon it again a week later. Rainbow Light Gradually White. This item contains the 5th tier magic of the Faith system, Resurrection of the Dead. While it appears to be a short staff, it is actually a different type of magic item. Both of these magic items are national treasures of the Imberia Kingdom, items that Evil Eye had long sought to find. Unexpectedly, they had fallen into the hands of the immortal Cassius Habakkuk. Evil Eye's eyes involuntarily fell on Rainbow Light Gradually White. This was the item she had desperately sought to find. It's just that I was too weak back then. The castle was huge, and I had no idea where my father kept the items, so I never found them. If I had the power I have now, I could have easily found them using magic detection. I naively thought that this rainbow whitening with its resurrection power could save everyone, but now, that seems a bit ridiculous. Huh? Evil Eye let out a soft breath. She put the two items into her magic belt, her crimson eyes flickering behind her mask. Dragons have a natural keen sense for valuable magical items. They must have discovered these too, so why didn't they take them? Evil Eye was puzzled, but she couldn't come up with an answer, so she simply put it aside for the moment. After receiving information from the Abyss body, the Crimson Dragon King headed for the target location. She would remain in the Emberia Kingdom, awaiting further contact from the Abyss body, and also learning the magic ascension ritual. Meanwhile, on the other side, a castle built deep in the mountains. 9 figures sat at their respective seats, each emanating a dense, terrifying aura of negative energy. These were clearly 9 extremely powerful undead. The negativity and deathly aura permeating the air, simply by sitting there, was enough to suffocate even the most ordinary living. They were none other than the 9 inner circle members of the body of the Abyss. Flaming candlelight lit up in every corner, keeping the conference room from appearing dark. In fact, the magical perpetual light would have been even more effective. And even without using any lighting, since everyone present was undead, there was no problem of impaired vision. This was probably the castle's owner's taste. What a terrible time! The first to speak was the sallow ghost, whose entire body was light, and shrouded in a layer of gray negative energy. He belonged to the ghostly undead. Thank you for your hard work. Red-eyed Prince sighed softly and spoke softly. Next time, I wonder who will be there. This person was the castle's owner, and the most extravagantly dressed of all present. The others were dressed similarly, all wearing simple attire adorned with various powerful magical items. Red-eyed Prince, though clearly an undead, was dressed in remarkably ornate attire, adorned with gold, silver, and gemstones. The candlelight in the room shone brilliantly. This might be why he had placed candles in the room. He wasn't a naturally born undead. He was originally an ordinary human, who had transformed himself into undead through some means. Thus, his pursuit of aesthetic taste and desire for money were even stronger than those of the other undead. Enough of the complaints. Abyss Benjiri spoke in a commanding voice, interrupting Red-Eyed Man's continued rant. If he hadn't interrupted, the people present would probably have been left to listen. After all, most undead didn't have much of a desire to speak. He understood the pain his compatriots felt, for he felt the same way himself. From time to time, that creature would summon them to his underground caverns, where they would remain for at least several years. Those not summoned were naturally forbidden to go. Going without permission would only anger him. The purpose of summoning everyone this time is because we have achieved something more important. As soon as Abyss Ben and Jerry spoke, he captured everyone's attention. Without a trace of concealment, he unleashed the entire deal with Tang Zheng and the others. Everyone present had already reached a consensus. There was no need for caution. After all, if that person were to learn of their covert actions, they would likely have been killed long ago. Ritual? Increase 2 levels. Are you kidding? Such a ritual exists? That's incredibly generous. Does this deal hide some unknown purpose? As Abyss Ben and Jerry spoke, the previously silent conference hall suddenly came alive, with voices of shock and astonishment echoing. For the undead present, this was simply too incredible. Some were skeptical, some were surprised, and most were filled with unspeakable excitement. Pairs of crimson eyes fixed on a single person at the conference table. This person was a female undead with skin the color of white wax, clad in a white veil and gown, adorned in pure white. One of the inner circle members, the White Saint. She was the first undead to reach the 8th level among all present, and her research capabilities impressed everyone present. If that ritual were genuine, in the hands of the White Saint, she would unleash the power of 10th level magic. What exactly this entailed, no one knew. But they all understood that if one could truly wield magic of this level, they would undoubtedly be on par with the legendary gods, right? The power of 10th level magic should be enough to defeat that creature, right? Everyone thought with a mixture of anticipation and nervousness. The White Saint remained remarkably calm. Under everyone's gaze, she took the ritual information from Abyss Ben Jerry and began to study it carefully. The air was still. The wait didn't last long, only a few minutes. The White Saint raised her head, meeting the gazes. A soft, gentle voice, unlike the unpleasant, hoarse voice of the undead, rang out. The ritual is flawless. Give me 3 days, and it's more than enough to learn it. All the undead present were startled. Abyss Ben Jerry was even more excited. After exchanging the ritual information, he confirmed it, and knew it was flawless. Such a ritual is actually real. The exchange wasn't for precious magical knowledge or magical items, but rather a piece of dispensable information? Is there a problem? Or does that information contain valuable information we're unaware of? Wan Jun Ku Lao's cold voice echoed, a hint of worry lingering. No matter how you look at it, this deal seems a bit lopsided. Abyss Ben Jerry pondered, having long harbored this suspicion. There's one thing I haven't mentioned yet. White Saint gazed at the ritual materials in her hand with a fiery gaze. The ritual is indeed excellent, but it lacks the core key to initiating it. In other words, simply mastering the ritual is useless. With these words, the bewildered crowd felt a strange sense of relief. I see. Abyss Benjerry said hoarsely. The other undead nodded in agreement, accepting this as normal, their excitement undimmed. The appearance of this ritual has already given rise to hope in everyone in the body of the abyss of defeating that creature. The candlelight danced. The shadows of the crowd flickered against the walls of the conference room. Xia Fengwei. June 20th. Experience slots. 53 million/1.88 million 10th level magic scrolls in storage. 205. Tang Zheng has been investigating the Lyselda tribal state for the past few days, and has even visited each of the other 11 tribes. Compared to the commotion he caused in the Val tribe, Tang Zheng has been operating covertly in the remaining tribes, avoiding any disturbances. Of course, this is probably related to the fact that none of the 11 tribes had any magical items that impressed Tang Zheng. Aside from the fiery thorn mantle magic item he had acquired from the Lion Man Saint, the magic items in the hands of the other tribes were merely mediocre. They weren't even as good as the magical items in the hands of the human nations, which weren't even considered national treasures. In short, the results of the investigation were not satisfactory. The various tribes had very little information on the history and intelligence of the previous nation that ruled this vast grassland, let alone the previous nation associated with the Buddha god. There were no notable natural phenomena or unusual geographical conditions, and no further historical records. Tang Zheng felt a headache, having no clue what to do. According to the schedule, today was the day for the Silent Theocracy and the Holy Kingdom to travel to the Apollon Hills to obtain the fusion potion. Tang Zheng was supposed to return. However, from the Lion Man priest, Tang Zheng unexpectedly learned something that was common knowledge among the tribes, but worthy of special attention. Ritual Hill. Thankfully, Tang Zheng had left a batch of fusion potion just in case. Even if he wasn't there, the green leaf which was more than capable of handling the matter. Chapter 380. In the tribal nation of Lyselda, the 12 tribes hold a collective event annually, a commonplace common knowledge. At first, Tang Zheng focused only on unusual, lesser-known phenomena and events, overlooking the common-sense anomalies of these demi-humans. The Mound. This is a small, slightly elevated hilly area located in the southern region of the prairie. Every spring, the chiefs of the 12 tribes gather here to hold meetings or demonstrate the strength of their tribes. Specialties in trade, such as the Val tribe's salt and the 7th tribe's grapes, are also discussed and negotiated at this time. This area is also the only permanent neutral zone on this prairie. A striking arc suddenly rose from the vast green horizon, and the entire hill quickly became visible as the view approached. Weeds grew diffusely upward along the slope. A few lush, rare trees appeared on the soft, uneven surface. The ground was a pale brown, and the green grass was rather rare. Whoosh! A hot breeze blew. Tang Zheng hovered in midair, surveying the entire council hill from a high vantage point. How desolate! And for a safe neutral zone, there aren't many demi-humans. Tang Zheng activated his ninjutsu, detection to survey the modest hill. Aside from scattered wild beasts, there were no demi-humans. This was probably because the entire grassland was home to only 2 demi-human races, the Lion Men and the Gnolls. Therefore, the term neutral zone was of little significance. A thought flashed through his mind. Wow! Tang Zheng descended rapidly from the air, stepping onto the fluffy brown earth. His landing created a gust of air, sweeping up the surrounding dust. He surveyed the surroundings. Through his investigations, the ritual mound was the only site of interest he had discovered. Tang Zheng had asked the Lion Priest why the 12 tribes held their meeting there every spring, but he didn't know much. This rule had probably been in place since the founding of the Lyselda tribal state, passed down from the first king. For the 12 tribes, it was more like an annual festival. I can only investigate more thoroughly, Tang Zheng sighed inwardly, his gaze growing increasingly sharp. This location was the only one he had discovered so far that was connected to the once destroyed nation. This involved a world-class item. He certainly wouldn't give up easily. The name Two Worlds Mandala is related to Buddhism, and the information about the body of the abyss also seems to involve information about the Buddha realm or Buddha god. Tang Zheng's pupils flickered slightly as he summoned the attribute panel, looking at his basic class information. If he remembered correctly, the basic class genius included 2 related basic classes, monk and Buddha god follower. Tang Zheng looked at the 2 basic classes and frowned slightly. According to the information in the side story, Two Worlds Mandala is located in a holy land. The question is, how did the undead, Bone King and Evil Eye, obtain it? After all, they clearly didn't have a class like Monk. Anyway, let's experiment first. Tang Zheng suppressed his doubts, and, with a sudden thought, transformed his basic class from genius to Buddha's god disciple, completing this step. Tang Zheng began to gradually observe and explore the entire hill. The hill wasn't large, and the surroundings were mostly empty, with little cover. He was doing this because he wanted to use the Buddha's god disciple class to see if he could trigger anything. In the game Yggdrasil, there's no fixed method for obtaining world-class items. For example, the strongest item, 20, is designed as a one-time world-class item. After use, it disappears and reappears randomly somewhere in the world, awaiting the next player to discover it. The method for obtaining Nazarik's Throne of Kings is to complete a dungeon with difficulty level 80 or higher in one go, for the first time in the entire server. For example, the mountain, river, and state map can create over 100 different alternate worlds. If the opponent can escape from one of these alternate worlds, ownership of the items in that world will transfer. Tang Zheng had no idea how Bone King achieved this. Given the vast amount of game information he possessed, he could only resort to a rather rudimentary method. Time passed slowly. Tang Zheng walked the entire hillside, but nothing happened. Faced with this, he remained calm and said, "Class change." Buddhist believer becomes monk at this moment. Night fell, the day's scorching heat quickly turning cool, and a crescent of cold white moonlight rose, lengthening Tang Zheng's shadow on the hill. Continue. Tang Zheng took a deep breath and, following his previous method, began a more detailed exploration of the entire hill. The hill was occasionally filled with the chirping of wild animals and insects, and the rustling of leaves in the night wind, making it seem less desolate. But the meticulous work was indeed a bit tedious. The cold moon gradually set in the west. A hint of paleness appeared on the eastern skyline, and the fiery red sun rose, painting the distant grasslands a red-gold hue. Tang Zheng stood expressionlessly at the edge of a hill, his brow furrowed, and he sighed again. A whole day and night have passed, and still no results. A hint of disappointment crossed Tang Zheng's face. Did I guess wrong? Or is this still not the location of the sacred land? He gazed at the vast grasslands in the distance. The entire Lyselda tribal kingdom is so vast, and aside from this spot right here, there's absolutely nothing worth noting. Tang Zheng felt a headache. If we searched the entire prairie, the time it would take would be unimaginable. So much energy and time had been wasted. Tang Zheng felt a surge of impatience. If he couldn't find the Two Worlds Mandala, he'd have to set his sights on the alluring city of the Celian theocracy. For now, we have to call it a day. Tang Zheng naturally couldn't waste his limited time here. He turned his head and gazed at the hills, suddenly raising his hand, Buddha Light Wave. This was a second-tier magic spell, with a certain restraining effect on undead, a skill he had acquired from his monk class. After all this time, nothing had come of it. Tang Zheng wanted to unleash his magic to attack the hill. Besides wanting to vent his anger, he also felt a tinge of anticipation. Boom! Golden waves of magical energy were released, surging into the air ahead, spreading out like faint ripples on the surface of water. Normal magic would cause some damage to the ground ahead, but its power was weaker than a typical second-tier attack spell. However, the energy attack generated by the Buddha's light wave caused no damage at all. Instead, it was like a pebble dropped into a lake, its energy completely vanishing in a matter of seconds. Tang Zheng's gaze suddenly tightened, his expression changing slightly. This is Buddha's light wave. He unleashed his magic again. Golden ripples spread, then melted into the air and vanished. I've noticed. Tang Zheng's eyes narrowed like blades, a faint excitement building within him. He perceived the second release of magic more clearly. The Buddha's light wave attack had been swallowed by something special. Buddha's light wave. Buddha's light wave. Tang Zheng began to release magic continuously. As the magic was constantly being absorbed, he sensed a certain direction and strode towards it. About 10 minutes later, Tang Zheng had reached the center of Yshur Hill. It was utterly empty, without even a single tree or weed, only a lot of rubble scattered around. Buddha's light wave. Tang Zheng released a wave of golden energy. In the blink of an eye, the energy instantly penetrated the air around the area and vanished. It's this location. Tang Zheng's eyes shone as he surveyed the empty air ahead. He still saw nothing, but that was precisely why. This was even more extraordinary. Even with the perception of a dragon transcendent and the magical perception of a magic transcendent, he couldn't detect the problem. This was enough to demonstrate the uniqueness of the situation before him. Tang Zheng's face was filled with uncontrollable excitement as he continued to release the Buddha light wave, which he had just experimented with. Aside from the Buddha light wave, no other magic could be absorbed. A second-tier spell, with a passive buff, only required a small expenditure of magic power. After releasing the Buddha light wave over 50 times, buzz! The air, previously normal, gradually began to ripple with faint golden ripples, spreading like ripples on water, forming a translucent golden halo resembling a door. Seeing this scene, Tang Jing's heart trembled. His eyes, filled with excitement, and yet also with a look of vigilance. Not only did he not approach, but he quickly retreated, keeping a certain distance. Buzz! The air trembled again. From the golden halo, a vast array of golden, thread-like rays suddenly flew out, twisting and merging in the air. Eventually, they formed a series of words, floating in midair. Seeing these golden words, Tang Jing's pupils couldn't help but shrink, the surprise on his face gradually turning into a look of wonder and astonishment. Meet the requirements to unlock the dungeon. Accessibility has been met. 1. Justice value reaches 300, excellent, or higher. 2. Possess a monk class structure and reach level 70 in other rituals. This was definitely not the kind of language expected from another world, as it was Japanese. Even after all, Tang Jing had read a lot of study materials, so he could still decipher it. People from another world probably wouldn't recognize these words. Only those who mastered the more functional magic of decipher magic could translate the meaning of these words. The understanding might differ slightly. The translated content was, meet the conditions, the game dungeon opens. Meet one of these conditions to enter. 1. Justice value is 300, excellent, or higher. 2. Possess a monk class build, and the other class spellcasting level is at least 70. Looking at the scene before him. Sanctuary? Dungeon? This really is like a game. Tang Jing gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to rush in immediately. He grumbled and took another step back. If nothing unexpected happened, this was clearly the legendary sanctuary, the location of the world-class item 2-level mandala. But this scene before him was completely different from what he had originally imagined. Instead of finding the sanctuary and easily obtaining the 2-world mandala, he actually needed to go to a dungeon. What a joke. This is a real other world, and such things actually exist. Tang Jing's eyes twitched a few times. This inexplicable sense of dissonance made him want to confirm whether this world was real. Going into a dungeon in a game is normal. But is there any danger in a dungeon in a real other world? This cannot be ignored. Looking at the golden words floating in the air, Tang Jing's eyes grew more serious. The two conditions for entering the dungeon are vastly different. One only requires a justice value of over 300 points, while the other's requirements are much higher, and even more specific. This difference in conditions is clearly abnormal. Tang Jing fell into deep thought, and at the same time, he had guessed how the Bone King had obtained this world-class item. Meeting the first condition wasn't difficult. Justice values can be altered, but some special races have distinct alignments, such as the undead, which belong to the evil alignment, making this difficult to change. However, they can still disguise themselves through special means, or temporarily alter their alignment using super-level magic. With the Bone King's abilities, temporarily altering his justice value wouldn't be difficult. Entering the dungeon, winning, and claiming the world-class item would be a similar process. But Tang Jing wasn't the Bone King. His current overall level was only 60, and the information about the second condition indicated that the dungeon was at least 70 or higher. Too little information. We can only analyze it from this limited text. Tang Jing half squinted his eyes, looking at the golden text floating in the air. A dungeon of 70 or higher. The monk class build also offers crucial information. The monk class's characteristics are similar to those of the druid class, possessing spellcasting abilities and a certain level of physical attack. Tang Jing quickly synthesized this limited information and pondered it, muttering to himself. Such stark differences in the two requirements suggest that entering the dungeon is easy. The challenge lies in winning it. Perhaps the monk class build offers some bonuses, making the dungeon's difficulty somewhat less challenging. However, the Bone King's ability to obtain world-class items suggests victory can be achieved through sheer force. Tang Jing took a deep breath. This was all the information he had, and he looked up at the golden halo doorway ahead. He planned to give it a try. The world-class item was right before his eyes. While he might be cautious, he wasn't one to be timid. Chapter 381. A golden halo rippled faintly in the air. Touching it should allow one to enter the so-called dungeon. First, ninjutsu, shadow clone technique. Tang Jing, his gaze serious, activated his ninja class skill. The shadows squirmed. A figure identical to Tang Jing emerged from it and stood aside. For this first experiment, Tang Jing didn't integrate the frogman egg into the shadow clone, but instead used the skill normally. Swish. The shadow clone paused briefly, then darted out at high speed, touching the golden halo suspended in midair. A golden light flashed. The shadow clone vanished instantly. Tang Jing's expression changed as he realized he had completely lost the connection to the shadow clone. Is it completely isolated? Tang Jing's expression was filled with surprise and uncertainty. So is the dungeon considered an independent dimension, or is it the effect of the world-class item itself? He couldn't be sure. However, the shadow clone normally only lasts for 10 minutes, with an hour cooldown. All that's left is to wait. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. The golden halo in the sky had dimmed, as if it would vanish at any moment. Tang Jing raised his hand and unleashed a Buddha light wave. The golden halo lit up again. Seeing this, Tang Jing pondered for a moment before unleashing another skill. Ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. Tang Jing reached out and retrieved the frogman egg soaked in the melting potion, fusing it into the shadow clone. Swish. The shadow clone vanished into the golden halo. Still completely isolated, Tang Jing stood there quietly waiting. Another hour passed quickly. He suddenly opened his eyes and activated his skill again, Ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. The black shadow reflected on the ground squirmed. Tang Jing's figure reappeared before him. Was it destroyed? Tang Jing's eyes narrowed at the result. The shadow clone, integrated into the frogman egg, could exist for a longer period of time, and the shadow clone jutsu had been successfully activated again. This only meant that the shadow clone that entered the dungeon had been destroyed. The shadow clone had completely inherited his magic power and agility, yet it couldn't even last an hour. This gave Tang Jing a relatively clear understanding of the dungeon's dangers. He waved his arm. The shadow clone beside him dissipated. The current experimental results had reached their limit. There was no need for further experiments. It's almost time to prepare, Tang Jing thought to himself, muttering, physical armor. Wow! A faint red energy erupted from every pore in his body, instantly condensing into a fiery red armor that enveloped Tang Jing. HP, 1012/1125 MP, 725/918. Activating the physical armor consumes 10% of his HP. Tang Jing lightly stepped on the ground, suddenly leaping upwards, raising his palm and swiping it downwards. Boom! A massive red shadow crashed onto the hillock below with a muffled thud. It was the corpse of the long-dead sun anglerfish. The massive body, over 50 meters long, glowed a faint reddish glow in the sunlight, and the air seemed to heat up several degrees in that instant. With a thud, Tang Jing descended again from midair, stepping onto the hard surface of the red scales. He reached out and placed his hands on them, whispering, "Blessing of abundance." Buzz! Faint runes began to appear on the surface of the crimson flesh armor. In an instant, with Tang Jing's palms as the center, the entire sun anglerfish corpse began to tremble. The fiery red color covering its entire body, the hard scales, and even the bones within the corpse, gradually transformed into a red, flowing substance, madly pouring into the flesh armor. The crimson armor surface grew increasingly solid and sturdy, the patterns on the scales becoming clearer and more solid, and even the entire body took on an indescribable metallic texture. Skill, Rune Flesh Armor. Level, Legacy, 51 to 60, Durability, 928. Physical Defense, 425 plus 355, 780/780, Magic Defense, 503 plus 277, 780/780, Shadow Strike, 5/day, Ice Resistance, 20%, Blazing Sound Wave, releases a ranged attack of fire and sound waves centered on the user, with a 100-meter radius, 5/day, effect. Blessing of Abundance. Description: an unexpected product of the enhanced rune technology and degraded flesh armor. In a moment, rune flesh armor had stopped absorbing. The scales on the sun anglerfish's surface had completely vanished, leaving only a large portion of the skeleton within its corpse. It's reached its limit. I previously broke through level 61, and although I downgraded to Sword Saint, my physical armor has reached the legacy level. Tang Jing was also surprised that he hadn't absorbed the entire body of the sun anglerfish in one go. Looking at the changing stats, he understood. Both physical and magical defense caps are 780, which is the normal level multiplied by 13. Although I'm currently level 60, the stat bonuses from various high-level classes, even with only half the physical armor, are still approaching the 780 cap. So the overall absorption stat increase isn't significant. Tang Jing stood up again and put the sun anglerfish, now with only its red skin and completely stripped of its scales, back into his item box. The only thing I can prepare for next is the scroll. Tang Zheng prepared as best he could for the dungeon's battles. Alas, his resources were limited, and there wasn't much he could do to help him. Scrolls are primarily used for support purposes, so first, prepare a healing scroll. After confirming this, Tang Zheng, without hesitation, chanted softly, casting a spell, 6th level magic, papermaking. Flashing with the glow of magical energy, 75 sheets of 6th level paper appeared before him. He was crafting a great healing magic scroll, which could restore 100 HP. Using the 6th level papermaking spell 4 times, he could produce 300 sheets of 6th level paper. Each scroll consumes 20 sheets, meaning he could craft 15 6th level scrolls. During this process, he also activated the 2nd level magic accumulation and scroll crafting spells to complement the spell. Scroll crafting spells from levels 4 to 6 require an additional 10 points of magic power. Creating 15 6th level scrolls requires a total of 225 points. A downturn month. June 22nd. 100 level 6. Great healing scrolls. 20 level 10. Warming scrolls. 3 level 10. Final warfare. Good. It took Tang Zheng nearly 2 days to prepare thoroughly. Besides the healing scrolls, he also consumed 23 stored level 10 scrolls. Currently, of the level 10 spells he possessed, only 2 could be considered offensive, Warming and Final Warfare, Good. However, Final Warfare, Good, could only be used 3 times a day, and each activation cost 1.5 million experience points. Tang Zheng could only store 3 more. Of course, he hadn't used his crazy meditation class skill today, meaning he could still use it 3 more times. Wow! The crimson flesh armor rubbed slightly. Tang Zheng stood up, twisted his neck, took a deep breath, and gazed intently at the golden halo before him. Everything that needed to be prepared had been completed. There was little point in making further arrangements. The only regret was that he didn't possess much strengthening magic. I hope my luck isn't too bad. Tang Zheng suddenly chuckled and stamped his foot on the ground. Bang! A red figure suddenly leaped out, colliding with the golden circle of light. With a swish, Tang Zheng's figure instantly vanished. A dazzling golden light filled the view ahead. Tang Zheng felt his entire body floating lightly, without any support. Only a faint, sacred chanting, like the sound of Buddhist chanting, reached his ears. All appearances are false. If you see all appearances as non-appearances, you will see the Tathagata. As the word "come" fell into his ears, the golden light in his vision faded in an instant. A vast hall with a pure white stone floor, a wall constructed of rock in front of him, was adorned with images and carvings of white jade lotus pedestals and gilded pagodas. Is this the dungeon? The moment Tang Zheng's vision returned, he immediately became alert, observing his surroundings. He was now in the very center, a lotus-shaped pattern beneath his feet. A soft gilded light emanated from above, mitigating the gloomy atmosphere. The white floor and the golden light above complemented each other, imbuing the entire environment with a sacred Buddhist aura and majesty. This gave Tang Zheng, who was in the center of the hall, an inexplicable sense of insignificance. Empty! This was Tang Zheng's first impression. Looking up ahead, he saw a stone wall radiating a golden Buddha-like light. The most striking feature wasn't the stone wall. It was the 2 massive, sturdy, colorful stone statues flanking it, about 5 meters tall. They clearly lacked any life. The moment Tang Zheng laid eyes on them, he felt an indescribable sense of intimidation. When he saw their faces clearly, Tang Zheng's pupils dilated slightly, and a strange sense of familiarity washed over him. The one on the left was cyan, even its cheeks glaring with a cyan glow. It wore Chinese-style armor, and held a sword. The one on the right was red, its face radiating a red majesty. It wore the same style of armor, and a snake coiled around its shoulder. Are you sure? Tang Zheng looked at the 2 massive stone statues before him and exclaimed in astonishment, aren't these the Virka and Virka of the 4 heavenly kings? The style was too Chinese. After a year in another world, Tang Zheng felt a sense of familiarity. Vipka holds a snake, not a purple golden marten. It must be one of the 4 heavenly kings of Buddhism. Tang Zheng observed the statue of Virka, confirming his suspicions. The 4 heavenly kings also have different styles. The 4 heavenly kings of Buddhism and the 4 heavenly kings of heaven are so similar that Tang Zheng couldn't accurately distinguish them, but he could tell them apart by the pets they held. Aside from these 2 conspicuous stone statues, aren't there any monsters you'd normally fight in a dungeon? After confirming that the 2 stone statues were motionless, Tang Zheng looked around. Nothing. Wait. Tang Zheng's gaze fixed on the stone statue of Virka. He spotted a white, reflective object on the ground in the distance and moved his feet, heading in that direction. His steps were steady and slow. Tang continued to observe his surroundings as he moved. When he reached the reflective object, the entire hall remained empty and eerily quiet. The white, reflective object was now fully revealed. It was a series of white skeletons. There were at least 30 intact ones, while the majority were severely broken. The ground was covered in a layer of white bone debris. There wasn't a trace of flesh, not even a trace of clothing or weapons. The skeletons were shaped like human beings. Looking at these skeletons, and the broken bones that bore traces of gnawed flesh, Tang Jing paused briefly, surveying the empty hall again. No exit, no food. These people must have starved to death. The air returned to calm. The Two Realms Mandala is a term used in esoteric Buddhism. It depicts a layout of deities centered around Vairocana Buddha, divided into the Vajra Realm Mandala and the Garba Realm Mandala. Tang Jing once again looked at two of the conspicuously tall stone statues of the four heavenly kings. There are only two of them here. If this isn't the only dimension, then there are two more in another dimension. Then things aren't complicated. The players need to fight the four heavenly king statues, so unless they defeat them, they'd probably be stuck here forever. It's a world-class item indeed. It bears some resemblance to the map of mountains, rivers, and states. Tang Jing chuckled faintly, his gaze growing more serious as he gazed at the two statues in the distance. The trigger is probably an attack. Tang Jing shifted his feet, retreating toward the back edge of the hall. He raised his palms toward the motionless stone statues in front of him and chanted, 7th level magic, Chain Thunder Dragon. Boom! A startling blue, dragon-shaped lightning quickly gathered on either side of Tang Jing's arms and shot into the air. The blue lightning instantly shattered the air in front of him, striking the head of the Heavenly King of Growth. Simultaneously, a ranged attack landed on the Heavenly King of Broad Eyes on the other side. Bang! The lightning exploded on the two Heavenly King stone statues, making a muffled sound. Crack, crack, crack! Dense cracks suddenly appeared on the two colorful stone statues, and they quickly fell like shattered pieces. The once lifeless statues, at this moment, came to life completely. Boom! Boom! The ground shook simultaneously. The two colorful stone statues stood up fiercely, and a powerful aura rushed towards him. In Tang Jing's field of vision, a semi-illusory message and a long health bar suddenly appeared above the heads of the two heavenly kings. Zhang Hangshan, 85th level reduces physical damage by 90%. Guang Mushan, 85th level reduces physical damage by 90%. Two pairs of icy gazes glared at him simultaneously. Tang Jing stared at the messages above the two heavenly kings' heads, and his throat twitched. Shit! Chapter 382. With the resurrection of the two colorful stone statues, the gilded light enveloping the sky grew noticeably brighter, and a faint shadow emerged from the lotus pattern in the center of the hall. In that instant, the previously deserted square came alive. 90% physical damage reduction? Tang Jing's eyes widened as he saw the message appear above Zhang Hangshan and Guang Yushin's heads. You're kidding. How are warriors supposed to fight? Bang! Bang! Zhang Hangshan and Guang Yushin, each over 5 meters tall, stomped forward simultaneously, causing the ground to suddenly shake, and a sense of majestic oppression washed over them. Tang Jing stared at the two glaring figures before him, resembling legendary gods. He suddenly recalled the time he fought a game boss from the protagonist's perspective. However, playing a game was completely different from facing a real situation. Tang Jing's entire body tensed subconsciously. With such a high damage reduction and no intelligence, a head-on attack was the worst option. There's a chance to resurrect in games, but not in reality. Use magic for long-range attacks. Tang Jing instantly determined his strategy, stomping the ground hard, retreating again, while activating his ninja skill. Ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. The shadows squirmed. Tang Jing and his shadow clone flashed, simultaneously retreating, putting sufficient distance between them and the four heavenly kings in front. The hall was quite spacious, allowing for considerable tactical depth. Zhang Hangshan, his entire body shimmering in cyan, glared fiercely. He drew his long sword, glowing red, and roared a divine roar. Your greed, anger, and ignorance shall be slain today. All your sins are false. Guang Yushin's entire body was crimson. The red snakes that had previously resembled ribbons on his body now came alive, swirling around his shoulders. Whoosh! Tang Jing wasn't interested in the chance of the four heavenly kings. He pulled the frogman egg from his item box and tossed it at the shadow clone. Let it last longer. The Shadow Clone completely inherited his MP value, leaving the initial mana consumption to the Shadow Clone. Shadow MP 883/918 Level 10, Warming. The Shadow Clone cast the spell first. Tang Jing naturally had no intention of waiting for the other party to strike first. Boom! In an instant! With the Shadow Clone as the center, the air within dozens of meters instantly turned pure crimson. Indescribable light and heat instantly expanded, generating a massive shockwave that exploded with a bang. A terrifying blast of air, mingled with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees, instantly engulfed the two Heavenly Kings. The moment his Shadow Clone unleashed the magic, Tang Jing had already closed his eyes to prevent any interference with his vision. Ha! Ha! Two furious roars emanated from the direction of the two Heavenly Kings. The blinding red light vanished in an instant. Tang Jing quickly opened his eyes and looked forward. The terrifying heat distorted the air, and the two massive figures, over 5 meters tall, appeared slightly blurry. The first thing he looked at was, of course, the health bar. Tang Jing needed to determine the damage dealt by this attack magic. A small gap appeared on the illusory red health bar above the two Heavenly Kings' heads, about 1%. The damage is so low? Tang Jing's face suddenly darkened. This is a 10th tier magic. Or perhaps it's because of the level difference between the two that the other party's stats are increased. Dong! Dong! Zhang Hangshan, wielding a crimson long sword, the massive blue figure suddenly broke into a run, displaying speed far beyond his size. Slash greed. The red longsword swung. A faint golden slash, imbued with the flow of the greed rune, struck from afar. Shadow MP 873/918 5th tier magic skeleton wall. The Shadow Clone reacted quickly. Crash! A wall composed of vast white bones rapidly rose from the ground, each skeleton roaring terrifyingly within. Boom! The slashing blow landed, shattering the skull wall instantly. 3 scarlet pythons. Guang Mutant also activated his skill at this point, and 3 magic circles suddenly appeared in front of him. Hiss, hiss, hiss! 3 crimson pythons over 10 meters long leaped out of the magic circle, swimming swiftly towards Tang Jing and the others. One a warrior, the other a summoner? Tang Jing observed the two Heavenly Kings' attack methods, a thought flashing through his mind, temporarily confirming his basic intelligence. Boom! Zhang Hangshan, sword in hand, shattered the obstruction of the skull wall, and now within striking distance. He raised his sword again and swung. Scatter! Tang Jing's eyes flashed, and he mentally issued a command. The Shadow Clone, having inherited full agility, immediately moved in the opposite direction. Slash the anger. Zhang Hangshan's cold gaze fixed on the Shadow Clone, and at the same moment, he swung his sword in its direction. An attack emanating a golden anger rune flew out. Shadow MP 863/918 Skull Wall. The Shadow Clone cast its spell again. A wall of white bones rose from the ground, once again blocking the attack. It must be said that this magic, as a defensive measure, is extremely valuable both in terms of mana consumption and practicality. Seeing Zhang Hangshan's pursuit of the Shadow Clone. Sure enough, Zhang Hangshan first attacked the Shadow Clone that dealt magical damage, ignoring me, the one who remained inactive. A glint of insight flashed in Tang Jing's eyes. Then, Zhang Hangshan should be susceptible to attract aggro. Glancing at the attribute panel, Tang Jing noticed that the skills used by the two Heavenly Kings were not displayed on the panel, and subconsciously frowned slightly. Hiss! The 3 giant crimson snakes did not pursue the Shadow Clone, but instead surged towards Tang Jing. As a summoner, Guang Mutant wasn't affected by the aggro of the Shadow Clone's attack? Gazing at the 3 crimson snakes, Tang Jing didn't retreat any further, having already retreated to the very edge of the square. What appeared to be a hazy void behind him was actually something like a wall. He issued another command to the Shadow Clone. Shadow MP 798/918 Magic Resistance Breakthrough Level 10 Warming. Boom! Blazing light and heat enveloped the field of vision once again, a fiery crimson glow instantly covering the entire square, and a terrifying shockwave spread. Crash! The impact not only knocked back Zhang Hangshan, who had already rushed in front of the Shadow Clone, but also sent the 3 crimson snakes flying. A shrill hissing sound echoed. Under the terrifying heat attack, the scales of the 3 crimson snakes charred black. They twisted their bodies in agony, yet remained undead. Tang Jing and his Shadow Clone, immune to fire, were naturally unaffected. Tang Jing glanced sharply at the health bars of the 2 Heavenly Kings. This time, they were down nearly 2%, with Guang Yushin losing a bit more. I'm almost getting a clearer picture. A faint smile crossed Tang Jing's face, and he mentally issued new instructions. Since Zhang Hangshan could attract aggro, he would have his shadow clone continuously use teleport and skull wall to move and defend. Tang Zheng, on the other hand, focused on dealing with Guang Yushin. Teleport. The shadow clone cast a spell, teleporting to the farthest corner across the square. Roar! Zhang Hangshan, crimson sword in hand, roared, turning and charging towards the shadow clone. Seeing the plan succeed, Tang Zheng's eyes immediately locked onto Guang Yushin, while the 3 giant red snakes with scorched skin charged again. Ha, you don't have a 90% damage reduction buff. Tang Zheng sneered, stomping his foot hard on the ground and charging forward, reaching out to grab at the air. An icy blue weapon, seemingly forged from ice, was retrieved. Lizardman treasure, Ice Fang Pain. This weapon was restricted to lizardmen and higher races, and previously, Tang Zheng couldn't use it, so he kept it as a collection. However, since acquiring the Dragon Transcendent class, the restrictions on this weapon have been lifted, a surprising surprise. After all, the magic sword was already riddled with cracks, its durability severely depleted, nearly unusable. A flash of light. Tang Zheng, clad in crimson armor, appeared before the 3 giant snakes. Before they could launch an attack, a surge of black energy erupted from his body. Dark wave. The energy spread, and the 3 crimson snakes froze in place, unable to move. The level of these 3 giant snakes is approximately around level 50. Tang Zheng sensed the vitality of the 3 giant snakes, his gaze cold, as he swung the Ice Fang Pain in his hand. A sharp, cold white light flashed. 3 snake heads soared into the sky. Guang Yushin seemed enraged, shouting majestically, "Your sins are all false." Swoosh! 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 The 3 defeated crimson snakes vanished into thin air, but a beam of light emanated from their corpses simultaneously. Are there any other effects? Tang Zheng, his gaze shimmering with wonder, quickly retreated. But these 3 rays of light were incredibly fast, perhaps impossible to dodge, and landed on Tang Zheng almost instantly. 3 snake-like shadows entwined Tang Zheng's body, forming a series of runes with the triple effects of imprisonment, fear, and weakness. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Hangshan, who had been chasing the shadow clone, suddenly stopped and vanished. A shadow enveloped Tang Zheng. Sitter! Zhang Hangshan, clutching a crimson giant sword, appeared before Tang Zheng as if by teleportation. The blade sliced through the air and slashed down heavily, suffering the negative effects of fear and weakness. Tang Zheng was briefly dazed, but thanks to his passive divine protection ability, he quickly recovered. Bang! The heavy sword fell, clashing with a resounding roar as it struck the ground. Tang Zheng had already dodged. Possessing the ability to nullify movement impediment, the negative status of the imprisonment had no effect on him. However, after Tang Zheng dodged, Zhang Hangshan suddenly appeared before him again, forcing him to dodge again. This attack method. Tang Zheng noticed the 3 serpentine shadows entwined around him. Is it some kind of mechanism? In that case, guided oath of redemption. Tang Zheng activated his Valkyrie skill, his entire body radiating a brilliant white light. He rarely used this skill, as it required the opponent to assess the attack and then force the assessment to pass. And no one had ever been able to make Tang Zheng use it before. The 3 serpentine shadows entwined around him twisted their bodies under the effect of the skill, as if unwilling to dissipate into points of light. Zhang Hangshan's strange pursuit paused at this moment. He looked up at Tang Zheng, who was closest to him, and then ran. This time, there was no teleportation-like attack method from before. It's indeed a combined mechanic. Tang Ning's eyes were deep. After a brief moment of surprise, it felt normal. It was just another game trick. It seemed the hatred had been cleared, leaving the shadow clone to regenerate it. Tang Zheng saw that Zhang Hangshan didn't continue to attack the shadow clone, but instead attacked him. Realizing the hatred refresh, he prepared to control the shadow clone to cast a spell. Suddenly, a flash of golden light enveloped the sky, and Tang Zheng and the shadow clone froze in place, unable to move. No, it stopped. The entire space was in a strange state of stasis, like a magical effect similar to time stop. However, the 2 heavenly kings, Zhang Hangshan and Guang Yushin, remained unaffected. Their cold gazes fixed on Tang Zheng and his shadow clone, but they did not attack. Space twisted. Tang Zheng continued to retreat, his eyes fixed firmly on the front, constantly monitoring Zhang Hangshan's next move. Suddenly, Tang Zheng's pupils constricted. The image of Zhang Hangshan in front and Guang Yushin at the back had changed. In Zhang Hangshan's place was a heavenly king with a snow-white face, holding a pipa-shaped magic item. And in Guang Yushin's place was a heavenly king with an emerald green face, holding a long-handled umbrella-shaped magic item. Chig Yushin, LV, 85, reduces magical damage by 90%. Davidian, LV, 85, reduces magical damage by 90%. The surroundings also underwent subtle changes, the most noticeable being that the lotus pattern in the center of the hall had disappeared, replaced by a square pattern. Tang Jing's face turned green upon seeing this, completely unsure of what had happened. He had assumed he would need to deal with the two heavenly kings first before moving on to the other two, but he hadn't expected this change to happen mid-battle. 10th tier magic, warming. The shadow clone, still following Tang Jing's instructions, unleashed the magic. Boom! A terrifying heat raged, a crimson glow enveloped the entire space, and a fierce wind swept in all directions. Chig Yushin and Davidian's bodies swayed briefly, but the lines above their heads remained unchanged. This time, it reduces magic damage by 90%. Tang Jing gritted his teeth. Magical attacks were no longer effective against the two heavenly kings before him, not to mention that he hadn't mastered any super tier magic. The existence of the shadow clone was completely useless. Hey, you're giving me a headache. Tang Jing grabbed Ice Fontaine with his backhand. There must be some mechanism for switching between the heavenly kings. He couldn't figure it out yet, but switching opponents directly in the middle of a fight like this would only worsen his situation the longer it dragged on. Magic attacks don't work, then use physical means. Tang Ying's eyes were fierce. Since the shadow clone was useless, he would take the field himself. He wasn't planning to use heroic spirit just yet. Limit breakthrough. Power increase. Superpower increase. Possibility perception. Wind acceleration. Wind break. Focus battle chi. Tang Jing spoke softly, a powerful aura gradually surging from him. His head felt slightly swollen, but he wasn't affected. Chapter 383. Chig Yushin's entire body was shimmering with a pale golden glow, his face a pale white. Holding a pipa in both hands, he gazed coldly. One voice preaches the Dharma, and all beings understand it according to their own kind. Another boring opening. Tang Jing's gaze was sharp, and 7 imperceptible blue flashes of light flashed across his face, giving him the sensation of suddenly possessing immense strength. The possibility perception skill allowed Tang Jing's gaze to instantly lock onto Chig Yushin's snow-white throat. Weakness? Shadow clone. Tang Jing suddenly thrust his legs forward, letting out a low roar as he transformed into a crimson afterimage, instantly charging forward. Ninjutsu, immovable immobilization technique. The shadow clone, receiving the command, activated a restraining jutsu, a surge of power invisible to the naked eye. The target wasn't Chig Yushin, but Vice Ravana, who was behind him. The two heavenly kings possessed extremely high magic reduction buffs. When magic attacks proved ineffective, they would resort to effect-based magic. Whoosh! Tang Jing had already appeared before Chi Gutian, met by a massive pale golden figure and an emotionless gaze. Ice explosion. Tang Jing paused, swung the ice Fontaine in his hand, and flung it forward. Puff! A burst of white cold air erupted. Centered on the sharp tip of the ice Fontaine, the air quickly froze into ice crystals. Blink! A block of ice, growing upward, appeared between Tang Jing and Chi Gutian. Simultaneously, a vast amount of white cold air continued to spread, obscuring their line of sight. Ting! The sound of a zither string rang out. Zixian Bo. The piercing, powerful sound waves from the instrument easily dissipated the white chill between the two sides, and the condensed ice was shattered into shards. Chi Gutian glanced down, and saw that Tang Jing had vanished. Just as he was about to continue his search, dark wave. A wave of black energy spread out, condensing and coating Chi Gutian's body with a thin layer of pale black energy. Chi Gutian froze in place. And now! Tang Jing had appeared over Chi Gutian's left shoulder, his gaze sharp as a knife. Aiming for his throat, he swung his arm, for light slashes break. Swoosh! Swoosh! For cold rays flashed in midair, then instantly merged into one, fiercely piercing Chi Gutian's throat. Bang! A wave of air spread between the two. Chi Gutian's, 90%, tall and strong body trembled, his shoulders tilting back, causing him to retreat uncontrollably, appearing somewhat embarrassed. 10% down. The combined effects of Aura of Courage and Dark Wave created a double critical hit, instantly slashing a small sliver of Chig Yushin's health bar. Perhaps the throat, lacking armor protection and mitigation, is more susceptible to damage. A flash of surprise flashed in Tang Jing's eyes, as he pondered and speculated. The four heavenly kings' attire was largely the same, differing only in their weapons. The only exposed areas were the throat, face, and hands. In the game, some split-piece armors offer only limited magical protection, making them more vulnerable to critical hits, similar to being bare. Then let's attack those areas. Tang Jing landed and began moving again. A figure moved at high speed, continuously circling Chigyushin. Evil creature! Chigyushin roared, seemingly enraged. He plucked his lute with both hands, pressing it down sharply. Brahma resonance. A pale golden light flickered from the lute, and a heavy, solemn hum echoed through the void, then instantly spread throughout the hall like a flashbang. Its area damage. Faced with this type of attack, Tang Jing had no idea how wide the enemy's range was, so he could only cast magic to block it. Skeleton wall. A wall composed of countless white bones rose from the ground, blocking the way. However, the golden light enveloped the hall, and the skeleton wall offered no defensive effect. Cough. Tang Jing's eyes widened, and he felt a stinging sensation throughout his body, coughing up blood. HP, 1012/1125 MP, 908/918 full screen attack. Tang Jing was incredulous. His health dropped by over 100 points in a flash. Zxian wave. Dang, dang. Chigyushin plucked the strings again, the piercing sound waves transforming into a shockwave, crashing towards him. Tang Jing was incredibly fast, dodging quickly and, somewhat hesitantly, gaining distance again. The previous attack had been rather frightening. Boom! The roar of the collision echoed from the other end of the hall. Tang Jing glanced in the direction of the shadow clone, and saw that Duo Wentian had broken free from the binding jutsu it had unleashed. Huh? Tang Jing glanced at the attribute panel, and suddenly noticed something was wrong with the shadow clone's health points. The previous attack. He lost over 100 HP, while his shadow clone, which inherited only a quarter of his attributes, lost only 28 HP. Its percentage damage. Tang Jing's expression changed again, his movements unabated. He stared at Chigyutian as he pondered. Why didn't he activate that skill right from the start? Did I inflict 10% damage on Chigyutian, which is why I activated that screen-wide percentage damage skill just now? He was a little unsure. Tang Jing reached out and pulled out a great healing magic scroll from his item box, crushing it with force. A holy white light enveloped his entire body. HP, 1112/1125 MP, 908/918 level 6 Great Healing Scrolls, 99 copies. Dang! The sound of the strings rang out again. Middle string fall. A massive magic circle suddenly appeared beneath Tang Jing's feet, emitting a pale blue light. Boom! In an instant, a black, rock-shaped pipa, over 10 meters long, descended from the sky, locking onto Tang Jing, who was at the center of the magic circle. Shadow Assault. Tang Jing thought, activating his flesh armor ability. His entire body transformed into a black shadow, bursting out of the magic circle. Like a ghost, he flashed through the air and appeared before Chigyutian. He didn't even wait for the other to pull the strings. Tang Jing's sharp gaze fell on Chigyutian's left hand, which was about to press against the strings. He leaped high and kicked the other's palm. Bang! Chigyutian's palm was kicked away, interrupting his spell. As he descended, Tang Jing twisted his body, spinning in midair. With a sharp icy fang, he slashed at Chigyutian's right hand, which was holding the pipa, for light slashes break. A cold, white ice blade arced through the air. Chigyushin, 88%, S right hand released the pipa, and at that moment, both hands simultaneously left the pipa. Step! Tang Jing pressed his heels down, instantly retreating, regaining distance, his gaze scanning the health bar. Only 2% HP lost? Without the passive and skill buffs, it's surprisingly only this little HP lost. Tang Jing's face darkened slightly. He hadn't paid much attention before, but now, facing an opponent of this level, he suddenly realized he lacked some warrior-like skills. Plop. The pipa, resembling wood but with a metallic texture and embellished with Sanskrit characters, fell from Chigyushin's hand to the ground. A sudden scene. Tang Jing's gaze shifted from the health bar to the exquisite pipa-shaped magic item on the ground. The opponent's weapon was actually knocked away. The pale golden light emanating from Chigyushin's body vanished at that moment, and the buff, 90% spell damage reduction, above his head vanished with it. The air grew silent at that moment. Chigyushin paused his attack and bent down to pick up his weapon from the ground. He must not be allowed to pick up his weapon again. Tang Jing's breathing suddenly became rapid. His senses clearly detected Chigyushin's weakening energy. Just as he was about to attack, a golden light appeared before his eyes. In this light, books emerged one after another. Nirvana Sutra, Sutra of the Surangama Sutra, Avatamsaka Sutra. 5 semi-illusory books related to Buddhism appeared before Tang Zheng's vision, written in Sanskrit. It seemed that Tang Zheng was being asked to choose one of these 5 books. This sudden scene stunned Tang Zheng, clearly unaware of what was happening. Without hesitation, Chigyushin crouched down with his massive frame, touching the fallen Pipa magic item. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. At the moment of contact, the buff, 90% spell damage reduction, above Chigyushin's head reappeared. With a crash, the light from the text shattered. Before Tang Zheng, the 5 semi-illusory Buddhist texts floating in front of him transformed into points of light and vanished. All dharmas arise from causes and conditions. The Tathagata speaks of this cause. Chigyushin, holding the Pipa magic item, his entire body once again radiating a faint golden light, spoke in a majestic, resounding voice. A change in his opening line? Tang Zheng realized this immediately, and without further reflection, he quickly left his spot, moving sideways to the left. Boom! Chain Thunder Dragon Blue Lightning erupted in midair, striking Tang Zheng's position. Tang Zheng's eyes darkened. Vairava, holding a long, multicolored umbrella, flanked by his shadow clones, approached Dhritarashtra. The 3 figures looked at Tang Zheng simultaneously. 1 against 3, huh? Tang Zheng had already noticed that the shadow clones had lost control, and his expression grew serious. Something like a charm or an aggro effect, changing the target of summoned creatures? He now felt that Dhritarashtra and Vaishravana were far more formidable than the previous 2, Virutika and Verka. Pavilion Blue. Blessings are like an umbrella, covering and protecting all living beings. Vaishra swung the precious umbrella in his hand. On the umbrella's surface, composed of white, yellow, red, green, and blue, a needle like a clock pointed to the blue. Chigyushin's 93% health bar immediately recovered a bit. Guessed right again. Tang Zheng's eyelids twitched. He knew these 2 heavenly kings were the formidable type. Remove. The shadow clone, which had been preparing to attack again, suddenly dissipated into a ball of shadow. Though he had lost control of the shadow clone, as a summoned creature, Tang Zheng still had the authority to cancel it at any time. For light slashes magic slash fire. Tang Zheng wielded Ice Fang Pain, slashing at the 2 heavenly kings in front of him. Palm canopy white. The needle on the umbrella in Duowinshin's hand spun again. Swish. Swish. A white translucent shield appeared, enveloping the 2 heavenly kings, blocking the magic slash's attack. Xishan wave. Dang. Chigyushin plucked the strings of his zither, sending a powerful wave of sound blasting towards Tang Zheng in a fan-shaped area. Shadow assault. Tang Zheng activated his physical armor ability, dodging the sonic attack while quickly appearing at Chigyushin's side. For light slashes destroy. Waga yellow. Tang Zheng suddenly felt his attack lose control, deflecting, and his body charged towards Duowinshin. Bang! Duowinshin, 98%, S massive form was knocked back a bit. Health, shield, attack deflection. Is this the type of boss? Tang Zheng's expression darkened. He knew all too well how much trouble this kind of support could cause his opponent during a fight. This inevitably meant the battle would drag on. We must prioritize dealing with Duowinshin, holding the umbrella. Tang Zheng's eyes grew cold, and he quickly left the scene, rapidly pondering a strategy. But there was no good solution at the moment. He lacked the means to inflict significant damage. The 10th tier heating, while the highest tier magic, was an area of effect fire damage spell, with a knockback effect during the explosion shockwave. It lacked the power of a pure magical attack. As for physical means, Tang Zheng found himself even more deficient. The only skills that could inflict significant damage were martial arts, and his weapon's level was too low. The damage was even more limited. The 4 heavenly kings before him were clearly boss monsters, and couldn't be judged by the conventional level of 85. Swish. At this moment, a gilded light suddenly flickered in the sky. Time stopped. Tang Zheng froze in his tracks. The entire hall began to shift, and the square pattern in its center transformed into a lotus. The positions of the 2 heavenly kings, Dhritarashtra and Vaisravana, were replaced by the heavenly kings Virutika and Verka. Tang Zheng was completely unaware of what had happened. He was still pondering a strategy, while staring intently at the 2 heavenly kings in front of him. Until the next moment, he realized the 2 heavenly kings had switched positions again. Changed again. Tang Zheng's face darkened. He could no longer describe the emotions within him, but he truly felt the danger posed by the world-class item, Mandala of 2 Worlds. The situation before him. It was clear that if he didn't defeat the 4 heavenly kings, let alone obtain these world-class items, he would likely die here. Slay greed. 3 crimson pythons. A massive slash bearing the greed rune flew from afar. 3 giant crimson pythons emerged from their respective magic circles, their greasy crimson scales darting across the ground, tongues bared as they charged towards Tang Zheng. Wall of skeletons. Tang Zheng activated his magic and began to chant. Boom! A wall of white bones rose from the ground, blocking the incoming slashing blow. The wall shattered, dissipating into debris. Tang Zheng had retreated several dozen meters and looked at the 3 crimson pythons that continued to charge toward him, with no intention of attacking them. Killing these 3 crimson pythons would only cause more trouble. Whoosh! Fly! With a chant, Tang Zheng's body was coated in a layer of magic power, and he soared into the air. Chapter 384. HP 1112/1125 MP 897/918. Based on previous observations, Verutica and Verka should not possess anti-aircraft capabilities. Tang Zheng's body gradually rose, looking down at the 2 heavenly kings below, trying to calm himself down as quickly as possible. No way. 2 heavenly kings from any dimension would be difficult to deal with. If he stubbornly continued the fight, he would definitely be the loser in the end. The 2 alternate dimensions being transformed are the so-called Vajra realm and Ganzong realm, but during the transformation, they surprisingly didn't notice anything. Tang Zheng's mind was currently filled with all the information he had gathered from the 2 alternate dimensions. He needed to analyze this information for any useful clues. He considered his intuition quite good, after all, with the bonus of the Dragon Clan Transcendent class. Yet, he hadn't noticed the spatial shift at all. The only possibility was a time-related ability. Does Two Worlds Mandala also possess time-related abilities or effects? If so, Tang Zheng's face darkened, a sense of helplessness rising within him. The 2 spaces were constantly shifting. This process would inevitably disrupt his attack rhythm, especially during intense combat. If the opponent suddenly switched places, the attacks released would likely be immune to the swapped heavenly kings. To detect the spatial shift, one must possess time countermeasures, but this preparation requires level 70 or higher. This required learning specialized skills, or acquiring the corresponding equipment. This was similar to the prerequisites for learning super-level magic, and Tang Zheng didn't meet either of these requirements. The transformation process must follow a pattern. Tang Zheng continued to recall the details of the entire process, pondering. Zhang Hangshan and Guang Yushan are immune to physical damage. One is a warrior, the other a summoner, clearly designed to counter warrior players. Chigyushan and Duowinshan are immune to magic damage. Based on previous observations, one is a mage tank with large-scale AoE damage, and the other is a support-focused boss with certain mechanics. These 2 heavenly kings are specifically designed to counter mage players. Tang Zheng pondered the different combat styles of the 4 heavenly kings, vaguely wondering if the difference in his own attack methods had caused the transformation. If he were a pure warrior player, the heavenly kings he would be dealing with would be Zhang Hangshan and Guang Yushan, who are immune to physical damage. In this case, perhaps the transformation into another dimension wouldn't occur. Let's experiment. Tang Zheng looked down at the 2 heavenly kings, who were constantly running towards him. He took out a pocket watch from his item box to check the time, continuing to move in the air. He decided not to attack for now, to see if the transformation into another dimension would occur again. Also, there's a mechanism for the heavenly king to drop his weapon. Tang Zheng controlled his flight speed, circling the vast square. The image of Chigyushan dropping his pipa flashed through his mind. After losing his weapon, the heavenly king's buffs will disappear, and he even becomes slightly weakened. It's only briefly, but this should be an opportunity to attack. What about the selection of tome? After Zhang Hangshan picked up his weapon again, his opening line changed. If someone from another world were faced with this situation, they would likely be completely bewildered. However, Tang Zheng was no stranger to the familiar routines from his previous life's games. The opening lines shouted by the 4 heavenly kings were likely inspired by Buddhist texts. After destroying a weapon, you need to select the corresponding Buddhist text. According to the routine, choosing the right one should grant a certain buff. Thinking of this, Tang Zheng suddenly felt the same frustration as when you bite into a bun and find there's no filling at all, then take another bite, and still find the filling is just steamed bun. His knowledge of Buddhist texts was limited to the names of texts, like the Diamond Sutra. I want to learn now, but it's too late to research. Tang Zheng scoffed internally. This path was clearly a dead end. As expected, he had to resort to head-on confrontation. Tang Zheng felt his temples swelling. The problem was, even in a head-on confrontation, he had no chance of victory. According to the dungeon's gameplay, his biggest concern was weather, After reducing the health of the 4 heavenly kings to a certain level, they would face all 4 simultaneously. Summoner, Warrior, Mage, and Support. If these 4 heavenly kings coordinated, a 1v4 situation would emerge. The mere thought of it made Tang Jing's scalp tingle. A strong sense of crisis. Tang Jing's heart couldn't help but beat a few times. Maybe. We fail. Tang Jing's fingers trembled, his expression slightly stiff. Even after making some preparations, this situation was still unpredictable. Was it because he was a completely high-level class build, so he was a little conceited? Tang Jing took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down, knowing that he couldn't let his willpower waver at this moment. He dared to come in, because he had a backup plan as a countermeasure. However, this backup plan was a last resort, akin to surrender. In short, it meant giving up resistance and waiting until he reached level 100. Since he couldn't win, then he wouldn't fight. Although Tang Jing was only level 60, he could immediately take on a mid-level class. He only needed the 4 previously acquired mid-level classes, such as Sword Saint and Holy Knight. He would then have a full level 100 class build. Then, in this alien dimension, he would normally earn 1.5 million experience points daily until he reached level 100. This would take several years in this alien dimension. As for food, with just the sun anglerfish carcass in his item box, he could easily feed it for a year or 2, if he conserved it, not to mention the other food reserves. Water could also be obtained through the passive attribute conversion spell. Of course. This was a last resort. Tang Jing's mouth curled slightly, a glint as dark as a flame flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath and looked at the 2 heavenly kings below. I haven't reached the point yet. You're surrendering without even giving it your all. Regaining his composure, Tang Jing wondered how Bone King had obtained this world-class item. The opponent had entered the 2 realms mandala. According to the mechanics of this world-class item, they should be dealing with Dhritarashtra and Vaisravana, who possessed 90% spell damage reduction. Facing these 2 heavenly kings, even Bone King would have a tough time dealing with them. Otherwise, he would be greatly underestimating the ownership of the world-class item. Death Clock. Tang Jing could only speculate that Bone King had used his signature skill, Death Clock, to dispatch the 2 heavenly kings. The rest. Bone King only needed to deal with the other 2 heavenly kings, which would be much easier. Without the damage reduction buff, he could handle a warrior and a summoner. That was Bone King's area of expertise. Many spells can deal relatively powerful damage. It doesn't seem to have much reference value. As soon as this thought arose in Tang Jing's mind, a flash of inspiration struck his mind. Swish. Tang Jing's flying body suddenly paused, his eyes gleaming. If this hypothesis was feasible, perhaps he could give it a try. But only one chance. Tang Jing's eyes grew serious, staring intently at Zhang Hangshan and Guang Yushan below. Rather than you two, it's better to use this trump card on those 2 formidable heavenly kings. Time ticked by. Tang Jing continued to fly around the entire square. Zhang Hangshan and Guang Yushan pursued the enemy from the ground, but the 2 heavenly kings clearly lacked the means to counter the flying enemy and could only spin around. Interestingly, Zhang Hangshan's slashing attack was a ranged attack, but Tang Jing discovered that as soon as the 2 sides were at a distance, the opponent would abandon the slashing attack and pursue instead. This was a surprising bonus. An hour passed. The cooldown of the Shadow Clone technique skill had expired. The time now has exceeded the total duration of the previous 2 battles, yet no spatial shift has occurred. Tang Jing continued to fly, pulling out his pocket watch again to check thoughtfully. My previous guess was correct. The conditions for transforming into another dimension must be related to the player's attack method. No wonder the monk class has higher requirements. From a game mechanics perspective, players who focus on building a monk class will undoubtedly have a deeper understanding of Buddhist myths and legends, and will find it easier to clear the game. Then, 10th tier magic, warming. Tang Jing raised his palm, pointing downward, and chanted softly. With Tang Jing at the center, the air within the entire area instantly turned crimson, and dazzling light and heat erupted from the sky, like a missile exploding in midair. Boom! A powerful shockwave blasted towards the 2 heavenly kings below, knocking them back a distance. Zhang Hangshan, 93%, Guang Yushan, 92%, the health bars above the 2 heavenly kings' heads simultaneously dropped slightly. 4% HP lost. Tang Jing's lips curled into a smile. His original form's magic attack was much higher than that of his shadow clone. With the same magic, the shadow clone could only reduce the 2 heavenly kings' health by 1%. After all, it only inherited a quarter of his magic attack. After launching a magical attack, Tang Jing ceased his attacks and resumed his circling flight. This time, he didn't wait long. About 8 minutes later, the sky, radiating a golden glow, suddenly brightened. Time stopped. The Vidra realm mandala transformed into the Garba realm mandala. When the transformation between the two realms was complete, Tang Jing still didn't notice anything unusual. If it weren't for the change in the Heavenly King's appearance, he probably wouldn't have noticed. Middle string fall, the magic circle appeared on the ground, emitting a blue light. Boom! The sky above Tang Jing suddenly went dark. A massive rock lute, about 10 meters tall, appeared from above, covering a large area of space and crashing down. Since Tang Jing was already flying, the distance was extremely close, making it impossible for him to escape the attack range. Teleport. Tang Jing's figure vanished from his original position in a flash, appearing diagonally across the way. Gallery green. Davratar raised his long umbrella, and the pointer on the top moved to the green area. An invisible wave descended. Tang Jing's flight paused, and his body plummeted from the air, as if his magic had been forcibly interrupted. Fly! Tang Jing chanted again, casting his spell. But the flying spell had no effect, as if it were no longer usable. You can still use silent skills? That's how you do it, huh? Tang Jing glanced at the attribute panel, and saw that the fly spell in the magic column had turned gray. He continued to fall from the air. Shadow strike. Tang Jing twisted his body, transforming into a black shadow in midair, streaking across the sky like a bolt of black lightning. Bang! Tang Jing landed smoothly on the ground, then catapulted out of his position and rushed in front of Duo Wentian. Next, it's my turn. Discard the weapon first. Huagai White. Duo Wentian swiftly swung his long umbrella, a transparent white protective barrier enveloping his entire body, emitting a shimmering light. Ding! Zxian wave. On the other side, Qi Guitian simultaneously plucked the strings of his zither, unleashing a sonic assault. Shadow assault. Seeing Duo Wentian's defensive magic, Tang Jing immediately changed his target. His figure vanished once more, a black afterimage streaking across the ground. The sound of rapid movement echoed in his ears. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye. For light slashes destroy. Tang Jing had already reached Chiguxian. Ice Fang Pain swung the same motion as before. Quick slash. First, he unleashed his martial arts to knock away Chiguxian's left hand, then used another skill to knock away his right hand, which was holding the pipa. Both hands released. The pipa fell from the air. Tang Jing's eyes lit up, and his palm shot out like lightning, grabbing the fallen pipa magic item. His fingertips passed through the air, piercing the pipa magic item as well. The falling pipa seemed ethereal, impossible to grab. Untouchable. Tang Jing's gleaming eyes narrowed. If the weapon seizure plan fails, then proceed to plan B. Golden light surged. 5 illusory Buddhist texts appeared before him. Tang Jing ignored the Buddhist scriptures and made no choice. He knew only the names of the texts. There's only a 1/5 chance of success if you choose by chance. Based on the first situation, nothing will happen if you don't choose. But if you choose the wrong one, what if there are negative effects? Magic no chant level 10 warming. Tang Jing's mind flashed, and without even needing to chant beforehand, a fiery photosynthesis erupted. HP 1112/1125 MP 770/918 Chiguxian, standing close by, was instantly enveloped by the blazing heat. Without the buff, the full force of the magic effect was unleashed. Evil creature. Chiguxian, 88%, roared with a majestic fury, and was knocked back by the shockwave of the heat expansion, sending him flying over 10 meters. The 5% damage dealt by the attack was unexpected. Without the damage reduction effect, the damage dealt was 1% higher than against the other 2 Heavenly Kings. Could it be that after losing the buff, attacks of this type against the Heavenly King would deal increased damage? But Tang Jing only paid attention for a moment before his mind began to count down. His fundamental purpose in using Heat Up was to capitalize on the knockback effect produced by the magic. 3 seconds passed. The pipa, which had fallen to the ground, vanished into thin air, reappearing in Chiguxian's hands. Can't delay weapon recovery. Tang Jing lowered his eyes at the result. The plan to delay contact with the weapon has failed. If we adopt my proposed plan, we only have 3 seconds to prepare, and we need to perform it on both Heavenly Kings simultaneously. Chapter 385. Reclaim the pipa. Dhritarashtra's entire body glowed with a pale golden light, and he plucked the strings with a roar. Brahma resonance. Swish. A dazzling golden light poured from the pipa, like an unstoppable golden torrent, instantly enveloping the entire square. An extremely wide-range attack. There's absolutely no way to dodge. This is a pure percentage-based skill. HP 1000/1125 MP 770/918 damn it, PU. Tang Zheng coughed up blood, his entire body stabbing as if needles were piercing him. Ignoring the pain, he reached for the scroll from his item box, his gaze fixed on Vice Ravana, who was holding a 5-colored umbrella in the other direction. The transformation between the Vajra realm and the Garba realm takes approximately 8 minutes, and there are about 7 left. The scroll shattered. Level 6. Great Healing was released. A divine and gentle white light emerged from the air, descending upon Tang Zheng and healing him. Pavilion, red. Wei Wunshan held the magical item, the 5-colored treasure umbrella, a hint of compassion etched across his green face. Sins! Ding! The needle swung and landed on the red umbrella. The healing magic originally released by Great Healing, radiating a divine light, suddenly transformed into a stream of pure dark negative energy. The magic fell. Tang Zheng immediately felt the corrosive damage of the negative energy and groaned, his brow twitching. This is possible. The healing magic, at that moment, transformed into a damaging attack. HP 990/1125 MP 770/918 Great Healing restores 100 health points. Converting to negative attributes naturally inflicts the same amount of damage, except that he possesses the passive dark attribute resistance, 80%. This pure energy attack, lacking any bonuses or effects, was largely negated. Combined with his physical armor and inherent magic resistance, it ultimately dealt only 10 points of damage. The damage was low, but the situation was even worse, as it meant Wei Wunshan had blocked his healing magic. Damn it! Tang Zheng now clearly understood Wei Wunshan's despicable nature, and his desire to deal with the 2 heavenly kings first deepened. That 5-colored umbrella symbolizes the 5 colors of light in Buddhism. You should be familiar with all 5 skills by now. White, shield. Yellow, taunt. Red, healing conversion. Green, silence. Blue, heal. The opponent also had a skill that could forcibly change the permissions of summoned creatures. The only uncertainty was what Wei Wunshan's ultimate move was, and whether he had any offensive abilities. According to the nature of the game, when a boss's health drops to a certain level, their skills will change, and they might even gain even more powerful moves. This thought flashed through Tang Zheng's mind, and his gaze at the 2 heavenly kings in front of him grew colder. The speculation that dreaded him most. In the end, he would have to face these 4 heavenly kings simultaneously. Tang Zheng was confident he could wear down 2 of them in a 1-on-2 situation. While his attacking skills were certainly inferior to those of the heavenly kings, the passive abilities and stats combined from his high-level classes were no less impressive. Bang! The air shook. Xishan wave. A fan-shaped shockwave erupted from Chigyushin's hand. Skeleton wall. Tang Zheng chanted, casting a defensive spell. The wall of bones resisted the sonic attack, shattering into shattered debris. Swish. Tang Zheng's figure flashed and began to move. His gaze surveyed the positions of the 2 heavenly kings, and he thought to himself, one thing needs to be confirmed. 5th tier magical beast summoning, bronze axe minotaur. 5th tier angel summoning, purifying power archangel. 2 beams of magical light, 1 blue and 1 white, condensed. A tall minotaur wielding a bronze axe, and an angel holding a golden banner appeared before Tang Zheng simultaneously. Tang Zheng mastered 3 summoning spells. Normally, without a corresponding summoning system, each type of summoning spell could only summon 1 monster at a time. However, casting different summoning spells was not subject to this limitation. Magic beast summoning and compound element summoning were previously at the 2nd and 3rd tiers, respectively. Before entering the 2 worlds mandala, Tang Zheng used magic ascension to upgrade these 2 summoning spells to the 9th tier, consuming 13 skills. Skill points, 125 to 112. The reason it didn't reach rank 10 LV, 64 to 70, is that Tang Zheng's current player level is only 60. After summoning the 2 monsters, Tang Zheng not only didn't allow them to attack, but instead immediately controlled the bronze axe minotaur and the purifying archangel away from the 2 heavenly kings. Ding! Entangled strings, sinking. Fall of blessings. The heavenly kings, Dhritarashtra and Vice Ravana, also activated their skills at this moment. Swish. Swish. A magic circle, approximately 1 meter in diameter, appeared in all 4 directions around Tang Zheng. A brilliant blue light shone from it. Thick whips, like strings, emerged from the 4 magic circles and struck Tang Zheng, who was in the center, simultaneously, lashing out in different trajectories. Whoosh! The strings lashed, a sharp sound piercing the air. Mind's eye. Tang Zheng shouted softly. As his martial arts skills were activated, the images of 4 strings attacking in different trajectories emerged clearly in his mind, as if by telepathy. A nimble figure flashed continuously. Tang Zheng, like a nimble dancer, dodged and leaped amidst the afterimages of the swirling strings, quickly escaping the range of the magical attack. Roar! The bronze axe minotaur suddenly roared, its previously crimson eyes emitting a faint golden glow. It charged towards Tang Zheng, axe raised. The moment control was lost. Tang Zheng had already sensed it, but he showed no surprise. Instead, he looked in the direction of the angel. Duo Wintian's skill seems to only control one summon. Tang Zheng's face flickered with a smile. The last time his shadow clone was reversed, he hesitated to summon it this time. Intelligence complete. Tang Zheng felt a slight sense of relief, and immediately controlled the purifying archangel to block the out-of-control green-headed axe minotaur. Since he could only control one, canceling the summon was obviously the worst option. He needed the bronze axe minotaur to take Duo Wintian's control slot. It's my turn to strike back. Magic Ascension 10th level composite elemental summon storm elemental spirit. Tang Zheng's magic power rapidly boiled over, disappearing. HP 990/1125 MP 675/918 A flash of magic. The composite element didn't appear, as if the spell had failed. However, the moment Tang Zheng cast the spell, he also activated his passive effect, Magic Pre-Prepare, storing the spell. Looking in the direction of the 2 heavenly kings. Now, this is no time to save scrolls. Teleport. Tang Zheng's figure vanished in the blink of an eye, appearing before Chigyushin, holding a 5-colored treasure umbrella. 10th stage, Warming Crush. Boom! A crimson light burst forth, and the rapidly expanding heat created a powerful shockwave that shook Duo Wintian from his original position. Tang Zheng's teleportation angle was deliberately chosen, sending Duo Wintian soaring towards Chigyushin's position. 10th stage, Warming Crush. Boom! Duo Wintian had no time to activate his special auxiliary skills, and was once again set flying, continuing towards Chigyushin. String Entanglement, Immobilization. Evil Obstacle. Chigyushin, in the distance, roared angrily and plucked the strings of his harp. A large number of silk threads suddenly appeared on Tang Zheng's body, entangling his limbs. The 4 threads extended and fell towards the white floor, forming a fixed position. This was clearly a binding skill. Tang Zheng's body swayed slightly, easily freeing himself from the binding threads. He crushed the 10th level, Warming Scroll in his hand once again. He possessed the passive ability Nullify Movement Impediment, rendering binding skills useless to him. Boom! Duo Wintian was further flung back, the constant knockback preventing him from using any of his skills. 10th level, Warming Crushed. 10th level, Warming Crushed. In a short time, 7 scrolls were consumed. The continuous explosions and roars pushed Duo Wintian back to Chigyushin's side. Ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Tang Zheng activated his skill. A shadow clone emerged, immediately aiming at Duo Wintian and unleashing Ninjutsu, Immobilization Jutsu. An invisible wave struck. Davida stood frozen in place. Speed up the wind? Break the wind. Tang Zheng instantly charged forward, arriving right in front of Chigyushin. The ice fang pain in his hand slashed a blue arc through the air. 4 light slashes break. A cold light flashed from Chigyushin's left hand, knocking the hand holding the pipa away. With a flick of his wrist, he swung downward with force. Quick slash. Chigyushin roared at this moment, Brahma Resonance. A dazzling golden light was released. HP 887/1125 MP 675/918 Puff. Tang Zheng spat out a mouthful of blood. Gritting his teeth to endure the stinging pain throughout his body, he continued to swing the ice fang pain. Chigyushin's right hand, which was holding the pipa, was knocked off, and the pipa magic item in his hand, which looked wooden but had the texture of metal, fell from the air. At that moment, Tang Zheng didn't even bother to observe, unleashing his martial arts again. Instant reflection. A blue glow emanated from his entire body. Tang Zheng's form instantly adjusted, returning to his attacking stance. Ignoring the stinging pain and rising fatigue, he roared, for light slashes, destroy. This time, his target was Duo Wintian, standing nearby. However, Chigyushin's attack had also damaged his shadow clone, causing the ninjutsu to dissolve. Duo Wintian regained control of his body. I don't know if I sensed some danger, or if some special mechanism had been triggered. Your blessings are like clouds, yet you are the lightning. Duo Wintian, holding a 5-colored umbrella in one hand, roared with a fierce, majestic gaze, How dare you challenge me? The vast golden light that Shigyushin had just unleashed, before it dissipated, gathered around Duowinshin's body like a siphon. And then, 2 golden beams emanated from the palm of Duowinshin's other arm. Bang! The shadow clone was instantly destroyed. Another beam of golden light struck Tang Jing's chest directly, while the Ice Fang Pain attack also struck Duowinshin's single-handed umbrella palm. Snap! The palm loosened, and the 5-colored treasure umbrella magic item fell. Crack! The red armor covering Tang Jing's chest shattered, and the powerful recoil sent Tang Jing flying into the air. The dull impact. Tang Jing's chest numbed, as if blood was about to burst from his throat, but at this moment, he could no longer care. Blood streaks appeared in the whites of his eyes. The whole process happened in a second. 2 seconds left. No chant magic 10th tier magic composite elemental summoning storm elemental spirit. Prepare magic in advance. 10th tier storm elemental spirit. In an instant, 2 whirlwind-like spirits appeared in front of the weapons dropping Shigyushin and Duowinshin, leaping forward. Without the buff bonus and weapon drop mechanism, the 2 heavenly kings offered no resistance, allowing the 2 elemental spirits to approach. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 spirits launched almost instantly. During this moment, Tang Jing tossed 2 potions from his item box. The melting potion shattered under the sharp sandstorms unleashed by the storm elemental spirit, spilling the potion onto the spirit. Buzz, buzz, an incredible scene unfolded. The 2 storm elemental spirits actually showed signs of merging with the 2 heavenly kings. 1 second. Goddess Kali's Psi Elemental Nirvana Day. Tang Jing roared. A huge ripple appeared above Tang Jing's head, and a massive female figure appeared in the sky. He lowered his head, looking down at the 2 heavenly kings below. Ah! A long sigh echoed. 0 seconds. Tang Jing felt a flash of white before his eyes. He was flung into the air, unable to hold back a cough of blood, and fell heavily to the ground. Cough, cough. Tang Jing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, quickly stood up, and looked forward. Goddess Kali had vanished. The 2 heavenly kings, Dhritarashtra and Vaisravana, had regained their magical tools, and their figures, emitting a faint golden light, stood still. However, Dhritarashtra's head was shattered, as if split in half by some force, and the left side of his body had completely vanished. Vairava's was even more dramatic, with only 1 arm, and half of his upper body remaining suspended in midair. The rest of the 2 heavenly kings' bodies seemed to have been completely wiped away, leaving a bare, vacant space. Their majestic presence contrasted with the remnants of their bodies, radiating a faint golden glow. At this moment, there was a sense of strangeness. The pair of eyes that barely managed to form raised their heads, dignified and silent, their gaze directed towards Tang Jing's position. A Buddhist chant emanated from one of the 2 heavenly kings. If the mad mind does not cease, cessation leads to Bodhi. Dhritarashtra's head gently turned. Only by cultivating both merit and wisdom can one attain Bodhi. Vairava's low chanting, like a soliloquy, sounded like a mantra. The next moment, the 2 heavenly kings collapsed, vanishing into points of light. My bet paid off. Tang Jing's nerves, tense as they had just begun to relax, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought he had lost. The time was too short, and the fusion of the elemental spirits was clearly incomplete, otherwise the 2 heavenly kings would have been annihilated. The rank of the ace skill is even higher than expected. Tang Jing's eyes flashed deeply, and he stood up straight, holding his chest. Crack! Crack! The entire space began to shatter at this moment. Tang Jing knew that he would have to deal with the other 2 heavenly kings next. One of his ace skills had already been used. Chapter 386. Golden cracks covered the shattered space. A gilded light emanated from Shangtue, transforming everything within his field of vision, as if time were accelerating. Tang Jing's eyes widened in amazement as he observed the changes in the alternate dimension. This was unlike the previous shifts that had eluded him. The passive ability of Magic Master rapidly activated, casting a pale blue magical glow in Tang Jing's eyes. This intuitive shift in the time system was a new experience for Tang Jing, and he sought to utilize the passive ability of Magic Transcendence for a more nuanced perception. His vision blurred. Vajra Realm Mandala Alternate Dimension. In the lotus pattern at the center of the hall, Tang Jing's figure suddenly appeared, as if a frame had been lost. Zhang Zinshan, HP 97%, Guang Yushin, HP 96%, the 2 heavenly kings each glared at Tang Jing, their gazes oppressive. Although they displayed no signs of intelligence, they possessed far greater combat awareness than summon monsters. Only 2 remained. Tang Jing dissipated the blue light in his eyes, feeling slightly disappointed at his lack of success. He returned his gaze to the two heavenly kings before him, his eyes fixed. He raised Ice Fang Pain with one hand, and against the golden light above, the cold white weapon's surface took on a golden sheen. Now! Tang Zheng looked disheveled. Dried marks remained on his chin from wiping blood, and a basketball-sized hole had been pierced through his crimson armor. His chest was exposed. As for the clothing in that area, it had long since vanished into ashes. HP 707/1125 MP 675/918. The flesh armor had sustained severe damage, its durability reduced to half. However, although a large hole had been torn in his chest, the rest of his armor remained intact. Only this area, in front of his chest, was no longer protected. OM! Thud. Zhang Hangshan, clutching a crimson giant sword, suddenly charged forward, raising his hand and slashing at Tang Zheng. Kill Greed. The golden inscription Greed slashed through the air. Hiss, hiss, SS. At the same time, the three previously summoned crimson pythons swam and pounced again towards Tang Zheng. Teleport. Tang Zheng chanted, his body rippled, and he instantly vanished, teleporting to the highest point in the sky. He easily dodged the attacks of the two heavenly kings. Now I only have to deal with you. I can let go completely. Tang Zheng's gaze was cold, as he glanced at the three crimson pythons below, approximately level 50. These three enormous pythons were not difficult to deal with, but their death would have serious negative consequences. Magic Ascension 10th level Angel Summon Judgment Angel, LV 64. A resplendent divine light condensed. A holy angel, nearly 5 meters tall, almost as tall as a heavenly king, appeared. Its arms, palm to palm, held together, and 4 bronze gears of varying sizes, like wheels within wheels, hovered on its chest. Swish! Gorgeous wings of pure white feathers spread out. The Judgment Angel's wings fluttered, transforming into a stream of white light, swiftly dashing towards the 3 giant pythons below. Kill the Greed. Zhang Hangshan was the first to change his target in pursuit of Tang Zheng, swinging the crimson great sword in his hand. A golden slash flew towards him. On the Judgment Angel's chest, the 4 eyes on the rotating bronze gears flickered, and a soft glow emanated from its massive body. Glorious spirit. The golden slash pierced through the Judgment Angel's body without causing any damage. This was a special skill that allowed it to transform its body into energy, a means of dodging purely physical attacks. Boom! The Judgment Angel descended upon the 3 crimson pythons. A surge of air surged, and the bronze gears on its chest radiated a red glow. Heavenly Fire Judgment. Boom! 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 A beam of light, combining fire and divine attributes, descended from midair, slamming heavily into the 3 crimson pythons. Hiss! A shrill hiss echoed. The 3 crimson pythons twisted in pain under the dazzling red and white light. They had already suffered severe damage before their last departure. This time, they could no longer withstand the attack and were reduced to ash. At the same time, 3 phantoms quickly entangled the Judgment Angel. Swish! Zhang Hangshan, holding a crimson great sword, appeared in front of the Judgment Angel in an instant, swinging his heavy sword. Crack, squeak, metallic friction echoed from the Judgment Angel's silver armor. Zhang Hangshan's sudden appearance made it impossible for the Judgment Angel to dodge, and the silver armor dented with a sharp sound. Where the crimson greatsword struck, a straight wound, 2 arm lengths long, appeared, continuously emitting white spots of light. Bang! The Judgment Angel fell from the air to the ground with a roar, and its body was uncontrollably sent flying at distance. Does this damage have a critical effect? Tang Zheng's eyes shifted slightly. Angels are tanky monsters. Even with a level difference, a single strike could inflict devastating damage. Zhang Hangshan's attack power was astonishing. While Tang Zheng was startled, he also knew his chance had arrived. His purpose in summoning the Angel of Judgment was to first destroy the 3 crimson pythons. Warming scrolls, 13 left. Tang Zheng sneered, simultaneously reaching into the void, and quickly removing warming scrolls from his item box. Now only these 2 heavenly kings remain. No need to worry about saving. Use them all in one go. This is the power of resources. Boom! 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 The terrifying light and heat exploded in the sky like muffled thunder. The entire space, like a solar storm, was instantly bathed in a crimson glow. At that moment, the scrolls transformed into the sun in the sky, continuously flashing and exploding, like a crimson torrent impacting everything in sight. The Angel of Judgment instantly turned to ash and vanished. The 2 heavenly kings, Virutika and Verka, were engulfed in the fiery red light, the shockwaves of intense heat and expansion creating a shockwave. The two heavenly kings' massive figures were knocked to the ground, and through the seething air, their roars, as if laced with rage, echoed. Sword trees and knife mountains, all are the realm of the Tao. Mystical powers and transformations are but illusion. What? Tang Zheng, hovering high in the sky, strained his ears. The roar was so loud that he couldn't make out what was coming from below. 13 heating scrolls, used up in one go. The blazing light and heat enveloped the entire space, lingering for a long time. The air distorted under the terrifying heat, as if it were being roasted in a furnace. The entire space seethed like boiling water, a lingering simmer. Even Tang Zheng, possessing the fire attribute nullification spell, felt the heat distorting the air and the crimson light, irritating him so much that he couldn't open his eyes. It's still more satisfying to use the scroll. Tang Zheng breathed in the intense heat, enough to instantly melt even the strongest in the hero realm into ash. He placed his palm to his forehead and gazed down. A sea of crimson. Even with Tang Zheng's imperfect eyesight, he couldn't immediately make out the scene below. 10th stage. Warming was so powerful, but calling it warming was a bit too common a name. Tang Zheng observed the area below intently, a thought inexplicably flashing through his mind. Finally, the influence of the magic gradually dissipated, and the two heavenly kings reappeared in his field of vision. Zhang Hangshan, 60%, Guang Yushan, 60%, what is this? Tang Zheng, the health loss values for the two heavenly kings are incorrect. The 10th level warming spell only deals about 4% damage, even if it's released through a scroll. Without the passive buff from Tang Zheng's own magic, the damage the scroll can inflict can only be kept at around 3%. Bang! Zhang Hangshan stomped heavily on the ground, and a layer of flame suddenly ignited on the red sword in his hand, blazing fiercely. Cry! The sharp cry of a hawk echoed above Zhang Hangshan's head, condensing into a totemic figure with golden feathers flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. Elsewhere, the red snake coiled on Guang Yushan's shoulder suddenly opened its mouth, and a small snake as long as an arm shot out from its mouth, rapidly expanding in midair. In the blink of an eye, the small snake expanded to about 10 meters in size, transforming into a monster with flapping translucent wings and pointed horns on its head. Red Dragon Snake LV-80. This is its second form. Tang Zheng's expression was serious. He glanced at the giant python summoned by Guang Yushan, his eyes twitching. Dragon? Whose dragon has wings on its back? Isn't this a feathered serpent? He pulled out another magic scroll. Great healing. Holy divine healing light continuously condensed, transforming into streams of energy that enveloped Tang Zheng's entire body. HP 1125/1125 MP 600/918. Using 5 scrolls in a row, he completely restored his health. Then, he crushed 4 more healing scrolls to repair his damaged flesh armor. A rich, holy light surged. Crack, crack! The flesh armor with a large hole in Tang Zheng's chest was growing back at a visible speed, like a wound on a normal creature healing. Roar! The red dragon snake summoned by Guang Yushan roared, and red circles of light suddenly appeared on the ground. Karma Fire Reincarnation. Pillars of fire shot up into the sky, blasting upwards. Boom! Boom! Tang Zheng allowed the flames to impact him, ignoring the damage. He grasped the ice fang pain in his hand, suddenly turning and swinging it behind him. Bang! 2 figures, one large and one small, collided in midair. Zhang Hangshan's second form actually has the ability to fly. Is this the effect of some eagle totem? Tang Zheng held the ice fang pain in one hand, his strength no less than the others, staring sharply at the eagle totem above Zhang Hangshan's head. Are there any totem-related professions in Buddhism? Eagle form. Zhang Hangshan roared. Dagger-like feathers emerged from his body, swiftly attacking him like arrows. Heart's Eye. Tang Zheng leaned back, creating distance again, and wielded ice fang pain repeatedly. Ding ding ding! A continuous chorus of sounds rang out. Zhang Hangshan, wielding a flaming giant sword, charged through the air at an even faster speed, swinging his weapon once more with a powerful, oppressive air. Slay greed! Roar! A beastly roar. A red dragon snake flapped its wings and charged from behind Tang Zheng, attacking from both sides. Teleport. Tang Zheng vanished from his spot, dodging the attack from both sides. Currently, both heavenly kings possess resistance to physical damage, making close combat insignificant. Shoot down their weapons? Tang Zheng looked at Zhang Hangshan, who possessed formidable combat abilities, and Guang Yushan, who was skilled in summoning, below him. Taking down the weapons of these two heavenly kings would be far more difficult than the previous two. However, Those two heavenly kings had been eliminated, and there would be no more spatial shifts. He could use magic freely. Snake's surge. A large magic circle appeared in front of Guangyushan, and 6 sturdy red pythons emerged from it. Roar! The red dragon twisted its tail in midair, a layer of red light emanating from its body. The 6 red pythons below unexpectedly sprouted wings from their backs. Outnumbered, huh? Although I don't have a summoning class build, my summoning skills aren't necessarily inferior to yours. Tang Zheng's entire body glowed with a faint blue magical light, and he chanted, Magic Ascension 10th Level Angel Summon Judgment Angel, LV. 64. The Judgment Angel flapped its 6 pairs of wings, and slowly emerged amidst a dazzling divine light, blocking Tang Zheng's body. Magic Ascend 10th Level Magical Bee Summon Cerberus, LV. 64. A blue magic circle appeared on the ground below. A monster, several times larger than the Judgment Angel, covered in dark fur and possessing features resembling both a dog and a lion, appeared on the ground. A large monster with 3 heads and a venomous snake-like tail appeared on the ground. It was the Cerberus. This monster possessed relatively powerful melee abilities, with all attacks inflicting additional fire damage and possessing a passive resistance to fire and poison. Magic Ascend 10th Level Composite Elemental Summon Blizzard Elemental Spirit, LV. 64. A chilling wind howled. Exuding a rich meaning, its body composed entirely of ice and snow, somewhat similar to a storm elemental spirit, it swirled a ball of ice and snow, hovering in midair. Crack! Tang Zheng took out a scroll and crushed it. Holy energy surged into the sky, so dense it illuminated the surrounding sky in a blanket of white. Human holy energy rapidly converged in front of him. A circular white doorway formed. Accompanied by the fluttering of dense wings, angels radiating holy light flew out from behind the doorway. The magic scroll of final war, good. 3 level 64 summon monsters, coupled with a level 70 and 2 level 60 angels, as well as other lower level angels. This force was enough to easily sweep across several kingdoms. Stop those summon monsters. After casting the spell, Tang Zheng immediately commanded his summons to attack Guangyushan. He intended to focus on dealing with Zhang Hangshan. Although the numerous angels summoned by Final War, good, were neutral, Tang Zheng and the 2 heavenly kings were the only ones present, so there was no need to worry about harming their companions. As for the 3-headed hellhounds, who were also summoned, as long as they didn't attack the neutral angels, they wouldn't be attacked. Chapter 387. Powerful holy energy rippled through the sky. A vast number of angels continuously filled this space. To describe it as blocking out the sky and the sun is an overstatement, but its expressive power was enough to capture the eye. This was an extremely powerful, special 10th level magic. Not to mention the cost and number of uses, it could still provide a certain degree of containment even against players over 100 levels. Alas, Tang Zheng was the only one in this space. If placed in another world, simply witnessing this magic would be enough for the inhabitants of that world to crown the caster a god. The angels radiating holy light filled the sky. Under attack from the red dragon snake, all the neutral angels sprang into action. Boom! Holy beams and magical attacks transformed into streams of light, blasting towards the red dragon snake and the 6 crimson pythons. The 2 sides collided instantly. In a single blow, most of the level 10 guardian angels were lost, but they were replaced by more powerful angels. A dense swarm of angels clashed fiercely with a group of crimson pythons, led by a red dragon snake. Hissing and roaring echoed through the sky. The magnificent scene resembled a divine war. 3 level 64 judgment angels, a Cerberus, and a blizzard elemental spirit, summoned by Tang Zheng using normal magic, simultaneously besieged the summoner, Guangmu Tian. HP, 1125/1125 MP, 395/918. After casting spells one after another, his mana had dropped below half. For a magic caster, mana is their lifeline. This was a precarious situation, but for Tang Zheng, it was nothing. Tang Zheng stood in midair, gazing at Zhang Hangshan charging again from the distance. He raised his chin, his gaze cold. In terms of level, I'm indeed much weaker than you. But, in terms of stats and tactics, my fighting style is far more diverse than yours. A white light emanated from Tang Zheng, and he let out a low cry, heroic spirit. A ball of light appeared. Then it slowly morphed into a normal human-sized form. Its upright figure bore a striking resemblance to Tang Zheng, except that its entire body was stained white, even its pupils a hazy white. Heroic spirit first transformation. Tang Zheng calmly issued the command, expressionless. The normal human-sized heroic spirit rapidly expanded in size, like a giant creature revived. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a translucent white dragon, 20 meters tall. Its majestic, massive body stretched freely in midair, its wings spread wide, reaching a length of nearly 50 meters. The heroic spirit cannot make a sound, but at this size, its silence actually creates a more powerful impact. Double transformation. Tang Yang's lips curled. Swish. A faint red mist erupted from the pure white surface of the heroic spirit dragon. Crimson flesh armor condensed from the heroic spirit dragon's body, rapidly covering its entire body. The translucent white dragon, momentarily imbued with holiness, transformed in the blink of an eye into a vastly larger crimson dragon. Unlike magic or normal skills, the heroic spirit completely inherited the abilities of Golden Dragon King transformation and flesh armor. Perhaps this has something to do with the heroic spirit's inherent characteristics. It completely mirrors the user's image, inheriting the armor and ability values of their appearance. Just like the heroic spirit summoned by Shouts here, it also appears to be clad in armor. However, this comes at a price. The heroic spirit's health is immediately reduced by 30%, accounting for the health drain of 2 skills. It seems, losing 30% of its health before even starting the battle isn't a good strategy. The benefits are actually much greater. Transforming into Dragon King form triggers a series of passive abilities from Dragon Transcendent, such as Golden Dragon Scales Strengthened, which not only increases physical and magic resistance by 15%, but also grants immunity to critical hits. And Claw's Wings Strengthened, further boosting its attack power. The overall stats appear unchanged. But its attack power has increased significantly, and with the added protection of flesh armor, its true strength is actually greater than in human form. Boom! The heroic spirit flapped its dragon wings, its massive form transforming into a crimson afterimage as it collided with Zhang Hangshan. Killed agreed. The flaming giant sword slashed against the heroic spirit, leaving a mark on its orange-red armor. Whoosh! The heroic spirit twisted its lower body, and its thick dragon tail suddenly swung out, sending a sharp explosion through the air, accompanied by a loud bang. Zhang Hangshan was knocked back by the dragon's tail's lash, but thanks to his own damage reduction buff, he took no damage. The heroic spirit once again engaged Zhang Hangshan in a fierce battle. The fierce collision and roar were even louder than the commotion caused by the numerous angels and summons battling Guang Yushin. The shadow clone was destroyed earlier, and the 1-hour time limit hasn't even expired yet, so the heroic spirit will have to take over. Tang Zheng didn't join the fight. He knew that physical attacks would only do limited damage to Zhang Hangshan, and the purpose of summoning the heroic spirit was simply to give him time to recover. Rapid Mana Recovery. Tang Zheng activated a skill. This mana recovery method didn't even exist in Yggdrasil. The only unfortunate thing was that it could only be used once a day, and while activated, movement and combat were prohibited. Bang! Bang! Boom! Boom! In his field of vision, the 2 heavenly kings were engaged in a fierce battle. Zhang Hangshan, wielding a flaming longsword, displayed astonishing combat skills. Guang Yushin also continued to cast summoning spells, even employing enhancements to increase the power of his summon monsters. Tang Zheng carefully observed the battle between the 2 heavenly kings, not only to gain intelligence, but also to learn how to fight. After all, before the arrival of the great underground tomb of Nazarick, the chances of encountering a battle of this magnitude were likely very limited. Heroic spirits are man-made creatures similar to golems. No, they can't be completely treated as golems. Tang Zheng stared ahead, pondering inwardly. Because heroic spirits aren't living beings, healing magic like Great Cure can't restore their health. Tang Zheng remembered that heroic spirits were designed similarly to man-made creatures, like golems, and that if such creatures were damaged, they required specialized repair methods. I wonder if there's any magic or skill in this other world that can repair Grimm. This thought flashed through Tang Zheng's mind, as he calmly observed the 2 heavenly kings' fighting methods. Half an hour passed quickly. Zhang Hangshan, 58%, Guang Yushin, 45%, the heroic spirit's fighting style was entirely physical, and their damage to Zhang Hangshan was limited. Only Guang Yushin, facing the magical attacks of numerous summons, saw his health bar further reduced, though most of his summons had already been destroyed. Only a single level 70 angel remained, fighting against the Red Flood Serpent. Both summons looked utterly miserable. The level 70 angel had 3 broken wings, its body charred black, while the Red Flood Serpent was covered in large and small pits and scars, blood oozing out continuously. The heroic spirit's situation was equally dire, their flesh armor extensively damaged, revealing their pure white form. HP, 1125/1125 MP, 854/918 Tang Jiang's shoulders trembled, and he emerged from his magic recovery state. Should we deal with Guang Yushin first? Looking at the health bars of the two heavenly kings, Guang Yushin looked easier to deal with. Well, let's first confirm whether the damage from the previous spell has diminished. Tang Jing made up his mind and chose to cast a test spell. Heat. Boom. The exploding high-temperature air wave quickly swept around, instantly reducing the already severely injured level 70 angel to ash and dissipating. The red flood serpent, despite being thrown a distance by the air wave, suffered little damage. The heroic spirit, possessing Tang Jing's passive resistance, was also unaffected. Zhang Hangshan, 56%, Guang Yushin, 43%. The damage has indeed been reduced, only 2%. Both heavenly kings have gained fire resistance. Tang Jing's gaze narrowed slightly, surprised that the two heavenly kings could actually increase their resistance based on the damage they received. I need to switch to offensive magic. Snake Swarm Surge. A blue magic circle appeared on the ground, and 6 level 50 red pythons crawled out. Snake Scale Resonance. Guang Yushin raised his palm and pointed at a red python. Golden light enveloped it, and the red python transformed into a ball of golden energy, flying into the midair red dragon snake. The next moment, the red dragon snake's entire body glowed with golden light, and its seemingly severe injuries had surprisingly healed. Deal with Guang Yushin first. Tang Jing determined his first target. The final war, good, scroll appeared. This time, instead of using just one, he took out the remaining 2 scrolls. The scroll shattered. Boom, boom. 2 bright, sacred pillars of light shot skyward, their rich divine attributes momentarily overpowering the golden light above. Angels, flapping their wings, densely packed the sky, first blocking the path of the red dragon snake. Teleport. Tang Jing's figure instantly vanished, appearing behind Guang Yushin. Chain Dragon Thunder. Crack. Blue lightning pierced the air, exploding on Guang Yushin's back. Evildoer. Guang Yushin, 42%, roared angrily, turning around. The snake-shaped magic item, seemingly alive, resting on his shoulder, flashed a glance. Snake Bind. Tang Jing paused, then immediately resumed his movements. His eyes narrowed slightly as he chanted again, Chain Wind Dragons. Crash. A swirling dragon-shaped hurricane, like a drill, struck Guang Yushin's 41% chest, exploding into a shattering wind blade. Thunder attribute dealt 2% damage, wind attribute only 1%. A thought flashed through Tang Jing's mind, and he chanted again, Chain Earth Dragons. A large number of earth-brown stones appeared out of thin air, quickly coalescing and slamming fiercely forward. With a muffled bang, Guang Yushin's 38% massive form was forcibly knocked back a step. Chain Water Dragons. Tang Jing's eyes lit up, and he switched to water attribute magic and attacked again. This time, the results were less than ideal. Water, like wind, deals the least damage to the heavenly king. Only earth attribute magic deals the most damage. Tang Jing cast several attack spells in succession, identifying the one with the highest damage. All your sins are false. Guang Yushin suddenly roared, his entire body radiating a fierce golden light. In particular, the snake-shaped magic item lying at shoulder height opened its mouth and released a small snake. Instantly, the small snake rapidly expanded, transforming into a green dragon snake, 80 LV, nearly identical in appearance to the red dragon snake, differing only in color. Acid Rain. Tick. Tick. The green dragon snake coiled, radiating a brilliant green light. Rain with a strong acidic smell immediately began to fall from Tang Jing's head. Teleport. Tang Jing cast a spell and vanished from his position, avoiding the acid rain's attack range. Another level 80 monster. Summon a powerful monster every 20% of its health bar? Tang Jing appeared 100 meters away, his face darkening. When facing a summoner, it's truly crucial to prioritize the caster. Swoosh. Swoosh. The green dragon snake and 5 crimson pythons quickly turned their heads, looking towards Tang Jing, and charged again. But a large number of angels descended from midair, once again blocking the summon monsters. The entire scene descended into chaos. Tang Jing stared intently at the summoner Guang Yushin. He stepped on the ground, approaching and chanting, Magic Resistance Breakthrough, Chain Earth Dragon. Boom! Guang Yushin, 34%, was knocked back a step by the heavy stone-made Earth Dragon. He quickly commanded his summons to break free from the angel's blockade and focus on dealing with Tang Jing. Teleport. Tang Jing's figure flashed, appearing out of thin air behind Guang Yushin. As he stood still, Another magical attack descended, magic resistance breakthrough, chain earth dragon. Guang Yushin, 30%, stumbled, and before he could turn, a shadowy figure appeared on his shoulder. For light slashes, destroy. Tang Zheng wielded Ice Fang Pain, and a flash of cold light exploded in midair, striking the snake-shaped magic item on Guang Yushin's shoulder. Snap! The snake-shaped magic item was knocked down, and the buff on Guang Yushin instantly vanished. Now! For light slashes, destroy. Tang Zheng stood on Guang Yushin's shoulder, targeting his exposed neck and slashing down hard. Bang! The moment Ice Fang Pain made contact with Guang Yushin's skin, a powerful blast of air erupted. Instant reflection. A blue light shone from Tang Zheng's body. He realigned himself, and with a flick of his wrist, he roared again, for light slashes, destroy. Another muffled thud. Guang Yushin's health bar, 17%, was shattered by 13%, and at this moment, the fallen snake-shaped magic item returned to Guang Yushin's body. Buzz! A flash of vibrating golden light. A powerful blast of air suddenly erupted from Guang Yushin's body, his golden eyes turning crimson, and a serpentine shadow emerged from his purple-gold scales. Bang! Tang Zheng was flung into the air by the blast, flying backwards. His feet landed heavily on the ground, sliding 10 meters before coming to a stop. Chapter 388. Guang Yushin, a serpentine shadow wrapped around him, clenched his fists, and swung them toward the ground, sending invisible waves of air cascading. He roared in anger, "You remain stubborn." Forever condemned to Guang Yushin's eye. The snake-like shadow swirled, and a single, yellowish-brown, vertical pupil appeared above Guang Yushin's head, gazing at Tang Zheng with a cold, emotionless gaze. At that moment, Tang Zheng's heart beat uncontrollably. A strong sense of crisis suddenly washed over him, a breath of death. It was an instant death ability. Unclean Shock Shield. Tang Zheng's eyes grew stern, and he pressed down, activating his Valkyrie-class skill. A blood-red, black shockwave, centered around Tang Zheng, formed a barrier-like circular impact, spreading outward. The opponent's ability was directly negated. Unclean Shock Shield is a combined offensive and defensive skill, capable of negating any attack or effect. It's extremely useful, but unfortunately, it can only be used twice a day. Tang Zheng generally considered it a trump card beneath his trump card. As for countering the instant death effect, he possessed the magical item Death Guard armlets, which could also provide protection. However, Tang Zheng could sense a strong sense of danger. The skill unleashed by the serpent pupils erected above Guang Yushin's head was likely more than just an instant death effect. In Yggdrasil, countermeasures against instant death were a standard player component, a boss derived from world-class items. This seemingly ultimate skill was more likely to have other effects. Roar! Roar! A sudden, high-pitched roar echoed from the sky above. The red and green flood serpents, 2 level 80 monsters, broke free from the clutches of numerous angels and charged through the air towards Guang Yushin. 2 red and green afterimages plummeted downwards. In a flash, 2 flood serpents, each with a single horn and wings, appeared on either side of Guang Yushin's back. Hiss! The snake-shaped magic item resting on Guang Yushin's shoulder twitched in its belly and opened its mouth again. A small snake flew out, rapidly expanding in the air and transforming into a black-scaled flood serpent. In the blink of an eye, Guang Yushin was clad in purple gold scale armor, a serpentine phantom entwined around him, and 3 level 80 flood serpents circled behind him. Over 5 meters tall, its massive frame, coupled with its glowing red eyes, gave Guang Yushin an appearance of ferocity and terror. Another level 80 monster summoned. Tang Zheng's mouth twitched slightly, but his gaze forward remained calm, without any trace of surprise or panic. He had previously suspected that after Guang Yushin's health dropped below 80%, he would summon a level 80 monster for every 20% drop. Whoosh! 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 A series of holy, divine figures descended from the sky, hovering above Tang Zheng's head. Of the over 400 angels summoned by the 2 copies of Final War, good, only a dozen remained. The rest had been destroyed. These remaining angels were naturally the highest level, 2 level 70 angels, 4 level 60 angels, and 8 level 50 angels. Snake's surge. Guang Yushin raised his arms high, and a massive magic circle appeared before him. The next moment, hiss! Hiss! 8 level 50 crimson pythons crawled out of the magic circle, their bloody mouths wide open and hissing. Tang Zheng narrowed his eyes. This magic has also become stronger. At first, the magician could only summon 4 pythons, then 6, and now 8. On the ground, Tang Zheng and Guang Yushin stood facing each other, each holding a large number of summoned creatures suspended in front of them. The scene was astonishing and powerful. Hiss, hiss, snap, snap, the hissing of the snakes' tongues constantly contracting, and the fluttering of angel wings, colliding in the air between them. 3 level 80 monsters, 8 level 50 pythons, and supplementary summoning methods. Tang Jing grinned, raising the ice fang pane in his hand, his calm eyes revealing a sense of composure. Fortunately, he wasn't a pure warrior or magic player. Even a level 100 player would expend considerable skill just to eliminate this number of monsters. Not to mention, the two Heavenly Kings possess specific buffs specifically designed to counter their respective warrior and magic players. Facing 3 level 80 monsters is indeed a headache, but as long as we eliminate you, the Summoner Heavenly King, before these angels are completely destroyed, it will be enough. Tang Jing glanced at another battlefield. The heroic spirit was already at a precarious disadvantage. Luckily, relying on the blessing of the Dragon King form, and the Dragon King's innate ability to fly, he could barely fight Zhang Hangshan. A smile crossed Tang Jing's face, and he waved his arm towards the ground. We've gathered nearly enough intelligence. The battle here should be over. The angels hovering overhead simultaneously flew out. The battle signal was ignited. Boom, boom! 2 level 70 angels faced the red serpent and the green serpent respectively, while 4 level 60 angels simultaneously fended off the newly summoned black serpent. 8 level 50 angels versus 8 level 50 crimson pythons. The moment the two sides came into contact, a fierce collision instantly resounded through the sky. Comparing the strength of his summons, his side was clearly at a disadvantage. In fact, Tang Jing could have cast a normal summoning spell and summoned 3 more level 64 monsters. With their addition, he could have quickly eliminated the 8 level 50 crimson pythons, and the remaining angels could have united to fight the 3 snakes. But he chose not to do so. One reason was to conserve mana. Secondly, Tang Jing had long since discovered that the monsters summoned by Guang Yushin would, to varying degrees, produce some effect upon their death. Just in case, Tang Jing only needed the angels to hold off the monsters, allowing him to engage Guang Yushin, the summoner, directly. Teleport. The space around Tang Jing shrank, and he vanished from his original position, reappearing in a blind spot behind Guang Yushin. Magic resistance breakthrough. Chain Earth Dragon. A drab, dragon-shaped rock burst through the air and slammed fiercely into Guang Yushin's back. Bang! Guang Yushin, 15%, stumbled forward, his eyes glowing red as he turned furiously, a golden light emanating from his body. Hiss! Roar! 3 dragon snakes and 8 crimson pythons simultaneously attempted to return to Guang Yushin's position, but were immediately blocked by all the angels. The damage dealt by magic has decreased. Is it because the serpentine shadow wrapped around Guang Yushin's body has increased his defense? Tang Jing noticed the abnormal decrease in his health and continued to cast spells expressionlessly. Magic resistance breakthrough. Chain Earth Dragon. Another attack. Guang Yushin, wounded again, seemed to realize that his summons couldn't return. While retreating to create distance, he also activated a skill, Snake Fang Combo. 12 snake fangs, each as thick as an arm, condensed in midair and shot rapidly towards Tang Jing. Teleport. Tang Jing teleported to evade, and after reappearing, he continued his magic attack, Magic Resistance Breakthrough, Chain Earth Dragon. Guang Yushin had only about 10% of his health left, gradually being eroded by Tang Jing's magic. Without a summon to protect him, his health further decreased. Next, Tang Jing didn't choose to close in and knock the opponent's weapons away. Instead, he continued to use magic to consume the opponent, ensuring he wouldn't unleash any ultimate attacks before his death, thus ensuring his safety. As for Guang Yushin's attacks, if he could dodge, he used teleport. If he couldn't, he used Skull Wall. With the continuous barrage of earth magic, Guang Yushin's health finally dropped to 0%. His face, once furious, and his eyes, glowing red, gradually returned to normal. All obstacles are broken. Guang Yushin's whole body trembled, the golden light dissipating. His face became compassionate. He clasped his hands together in front of his chest, and the faint sound of a wooden fish echoed. Everything you seek is illusory. All you do will lead to the path of Buddhahood. Crack. Guanglu Tian, like shattered glass, cracks appeared all over his body, transforming into golden light and dissipating into the air. Along with it, the summoned snake monsters vanished. Win! Tang Jing took a deep breath and looked up at another point in the sky, the last Heavenly King, Zhang Tian. HP, 1125/1125 MP, 312/918. Looking at the panel, his mana had once again dropped below half. Cooldown time has expired. Ninjutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Tang Zheng growled. The shadow squirmed. The shadow clone emerged from the shadow and stood beside Tang Zheng. Bang. Snap. The heroic spirit and Zhang Tian crossed each other in midair, their crimson armor shattering as it collided with the flaming sword. Before they even touched the ground, the armor fragments melted in midair like bubbles. Whoosh. The heroic spirit flapped its dragon wings, descending suddenly. Its membrane sliced through the air with a sharp, piercing sound. The tattered armor covering its entire body rubbed against the air, leaving an irregular, hurricane-shaped path in the air as the heroic spirit passed. Bang! Bang! The heroic spirit raced back toward Tang Zheng, while Zhang Hangshan, wielding a flaming giant sword, pursued closely behind. Watching the two figures approaching overhead, Tang Zheng immediately commanded the remaining angels to resist. Pairs of holy wings flapped and soared into the sky, taking the heroic spirit's place and blocking Zhang Hangshan. Slash greed. Slash anger. Slash idiot. Golden slashes streaked across the sky, and the angels, whose health was already low, were unable to withstand the blows, becoming mere specks of light and dissipating in midair. Zhang Hangshan, clad in crimson gold armor, a fist-sized eagle totem hovered overhead. Wielding a flaming giant sword, he gazed majestically at the three figures below. The heroic spirit hovered in the air above Tang Zheng's left, while his shadow clone stood on the ground to his right. It's 1 against 3 now. Tang Zheng also gazed at Zhang Hangshan in the sky, his eyes flashing with a fiery excitement. Only one heavenly king remained. If he could defeat him, he would obtain the world-class item, 2 Worlds Mandala. Wow! The heroic spirit descended a certain distance, allowing its long, thick dragon tail to droop close to Tang Zheng's side. Giant transformation technique. Tang Zheng raised his left arm to touch the dragon's tail, activating the skill. The heroic spirit's size suddenly expanded, its already massive size of over 20 meters doubling to over 40 meters. Giant transformation can be used on oneself or allies, doubling the user's size, and increasing their physical attack by 100 points. The shadow clone raised its hands, and clasped them in front of its chest, simultaneously activating the skill, Ninjutsu, Immobilization. Zhang Hangshan paused in his attempt to charge, his body instantly frozen in place. Teleport. Shadow Assault. Tang Zheng cast a teleportation spell, appearing out of thin air in front of Zhang Hangshan. The heroic spirit activated its flesh armor skill, following closely behind and appearing beside Zhang Hangshan. For light slashes, destroy. Tang Zheng roared, and Ice Fang Pain emanated a brilliant white light in the air, slashing at Zhang Hangshan's palm, wielding the flaming sword. The powerful attack descended. Zhang Hangshan's grip involuntarily loosened. Now! Tang Zheng's eyes lit up, and he simultaneously grasped Binjia Pain with both hands, swiftly unleashing his martial arts skills. Power up. Super power up. For light slashes destroy. At the same moment, the heroic spirit raised its 2 dragon claws, their sharp tips radiating a cold light in the air as it swung down heavily. Boom! The 2 attacks landed, and a formidable wave of energy surged skyward, centered around the 3 of them. Zhang Hangshan, 39%, was sent flying. Tang Zheng manipulated his shadow clone and the heroic spirit, unleashing a powerful combined attack that instantly eliminated 19% of Zhang Hangshan's health. Swish. 3 seconds passed. The fallen flaming giant sword reappeared in Zhang Hangshan's hands. Slash slash slash. Zhang Hangshan's face was furious, and a tiger roar echoed overhead. In addition to the existing eagle totem, a tiger aspect was added. Anger face. Slash. The flaming giant sword swung. A massive slash, a blend of gold and red, was launched, flying towards Tang Zheng. Ninjutsu, Immovable Vajra Shield. The shadow clone unleashed a defensive ninjutsu, forming a golden shield in front of Tang Zheng. Crack! The golden shield collided with the slash, lasting only a moment before shattering on the spot. Tang Bing's eyes flashed with shock. The shadow clone's ninjutsu consumed 50 points of magic power, equivalent to a tier 10 defensive spell, yet it failed to block the blow. Not pure physical damage. This thought flashed through Tang Ning's mind as he watched the slash coming towards him. Magic non-chanting, teleport. The figure vanished. However, the heroic spirit's massive Dragon King figure was right beside Tang Zheng. He could dodge, but the heroic spirit couldn't. Boom! The heroic spirit's slender neck lifted unnaturally, its severely damaged chest armor suffering yet another heavy blow. Its massive form plummeted from the air with a roar. Angry face, greed. Zhang Hangshan's entire body flashed red, and his body transformed into a long rainbow, leaving a trail of afterimages as he swiftly rushed in front of Tang Zheng. Angry face, anger. He raised his massive flaming sword high in the air, and slashed down at Tang Zheng. Fortress of Immortality. Tang Zheng swung upward with his backhand. The two weapons collided, but without the usual loud clatter of weapons colliding, it felt as if an invisible force neutralized Zhang Hangshan's attack. Tang Zheng's pupils suddenly shrank as he realized Zhang Hangshan's attack hadn't stopped. It's a combo! Swoosh! Zhang Hangshan raised the flaming giant sword in his hand, launching a continuous and violent slashing attack. A sky full of sword shadows enveloped Tang Zheng. Mind's eye? Tang Zheng glared, quickly dodging the continuous attacks. Chapter 389. The afterimage of the flaming giant sword swing created a blinding red glow and waves of scorching, high-temperature air. Whoosh, whoosh, Tang Zheng nimbly dodged the ferocious barrage of attacks. Fortunately, he wasn't a pure magic caster. The skill Angry Face. Anger should be able to inflict both blinding and fire damage on the enemy. Using the martial art Mind's Eye, he could use a unique sixth sense to detect the trajectory of Zhang Hangshan's flaming giant sword's attacks, preventing the blinding effect from affecting his vision. He was even immune to fire damage. Ninjutsu. Immobile Immobilization Jutsu. The Shadow Clone continued to unleash binding ninjutsu. Zhang Hangshan paused in her movement of the flaming giant sword, her powerful barrage interrupted. Her body once again hovered in midair, motionless. An opportunity presented itself. For light slashes break. Tang Zheng swung his ice fang pain again, the icy tip of the blade gleaming with a cold light as it slashed towards Zhang Hangshan's palm. The heroic spirit also advanced, pressing down with its two dragon claws, preparing to repeat its previous attack. Dang! A sound like the clanging of metal echoed from Zhang Hangshan's body, about a fist's length in front of him. A golden barrier. The tiger totem flickered faintly. This is... Tang Zheng's eyes twitched as a powerful recoil surged through his weapon, causing him to involuntarily recoil. It can deflect attacks. Zhang Hangshan, under attack, broke free from the restraints of his ninjutsu and, seeing the heroic spirit so close, roared, angry form slash. A golden slash streaked across the sky. Boom! A resounding roar echoed from the heroic spirit's chest. Unable to withstand the accumulated damage any longer, the 40-meter-tall dragon dissipated in a streak of white light. Seeing his ace skill deactivated, Tang Zheng remained calm. After all, Zhang Hangshan possessed 90% physical resistance, and it was a relief that the heroic spirit had held out until he could defeat Guang Yushin. Now, Zhang Hangshan only had 39% health left. With such defensive measures, it will be even more difficult to knock down Zhang Hangshan's weapon again. This thought flashed through Tang Ding's mind, and his eyes flickered. Then, let's switch to a magical attrition battle. Third-tier magic, one-sided duel. This is when the opponent uses a movement or teleportation spell. After activating this spell, you can move to the same destination as the opponent. Naturally, Tang Zheng's target for this spell wasn't Zhang Hangshan, but his shadow clone. In Yggdrasil, after a certain version update, this spell initially could be attached to teammates, allowing them to move with them. However, after the version update, one-sided duel could only be used against enemies. However, in the alternate world, there's no concept of teaming up with teammates where attacking without damaging them doesn't occur. Therefore, this spell can be used against anyone. Much like the guild system, player-created non-player characters, NPCs, can't leave the guild in the game, but in the alternate world, this restriction is removed. This, of course, also led to some changes to some of the tiered magic. Teleport. The shadow clone cast a spell. The space shrank, and the shadow clone teleported to the northwest corner of the spacious square. Tang Zheng was also pulled in by the one-sided duel spell. Tang Zheng's current magic power was less than 300 points, while the shadow clone had inherited a full mana bar. This method of movement was chosen to conserve mana. Chain Thunder Dragon. The shadow clone cast. Tang Zheng also cast a spell, Chain Thunder Dragon. To further conserve mana, Tang Zheng had to reduce the bonus of magic enhancement and use pure magic attacks. Boom! Intense lightning exploded from Zhang Hangshan's body, and a sky full of blue arcs of electricity spread through the air, transforming into tiny electric snakes. The health bar above Zhang Hangshan's head trembled, but his health hadn't decreased by even 1%. Angry phase, greed. Zhang Hangshan's entire body shone red, and his massive figure, suspended in midair, suddenly accelerated, rushing towards Tang Zheng and the shadow clone like a long rainbow. This is a charge-type skill. However, No matter how fast such skills are, how can they compare to teleportation-type movement magic? Teleport. The shadow clone vanished, reappearing with Tang Zheng in the southeast corner of the hall. The distance was widened again. Chain Wind Dragon. Chain Wind Dragon. Zhang Hangshan, tossed unsteadily beneath the tree by the two gusts of wind, turned around and charged forward again in anger. Teleport. Chain Earth Dragon. Chain Earth Dragon. Teleport. For a moment, the entire alien space reverberated with Zhang Hangshan's roars and magical chants, along with a rainbow light that constantly shifted direction in the air. Tang Zheng's strategy was clearly an extremely simple one, commonly known as flying a kite. Luckily, he immediately eliminated the two heavenly kings, Chiguxian and Duowinshan, whose complex skills were both supportive. The opponent not only had health-boosting abilities, but also various support abilities, perhaps even blocking his teleportation spell. This time, it's a water attribute magic attack, dealing even greater damage. Tang Zheng continuously switched magic attributes, experimenting with his attacks, and finally determined that water attribute magic was the most effective. Quickly, a series of chain water dragon spells continuously bombarded Zhang Hangshan in midair. Theoretically, no opponent can fully counter all attributes. There are limits. A 7th-tier spell consumes 35 mana points, but Tang Zheng's passive ability reduces mana consumption, requiring only 20. Even so, the magic bombardment lasted for half an hour. Tang Zheng's mana was already low, while Zhang Hangshan's health bar, 32%, had only been reduced by 7%. The opponent's second form had clearly increased his damage reduction. The mana bar was empty. The special skill Rapid Mana Recovery had also been activated. Faced with this situation, Tang Zheng calmly extended his hand, grasped at the void, and pulled out from his item box a magical item that glowed pale blue and resembled an ordinary stone. The Orb of Death. It had been a while since he had used this magic item, so it still held a full 300 points of mana. Chain Water Dragon. Chain Water Dragon. Teleport. A loud boom. The battle between the two sides continued without pause, the kite-flying strategy continuing. Half an hour passed in a flash. The pale blue glow on the Orb of Death in Tang Zheng's hand had dissipated, its magical power completely drained. Not only that, the magic power of his shadow clone had also been depleted. 25% health left. Tang Zheng exhaled, looking at the health bar above Zhang Hangshan's head, his eyes brightening. The shadow clone cooldown is up, too. Keep going. The 1-hour skill cooldown had been restored. After disabling his current shadow clone, Tang Zheng activated his ninja shadow clone technique once again. The shadow squirmed, and the shadow clone reappeared. My magic power is depleted, my special skills have been used, and even the magic power stored in my items has been completely depleted. Tang Zheng muttered softly to himself, letting out a cold sneer, his eyes sharp as a knife. But I'm no ordinary magic caster. The rule that magic power is the caster's lifeline doesn't apply to me. Experience-based spellcasting. Chain Water Dragon. Passive ability activated. 350,000 experience points transformed into magic power, condensing into a surging water dragon in front of Tang Zheng, roaring towards Zhang Hangshan. Consuming experience points to fight was one of the last resorts, and Tang Zheng had no choice, even if it hurt a bit. With only one heavenly king left, now was no time to be stingy with experience. The battle continued. Tang Zheng transformed into a magic turret, and with his shadow clone, he continuously released 7th-tier magic. Zhang Hangshan's health bar dwindled to 20%. Bang! The golden light of Buddha nature surged from Veridica, and the faint sounds of wooden fish and Buddhist chanting and whispers filled the air. Dispel your evil views, and you will see the Tathagata. The red glow around Zhang Hangshan grew even more intense, his purple-gold armor stained with blood. Like a dying counterattack, he roared with a high, majestic voice. Wow! In addition to the tiger and eagle totems, a deer totem appearing above Zhang Hangshan's head. Third form, a new ability? Tang Zheng whispered, narrowing his sharp eyes. This time, Tang Zheng didn't attack first, but observed, quickly discovering that Zhang Hangshan still couldn't stop the teleportation spell. TSK, a waste of time. Tang Zheng curled his lips, grumbling, and once again deployed his teleportation and magic attack tactic. Under a sky shrouded in gilded light, there was only the constantly flickering Tang Zheng and his shadow clone, and Zhang Hangshan chasing him. If Zhang Hangshan had intelligence or was a player, he would have already taken off his keyboard against Tang Zheng's rogue fighting style. Minutes and seconds passed. By the end, Tang Zheng had lost all patience with calculating how long the intense battle had lasted. He only knew he had summoned 2 more shadow clones. The third time he summoned a shadow clone, its magic power had completely depleted. Experience gauge. 48.5 million becomes 38.15 million / 1.88 million over 10 million experience points had been lost. As the final magical attack descended, Zhang Hangshan's health dropped to 0%. The blood-red glow that had clung to his body, and the wrathful expression on his face completely dissipated. Buddha nature, compassion, and majesty. 3 unique auras emanated from Zhang Hangshan, whose face was as calm as water. The sword of wisdom cuts through ignorance. Zhang Hangshan hovered in midair, the flames on his great sword extinguished. He sheathed the sword, holding it between his arms. He clasped his hands together before his chest and gazed deeply at Tang Zheng. In a trance, Tang Zheng sensed a hint of resentment and helplessness in Zhang Hangshan's gaze, but it vanished in an instant, as if it were only an illusion. A golden light suddenly brightened in the sky. Use the sword of wisdom to slay the thief of affliction. May your heart be as sharp as a diamond, always maintaining mindfulness. Zhang Hangshan nodded slightly, and just as he had in Guang Mushin's classroom before, his entire body shattered into pieces, merging into this alien dimension. Seeing this, Tang Zheng breathed a sigh of relief, a mixture of fatigue and joy on his face. We've won. Such an intense and prolonged battle. This was something Tang Zheng had never experienced before. Even though his HP remained at full capacity, the fatigue caused by the intense battle and tense nerves could not be expressed by the numbers. The 4 heavenly kings have all been eliminated. What should we do next? Tang Zheng raised his head, unable to contain his excitement at finally obtaining his first world-class item. An empty golden alien dimension unfolded before him. Nothing had happened. Boom! Like the sound of a beating heart, Tang Zheng felt a sudden surge of repulsive force through his body, before he could even determine its origin. It was like entering the depths of the ocean floor, his entire body filled with a pressure, yet it wasn't intense, rather gentle. A flash of golden light. Tang Zheng was dazed. When his vision returned, he found himself outside the alien dimension, standing in the heart of the Council Hill. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. Under the night sky, a cool breeze blew in from the distant prairie, rustling the grass. Tang Zheng's fatigue instantly dissipated, as the cold wind blew. He glanced up at the night sky and muttered to himself, "It's already evening." He remembered the time he entered the alternate dimension. It was midday. The key point now was... Tang Zheng looked ahead. A faint golden ripple gradually appeared in the empty air, like a pebble falling into water. However, the golden ripples did not expand from the inside out, but instead contracted from the outside in. It was clearly emitting a golden glow, which should have been extremely conspicuous in the nighttime environment, but this light was confined to this small area. It was as if there was a thin membrane of space between them, preventing them from being observed by the outside world. Swish! The golden light suddenly faded. A square handkerchief, the size of a normal magic scroll, resembling an ancient silk material, appeared from midair. Tang Zheng's eyes narrowed, completely captivated. Just as he was about to move, the square, 5-colored scroll, a beam of golden light, landed in his palm. At the moment of contact, Tang Zheng suppressed his inner excitement, his palm trembling involuntarily, and activated the magic item appraisal. The magic was dispelled. Item appraisal failed to reveal any information about the world-class item. Instead, the world-class item in Tang Zheng's hand automatically fed back information for Tang Zheng to sense. 2 worlds mandala. Tang Zheng sensed the information in his mind, a smile on his face, and slowly uttered these words. He carefully examined the 2 worlds mandala in his hand. It felt light and thin, resembling a square scroll. The front was divided into 3 equal parts, vertically and horizontally, with 9 square frames, which Tang Zheng understood to represent the 9 meetings. In the center of the back was a huge lotus pattern, or perhaps a lotus platform, symbolizing lotus burial. Surrounding it were scattered circular empty frames. Strange, Tang Zheng murmured, looking at the world-class item, the 2 worlds mandala. In his previous life, he had seen the 2 worlds mandala pattern online, and had a deep impression of it. The world-class item, before him, bore a striking resemblance to it. However, in the patterns on both sides, all the places where the Buddha should be placed are blank. Chapter 390. Unlucky month, June 25th. Imberia Kingdom. The gray, gloomy sky completely blocked out the sunlight overhead. The air was slightly damp, having just rained lightly. The entire abandoned capital was filled with a faint stench of decay and dampness. Evil Eye, as an undead, didn't mind such trivial matters. Beneath her mask, her lips curled slightly, as she gazed contentedly at the magic ritual she had set up. Success for the 21st time. I've mastered it completely. Evil Eye muttered to herself, her tone cheerful. She had always been focused on the study and learning of magic, and her understanding of magic rituals was limited. Now, in just a dozen days, she had mastered this powerful ritual, a cause for great joy. Thanks to the legacy left by that undead, Evil Eye thought to herself. The vast amount of magical materials consumed during this period of ritual research had all come from the legacy of the undead slain by the Dragon King. But, to truly master this ritual, according to the Dragon King, you also need to learn the magical amplification technique called Magic Rise. Evil Eye gazed at the ritual set before her, her crimson eyes flickering softly behind her mask, a hint of anticipation. Her long experience had taught her that a woman should strive for strength, not learn to flatter and please men for protection. If only she could fully master this ritual, she would be able to unleash the power of 7th-tier magic. It said that the guardian deity of the Baharis Empire only possessed the power of 6th-tier magic, yet he lived even longer than she did. Of course, Evil Eye knew that in a direct battle, the guardian deity, Flutter, would be no match for her. This wasn't determined by talent or hard work. Evil Eye sometimes thought that becoming undead might not be such a bad thing. But she would never be grateful to the evil true Dragon King who had transformed her and everyone else into undead. She simply didn't like the hatred she felt. I've been away for a month. I wonder how everyone at Blue Rose is doing. Evil Eye thought silently. Lockeys must be worried about her. She longed to return, but there were more important things to do right now. Through her encounters with the abyssal body, Evil Eye grew increasingly suspicious that the Dragon King hiding behind this organization, controlling them, was the true Dragon King who had destroyed their country. This matter must be clarified. Oh! A calm voice suddenly echoed from midair. Evil Eye spun around, whispering in the direction of the voice, "Crystal dagger." Swoosh! Swoosh! The crystal-clear crystal condensed into a dagger and shot out at high speed. The attack missed. There was no sign of anyone in the direction of the voice. Dragon King, Sama? Evil Eye took a small step back, wary, and tentatively asked. Have you been working hard? Have you mastered the magic rising ritual? Tang Zheng, using ninjutsu, concealment to render himself invisible, stood a short distance away, observing the magical ritual Evil Eye was constructing and giving a barely perceptible nod. This time, he did not transform into a dragon, but rather assumed the form of a normal human. Before this, even when invisible, Tang Zheng had always maintained his dragon form, just in case, to avoid revealing his human identity even in the event of an emergency. And now, with the world-class item 2 Worlds Mandala in hand, he finally didn't have to be so cautious, even if he suddenly encountered a true Dragon King. With the world-class item's inherent attribute, World Protection, Tang Zheng was confident in handling such an emergency, without having to worry about being affected by the origin magic. Facing an enemy with a world-class item or a true Dragon King, possessing a world-class item or not was a completely different matter. Lord Dragon King, you're back. Evil Eye's tense body relaxed, and she asked in surprise, but also with a hint of curiosity, did Lord Dragon King find that place? After disappearing for over 10 days, he returned. Perhaps there was a result. Evil Eye was equally curious. The place called Sanctuary, or Buddha Realm must be related to the deity Buddha God. After all, this powerful Dragon King had offered the Magic Ascension Ritual, a knowledge exchange that allowed the use of magical power across levels. No matter how you analyze it, it must be something extraordinary. Not really. Tang Zheng sighed in mock disappointment, not admitting to any gains. Although the gains were frighteningly large. Tang Zheng's gaze subconsciously turned to his waist, the area currently hidden by his clothes. 2 Worlds Mandala, the 5-colored scroll, was rolled up like a magic scroll and tied around Tang Zheng's waist. It wasn't that he didn't want to put it away in his item box. It was simply impossible to store it. To put it simply, world-class items are of a higher status, unable to be stored in a player's storage space, requiring them to be carried on hand. The specific abilities of the 2-realm mandala are not complex. Besides the world protection effect common to all world-class items, it can forcibly pull the opponent into either the Vajra realm mandala or the Garba realm mandala within the 2-realm mandala. If the opponent can defeat the 4 heavenly kings, the ownership of the 2-realm mandala will automatically transfer. This is somewhat similar to another world-class item, the mountain, river, and state map, yet completely different. As the holder of the 2-realm mandala, Tang Zheng can choose to expel the enemy from the alternate dimension at any time. In other words, as long as Tang Zheng wishes, the enemy has no way of defeating the 4 heavenly kings in both mandala spaces simultaneously. The mountain and river altar map is different. If an enemy deliberately enters, the item's owner cannot forcibly expel them. As long as the enemy escapes from the alternate dimension, the item's ownership is transferred. It's difficult to judge which of the two items is superior. The Two Worlds mandala only has 2 alternate dimensions, while the mountain and river altar map has 100 different dimensions. However, Tang Zheng feels that the Two Worlds mandala offers far greater operational scope. He has only just returned because he has been researching this world-class item for the past few days. For example, if an enemy is pulled into the mandala's dimension, Tang Zheng, as the owner, can also enter and join forces with the 2 Heavenly Kings to defeat them. Although the Heavenly King is only level 85, he possesses a terrifying 90% reduction in physical or magical damage buff, making his power against enemies comparable to that of 2 level 100 characters. Furthermore, he discovered that the effects of world-class items weren't actually complex. Rather, they were simple, crude items. After appearing in another world, these items would more or less develop certain general abilities. In the context of Yggdrasil, these world-class items were formed from the condensation of smaller worlds, each possessing the power to counter an entire world. Tang Zheng discovered during his research that the Two Worlds mandala might also possess time-related abilities. Currently, the only thing that puzzled him was that both sides of the mandala were completely blank, with no image of a Buddha. Tang Zheng wasn't sure if this world-class item was supposed to look like this in the game. Without the Buddha sitting cross-legged, it felt like something was missing. Evil Eye opened her lips, sensing that the Dragon King, having gained nothing, must be in a bad mood. Her voice sank. This is the information provided by the body of the abyss. Is there a problem? Have they been in contact with you recently? Tang Zheng spoke calmly, not directly answering. The magic ascension ritual wasn't precious to Tang Zheng, but it was invaluable to other magic casters. Even Evil Eye had sensed Tang Zheng's focus on the information about the sanctuary and the Buddha god, so naturally, the people of the abyssal body would have guessed it as well. Tang Zheng needed to give the impression that nothing had been gained, that the information provided by the abyssal body was worthless. This information, concerning the investigation of the world-class item and the player Buddha god, might have led to some conclusions if it fell into the hands of someone with ulterior motives. Evil Eye's aura shifted, and anger rose within her. How dare these guys tamper with the deal? Evil Eye was a little annoyed. After all, it was she who had brokered this deal. Furthermore, this also involved the investigation into the true Dragon King who had destroyed the kingdom of Imperia. If Abyssal Body castrated or tampered with the deal, it would prove that they weren't truly trustworthy. During the Dragon King's absence, Ben and Jerry from the Abyss secretly visited 3 more times, seeking knowledge on how to enhance magic. Evil Eye answered truthfully, her tone cold. I cited the Dragon King's absence as an excuse to not proceed with the deal. Tang Zheng pondered for a moment, then chuckled softly. The people from Abyssal Body are more anxious than we imagined. Yes. Evil Eye nodded, agreeing. Perhaps it's the undead's thirst for knowledge, or perhaps it's to more quickly deal with the Dragon King, who controls the Abyssal Body. Or perhaps it's both. Do we need to warn them? Contact the body of the Abyss, and renegotiate the previous deal. Tang Zheng pondered for a moment before addressing Evil Eye. Huh? Evil Eye was stunned, unable to react for a moment. The information they provided regarding the sanctuary is inaccurate. This useless intelligence is eroding trust between both parties. Tang Zheng spoke with a cold calmness, looking at Evil Eye. Suddenly, he asked, You are a vampire-type undead, right? Yes, Lord Dragon King. Evil Eye hesitated, then spoke slowly, a bit unable to follow Lord Dragon King's train of thought. Then have them bring back their research on vampire-type undead. This is easier to verify than the illusory sanctuary. Tang Zheng's lips curled slightly, his tone unchanged. As a vampire-type undead, you should also be able to gain something and improve your strength. That's right. Tang Zheng intended to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. No one but Tang Zheng could determine the authenticity of the information regarding the sanctuary. Not to mention that the information on the Abyssal Body was already hundreds of years out of date, so it wasn't Tang Zheng's deliberate deception. Under normal circumstances, once a transaction of information or knowledge between 2 parties is completed, it cannot be exchanged, regardless of authenticity. This rather smacks of roguery. However, Tang Zheng was certain that the Abyssal Body's desire for the magic enhancement technique of Magic Rise was stronger than ever. Is this appropriate? Evil Eye felt a strange emotion well up within her, a bit bewildered, feeling she had gotten a huge advantage. The Dragon King traded his knowledge for his own. Now, not only had he mastered the magic ascension ritual, he had to start a new trade, acquiring the knowledge of the vampire undead. And until now, it seemed like he hadn't given anything in return. We're friends, aren't we? Tang seemed to be able to see Evil Eye's bewildered expression behind the mask. He smiled, his eyes darkening. We might have to face powerful enemies in the future. If you were too weak and killed, I'd be heartbroken. Ah! Evil Eye felt even more bewildered. An unprecedented tension surged in her chest, and she subconsciously clenched her fingers. The kingdom of Rieste, the royal capital. Climb, clad in a stern, silver full-body armor, his thick, arched triangular brows slightly tense, stood at the entrance of a conference room. He wore a stern expression, his face stern and unsmiling. The magic casters who deliberately passed by this area, under Climb's sharp gaze, bravely and quickly passed through the corridor. The eyes of these departing magic casters flashed with disappointment. No one had expected this. Princess Lana, known as Gold, would suddenly visit their Magician's Guild, along with Renas, also known as Blood Rose. These two women. They were currently the two most renowned and beautiful women in the royal capital. These magic casters who deliberately passed by the conference room door wanted to witness Princess Lana and Renas's beauty with their own eyes. Sadly, nothing to see. Climb's expression remained stern, one hand resting on the hilt of the sword hanging from his waist, preventing anyone from approaching. The Magician's Guild's presence in the chivalrous kingdom of Rieste was low, and even Climb was affected by this. Of course, he didn't underestimate these magic chants. He had witnessed the power wielded by truly powerful magic chanters, a power far beyond the reach of ordinary warriors and small armies. The two figures who had fought in the palace floated in his mind. Evil Eye of Blue Rose. Dang of Free Will. Thinking of these two, a flicker of awe and admiration flashed in Climb's eyes, something outsiders might not understand. He knew why Princess Lana and Lady Renas were at the Magician's Guild headquarters. It was related to the conflict with the Bahar's Empire in a month or two. So, Climb would not allow anyone to approach the meeting room, with the possibility of leaking or eavesdropping on information. Chapter 391. The conversation in the conference room continued until evening. With a soft click, the door swung open again. Climb stood straighter, turned gently, and looked at the beautiful figure with a yellow gem pendant on her forehead, who first caught his eye. He bowed respectfully, Your Highness. Thank you for your hard work, Climb. I didn't expect our conversation to last this long, or for you to wait outside until now, Princess Lana said softly, a hint of indebtedness in her tone. It's my duty. Climb, deeply moved, raised his voice and responded earnestly. He didn't consider it a burden. To be able to protect the princess and stand by her side was the greatest honor. Renas, dressed in loose-fitting clothes, her golden ponytail hanging down behind her, looked calm as she watched Princess Lana tease Climb again. Tease? Yes. It was like those disgusting, decadent noble children who displayed that feigned friendliness towards the lower classes. That's not quite the right way to describe it. It's not really a disguise, more like a different kind of liking. Beside Renas, a stern-faced old man with slightly graying hair, dressed in a long magic robe, walked. This man was none other than the president of the Magician's Guild headquarters in the royal capital. Aldrin. The wrinkles around the corners of this serious-looking old man's eyes had softened slightly, perhaps intentionally concealing them, but he seemed in a good mood. As the president, Aldrin personally escorted Princess Lana and the others to the gates of the Magician's Guild. Grumble. Grumble. The luxurious carriage rolled along the main street of the royal capital. Inside the carriage, Climb sat upright, inhaling the two distinct fragrances in the air, his heart beating with fervor. Princess, the guild master Aldrin's stance is unclear, Renas said calmly, arms folded across her chest. The unexpected visit to the Magician's Guild master was from Princess Lana, who wanted to add a team of magic casters to the army Renas was assembling. Renas didn't object to this decision. As a former member of the Bahar's Empire, she understood the value of magic casters better than most. The kingdom venerated chivalry and paid no attention to magic casters. Even some unsophisticated minor nobles considered magic a vulgar trick. Renas found such views ridiculous, but she also agreed with her master's assessment of the Rieste's kingdom. A country on the verge of decay. However, ordinary magic casters couldn't add much to the army, and powerful ones probably wouldn't choose to join the army. That's why she came to the Adventurers Guild. But Renas didn't think it would be easy. While the Magician's Guild didn't have some of the same rules as the Adventurers Guild, it also wouldn't intervene in wars between nations. He'd be willing, Princess Nana replied gracefully and gently, her delicate hands resting on her knees. Meeting Renas's quizzical gaze, a smile flickered in her blue eyes. The Magician's Guild is generally responsible for crafting magic items, but they have a more important responsibility. Responsibility? Yes, it's training magic casters. Princess Lana's gentle smile remained unchanged. The country despises magic. Due to tradition, the Magician's Guild receives no funding or aid from the state. Renas's eyes flickered, somewhat understanding Princess Lana's intention. It seems, Renas, you've already thought of this. Princess Lana's smile deepened. If the warrior group you've assembled can achieve victory in the battle against the Empire in 2 months, demonstrating the value of magic casters, that would be a huge publicity stunt for the undervalued Magician's Guild. It's a deal they can't refuse. It's just... Renas frowned briefly. You're worried about your father and the nobles, aren't you? Princess Lana shook her head slightly. You're from the Bahar's Empire, where magic casters are valued. If anyone else in the kingdom did this, they would undoubtedly face criticism, but not you. Is that so? Renas tapped her fingers lightly, feeling a slight headache. This wasn't what she was concerned about. But why was Princess Lana so certain of victory in the clash with the Empire in a few months? She and Gazef had each formed their own legions, their purpose obvious. She didn't think the Blood Emperor of the Bahar's Empire was unaware. This clash between the two nations would undoubtedly be different from previous ones. Renas herself wasn't entirely confident, but she couldn't articulate it. Princess Lana's beautiful eyes curved slightly like crescent moons, a smile on her face. She knew Renas's concerns, but she didn't care. The outcome was already determined. That man wouldn't let Renas lose. Judging by the worry on Renas's face, she didn't seem to have a clear understanding of the man's strength. He was able to direct the Hill incident. He was able to escape unscathed from the alliance between the Celian theocracy, the Holy Kingdom, and Chironon, and even plan some kind of benefit. Princess Lana vaguely suspected that his strength was no less than that of the guardian god of the Bahar's Empire. In fact, the fundamental purpose of contacting the Magician's Guild wasn't just these minor matters. It was merely a convenient step. During their previous conversation, Princess Lana had noticed that the man seemed somewhat concerned about the Magician's Guild and planned to wait until the conflict with Baharis was over before contacting him. Since she knew the man's intentions, Princess Lana naturally had to make arrangements in advance to prove her worth. At this thought, a smile flickered in her beautiful, curved eyes. Your Highness. Seeing the princess and Lady Renas conclude their conversation, Clyme hesitated for a moment before speaking respectfully. A sudden voice rang out. Princess Lana and Renas both glanced over at the same time. Renas, in contrast, remained expressionless. Clyme, what's the matter? Princess Lana's face was filled with tenderness. She blinked her innocent eyes and asked gently, questioningly, I wonder if I could join the legion Renas Sama has assembled and participate in the upcoming war against the Empire. Clyme summoned his courage and spoke loudly. He didn't know why this thought had suddenly occurred to him, but he simply felt it might be helpful to the princess. As soon as he spoke, Renas glanced at Clyme in surprise, then glanced at Princess Lana beside him. Can you tell me why? A soft voice rang out. It's like this. Clem raised his head, trying to explain to Princess Lana, but his words caught in his throat. He was instantly at a loss, his face awash with panic. And then, Princess Lana's face was filled with sorrow, tears welling in her blue eyes, as if she were about to burst into tears. Princess, that... Clem suddenly became more flustered than ever. He stood up abruptly, nearly hitting the roof of the carriage, completely fumbling. Didn't you promise to protect me forever? Princess Lana sobbed softly, a tear slipping from the corner of her eye down her fair, delicate cheek. Yes, Clem replied, his voice hoarse and panicked. He felt his heart break, and he quickly knelt on the ground. Linus glanced at the flustered Clem, then at the softly sobbing Princess Lana. Her shoulders hunched back, and the corner of her eye twitched. The Celian theocracy. The capital. The four elements, holding their magic wands, silently emerged from the church, a hint of fatigue in their eyes. As the representative of the theocracy conducting their first transaction with Tang, the captain of the Free Will Adventurer team, he was to travel to the Apollon Hills to conduct the trade for the fusion potion. It was a memorable and unpleasant journey. The Apollon Hills were once the domain of the demi-humans, and even a formidable figure like him would have to be cautious entering such a place. If that were all, it would have been fine. For such a significant transaction concerning humanity's survival, Mr. Tang had surprisingly not appeared from beginning to end. Even more infuriating and worrying, the entire transaction was handled entirely by the demi-human named Chui Yi, which was truly unsettling. Hey! A yawning, somewhat impatient greeting came from the front. The four elements raised their heads, looking in the direction of the voice, their eyes narrowing slightly. Clementine? Your report took so long. We've been waiting for you for so long. Clementine greeted with a smile, her back slightly strained as she rose from the corner she was leaning against. She walked briskly ahead and waved, "That person wants to see you." The four elements' expression suddenly changed, their eyes flickering with a dark, uncertain look. Then, with their heads held high, they followed. They walked through the corridors and reached the depths of the religious capital. Whoosh! 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 A swift afterimage moved across the distant training grounds. The cross-scythe swung, its black blade streaking through the air like a shadow. A sharp, rapid sound of breaking through the air. Clementine and the other four elements stood at the outer edge of the training ground, their breathing involuntarily quickening. It was clearly just simple training. The oppressive feeling emanating from that figure unknowingly caused a thin layer of cold sweat to break out on the foreheads of the two heroes. How terrifying! The stronger one becomes, the more one can sense the terrifying power contained within that figure, wielding its weapon with ease and moving swiftly. Facing such a formidable being, one would probably be defeated in a single encounter. Clementine collected her thoughts, involuntarily comparing herself to the man in her mind, but to no avail. Compared to the other two, her strength was vastly different. Like an ant, no matter how hard it tried to imagine, it could never comprehend the power of an elephant. The four elements paled slightly, confused as to why this person had suddenly summoned him. A deep-seated fear. The four elements' thoughts wandered, and suddenly, the movement in the training ground paused, and he instinctively lowered his head. Like an ostrich burying its head in the sand, avoiding the gaze of a terrifying beast, revealing the bulk of its body would only make it more conspicuous and ridiculous. Jusajaming tapped the ground with his feet, and his nimble figure leaped into the air like a spring, landing in front of Clementine and the others. "You're here." Jusajaming lazily raised his crossed scythe, and slung it over one shoulder. "Want to move around?" Just after a training session. Not only was there no trace of sweat on her body, she couldn't even feel her breath. With that level of training, she couldn't even warm up. "Move a little?" Clementine and the four elements tensed suddenly, their eyes etched with fear and anxiety. "You're kidding." If they responded, they would only be beaten to a pulp. Even if healing magic could heal their wounds, the pain of the process would be unforgettable. "Forget it." Jusajaming observed the two's performance with a dull indifference, but his grip on the cross-scythe tightened. Not having a truly powerful opponent is actually a kind of pain. Perhaps that guy deserves all my strength. "Father." What a ridiculous title. Has this become a sentimental time? Jusajaming didn't mind the two people before him hearing his mumbling. Clementine and the four elements remained expressionless, their heads bowed obediently. "By the way, why did they send you there?" Jusajaming suddenly asked. The four elements knew he was being questioned, and though he internally wondered why Jusajaming cared about this, he answered truthfully, "Perhaps I know something inside." The four elements spoke respectfully also, "The fusion potion is extremely valuable. As a precaution, it would be safer for us, the members of the Black Codex, to handle it. Among the entire Codex team, only I and Infinite Magic possess teleportation magic. You know Infinite Magic's character." Here he paused. The four elements breathed a sigh of relief. It didn't seem like it was anything to worry about. This time, during their trip to the Ablian Hills, they had deliberately left coordinates, allowing them to use teleportation magic and trade fusion potions to travel back and forth safely. "Tell me what you saw," Jusajaming asked casually, as if bored. The four elements naturally didn't dare to answer casually, even though the head priest had forbidden them from revealing any relevant information. But Jusajaming held a special position within the church, and he didn't want to be blamed for nothing, so he honestly recounted the entire incident. Jusajaming nodded, then waved his hand, saying, "I understand. Next time you visit the hills, let me know." "Yes." The four elements, a bit surprised, nodded respectfully in response. Jusajaming turned and returned to the training ground, humming softly, as she thought of Tang Jiang's last escape. Chapter 392. Body of the Abyss, a hidden stronghold. This was once the territory of a small nation called Abathur, built within mountains on three sides. However, it was destroyed long ago by some unforeseen disaster. The fall and rebirth of nations is a common occurrence on this continent. The members of the Inner Circle have assembled again. Except for red-eyed Prince Krunui, who had to travel to the fortress to dedicate his painstakingly researched technology to that long-time abominable blood-sucking worm, the rest of the Inner Circle has gathered here. A terrifying aura of negative energy emanated from the figures of several people, filling the air with a sense of oppression and inexplicable anticipation. We're ready. Do you need our assistance? Yes, that's fine. But we don't need too many people. I've calculated that within a safe range of consumption, it won't affect you all. Only 5 people are enough. The group exchanged a brief conversation. Abyss Ben, Jerry, and 3 other members of the inner circle entered from the periphery and stood at the 4 corners of the magic ascension ritual. Begin. Abyss Benjury's eyes flickered like a blazing flame as he gazed at the white saint at the very center of the ritual. All eyes were focused there. A chance to reach a higher realm. Do not disappoint me. Legend has it that there is a godly realm beyond the realm of mortals. The white saint's crimson eyes burned even more fiercely. Her waxen skin and attire, under the pale blue light emanating from the magical ritual, became even more terrifying. Magic rising 10th level magic undead summoning. The white saint couldn't help but chant in a high-pitched voice, and the entire ritual suddenly emanated a rich light. The next moment, those in the Abyss Ben and Jerry, who were present during the ritual, all felt a massive drain of mana from their bodies. Hum! Hum! A chorus of muffled groans echoed. Not only was there an unprecedented, horrific drain on mana, but there was also an indescribable mental pressure. The price of casting higher-level magic with low-level spellcasting abilities was clearly more than just mana consumption. It was like the suffocating feeling of a living being drowning. They had only heard the red-eyed prince, a former fellow mortal, lament the various flaws of the living. These flaws intrigued them, and some even studied them, but they could never truly experience them. After all, as undead, they could not feel the so-called pain of the living. The center of the magical ritual. The white saint felt the pressure grow even stronger, yet the soul fire in her eyes grew even more intense. That was the true face of a realm beyond the reach of even her talents. From nowhere, a message emerged. Elemental skeleton. The white saint's voice shrieked with excitement, uncontrollably calling out the undead monster she wished to summon. She also sensed the possibility of summoning another undead, though this one seemed even more powerful, requiring even greater pressure and consuming even greater magical power. Clatter. With the appearance of the summoned creature, all the members of the inner circle present felt a pressure, as if from deep within their souls. That was the mental oppression exerted by a higher-ranking undead on a lower-ranking undead, perhaps even purer. Elemental skeleton, LV, 68. A skull, 3 times the size of a normal human's head, enveloped in swaying magical auras and constantly emitting 4 magical lights. Red, blue, green, and yellow, hovered before the crowd. With a crisp crack, all the precious magical materials laid out for the ceremony were shattered, like a mass of fine slag, dispersed by the surging negative energy. No one paid any attention to the consumption of these precious magical materials. Pairs of crimson eyes turned to the elemental skull suspended in midair, some instinctively averting their gaze, not daring to look directly at it. Bang! The white saint swayed, stumbling uncontrollably and nearly falling to the ground. She quickly used her staff to support herself. It was unclear whether this was due to the excessive consumption of magical energy, or the shock of the caster receiving the information about the summoned creature's abilities. A rare, distorted expression crossed the white, zombified face of the white saint. After the ceremony concluded, Abyss Ben and Jerry each took a step back, their dense negative energy dissipating considerably. The horrific drain on their mana had depleted each of their previously abundant mana by as much as 30%. But the mana drain was clearly not a concern right now. Abyss Ben and Jerry's 2 heads, one looking at the elemental skull, the other at the white saint, spoke with anticipation and excitement. How is it? No one present was a weakling. Naturally, they immediately sensed the elemental skeleton's power and terrifying presence. The shimmering, brilliant 4-colored magical light made everyone sense the truth of magic. It's an elemental skeleton, an undead being capable of unleashing the 4 elemental attack magic. The white saint calmed her mind and excitedly began to describe the summoned monster's abilities. With each item mentioned, the astonishing negative energy emanating from the air vibrated a little more. Begin the next experiment. To further confirm that this is the power of a summoned monster, we need to compare it with that abominable creature. This is an undead monster summoned by the divine realm. No, the elemental skeleton is powerful, there's no doubt about that, but I can sense that that creature is even stronger. A heated debate erupted. It soon died down, and Abyss Ben and Jerry, the white saint, and the others immediately began testing the elemental skeleton's strength. The result silenced everyone. All 9th and 10th tier magic. Am I dreaming? Amazing. Is this the legendary power wielded only by gods? If we face 2 elemental skeletons, Even if our entire inner circle unites, we'd probably end up utterly annihilated. Excitement once again filled everyone's hearts. For the first time, they truly saw hope of defeating that creature. Relying solely on a single 10th-tier undead isn't a sure thing. Abyss, Ben, and Jerry shook their heads involuntarily, having to pour cold water on him. The air fell silent. I'm not good at summoning techniques. White Saint fell silent, looking over to Wanjun Ku Lao on the other side. In the entire organization, the other party is the only one skilled in summoning magic and specialized methods. What a pity. The White Saint is the only one who masters the 8th-tier magic, and the magic ascension ritual can only be fully effective in her hands. Wanjun Ku Lao is also a zombie-like undead, looking like a skeleton covered only by a layer of dry skin. In faith-based magic, professionals like priests have the means to easily dispel summons, so I have been honing my skills in this area for 200 years. Wanjun Ku Lao's raspy voice rang out, his tone brimming with uncontrollable passion. He stared intently at the elemental skeleton and continued, conversely, if faith-based magic can dispel summons, then can we use even more powerful methods to directly seize control of the opponent's summons? Haha, this is what I have been focusing on for nearly 100 years. Pairs of crimson eyes flickered and danced as they looked at Wanjun Ku Lao, and the atmosphere became subtle and heated. As expected of you, fellow. Ben Jerry, known as Abyss, spoke with praise. Since the magic ascension ritual is genuine, the mysterious undead, who exchanged it with us, has also reached the realm of 8th-tier magic. Yellow Phantom's voice drifted. Then, they can also utilize the power of the divine realm through the ritual. Is there any possibility of us winning them over? Assist us in fighting the creature hiding in the cave. Upper Fire Moon. July 2nd. Imperia Kingdom. Tang Zheng, returning from the Ablian Hills, once again entered the world-class item Two Worlds Mandala. As the owner of this item, Tang Zheng could freely enter and exit the two alternate dimensions, Vidra World Mandala and Garba World Mandala. He wasn't sure if this existed in the game Yggdrasil. If it didn't, it was likely a plethora of abilities derived from the Two Worlds Mandala in the alternate world. Two vast alternate dimensions. Tang Zheng was tempted to use them as his base camp. After all, they were inside world-class items, offering greater security. Even detection by other world-class items would be completely isolated. Inside Vidra World Mandala. Experience gauge. 50.15 million/1.88 million. Tang Zheng panted, glancing at his stat panel. Over the past 8 days, his previously depleted experience points had been replenished. Sweat dripped down his cheeks. Tang Zheng reached out for a towel, wiped the sweat from his face, and waved towards Zhang Hangshan in front of him. With a bang, Zhang Hangshan, clutching a crimson giant sword, paused his forward charge, sheathed his weapon, and returned to the base of the lotus-patterned wall, transforming into a stone statue once again. Although his skills are rigid, they are indeed far beyond my current level. Tang Zheng exhaled, took out his water bag, and after gulping down a few mouthfuls, he relaxed on the spacious, pure white stone floor. For some time now, after discovering he could freely enter and exit the Two Worlds Mandala, Tang Zheng had been training his combat skills with the 4 heavenly kings within. An opponent of this caliber was hard to find, and yet still not dangerous, especially in a battle with Zhang Hangshan. He could clearly sense the improvement in his close combat skills. The Holy Kingdom is quite sensible. Tang Zheng had recently taught Evil Eye the magic enhancement of Magic Rise, allowing her, already mastering teleport, to use the 7th-tier higher teleport. He had returned to the kingdom of Riestai's, Urantal. Since arriving in the kingdom of Imbelia, on paper, they had been away from the kingdom for over a month. He had just returned to Riestai's under the pretext of teaching Evil Eye the Magic Rise ritual, allowing the sentimental Evil Eye to reunite with the members of the Blue Rose. Tang Zheng had also returned to the Apollon Hills. The fusion potion transaction between the Holy Kingdom and the Celian Theocracy had been completed, and the green leaf which had handled it well. Tang Zheng's main purpose in returning to the hills was to obtain some research data from the Celian Theocracy on experiments involving frogmen eggs and angel fusion. This had been agreed upon long before, back when they were in the Celian Theocracy. After all, how could Tang Zheng, alone, rival the research capabilities of an entire nation? He just didn't expect it. The Holy Kingdom actually gave Enli a grand gift. They gifted Enli the Sword of Purity, one of the 4 holy swords. It was a holy sword capable of resisting mental magic and other effects. With this holy sword, Enli's strength has become even stronger. Tang Zheng smiled softly. Magic items, like holy swords, were of little use to him. But as one of the 4 holy swords, even more prestigious than a national treasure, The Holy Kingdom's willingness to gift one of them pleased Tang Zheng considerably. The frogman egg, it turns out, still has some issues. Its effectiveness against high-level summon monsters is limited. Tang Zheng picked up the water bag beside him again and took a sip, his eyes flicking through the research materials sent by the Celian Theocracy. A thoughtful expression crossed his face. Mix and integrate multiple frogman eggs? Tang Zheng frowned slightly. The Celian Theocracy's research revealed that a single frogman egg only temporarily deprives high-level angels of their existence. While the effect on lower-level angels is less pronounced, it's still far less than the duration of an infant's integration. The Celian Theocracy has therefore developed a magical method that can nurture multiple frogman eggs using sacred magic to disguise them as a single entity and integrate them into an angel. This method can extend the angel's existence. Huh? Tang Zheng sneered at the information in his hand, which wasn't particularly detailed, but merely summarized. The people of the Celian Theocracy haven't given up on the infant integration method. This multi-frog egg integration technique is probably only used on low-level angels. Swish. Tang Zheng set down the information he had uncovered, his eyes darkening. There was much to do next. The most important thing was to quickly bring about a conflict between the abyssal body and the mysterious Dragon King. Tang Zheng's attitude towards the abyssal body was one of utilization. This organization of undead was clearly a future gift to the Bone King. Instead, the mysterious Dragon King was the one Tang Zheng needed to win over. In short, before the real battle begins, we must squeeze out the full value of this organization. Tang Zheng silently pondered his next plan. With about 2 years left, he needed to quickly acquire a high-level dragon class. Chapter 393. Vines snaked along the gray exterior walls, their branches obscuring the doors and windows. Sunlight filtered through the gaps, casting tiny beams of light within the hall. Clean. Abyss Ben Jerry sat in the abandoned castle hall, gently lifting his finger bones and pointing them at the void before him. As your magic spread, the dust in the room was instantly swept away, even the cobwebs inside the broken hanging lamp, and the moss in the cracks in the wall corners vanished with the dust. Magic is truly wondrous. Abyss Ben Jerry had always believed that the power of any level magic was a testament to the magic caster's endless pursuit of knowledge. Ding! His finger bones tapped lightly on the table. Abyss Ben Jerry's head shook slightly. He had been in a good mood recently. The dark cloud that had been weighing on his head finally felt like it was about to part, revealing the light of day, even if the undead did not appreciate sunlight. Swish! The air ahead rippled. Evil Eye's figure instantly appeared in the hall. Abyss Ben Jerry's head froze, 2 pairs of crimson eyes fixed on the vampire woman across from him, filled with kindness and anticipation. The petite body, resembling that of a human child, would be a meaningless outward appearance for an undead. Even with his experience, Abyss Ben Jerry couldn't determine the exact age of the vampire woman across from him. He suddenly felt the need to develop a magic that could detect age, thus potentially providing useful intel. For the undead, the longer they exist, the richer their knowledge and experience. If they could detect their age, it would be a good idea. This can, to a certain extent, ascertain the other party's level of knowledge. Hello, vampire lady. Abyss Ben Jerry didn't know the other party's name, and even after several exchanges, he hadn't shown any interest in revealing it. He could guess a bit. Given the magical props and attire used by the other party, which concealed their undead identity, they belonged to the 2 factions, those who operated among the living or expanded their influence. This type of undead is always cautious. After all undead are enemies of the living, and concealing their identities and names is a perfectly normal behavior and habit. Sir Ben Jerry. Evil Eye nodded slightly in response, pulled out a wooden chair, and sat across from him. The leader of the Abyss body had made the invitation, effectively completing the previous deal. Evil Eye could guess the other party's specific purpose for another meeting, even if she couldn't accurately deduce it. Thank you, sir, for your generosity. In terms of the content of the transaction, the knowledge we offer is less valuable than this magic ascension ritual. Abyss Ben and Jerry expressed his heartfelt gratitude. This wasn't a compliment, but a statement of fact. The mysterious undead sir behind this vampire lady must be a truly remarkable scholar, a magic caster. In these transactions, the exchange wasn't for knowledge of powerful magical powers, but rather for information on legends and humanities. The recent research on vampire and undead research was likely for the vampire lady before him. Generous. This was another impression Abyss Ben Jerry had of the mysterious undead lord. If the timing hadn't been so awkward, he would have done everything he could to recruit him into the inner circle. Of course, this vampire lady also qualified. Evil Eye gazed at the figure across from him through the slit in his white mask and said calmly, Master Ben-Jerry, could you please state your purpose? Ah, that's right. Abyss Ben-Jerry felt a little embarrassed, but for the sake of certainty, he spoke with a hint of hope. I wonder if you could allow me to meet with that fellow lord in person. I'm sorry, Evil Eye replied politely. As expected. Abyss Ben-Jerry thought to himself. The transaction between the two parties, aside from the minor incident regarding the misinformation regarding the sanctuary, went smoothly overall, but that lord never showed up. Initially, the other party's goal was to seek a solution from their abyssal body due to the negative effects of complete invisibility caused by a high-level magic error. And the transactions went smoothly one after another. The other party hadn't contacted them, instead sending this vampire lady to communicate with him. The outcome was easy to guess. It was simply the current situation of their abyssal body. Tell the truth. Abyssal Ben and Jerry paused briefly, feeling the need to confess something, a price they had to pay. We've already begun the resistance. The blood-sucking worm that's crawling on us is meeting with you, the Excellency, to gain further assistance. We're all compatriots. Well, I'm not playing on sentiment. What I mean is, the original purpose of Abyssal Body wasn't to stir up trouble or expand the organization. We undead possess eternal life, and our pursuit is nothing more than knowledge. Evil Eye suddenly spoke, wait a moment. Abyss Ben-Jerry was stunned, his head turning as he looked across in confusion. Are you going to rebel now? Evil Eye's voice became a little higher. Part of the reason for this meeting was to follow the plan to completely sever the relationship between the Abyss Body and the mysterious true Dragon King. Not only did the Dragon King want to quickly identify the mysterious true Dragon King, but so did Evil Eye. According to the Dragon King, the one that destroyed the Imperia Kingdom and transformed everyone into the undead was a powerful primordial magic. If they could meet that mysterious true Dragon King, they would be able to confirm whether it was he who destroyed the kingdom. In this regard, Evil Eye wanted to know more precisely than anyone else. Arrogance is foolish, vampire lady. Abyss Ben-Jerry thought Evil Eye was being too hasty to prepare for a rebellion just after obtaining the magic ascension ritual. He spoke seriously, we've been preparing for this for a long time. This wasn't a hasty decision. Our original plan was to find a new restraint to fight that creature. Now, with the power of the magic ascension ritual, we possess the realm power to utilize the divine realm. This power is sufficient to act as a restraint. Abyss Ben-Jerry's tone grew excited. The long-standing oppression had finally arrived, and the time had come to break it. Finding a restraint to fight that creature was no simple matter. It also involved the question of whether the new restraint would become like the other creature, a new blood-sucking worm. And now, that problem has been solved. With 10th tier magical power, the members of their inner circle unanimously believe they can defeat that creature. If they can also enlist the help of the vampire lady, who also possesses 8th tier magical power, perhaps they can completely annihilate that creature. Is that so? Evil Eye suppressed the emotion stirring within her. Unexpectedly, these undead with abyssal body are ready to rebel, having just gained the power of the ritual. It's clear that the mysterious true Dragon King's oppression of these people has long reached an unbearable point. But, that's simply wonderful. The Lord has already instructed us not to interfere in this matter, Evil Eye said with feigned concern. Inwardly, she eagerly hoped for an immediate battle between the two sides. No, no. Abyssal Ben and Jerry hurriedly said, this time, we're willing to pay any price. At the word any, his tone became noticeably more emphatic, stirring the negative energy in the hall. This is a necessary awareness. If they succeed, there's nothing to say. But if they fail, the consequences are unimaginable. Their entire abyssal body will be completely destroyed. As the living say, no matter how many gold coins one possesses, once dead, they become meaningless. Abyss Ben-Jerry was solemn, his two pairs of crimson lights flickering as he looked at Evil Eye with immense anticipation. Those who have revealed so much crucial information. This represents a profound level of trust. The reason for this, besides being fellow undead, was the friendly attitude shown by the Lord in handing over the ritual to them. The Dragon King had figured it out. Evil Eye was shocked. She remembered that when she first used the ritual to trade, she felt the value wasn't equal. Back then, the Dragon King had said that what he valued wasn't the knowledge involved in the trade, but the knowledge of the entire abyssal body. I deeply admire your choice. In that case, then I need to report to the Lord and seek his advice. Evil Eye raised her head slightly, looking with pity at the undead, who was even more powerful than her. This seemed like a foregone conclusion. Although they were all undead, Evil Eye disliked them. She was originally human, not one of these people. In her heart, Evil Eye's identity as a living being, a human being existed. On the other hand, when Tang Zheng received the message from Evil Eye, he was also surprised and surprised. What had been a very troublesome matter had unexpectedly gone smoothly. He hadn't expected the abyssal body to be so eager to rebel against the mysterious Dragon King. Faced with this situation, Tang Zheng wouldn't refuse. He'd been stuck at level 60 for a while. Now, it wasn't a matter of experience, but rather a matter of class. There was too little information available about high-level or specialized classes. At his current level, it was clearly insufficient for conducting contact and investigation with the top forces and individuals in the other world. Evil Eye began to make more frequent contacts. At the same time, the Inner Circle members of Body of the Abyss began to transport their research and information outward like ants moving house. In Tang Zheng's opinion, Abyss Ben and Jerry and the others had clearly prepared for the worst. Apollon Hills. After nearly 3 months of effort, Henry and Beast General Hector Whiskey, leading the demi-human army, had completely eliminated the remaining undead in the hills. Until this moment, the threat posed by the legendary undead Death Knights had finally been completely eliminated. Perhaps there were still scattered pockets of undead deep within the hills, but they no longer posed a threat. On the desolate grasslands, Beast General Hector Whiskey leaned over, observing the green shoots emerging from the withered earth. A hint of a smile crossed his stern face. It's quite late for grass to sprout at this time of year, but the drought in the hills has clearly eased. Beast General Hector Whiskey exhaled, stood up, and gazed into the distance, a flicker of sadness and relief in his eyes. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a slender figure. Beast General Hector Whisper paused. Within his view, he saw an elite squad comprised of several subhuman races, including centaurs, blade worms, quadrupeds, and half-humans. Their defining characteristic was their ability to run. Only with such powerful mobility could they completely annihilate the undead that permeated the hilly region within 3 months. And yet, among these subhuman races, there was only one human. Tram. Beast General Hector whispered, his 4 beastly hooves swaying steadily towards the somewhat solitary figure sitting on the ground. Henry, thank you for your hard work. Beast General Hector whispered approached the other, his gaze fixed on the distance as he spoke softly. After 3 months of contact, the initial unfamiliarity and wariness between the two had long since faded. In some ways, the human girl before him was even worthy of respect. Teacher. Henry's chestnut hair fluttered at her earlobes, and she looked up with a hearty laugh. Her once petite figure had grown considerably taller, her skin tanned, and she exuded an aura no less impressive than that of an elite soldier. Beast General Hector Whiskey raised his eyelids, but ultimately chose not to correct her, perhaps because he had grown accustomed to the human girl's address. The undead had been dealt with. What are you going to do next? Beast General Hector Whiskey suddenly asked. What do you want to do? Henry was stunned for a moment, her eyes briefly confused before a faint light shone. I kind of want to go home. It's been ages since I last saw you, Captain. Having said this, Henry raised her arms, clenched her fists, and puffed them out. The rolled-up sleeves tightened again, revealing her firm muscles. If I go back, everyone will be surprised. Beast General Hector Whiskey said nothing more, simply nodded. The two sides were originally of different races. If it weren't for the disaster caused by the undead, they wouldn't have been able to get along. Teacher. A familiar voice rang out. Beast General Hector Whisper instinctively tried to respond, but then snapped back to his senses and looked in astonishment at Henry, who smiled at him with her mouth shut. What did you do? Beast General Hector Whisper felt a little incredulous. Henry had clearly kept her mouth shut, yet the voice echoed directly from his mind. Magic? But in all the time they'd been together, he hadn't noticed Henry using magic. Isn't it amazing, teacher? Henry stood up, dusted herself off, and said with a surprised, careless expression, I just realized it today too. It's a bit like magic. Being able to communicate directly with those close to me, if I can apply this to legionary operations, it should be very useful. She was no longer the clueless girl she once was. She called Beast General Hector Whiskey her teacher because she had learned so much about military matters from him. Beast General Hector Whiskey looked at Henry with an incomprehensible gaze. He felt that this human girl before him was quite special. Captain, you should know something. Henry formed a circle with her thumb and index finger, brought it to her lips, and whistled sharply. Whoosh! A dark figure sprinted towards them from a distance, and in a moment, it was right in front of Henry. Teacher, I'm leaving first. Henry skillfully rolled over, and sat on the hound's back. With one hand grasping the bone chain, she waved to Beast General Hector Weiss with the other, saying, and everyone, thank you for your guidance. A moment later, Henry, riding the hound, had vanished from the sight of the demi-humans. Watching the receding figure. Humanity. The future of the hills. How should we demi-humans coexist with humans? This thought crossed Hector Weiss's mind. The hills were now occupied by the adventurer known as Free Will. The one most concerned about this matter wasn't him, but seven-colored scale Kokshi. A strange castle. Night fell. Inri, Tang Gang's core members in the hills, the Green Leaf Witch, the White Mist Witch, the Lizardman Kuruksu, and Inri, sat at the spacious dining table. The table was filled with steaming, delicious food, but the atmosphere was not very lively. Just then, "Hey everyone!" A smiling voice suddenly echoed from one side of the hall. The four Emerald Leaf Witches at the table quickly looked at the figure that had suddenly appeared in the hall, and stood up. "Captain! Leader! Sir! Sir! Sir!" 3 different titles came from the 4 mouths. Because of Inli's presence, the 3 Emerald Leaf Witches kept it simple. "I smelled the aroma the moment I arrived. It's whetted my appetite." Tang Zheng smiled as he looked at the 4, pausing his gaze on Inli in particular. Not only had Inli grown taller, but her delicate demeanor had vanished, replaced by a calm and composed demeanor. "It's been a while, Inli." Tang Zheng walked to the dining table, looked at Inli before him, and spoke gently. He extended his palm, gently pressing it against Inli's hair, then placed it against his chest, gesturing, "You've grown taller." "Captain." Inli felt the familiar warmth against her head, her eyes reddening as she smiled brightly. "I'm not a child anymore." "Indeed?" Tang Zheng chuckled and turned to the 3 Emerald Night Witches. "If you stand any longer, I eat all by myself." The atmosphere, which had been somewhat subdued, immediately became lively with Tang Zheng's arrival. He had been staying within the Imberia Kingdom for some time, and most of the Abyssal Body's belongings had already been transferred. Once the transfer was complete, it would be time for the Abyssal Body's showdown with the mysterious True Dragon King. It won't be long. Tang Zheng picked up a piece of roasted beast meat and put it in his mouth, thinking to himself. Most of the knowledge he had received was probably copied data from the Inner Circle members, like Ben and Jerry of the Abyss. These members of the Body of the Abyss obviously wouldn't hand him everything, but even so, the gains were immense. This time he returned to the hilly area. He was confirming the weapons and armor forged by the Dark Dwarves and Dwarven craftsmen. He hadn't forgotten his previous promise to give a batch of weapons to the human tribes in the Valley of Despair. He had originally thought a month would be enough. Instead, it took until now to be forged. This situation was caused by the presence of many low-level undead remnants in the hilly area, which affected the dwarves' mining and forging. "Captain, I think I can use magic now," Inri said uncertainly to Tang Zheng, who was feasting on his meal. In the kingdom of Imberia, there was no food to replenish. If Evil Eye were undead, she wouldn't need food either. Tang Zheng could only eat what he had stored, and now, with a pile of proper food before him, his appetite naturally increased. Magic? Tang Zheng was a little surprised. He hadn't remembered Inli mastering a magic-related profession. Inli detailed the ability she possessed, her face full of anticipation, a bit like showing off, a bit like expecting praise. This ability. Can't it be? Tang Zheng was startled, not expecting such a sudden surprise. He said, "Inli, demonstrate it." "Yes, information." Inli nodded, closed her eyes, and silently activated the skill. Buzz. Detected the skill information. Requires the intermediate profession commander. Current requirements are not met. Genius has been transformed into corporal. Requirements are met. Should I spend 3 skill points to learn it? Tang Zheng could sense a faint mental force trying to connect with him. He didn't know if it was Inli's fault, or if some other condition was missing. This prevented the information from fully connecting with Tang Zheng. Chapter 394. An unexpected surprise. Tang Zheng hadn't expected to find such a surprise on this return. Message. Isn't that message? He suddenly realized that this skill wasn't the same as what he subconsciously assumed it was, even though there was only a single letter difference. In Yggdrasil, message was a skill used to maintain contact, originally only usable in special circumstances and locations. But in this other world, message had become a magical method for instant messaging. The message before me is clearly different from message. Tang Zheng briefly pondered, silently muttering, "Learn." No skill points were consumed because message comes from the commander class. Mastering this skill automatically grants you the mid-level commander class, increasing by 1 level. Tang Zheng glanced at the stat panel and thought to himself, I have to wait until I acquire a new class and gain experience before I can remove the commander class. Failed. Inri's face was filled with confusion and bewilderment. She had clearly used it successfully before. She had wanted to demonstrate it, but she couldn't contact Tang Zheng. Once the skill's activation timer expired, it automatically deactivated. When people from another world master new skills in magic, they can't view the specific effects of the skills, like players in the game. They can only understand the abilities of the skills through personal exploration. Tang Zheng, of course, was different. He could view the skills through the attribute panel. After reading the specific effects of the information, a flash of understanding crossed his eyes. The three green leaf witches looked at Tang Zheng and Enli in surprise, clearly confused about what they were doing. Ding! Ding! Tang Zheng, not intending to be shy, tapped the table lightly. Feeling everyone's gaze, he whispered, "I think I know what's going on." "Captain, is that true?" Enli looked up in surprise, her brown eyes gleaming with admiration. She was at a loss after suddenly mastering this ability, and so she sought clarification from the knowledgeable captain. Tang Zheng set down his cutlery, leaned back in his chair, and said gently, "You should know that besides combat classes, there are other classes, such as the commander class. Enli has been following the beast General Hector Weiss for some time, so she's mastered the commander class." Tang Zheng looked at Enli with admiration. The information ability allows the commander to maintain long-term contact with the Legion members. This is a support skill. While it doesn't significantly increase combat effectiveness, it makes command much easier. Such abilities are beyond the reach of ordinary commanders. Enri is quite gifted in this area. Praise echoed from the dinner table. Enri tidied her hair around her ear, embarrassed, and at the same time, understood why she hadn't been able to contact the captain. The fact that she had been able to establish contact with the beast General Hector Weiss was due to everyone working together over the past 3 months, unknowingly fulfilling the requirements for Legion membership. And the captain was clearly not one of them. "Miss Enri, you're truly amazing." The lizardman, Kuruksu, touched her chest with her fingernails, covered in delicate white scales, and clasped her hands together, praising him heartily. The green leaf witch smiled and nodded, not surprised at all. From the very beginning, the master had held this human girl, Enri, in high regard. Such a talent was to be expected. What surprised her was that the master had actually noticed it. The white mist witch's golden eyes examined Enri, and curled her lips. "The reason I'm sharing this specific information with everyone is because within the tiered magic, there exists a similar ability called message." Tang Zheng addressed the 4 people present, his tone a touch more serious. "The specific effect is this." Tang Zheng raised a finger, and tapped it lightly on his temple, silently activating the message within his mind. "Huh? Huh? Ah! This is..." The green leaf witch, the white mist witch, and the lizardman Kuruksu all exclaimed in surprise, while Enri stared at Tang Zheng with wide eyes. The voice of Tang Zheng echoed in their minds. The 3 green leaf witches, in particular, finally understood the effect of the ability Tang Zheng had just described. A look of surprise crossed everyone's faces. Enli blinked, having never expected the captain to possess a similar ability. Looking at the surprised, curious glances, Tang Zheng smiled softly. Of course, this wasn't a message, it was still the commander's message. The reason Enli wasn't unable to connect with others was because Tang Zheng had combined message with magic mark. Combining these 2 abilities, Tang Zheng could directly contact those marked with his magic mark, achieving a similar effect to a message. Now you all should understand what happens after activating this ability. I may use this magic to contact you later, so don't be surprised. But you also need to remain vigilant. When making contact, you must first confirm the possibility of an enemy in disguise. Tang Zheng demonstrated this to everyone to prevent impersonation and the subsequent leakage of information. He hadn't just attempted to contact the few people in front of him. He had confirmed both Imina and Renas individually. Only Yalar in the Valley of Despair could be reached. This was expected. Message can contact people you've met, increasing the speed of information transmission. However, if the distance is too great, the sound will become increasingly blurred, or even disappear altogether. The combined effect of information and magic mark also suffers from this flaw. Tang Zheng couldn't even sense Yalar's location, resulting in a natural failure. Tang Zheng picked up a steak with his cutlery, put it in his mouth, chewed it, and spoke in a more serious tone. About 300 years ago, there was a kingdom called Godaberg. This country established a magical network composed of messages between its cities to increase the speed of information transmission. However, due to false intelligence, it eventually fell into civil strife and was destroyed. The expressions of the green leaf witch and others immediately turned serious, realizing the importance and uncertainty of this magic. Seeing that Enri and the others understood the dangers involved, Tang Zheng nodded. This way, the future Bone King could use this method of disguise to a certain extent to avoid being easily deceived. In fact, Flutter of the Baharis Empire distrusted the information conveyed by messages. He remained vigilant, because he knew about the ruined kingdom of Godabird. This incident caused him to remain skeptical even when Bone King used this method to contact him. This forced Bone King to use teleportation magic and come before him to explain. Regarding Bone King's need for personal proof, huh? Tang Zheng sneered inwardly. This behavior truly suited his character. If it were Demiurge or Albedo, they probably wouldn't have allowed such a situation to occur. Having accidentally mastered this method, our plan to deal with the mysterious True Dragon King might need to be slightly adjusted. A flash of thought flashed in Tang Zheng's eyes, and he silently deduced the key points of his previous plan. Even with a world-class item in hand, we can't let our guard down. In short, safety and secrecy are paramount. Continuing on. The green leaf which reported on the recent events in the hilly area. The twin witches and their companions had already rallied many of the remaining demihumans. 7-colored scale Kokosher might have made some small moves, but they were no longer a concern. In the entire hilly area, the only remaining heroes were Beast General Hector Weiss and 7-colored scale Kokosher. Captain. Well, I think I went back to the village. Enli muttered in a low voice, a hint of embarrassment visible on her tanned face. Tang Zheng was speechless, then reached out to ruffle Enli's hair. Give my regards to the village chief. Ah. Enli stared at Tang Zheng's hand and exclaimed in surprise. Bang! Enri's forehead ached, and she raised her hand to cover the spot where her head had been hit. Really? You're my teammate, not a laborer. You can return to Karn village anytime you want. Tang Zheng retracted his arm, speaking with a cheerful smile. But that master. Miss Tsuya. Enri glanced at the witch Tsuya, then faltered. She had always believed that the masters of free will were truly remarkable people, not just the captain and Miss Tsuya, but even her once weak self. They were working hard to help the demihumans of the hilly region and eliminate the undead. They were even making repeated contact with the high-ranking nobles of the Celian theocracy and the Holy Kingdom. The entire adventurer team was doing things she had never imagined. The green leaf which guessed what Enri was thinking and whispered, Don't overthink it, Enri. While there's still a lot to do in the hilly region, it won't be done overnight. Just go back with peace of mind. It's not like you won't be coming back, right? The green leaf which knew Enri had a delicate personality. Yes. Enri nodded vigorously, a bright smile on her face as she replied, Thank you, Miss Greenleaf. Greenleaf and I are both busy and can't go back with you, Tang Zheng said. It's okay, Captain. I can go back on my own. I'm plenty strong now, Enri said quickly, raising her arm deliberately. Seeing this, Tang Zheng found it somewhat amusing, though he was quite familiar with Enri's current job structure. Farmer, heroic worshipper, corporal, commander. I'm afraid I need to change my profession. That's a bit inappropriate. Tang Zheng feigned seriousness and suddenly said, But there's one thing you need to do on your way back. Captain, I definitely do it. Enli straightened her spine and responded quickly. Relax, it's not complicated. The dark dwarves live in the hilly areas, and they're skilled in weapon forging. Pick some samples and take them to Renas, whom we met in the kingdom. Tang Zheng said this, looking at the lizardman Kuruksu beside him. Kuruksu will go back with you this time. There are rumors of a monster rampage in the top forest. She can help the Adventurers Guild there. Hearing about the incident in the top forest, Enli tensed, not even questioning the source of Tang Zheng's information. The lizardman Kuruksu's eyes brightened noticeably, and she looked at Tang Zheng with gratitude. She knew. Following Enri wasn't just to protect her, it also allowed her to return to the Great Wetlands. Even if she couldn't interact with her fellow tribesmen, knowing they were surviving safely would satisfy her long-held worries and wishes. Don't worry. The Adventurers Guild in Irantal is responding with all its might, ensuring the safety of Karn village. Seeing Enri's worry, Tang Zheng spoke softly, By the way, have Xiaohe go back with you. Once in Irantal, have him visit Lizzie's workshop for me. Find a pharmacist named Viria and tell him there are many medicinal herbs in the hills. Ask him if he's interested in coming to the Abline Hills. We at Freewill can provide a wealth of herbs and support. The deaths of the 3 rulers of the top forest have caused unrest among the magical beasts living there, and peace will be unsettled for a while. Obtaining medicinal herbs in the forest will be a major problem. Of course. Tang Zheng had Blue Rose and Evil Eye leaked the news to the Adventurers Guild long in advance, so there were no casualties. Currently, Blue Rose is stationed there, so there's no need to worry about the situation. However, the border of the top forest is too long, and a large number of adventurers are needed. That's great. Viria? Enri breathed a sigh of relief, but then she was slightly startled by the familiar name. The next day, Inri, the lizardman Kuruksu, and the evil dog set off with them. Tang Zheng was eager to see if Firia would accept the invitation and come to the Ablion Hills. Besides the obvious tasks, he asked Inri to bring some weapon samples. This wasn't an attempt to sell weapons, but rather an indirect message to various factions and Princess Lana that Free Will had already achieved a certain degree of control over the entire hilly region. Upper Fire Moon. July 17th. The Bunker. This was the mountain range called Garada, where deep, primeval forests blanketed the land. Anyone entering the misty jungle would be lost and dead. Under the surface of these mountains lay a deposit of obsidian, a mineral with a hint of magical power. Further beneath this vein lay a vast, deep cave. The pitch-black cavern walls were covered with rough scratches and digging marks. This vast cavern, nearly 200 meters in size, had been carved entirely by some creature. Chapter 395. Inside the deep lair. Magical ores and numerous magical items piled up like a small mountain, haphazardly placed in the corners of the cave. A faint, dazzling magical glow emanated from this pile of treasures, adding a touch of invisible light to the inky blackness of the cavern. A dark shadow, illuminated by the light of this pile of treasures, was cast on the top of the cavern, wriggling imperceptibly like a living creature. Whoosh, whoosh, a long, drawn-out breath echoed. The shadow and the breathing sound came from a massive figure entrenched in the center of the cavern, blending seamlessly into the darkness. Despite being cast as a shadow, this massive figure seemed non-existent, completely detached from the darkness within. All light entering this area was instantly devoured, like a black hole. Suddenly, the sleeping figure in the darkness slightly opened its eyes, revealing amber pupils narrowed into slits, and gazed at the pile of treasures. A fleeting glint of satisfaction and laziness flashed across the other's eyes. The massive, inky black figure shifted a few times in the darkness, seemingly repositioning itself in a comfortable, reclining position. These treasures were its haul over the past 300 years. Most of these treasures were contributed by a governing organization called the Body of the Abyss. Dragons have a natural fondness and desire to collect treasures and magical items, and even with its restrained nature, it had unknowingly amassed a considerable collection. This cave was its current residence, excavated entirely by itself, piece by piece. While it took considerable effort, it was extremely safe. This is because the entire underground cavern lacks any magical properties. The obsidian veins overhead serve to mask magical and life force fluctuations, forming a second natural barrier. Want to discover this underground cavern? Even by accident, such a possibility is impossible, as this underground cavern lacks any entrance or exit. The only way to reach it is through teleportation. As a base, this place is undoubtedly unsuitable. Rudimentary is an understatement. If other true Dragon Kings were to come here, they would probably scoff. Huh? The mysterious true Dragon King exhaled a stream of black air from his nose, squinting his eyes, as he admired the hillocks radiating magical light in the distance. This was one of the few pleasures he had so far. Laughing? He didn't care about such a face-saving gesture, which offered no real benefit. As the saying goes, every failure teaches wisdom. Building a base that was too extravagant or conspicuous would only attract unnecessary trouble. As the most powerful race in the entire world, they should not care about the attention of any inferior race, especially a bunch of people crawling at their feet, not even licking their nails. Fear, trouble, attention. These are what those inferior races need to care about. But this world has been infected by filth. At this thought, the mysterious true Dragon King's eyes narrowed slightly, and a cruel and deep malice flashed in his amber pupils. He seemed to feel a heart-wrenching pain throughout his body, the cold sensation of death. This place is certainly not its true stronghold. Even though its anger was uncontrollable, and its inner pride didn't want to admit it, it had to face the reality that it was forced to hide here. The real stronghold has been destroyed, and the cause of all this was none other than the evil Preya. 300 years ago, during a sudden encounter, the evil Preya suddenly appeared near its stronghold. Shamelessly, he wanted to turn it into a pet or mount. What a fool! That battle left it severely injured, even on the verge of death, but it won! It tore its opponent to pieces, turning them into scraps and nutrients for its stomach. The mysterious true Dragon King grinned slightly, revealing a fleeting glimpse of sharp, snow-white teeth, and let out a vicious, hearty laugh. Of course, its gains were also enormous. The mysterious true Dragon King knew that its victory was largely due to luck. The evil Preya must have mistaken it for an ordinary Dragon King and lacked any information about the true Dragon King. This led to a series of misjudgments that tipped the scales in the final analysis. Over 300 years passed. Its near-death wounds had fully recovered, and it was even absorbing that experience, silently planning its strategies and preparations. That fellow, Chio Yalamo, had given it a good idea. The mysterious Dragon King's mind flashed with the image of that freak, who had abandoned the greatness of the dragon race and transformed himself into an undead being, and a complex thought flashed through his mind. It was all the fault of the evil Preya. They were the filth of the world, and the enemy of all Dragon Kings. The amber vertical pupils closed. In the deep, dark cavern, only the intermittent sound of long, drawn-out breathing could be heard. It was unknown how much time had passed. You've slacked off. The mysterious true Dragon King opened his eyes again, a flicker of dissatisfaction in his gaze. If it remembered correctly, it should have been time for the inner circle members of the abyssal body to contribute their research and technology, but they still hadn't appeared. This was a challenge to its mercy. It was an honor for these insect-like undead to contribute their technology and knowledge to the great true Dragon King. Exploitation? Isn't that natural? I should be grateful for not killing these insects. Since the encounter 300 years ago, the mysterious true Dragon King had become extremely cautious. It was only natural that the abyssal body, a valuable undead organization that rarely interacted with the outside world, would be accepted into its fold. Swish! A flash of red light suddenly flashed from the deep, dark cavern. In this environment, the red light was extremely dazzling. And at that moment, the mysterious Dragon King suddenly looked towards the location of the red light. His amber pupils shone with a chilling coldness. Warning! The mark left on Abyss Bin and Jerry has been removed. Warning! The mark left on White St. Grans has been removed. Warning! The mark left on Red-Eyed Prince Cronuya has been removed. Warning! Without any emotion, a mechanical sound like two stones rubbing against each other echoed within the dark cave, accompanied by a flash of red light. The voice was not loud, but to the ears of the mysterious Dragon King, it was unusually harsh. Wow! A nearly materialized energy wave erupted within the cave, sweeping across it like a hurricane, leaving tiny cracks in the surrounding solid obsidian walls. Looking for death. The mysterious Dragon King opened his mouth and spat out two words in a cold voice. His piercing amber eyes fixed on the location, emitting a red glow and emitting a mechanical beep. Although the cave was pitch black, dragons possessed a natural ability of night vision, so the darkness didn't affect their vision, allowing them to clearly see the object. It was a creature about 1 meter tall, similar in appearance to a lesser human, resembling a living being. In reality, it was an object, or more precisely, a grim, a man-made creature that only obeyed its master's orders and lacked self-awareness or the ability to think. This grim possessed special detection capabilities, making it an extremely valuable item. Although the mysterious Dragon King remained in the cave and did not directly control the body of the abyss, it nonetheless accepted its control and commands. Besides its inherent strength, this was also due to the work of this grim. All members of the inner circle were, to a certain extent, under the watchful eye of this grim. Such a precious grim was naturally not created by it, nor did it possess the technology and abilities to do so. It was a serendipitous acquisition. In short, it was found, not something seized from the evil Preya. Alert! All 9 marked personnel have escaped surveillance. Activate detection magic to confirm their location. The voice of the humanoid Grimm's machine echoed again, awaiting further instructions. The mysterious Dragon King's eyes blazed with anger. If only 1 or 2 members had escaped surveillance, it could be described as an accident. And now! This was clearly no accident. The abyssal body had completely rebelled. The mysterious Dragon King felt a wave of disbelief and an uncontrollable rage at this outcome, but these emotions were quickly replaced by a deep sense of vigilance. The abyssal body knew full well the strength of these insects. With their strength, they were no match for it. These undead were not foolish. They knew the only consequence of their rebellion would be extermination, yet they still made this choice. There was something strange about this. Boom! A dull thud. The mysterious Dragon King seemed to stand, but his entire body remained shrouded in thick darkness. Only his pupils, reflecting the magical light, radiated a chilling coldness. It must make a decision quickly. Abyssal body possesses great value, but if it rebels, its existence becomes meaningless and its entirety must be eliminated. Because those within the abyssal body know its base and some of its intelligence, these undead insects must not be allowed to leak any of their information. But the mysterious Dragon King couldn't determine why these insects dared to act this way, or whether they had some unknown means or countermeasures. Detection. The mysterious Dragon King, making a quick mental assessment, issued a command. Counter-detection commenced. Detection concluded. No detection-related magical response was detected. The humanoid Graham's eyes flashed red, and the magical energy emanated from his body, then dissipated again. He spoke mechanically. Hearing this result, the mysterious Dragon King felt certain, concluding that the abyssal body had not revealed its base. Besides, body of the abyss likely has no external support, and even if it does, its strength isn't that great. Otherwise, given the temperaments of those undead insects, they would likely lead the enemy directly into his base, rather than choosing to defect as they are now. Very good. The mysterious Dragon King raised his proud head, revealing his bloody maw. You mere insects, you will pay a heavy price for this ignorant decision. As he spoke, the mysterious Dragon King raised his arm, and pulled out a gold coin from the darkness. It looked larger than ordinary currency. A faint golden glow emanated from it. This proved that the coin was a magical item. Ding! A crisp sound accompanied it. The coin flipped midair, its front and back spinning back and forth in the air, its pale golden glow growing increasingly intense. On each side of the coin were a weeping face and a smiling face, respectively, looking rather comical. Snap! The gold coin landed on one of the mysterious True Dragon King's phalanges, revealing a smiley face. Activate detection magic. After seeing the coin's result, the mysterious True Dragon King immediately gave the command to the humanoid Grim. This coin was a magical item called the Prank Coin, one of the items recovered from the evil Preya. It had the power of divination. Although its range was rather vague, it was a useful magical item. If used in conjunction with a class with divination abilities, it might yield even more precise results. Unfortunately, the mysterious True Dragon King hadn't encountered anyone with such abilities, preventing the item from truly being effective. But it's not impossible to use. Just now, he divined the danger, and the result was smiley face, proving the danger wasn't high. Accepting the command, the red light in the humanoid Graham's eyes grew intense, and a mechanical voice rang out. 5th tier magic. Clairvoyance. Invisible magical energy emanated. After a moment, the humanoid Graham seemed to have determined his position. He raised his arm, aiming at the mysterious Dragon King's position, and spoke again. 5th tier magic. Detection connection. A slightly blurry image appeared in the mysterious True Dragon King's vision, and he snorted contemptuously. Foul power. Middle origin, world movement. Swish. The mysterious Dragon King's figure flashed, and the thick darkness vanished like steam in an instant, returning the deep cavern to silence. Only a faint red light lingered in the eyes of the humanoid Graham, before it gradually began to fade. Crack! Graham, supposedly devoid of any intelligence or self-awareness, suddenly twisted his neck, and the sound of corroded iron rustled. He gazed silently at the spot where the mysterious Dragon King had vanished. Intelligence report. The humanoid Graham let out a faint groan, then his eyes shone red as he vanished completely. The bottom of Fenria Valley. This was a desolate, hilly area, close to the distant sea. Not only was it geographically remote, but even life was scarce. For, like the kingdom of Imberia, it was part of the territories of a kingdom destroyed over 200 years ago. However, the undead here had long since vanished with the passage of time, leaving only a land corroded by negative energy, unable to support any living creatures. And yet now, the once silent area was now filled with a dense swarm of undead monsters, and even a dozen extremely rare bone dragons circled in the sky. Chapter 396. Hiss. Roar. A dense swarm of undead, restlessly colliding with one another, a thick aura of death and negative energy blanketing the area, forming a faint black haze, almost like a cross. A solemn silence permeated the air. Abyss Ben Jerry, White Saint, Wise Wolf, Red-Eyed Prince, Glutton, Death Rider, Lord of Corruption, Yellow Spectre, and Withered Elder all gathered here. Each member of the inner circle of the Abyss body, adorned with various magical items, and aglow with magically blessed light, stood ready. The entire valley and hills. Besides the occasional roars of the undead, an eerie, invisible silence permeated. Abyss Ben Jerry and the others remained silent. Everyone was sullen. Even Red-Eyed Prince, who usually enjoyed a lively atmosphere, lacked his usual glittering, aesthetically pleasing demeanor. As undead, they shouldn't have strong emotions. But at this moment, Abyss Ben and Jerry felt a deep, visceral tension, an awkward yet perfectly natural feeling. The enemy wasn't just any Dragon King. He was one of the world's strongest. How could they possibly feel at ease against such a foe? If it weren't necessary, they truly didn't want to engage in direct confrontation. If they could escape, that would be best, but that was clearly impossible. Escape was impossible. The only option was to fight with all their might and defeat the enemy. Abyss Ben and Jerry's two heads vigilantly observed their surroundings, their detection magic already cast to instantly determine the location of the enemy within the area. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Red Vampire Lady. She wasn't standing with them, but rather on the outer edge. This was their abyssal body's external reinforcements. To be more precise, the real external reinforcements were the undead behind the Vampire Lady. Meanwhile, further out in this area, to prevent any accidents, Tang Zheng had transformed into his Dragon King form. Using his ninjutsu concealment ability, he gazed completely invisible at the battlefield prepared by the abyssal body. I wonder which true Dragon King it is. Tang Zheng pondered silently, his eyes piercing forward. Currently, there are only a handful of true Dragon Kings in the other world who wield primordial magic. Therefore, once the other party showed up, it would be easy to determine which one it was. He glanced at Evil Eye's position. Tang Zheng frowned slightly. In truth, he hadn't initially intended for Evil Eye to participate. Both Body of the Abyss and Evil Eye might be aware of the true Dragon King's immense power, but their understanding and appreciation of this power was severely inadequate. If Tang Zheng hadn't possessed a world-class item and hadn't witnessed the casting process firsthand to trigger the skill learning, he would never have allowed himself to approach the battlefield so closely against a true Dragon King of unknown strength. Thinking of Evil Eye's insistence, Tang Zheng had no choice but to allow Evil Eye to participate, predicated on ensuring his own safety. I hope the preparations are sufficient, Tang Zheng thought silently, his eyes gleaming with a brilliant light. He glanced at the attribute panel. Experience gauge. 72.65 million/2.28 million. Just one chance would be enough. Swish. Suddenly, the sky darkened. A terrifying aura and oppressive feeling instantly enveloped the battlefield, and a massive, pitch-black figure appeared in the sky. It instantly captured everyone's attention. It was as if its presence held a natural attraction, drawing everyone's gaze involuntarily. And there it was. It was a massive dragon, nearly 30 meters long, covered in a layer of inky black, metallic-looking, and solid black scales. Its cold, amber-colored pupils gazed coldly below. It was incredible. The moment the black dragon appeared, the surrounding light seemed to be absorbed by its black scales, causing the area around it to dim. At a glance, it was almost dizzying, as if an invisible barrier had blocked the view of its body, preventing anyone from clearly seeing its details. This wasn't some kind of magic. It was the black dragon's own power that caused the light in the surrounding area to refract irregularly, creating a unique phenomenon. At the sight of the black dragon's appearance, Tang Zheng's pupils subconsciously constricted. It was it. In his memory, only one person matched the image of this black dragon. The Everdark Dragon King. What truly alarmed Tang Zheng was that the opponent not only had a record of single-handedly killing players, but also possessed one of the 20 world-class items. This was the most frightening aspect. Buzz. The attribute panel vibrated at this moment. Found the special magic world move. Requires a class. Click. Analyzing. Analyzing. Ding. Found the special magic mid-level origin world move. Requires the special class original chanter. No such class exists. Do you want to spend 3 skill points to learn it? Requires the special class dragon transcendent. Requirements met. Requires no intermediate class. Requires 6 skill points. Requires no basic class. Requires 9 skill points. Requires a high-level racial class elder. Requirements not met. Requires 12 skill points. Requires a mid-level racial class elder. Requirements not met. Requires 15 skill points. Current requirements not met. Induction failed. Conditions being added. Finally, Tang Zheng saw the stat panel move, a look of surprise on his face. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. As expected, only origin magic cast through a class can trigger the induction prompt, not general skills like innate abilities. But joy hadn't yet emerged. A dense web of information flashed across the attribute panel, especially when the words employment failure appeared. His heart tightened. He hadn't expected the original chanter class to have so many prerequisites. Tang Zheng's heart suddenly leaped into his throat. If even this failed, then origin magic would be completely out of his reach. Bang! Bang! A sound like the pounding of a drum echoed in Tang Zheng's mind. The special item Golden Dragon King's Heart was activated. Conditions met. Conditions met. Do you want to take on the special class, Original Chanter? Tang Zheng suddenly felt a surge of heat from his heart. It was the Golden Dragon King's Heart that had previously merged into his body. It had appeared again at this moment. The dense information on the attribute panel immediately faded, and a reminder to take on the job appeared. At this moment, on the battlefield. Arrogant fellow. The thought crossed the minds of the abyssal body simultaneously. Abyssal Ben and Jerry had originally worried that this despicable fellow would resort to a brute force attack, so they had prepared a series of detection spells and countermeasures. To their surprise, they appeared openly. The air suddenly became still. A bunch of ignorant insects, are you ready for death? The Everdark Dragon King exhaled a stream of heat from his nose. His arrogant and majestic voice resounded through the air, but a hint of caution flashed in his amber eyes, as he quickly sensed his surroundings. No powerful lifeforms were sensed. Although the prank coin had already divined a result, the Everdark Dragon King remained vigilant and alert. As soon as the words fell, mid-level origin, world severance barrier. A cold glint flashed in the Everdark Dragon King's eyes, and he immediately unleashed a high-level origin spell to envelop the area. The invisible barrier rapidly expanded, encompassing the entire battlefield, completely isolating the area, forming a special zone that completely separated the inside from the outside. Once this high-level origin spell was activated, no force, whether physical or magical, could forcibly break through. It was a spell even more terrifying and powerful than dimensional blockade. The Everdark Dragon King initiated this spell to prevent the insects from escaping, and to confirm a few things. And at that very moment, the undead of Abyssal Body also attacked simultaneously. Neither side wasted words, for it was pointless. Bang! 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 A series of magic ascension ritual magic circles simultaneously emanated a blue magical light. Magic Ascension 8th level magic dimensional blockade. The Lord of Corruption roared piercingly. The Everdark Dragon King prevented the Abyssal Body's men from escaping, while the members of the inner circle present were equally confident in giving the Everdark Dragon King no chance. The Yellow Phantom roared piercingly. Death sacrifice. A faint yellow energy wave instantly spread, enveloping a large number of undead in the area ahead, then transforming into a wave of pure dark energy. Magic Ascension strongest resistance breakthrough 8th level magic netherworld strike. The glutton followed closely behind, chanting loudly. The surging negative energy merged with the dark energy sacrificed by the Yellow Phantom, transforming into a sky-high black tornado. Most powerful magic, Chain Thunder Dragon. Most powerful magic, Chain Thunder Dragon. Most powerful magic, Chain Thunder Dragon. Abyss Ben and Jerry, leveraging his undead race, unleashed 3 7th-tier spells in a row. White Saint and Million Army's old man exchanged a glance, raising their palms to target the inconspicuous black fog nearby. Remove. Remove. A chant echoed. The thick black fog surrounding the two men immediately dissipated, and with a startling surge of magical energy, 2 elemental skeleton undead, radiating 4-colored elemental energy, suddenly appeared on the scene, their dazzling brilliance striking the spot. The black mist just now was used to mask the energy fluctuations emitted by the 10th tier undead elemental skeletons, deceiving the Dragon King's perception. Sure enough, with the appearance of the 2 elemental skeletons, the Everdark Dragon King's attention was immediately drawn. 10th tier magic, Super Acid Mist. 9th tier magic, Vermilion Nova. A strong light suddenly erupted from the 2 elemental skeletons, simultaneously unleashing even higher tier magic. At this moment, at the outermost edge, Tang Zheng's eyes flickered as he gazed at the densely packed skill displays on the attribute panel, thinking to himself, what a rare and abundant harvest. However, now was not the time to dwell on this matter. Tang Zheng glanced up at the sky and saw that the Everdark Dragon King was completely absorbed in the attacks of the Abyss Body hordes. Didn't you notice me? Tang Zheng thought to himself. The passive ability of ninja combined with the effects of the 10th tier magic's ninjutsu allowed him to evade the true Dragon King's perception, which was one of today's gains. Swish. Tang Zheng moved swiftly, instantly arriving before the now dazed Evil Eye. A thought struck him. Evil Eye vanished into thin air, forcibly drawn into the 2 worlds mandala and carried away, then retreated silently and swiftly. World Severance Barrier possesses a world-class effect, preventing any physical or magical means from passing through the barrier. However, world-class items grant immunity to this barrier. Whoosh! A barely perceptible ripple spread across the barrier surface. In the blink of an eye, Tang Zheng had left the center of the battlefield and reached a pre-planned safe position. Taking up the job. Looking at the job announcement on the attribute panel, he spoke quickly without hesitation. Class, Primordial Chanter. Level, Special Class. Passive, Primordial Power. This ancient class, gifted by the world, grants you the status of Primordial Magic user, unlocking the additional magic system, Primordial Magic. Soul Casting. This exceptional magic, harnessing the world's primordial energy, unlocks Southeast Soul Energy points. The initial cap is 100 points, increasing by 20 points with each level. PS. 1 SE point equals 10,000 pure soul energy. Primordial Majesty. Attacking enemies below your level inflicts increased damage. If any primordial magic spell you possess consumes more than 100 SE points, the caster gains certain bonuses. Soul Burden. When your soul energy is depleted, you can no longer cast primordial magic. Forcing it will cause irreversible damage to your soul. Origin Inheritor. This is a blessing and gift from the world. By developing or using the origin magic associated with one's bloodline, one can unleash even greater effects and possess certain unique abilities. Primal Gift. A proud soul cannot be tainted by mortals. Gain instant death and mind nullification. Class Skill. Bloodline Activation Golden Command, effectless. Can be independently constructed and developed with origin magic. Regardless of how many skills are developed, the number of uses is limited, 3/day. This class is specialized for this world and has a special 10 level cap. Each level increases SE, magic attack, magic defense, and agility by 20 points. Introduction. The primal chant is a response to the world's power. This isn't borrowing the power of nature, but a command. This isn't relying on magic, but burning the soul. This isn't a skill, but the world's favor, nearly power. When the true chant begins, all creatures have only the choice of submission or death. Chapter 397. Original chanter successfully inducted. Skill points, 100 instantly. Tang Zheng clearly felt a warm current surge through his heart, rapidly coursing through his body, his spirit as if undergoing some invisible baptism. In that instant, everything in his vision became clear, and even within him rose a strange sense of closeness to the entire world. Tang Zheng's mind suddenly trembled, as if his soul had been infused or expanded by some invisible energy, though now it was like a dry well, lacking any influx of water. Soul Energy, SE value. Tang Zheng's eyes shone with golden light, exuding a sense of majesty and holiness, and a smile crossed his face. A new energy tank has opened. Just as he could sense the magic power within his body, he could now sense the presence of the newly opened soul energy tank from the spiritual world. Although both soul energy and soul power are magical energies, Tang Zheng perceives them as fundamentally different. This is especially true now that Tang Zheng is in Dragon King form. After transforming into a Dragon King, he couldn't use level magic, but he could sense the presence of magic. But now, with the activation of his soul energy gauge, SE, in Dragon King form, he couldn't sense any magic at all, as if it were completely blocked. Tang Zheng's eyes flickered. Although I gained the abilities of Dragon King form through exploiting a bug, there's still a significant conflict between origin magic and level magic. Exploding a bug like the Kukuk and Dragon King isn't something you can do normally. Think about it. Tang Zheng discovered that the way he and the Ruiguan Dragon King encountered bugs was essentially the same. After transforming into an undead being, the Ruiguan Dragon King effectively gave up his dragon identity, allowing him to master rank magic. However, the elemental magic he had previously mastered remained intact. This allowed him to use both elemental magic and rank magic. Tang Zheng, on the other hand, utilized his player's innate abilities and the special item, the Golden Dragon King's Heart, to become a dragon transcendent, effectively gaining a dragon race buff. This laid the foundation for mastering elemental magic. Both had certain flaws. The Ruiguan Dragon King couldn't properly restore soul energy. Tang Zheng, on the other hand, couldn't use elemental magic in his normal human form, and couldn't use rank magic after transforming into a Dragon King. Perfect is probably not possible in anything. Tang Zheng sighed inwardly, but the smile on his face showed no sign of fading. Being able to master elemental magic was already a tremendous achievement and a stroke of luck, no less than obtaining a world-class item. The power of origin magic is no less than that of super-level magic, and even higher in rank. We still have a little time. Tang Zheng quickly gathered his thoughts, his gaze growing serious. His current plan was only halfway through. A thought flashed in his mind. A flash of golden light flashed in the air. Evil Eye suddenly appeared, her body still in the same position it had been in when she was contained within the Two Worlds mandala. The terrifying battle that erupted between the body of the Abyss and the Everdark Dragon King was beyond Evil Eye's comprehension and imagination. Especially the moment the Everdark Dragon King appeared in the air. Keen perception. An unbearable fear rose within Evil Eye. She finally understood why the Dragon King's tone was filled with caution and seriousness, when he mentioned the true Dragon King. Terrible! It was like a dark, heavy mountain suddenly appeared overhead, crashing down upon her head. It was an indescribable feeling of suffocation. Where's the Dragon King? Evil Eye continued to gaze upward, only to find nothing above. She looked around in panic. As she took in her surroundings, she realized she had somehow left the battlefield. Dragon King. Evil Eye didn't know what had happened, but only the Dragon King could do so silently. Kino. No, Evil Eye. That battlefield is no longer within your reach, Tang Jing's grave voice echoed. Evil Eye hadn't noticed her entry into the alternate dimension of Two Worlds Mandala. To her, it had been a fleeting moment. This situation had occurred. This is because the Vidra realm and Garba realm of the Two Worlds Mandala enter a state of time freeze during their transition. This happened when Tang Jing was clearing the dungeon. So, when he pulled Evil Eye into the item, he simultaneously manipulated the two alternate dimensions to switch, causing Evil Eye to enter a state of time freeze. This is also a versatile technique Tang Jing has developed. Of course, if one possesses time countermeasures, they wouldn't be affected, but Evil Eye clearly doesn't have them. But it's not this. Evil Eye opened her mouth, then fell silent. I understand. She simply wanted to know whether the one who destroyed the kingdom of Imberia was the true Dragon King she had just seen. Teleport back to the kingdom of Imberia first. I come find you once things are resolved here, Tang Jing continued. Evil Eye's power was unworthy of intervening on the battlefield, nor could he offer any assistance. Yes, Lord Dragon King. Evil Eye responded, a look of resignation on her face beneath her mask. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she asked, those people of the abyssal body? Tang Jing did not answer. Evil Eye pursed her pale lips, her mind already grasping the answer. She whispered, teleport. Swish. Evil Eye's figure vanished. Seeing her depart, Tang Jing returned his attention to the battlefield, his mind instantly surfacing the dazzling image of the violent collision of magic. Although his main body had already left the center of the battlefield, as part of his backup plan, he remained a presence within the battlefield. Heroic Spirit. Enhanced by ninjutsu. Concealment, the heroic spirit transformed into a giant dragon, also cloaked in invisibility, quietly remaining at the outermost edge of the battlefield. Dragons have extremely strong perceptions. I wonder if my departure was noticed just now. Tang Jing silently chanted to himself as he monitored the battlefield and gathered intelligence. Level up. Elsewhere. Fenrir Valley, center of the battlefield. Boom. 8th tier magic, Netherstrike, enhanced through numerous means, infused with the negative energy generated by the sacrifice of countless undead, transformed into a black tornado that soared into the sky. A dense cloud of negative energy shattered the air. Crack! 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 3 violent flashes of thunder and lightning flashed. Abyss Ben and Jerry unleashed 3 chain thunder dragons in a single burst, plunging headfirst into the black tornado. The 4 spells collided, but instead of canceling each other out, they were fused together by some unknown force. Bang! In an instant, several spells transformed into a black lightning storm, blasting terrifyingly into the sky. Bang! A flash of surprise flashed across the amber eyes of the ever-dark Dragon King, and his massive body, covered in black scales, vibrated its wings. A flash of black light. The ever-dark Dragon King, like a dispersing shadow, had already left his original location. Bang! The black lightning storm struck the same spot as before, exploding in midair, sending a terrifying energy shockwave. This level of foul power. 8th tier magic? Although the ever-dark Dragon King had dodged the previous attack, he was more puzzled. The only one in the entire body of the abyss who could use 8th tier magic was the White Saint. Before it could even think, 2 even more dangerous, foul forces attacked. Super acid mist. Where the thick green mist passed, even the empty air was affected and corroded, forming a vast pressure field. This was a 10th tier spell, enveloping the opponent in an acidic vapor, not only dealing damage, but also causing a certain degree of corrosion to equipment. Vermilion Nova. A ball of crimson lotus-shaped flame, like a flaming red cloud, rapidly flew towards the attacking location. This was a 9th tier spell, inflicting fire damage to the opponent. It was the highest level fire spell among all fire magics. Both spells were cast by 2 elemental skeletons, and therefore had undergone a certain magical enhancement to increase their power. His super acidic vapor immediately coated the surface of the ever-dark Dragon King's body, exploding into a fierce magical counteraction with his solid black scales. Following immediately, a lotus-shaped ball of flame bombarded the ever-dark Dragon King's chest. The ever-dark Dragon King was repelled, and his ability to distort light and effect vision seemed to be lost at that moment, leaving his entire body completely exposed to the air. Tiny pits and dents appeared on the inky black surface of his scales. Pain surged. A swarm of insects. An uncontrollable rage surged within the Everdark Dragon King, and he raised his slender neck, letting out a roar that resounded through the air. These damn despicable bastards. They actually injured him. The Everdark Dragon King was shocked and furious. These abyssal body insects shouldn't possess such power. After all, every once in a while, it had even made the insects of the abyssal body contribute their knowledge and skills. If they had possessed this power from the start, they would never have submitted so easily. Is this power newly acquired? The thought flashed through the mind of the Everdark Dragon King, and he quickly made a judgment, but his inner rage only grew stronger. The answer can be obtained later. Now, all we need to do is crush these insects. The Everdark Dragon King opened his mouth, revealing sharp teeth. Black dragon wings spread out, covering the sky, and he moved. Whoosh! A rapid sound of breaking through the air echoed. A massive black shadow swiftly descended from the sky. When facing a group of magic casters, the most effective tactic is to get close. This not only allows for a quick elimination, but also prevents their spell casting. A dark shadow approached. Though the members of Abyssal Body had prepared themselves, they were still startled, and panic rose within them. The lack of damage from the combined spell Netherstrike was expected. It was intended to create an opening for the two following spells to strike. But Super Acid Mist and Vermilion Nova, two magical powers from the Divine Realm, surprisingly caused no noticeable damage to the Everdark Dragon King. This astonished everyone in Abyssal Body. No! The enemy is injured. As long as it's effective, that's enough. Abyssal Benjiri shouted, his 6 arms trembling slightly. Afraid? No, it's the enemy's ability. Abyssal Benjiri forced a rationale for his inner fear. The situation before them was hopeless. Boom! Boom! 2 pitch-black figures soared from the ground, meeting the rapidly descending Everdark Dragon King. Incredibly, they were knocked back a distance, but they had managed to abruptly stop the Everdark Dragon King's descent. With a resounding bang, the 2 dark figures fully emerged. They were undead, crowned with rusty crowns, and draped in blood-red cloaks. Their protective armor was covered in countless sickle-like blades. A black mist of negative energy continuously emanated from the cracks in their armor, highlighting their status as kings among the undead. Lord of Destruction, LV 70, Tang Zheng, gazing upon the scene before him through the vision of his heroic spirit, suddenly fixed his gaze, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. How did these abyssal body undead manage to do this? Tang Zheng wondered. 2 elemental skeletons, 2 lords of destruction, a total of 4 10th tier undead summoning monsters. If he remembered correctly, only the White Saint among these undead possessed the power of 8th tier magic. Roar! Roar! The Lord of Destruction let out a hoarse growl, his crimson eyes fixed on the massive black dragon before him, charging fearlessly. Knight of Destruction. Knight of Destruction. This is the Lord of Destruction's special ability, allowing it to expel a vast amount of black mist from its entire body, preventing it from spreading. Although its stamina will be significantly reduced, it will temporarily boost its combat effectiveness. Most importantly, it negates the damage reduction caused by the opponent's level difference. This skill is a major attack, and comes at the cost of one's own stamina, but the current situation clearly isn't the time to hold back. This is the power of God. Damn bloodsuckers, time for reckoning. Go, Lord of Destruction. Abyss Benjiri and the others gazed up at the sky with renewed excitement. Their recent research had already allowed them to fully grasp the abilities of the Lord of Destruction and the elemental skeletons. Vermilion Nova. Vermilion Nova. The 2 elemental skeletons simultaneously continued to cast magic. The previous attack had made White Saint and Million Army's old man realize that fire magic dealt the most damage to the Everdark Dragon King. In addition to the 4 tier 10 summon monsters, the other undead of Abyssal Body also unleashed their own magic attacks. A blaze of magical light filled the sky. The Everdark Dragon King was momentarily completely blocked, even sustaining some damage. Strange. Tang Zheng couldn't help but frown at the scene. He felt something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Chapter 398. Crackling. As the 2 Destruction Kings moved, the chains connecting their black sides collided with the curved blades of their armor, making a subtle metallic scraping sound. Whoosh! The Everdark Dragon King swung his thick, powerful tail, a black afterimage flashing before striking the Destruction King in front. Bang! A heavy impact echoed, followed by a crackling sound. The Destruction King used his black side to block, but was still sent flying. The bloody blades on his seemingly sturdy full-body armor shattered across large areas. The shattered metal fragments scattered, only to dissipate in midair as black mist. The other Destruction King rushed in front of the Everdark Dragon King again, his crimson eyes flashing as he swung his scythe. "You insignificant bugs!" The Dark Dragon King's jaws cracked to the base of his ears, revealing a row of spiral fangs gleaming with a sharp, cold gleam. "Is this the confidence you need to betray me?" Bang! Raising its powerful forelimbs, it swung a claw at the charging King of Destruction. The dragon's claw, covered in pitch-black scales, tore through the air before it, colliding midair with the scythe in the King of Destruction's hand. A wave of air exploded between the two, instantly dispelling most of the black mist gushing from the King of Destruction. A surge of power flowed through the weapon. The King of Destruction was sent flying uncontrollably. However, this time, the distance it flew was far less than the King of Destruction's previous blow, and the damage it sustained was even less. This situation occurred because the dragon's tail dealt blunt damage, inflicting greater damage to undead, while also imparting a certain amount of knockback. These insects can actually summon undead monsters of this magnitude. Though their strength isn't particularly high, their defenses are surprisingly strong. The Everdark Dragon King thought to himself. After a brief attack, he had already gathered some information, and his broad dragon wings trembled. A figure suddenly charged forward. The Everdark Dragon King's massive claws flared, snatching up the retreating King of Destruction and hoisting him in front of him. In terms of size, the King of Destruction was 3 times larger than a normal human, but compared to the Everdark Dragon King, there was no comparison. Crackling. The terrifying grip squeezed, causing the King of Destruction's armor to emit a harsh, metallic, twisting noise. Roar! The King of Destruction struggled mightily, and the black mist emanating from his body grew thicker, even emanating from the gaps between the thick black dragon claws. This ability further amplifies his attack power. The King of Destruction held his scythe high in both hands, swinging it vigorously, striking the dragon claws that held it tightly. Dang! 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 The scythe's blade repeatedly collided with the black scales, sending up dense sparks, but he could not break free. The Everdark Dragon King grabbed the King of Destruction and swung his arms, blocking the area below his chest. Boom! Boom! 2 balls of crimson flame shot up into the sky, simultaneously attacking the King of Destruction, who was blocked by the Everdark Dragon King. These 2 spells were precisely the 9th level spell, Vermilion Nova, cast by the Elemental Skeleton. The King of Destruction, whose special skill, Night of Destruction, had already been steadily draining his vitality, and now, under attack from the Everdark Dragon King, was struck by 2 fire spells simultaneously. Unable to even struggle, the Lord of Destruction instantly turned to ash, and dissipated within the dragon's claws. Pathetic. Such self-righteous tactics were destroyed by the very power he summoned. The Everdark Dragon King's amber eyes shone downward, a gleam of mockery in them, as he retracted the claw that had gripped the Lord of Destruction. The black scales on the massive claw had charred black, and scalding steam was rising continuously, clearly suffering considerable damage. Outermost, Tang Zheng observed the Everdark Dragon King through his heroic spirit. Seeing him retract his claws, his eyes narrowed slightly. Vermilion Nova is a 9th tier spell, a high-level spell capable of inflicting effective damage even against level 100 players. In Yggdrasil, it is an effective tactic for level 100 magic casters against opponents and bosses. Tang Zheng now seemed to vaguely sense something odd about the other party. The Everdark Dragon King's behavior just now was actually a bit strange. Using the Lord of Destruction as a shield was fine, but grabbing the other party, as one, was a bit inappropriate. This didn't align with his cautious nature. After all, doing so would inevitably result in self-harm. The current situation proved this point perfectly, yet the Everdark Dragon King acted unconcerned. There were probably 2 possibilities for this situation. One was that the magical attack was limited, so there was no need to dodge. The other was that he simply didn't care about the damage he was taking. I see. Tang Zheng's gaze fell on the charred scar on the Everdark Dragon King's injured claw, and his mind leaned towards the second hypothesis. At this moment, on the ground at the center of the battlefield, the people of the abyssal body saw the Lord of Destruction being destroyed so easily, and everyone became agitated. That was a powerful undead being summoned only by 10th tier magic. Compared to the legendary undead Death Knights or Soul Devourers, 2 undead monsters summoned only by the Lord of Destruction and Elemental Skeletons, Death Knights and Soul Devourers wouldn't even be worthy of carrying their shoes. And yet, such a powerful being was easily suppressed by the Everdark Dragon King, even using it as a shield against the magic unleashed by the elemental skeletons. The facts were stark before them. Abyssal Ben Jerry and the others were clearly no fools. They naturally realized that neither the Lord of Destruction nor the elemental skeletons were likely a match for the Everdark Dragon King. Ah! The Death Knight screamed, falling from the Soul Devourer, his breath visibly weakening. The accompanying soul fire seemed to have suffered a severe blow, seemingly completely losing its ability to move. As a member of the Inner Circle, the Death Rider's combat power ranked among the top 4 among those present. The most terrifying thing was that the opponent's mount was a legendary undead soul devourer, capable of easily destroying a city with its passage. Give it enough time, it could even destroy an entire nation. Faced with the sudden and severe blow to this companion, Abyss Ben and Jerry and the others naturally understood what was happening. It was a backlash from their magic. Each of the 4 Lords of Destruction and the elemental skeletons possessed a power so formidable that even they could not contend with it. Even with the aid of the magic ascension ritual, the White Saint could only control one at her best. For 10th tier undead monsters appeared. This was achieved by utilizing the magical manipulation and research techniques of Wanjun Ku Lao, which forcibly deprived the opponent of control over their summoned creatures. Of course, this powerful magical technique requires consideration of the power disparity between the 2 parties and the opponent's resistance, so success is not easy. However, if the opponent, the summoner, voluntarily relinquishes control, the connection between the summoned creature and the caster can be more easily severed, allowing the creature to be captured. The members of Abyssal Body used this method, allowing for people to control 2 Lords of Destruction and an elemental skeleton respectively. But there is a price to pay. After all, these monsters were not summoned by the user, so maintaining control also required more mana. And if the forcibly deprived summoned creature died, it would also cause backlash damage to the controller. In some ways, this technique of Wanjun Ku Lao was a useless one. As for why they didn't manage to give each member of the Inner Circle a 10th tier monster, it was because, besides the White Saint's own limited mana, summons also have a limited lifespan. The members of the Abyssal Body needed to conserve a certain amount of mana, and they also needed to calculate the time when the Dark Dragon King would appear. Maintaining maximum combat power within a limited time frame, and controlling 4 10th tier monsters was already the limit for everyone. Is it done? Abyss Ben Jerry roared hoarsely, no longer caring about the severely injured Death Knight. Damn you, Dragon King. Our knowledge isn't so easily taken. Wise Wolf, the undead creature resembling a werewolf, raised his massive forearms to his head and let out a piercing wolfish howl. Sacrificial ritual, moonlight shadow. Clatter. A formless crimson light instantly illuminated the battlefield they had prepared. A vast number of the undead from the Earth realm transformed into pure negative energy, blending into the sacrificial ritual. Instantly, the shadow of a blood-red crescent moon appeared overhead. The Everdark Dragon King was enveloped in a hazy halo. The ability of his black scales to absorb and even alter the angle of light's refraction instantly vanished. The next moment, the massive dragon's form, covered in solid black scales like obsidian, was revealed to everyone's uncanny clarity. The ability to discern the details of the Everdark Dragon King's body, previously impaired by the effects of light, was completely lost. Success? Wise Wolf's breath weakened, but his tone was unusually excited. Seeing this, hope rekindled in everyone's eyes, almost simultaneously. Resistance reduced? Reduced resistance. Deafened. Negative status effects increased. Blind. Lower muscle strength reduced. Lower agility reduced. Instantly, a barrage of destructive spells was hurled at the Everdark Dragon King in midair. Some of these spells were cast by Abyss Ben Jerry and the others themselves, but many were unleashed through magical items. They had submitted to the Everdark Dragon King for so long, and much of the technology they had contributed had been utilized by him, naturally enabling them to reverse engineer solutions. For example, the Dark Dragon King's ability to affect vision and even distort light may appear to be its own, but it's actually a special magical defense. It not only affects detection magic, but can even block negative magic. My turn. The Yellow Phantom quickly pulled out a small wooden coffin. It was a magical item called the Weeping Coffin, carved with a mournful ghostly image. This magical item, where the Yellow Phantom normally rests, stores a dense reservoir of negative energy. Crack! The Yellow Phantom activated the magic item, and the Weeping Coffin opened, instantly sending a powerful beam of black energy shooting skyward. In the blink of an eye, it was injected into the body of the previously knocked King of Destruction, rapidly restoring the previously lost energy. Abyss Ben and Jerry and the others also activated their magic items, and beams of colorful light enveloped the King of Destruction. Boom! Roar! The Lord of Destruction nearly doubled in size, his body shrouded in a thick, shimmering black mist. Various magical radiances surged towards the Everdark Dragon King once again. The two elemental skeletons simultaneously continued to unleash their magic. Everything went smoothly. Body of the Abyss, everyone felt a heavy weight in their hearts. The Everdark Dragon King's strength had already exceeded their expectations. Some of the measures they had originally prepared were completely useless. For now, they could only place their hopes on the Lord of Destruction and the two elemental skeletons. Ants! Is this all the strength you possess? Relying on such a meager force, you dare to betray the almighty Dragon King. A flash of disappointment and coldness flashed across the Everdark Dragon King's eyes. As insects, you simply cannot comprehend the insurmountable chasm between powers. Pay the price for your foolish actions. The reason he hadn't initially used all his strength to eliminate these traitors was that he wanted to observe what backup plans these abyssal body individuals had in store before daring to resist. The result was bitterly disappointing. The power of the Ruined King and the elemental skeletons had indeed exceeded his expectations, but that was all. At most, it was at a level worthy of caution. This power piqued the Everdark Dragon King's interest, but he had no desire to let these traitors go. Leave one behind, and contribute this new knowledge. Die! Dark breath. The Everdark Dragon King's jaws rose like a blade, his bloody mouth wide open, aimed at Abyssal Ben and Jerry, and the others below, and unleashed a wide, fan-shaped breath of darkness. A pitch-black energy breath descended like a plummeting black cloud. The breath's energy first enveloped the foremost, the Lord of Destruction. In the blink of an eye, his entire body melted and dissipated in midair. Following closely behind, the magical attacks unleashed by the elemental skeletons also came into contact with the breath, instantly annihilating them. A terrifying scene. Falling into the sight of Abyss Ben and Jerry, the indescribable sense of death made their souls tremble, and uncontrollable fear welled up in everyone's heart. Madam Vampire. There's that gentleman. It's your turn. Abyss Ben and Jerry, now oblivious to everything else, screamed in terror. Bang! Tang Jiang's true form abruptly stood up, his gaze aghast, soul-destroying breath. No, what on earth is this? Chapter 399. Wherever the black breath passed, everything that resisted was annihilated. Whether it was the undead monsters with instant death nullification or the magical attacks unleashed, they all melted away like snow under the scorching sun. With the vision of the heroic spirit, Tang Jiang clearly saw the vast army of undead prepared by Body of the Abyss as a sacrifice, reduced to ash over a large area. The members of the inner circle also quickly perished amidst miserable wails. Crushing. And a complete and utter crushing. Such a breath effect. Tang Jiang's eyes were filled with solemnity. When he first saw the effects of the Everin Dragon King's breath, he had mistaken it for the Ruined Hall Dragon King's soul-destroying breath. The effects were simply too similar. My previous assumption was wrong. Tang Jiang muttered solemnly. Based on the intelligence he had learned, the Dragon King of the Decayed Mansion's soul-destroying breath is a more drastic evolution of the Dragon King of Everdarkness's primordial magic. So, he initially speculated that the Dragon King of Everdarkness's primordial breath was simply a degraded version, like Bone King's trump card, Death Clock. It could overcome instant death nullification and still be revived through magical means and items, rather than the extreme annihilation caused by the soul-destroying breath. The scene in his vision clearly overturned his previous assumptions. It looks more like a destructive corrosive energy, capable of clearing even magical attacks. Tang Jiang analyzed the Dragon King of Everdarkness's breath based on the feedback from his vision. It was somewhat similar to the pure energy destruction of the Disaster Apostle's ultimate, minor disaster, but enhanced with primordial magic, presumably possessing even greater destructive power, and a certain world-class effect. Watching the helpless destruction of the abyssal body. What a shame. Tang Jiang's eyes flickered, but he remained calm. He didn't manipulate his heroic spirits to rescue them, but instead remained silent. These inner circle members of the abyssal body were all skilled technicians. Their sudden demise was a great pity for Tang Jiang. If he had traveled through time 100 or even a few decades earlier, Tang Jiang would have found a way to save these valuable undead talents. However, with only about 2 years until the Great Tomb descended, the risk of betrayal by the abyssal body was too high in such a short time. These inner circle undead were different from Evil Eye. Evil Eye, even after becoming undead, still considered herself human, even taking the perspective of the living. These undead of the abyssal body clearly wouldn't do that, and the probability of them defecting to the Bone King would increase even more. The benefits and risks were completely disproportionate. A dark energy breath enveloped his entire body. Even the power of the divine realm can be easily broken. The crimson light in Abyss Benjiri's shrunken eyes quickly dimmed. What a foolish decision I made leading the Abyss body. He could clearly see the magical items he was equipped with crumbling, the magical defenses he had granted him were powerless, and his body seemed to be rapidly disintegrating and disintegrating. As an undead, he felt no pain. But at this moment, Abyss Benjiri felt a deep, indescribable, agonizing pain deep within his soul. My fellow undead, I'm sorry for dragging you into this abyss. The soul fire of Abyss Benjiri finally died, and the only thought in his mind was guilt towards the vampire lady and the undead lord. Inviting his two compatriots to join him in the fight against the Everdark Dragon King was to ensure their complete destruction. He had originally thought that the power of 10th tier magic would be enough to defeat the enemy. But the disparity in strength was so stark. The power of this abominable blood-sucking insect was beyond his comprehension and understanding. Snap! The withered head of Wan Jun Ku Lao fell to the ground, rolling in front of the nearby White Saint before disappearing from her sight. Fear! The White Saint trembled uncontrollably. Her already barely maintained magic power collapsed completely at this moment, and she fell to the ground. No, no! Watching her compatriots die defenselessly one after another, her throat, wrapped in pale, shrunken skin moved, trying to scream. Even more. She wanted to beg for mercy from the towering black figure overhead, willing to sacrifice everything, but it was too late. The White Saint closed her eyes in despair, awaiting death. However, the black energy breath automatically dispersed as it approached the White Saint's body, bypassing it. She waited a moment. The imagined death did not occur, and her consciousness remained clear. She opened her eyes again. The White Saint raised her arms, realizing she was still intact. A dazed look flickered in her crimson eyes, and she looked around blankly. The previously dense crowd of low-level undead had vanished completely, along with Abyss Ben and Jerry, members of the inner circle. Not even a trace of remains. She survived? The White Saint was in disbelief, yet filled with surprise. She knew the only reason she survived was because the Everdark Dragon King had no intention of killing her. She quickly looked up. Swish, swish. The Everdark Dragon King's massive, dark figure gently flapped its wings, hovering high in the sky. His cold, amber gaze fixed on the White Saint, who lay limp on the ground. The terrifying aura, seemingly capable of easily destroying everything, formed a perfect harmony with the devastated battlefield before them. Great Dragon King, thank you for your warning. The White Saint quickly rose from the ground, kneeling in a reverent gesture. She prostrated herself on the ground, her words filled with repentance. I am willing to sacrifice everything I know, and forever repent under the shadow of your dragon wings. Faced with this unmatched power, the Everdark Dragon King, capable of easily countering the 10th tier magical power wielded only by gods, left the White Saint like a stray dog with a broken spine. In a state of despair, only the possibility of survival remained. What pride! What dissatisfaction! At that moment, all was gone. Huh? The Everdark Dragon King, filled with indifference, looked at the White Saint as if he were a piece of merchandise to be handled with impunity. His jaw shifted, and he sneered, "You're using your due contribution to beg for forgiveness, you insect." As he spoke, the Everdark Dragon King's pupils flickered with faint light as he quickly scanned the battlefield, checking to see if there were any other survivors besides the White Saint. He had not forgotten the dying cry of Abyss Benjiri. Body of the Abyss had external support. This might also be related to the insect's sudden ability to unleash their power, capable of inflicting damage. Even if the so-called external aid seems limited, even against weak enemies, vigilance and caution are essential. A long life and experience have taught the Everdark Dragon King no one to underestimate any unexpected accident. Insects, tell me everything you know. The Everdark Dragon King observed, finding nothing. Instead, he grew even more wary, staring at the White Saint again and demanding a sharp question. Perhaps this is an exaggeration. Body of the Abyss has the potential to be exploited. Looking at the White Saint's trembling body, a flicker of satisfaction crossed the Everdark Dragon King's mind. This was why he had left one behind. Relying on overwhelming power, he could completely break the opponent's will, instilling utter fear, and thus more easily understand everything. After all, the undead possess mental resistance, so charms won't work. Therefore, the only way to destroy them is through the mind. Yes, yes. The White Saint opened her mouth in panic, ready to unleash all the information she knew. Magic resistance breakthrough 10th level magic warming. Boom! A flash of red light suddenly erupted. The magic was unleashed with incredible speed. The Everdark Dragon King hadn't noticed anything unusual, so his mind had relaxed somewhat, leaving him no time to intervene. The blazing heat, like an unstoppable torrent, instantly enveloped the White Saint. Wherever she passed, the ground quickly turned black, leaving behind tiny, crystalline, melted residue. The White Saint didn't utter a single word before being instantly vaporized and killed by the staggering heat. Fire attribute attacks deal double damage to undead. A surge of fiery air. It showed no sign of receding, instead, upon contact with the surrounding cool air, generating a second shockwave. Bang! The Everdark Dragon King instantly felt the scorching impact, his black scales rapidly scorching. The scorching wind whipped his black wing membranes, forcing him to retreat. The fiery airwave quickly dissipated. Who is it? Another foul power. Is it Preya? Or Empathy? The sudden unexpected event shocked and enraged the Everdark Dragon King, his uncontrollable murderous intent and malice threatening to burst forth from within. This level of power was simply beyond the reach of an ordinary insect. Instantly, a chill rose in his mind. According to the timeline, the time of the centennial aftershock is indeed approaching. If so, the sudden rebellion of the abyssal body is likely related to the attacker, which means this situation isn't just a casualty, but a carefully laid trap. A flicker of fear rose within him. The Everdark Dragon King's amber pupils constricted. He quickly observed the direction of the attack, and the thought of retreat surfaced within him. As someone who had actually encountered the evil forces of Preya and Empathy, the Everdark Dragon King was one of the few beings in this world who clearly understood the terrifying nature of these evil enemies. Even with some defenses and countermeasures, there's no guarantee of complete victory, let alone without any knowledge of the enemy's intelligence. Whoa! The Everdark Dragon King vibrated his black wings, leaning back slightly, already making a retreating gesture, but then paused. Then, behold! A giant red dragon, slightly smaller than itself, appeared before it, its peculiar scales bearing a pattern reminiscent of fish scales. Dragon? The Everdark Dragon King's vigilance remained undimmed. As far as it knew, Preya or Empathy also possessed the means to manipulate the dragon race. Clearly a fellow dragon, they shamelessly forgot their hatred and submitted to evil. They were traitors, and a disgrace to their race. As a true Dragon King, although the Everdark Dragon King didn't consider himself the same as ordinary dragons, he was still a member of the same race, and these traitors deserved death. The air was briefly still. A fierce flame of murderous intent seemed to burn in the Everdark Dragon King's eyes. He was trying to determine if this was a trap. Besides this weak dragon, where were the other hidden enemies? Retreat now. If they were unlucky enough to encounter them directly, it would be dangerous. Fortunately, when the Origin magic was unleashed, it activated the world-severing barrier, not the low-level Origin world distortion barrier. It can teleport freely within the barrier, and upon reaching its outermost point, it simply leaves. In terms of speed, the Everdark Dragon King is confident he can easily escape pursuit. Gathering intelligence. Perhaps giving up. The Everdark Dragon King's eyes darkened, but he paused in his retreat, clearly considering the need to gather intelligence and assess the situation. Though he had many thoughts. In reality, Tang Zheng and the Everdark Dragon King had been facing each other directly, and the entire process had taken only a breath. A safe zone 3,000 kilometers away. Tang Zheng, concentrating on controlling his heroic spirit, appeared before the Everdark Dragon King, his face filled with solemnity and seriousness. This was, in fact, a risky move. But it had to be done. A thought flashed through Tang Zheng's mind, and a stat panel appeared in the corner of his vision. Tang Zheng had already upgraded his newly acquired class, Original Chanter, to the maximum level in one go, depleting his original 70 million experience points by over 40 million. Starting at level 60, each level up granted 400,000 experience points, but now, at level 70, each level up had increased to 950,000. Huh? Tang Zheng's gaze grew sharper, and he exhaled softly, staring intently at the Everdark Dragon King across from him through the heroic spirit's vision. Original Chanter had been successfully acquired, and the soul energy slot had been opened, but Tang Zheng still couldn't use Origin magic. Because there's no class capable of restoring soul energy, the World Connector. Of course, besides that class. Evil Eye's innate ability, the Primordial Magic Soul Drain, can also be used to extract souls by killing large numbers of living people, replenishing their energy. However, compared to this method, Tang Zheng desires the World Class, Special Class, the World Connector. Here lies a rare opportunity. At this moment, in the center of the battlefield, the heroic spirit's transformed dragon form raised its head and gazed across at the ever-dark Dragon King. Suddenly, an emotionless, even hoarse voice uttered, "What an unexpected meeting, Senior. I didn't expect you, Senior, to have a moment of kindness. I help you resolve this problem." As soon as these words were spoken, the ever-dark Dragon King's amber eyes suddenly narrowed. The heroic spirit's soul naturally could not utter a single sound, nor could it use the magic it had just unleashed. This situation arose because Tang Zheng had placed his shadow clone within the dragon's mouth. Chapter 400. Neither the heroic spirit nor the shadow clone can utter a sound, but the sound uttered by the heroic spirit at this moment was actually achieved through multiple means. Ever since receiving the information about Enri's commander class, Tang Zheng had been thoroughly preparing for today's meeting. First, he connected to the shadow clone through the information and magic mark, transmitting his words to it. But even this alone still couldn't produce a sound. However, there is a magic item called the Voice of the Life Thief, which, by infusing it with magical power, allows the owner's voice to be heard through the item without them speaking. This isn't a precious magic item. While it's worth around 1,500 gold coins, it's readily available on the kingdom's black market. Tang Zheng had previously purchased a magic item that could disguise voices when he was preparing to seize the Orb of Death in Oriental. People with the typical thief or assassin professions, when they don't want to reveal their identity or voice, they specifically prepare this type of magical item for disguise. This item's effect is similar to ventriloquism. The only drawback is that using this voice stealer's throat requires a constant infusion of mana, a considerable burden even for ordinary spellcasters. As a result, it's not widely available, and far less practical than magical items that can easily alter voices. But for Tang Zheng, this minimal mana cost is easily manageable. The shadow clone, hidden within the heroic spirit's transformed dragon's mouth, adds to the heroic spirit's monotonous physical attack capabilities. This was also because this magical item required a constant infusion of magical energy to function, and the heroic spirit possessed no magical power. Senior? An unfamiliar word. The meaning was not difficult to understand. It was likely a respectful title, perhaps from a language of some country or region. The thick, spiraling black horns atop the ever-dark Dragon King's head reflected a sharp luster in the sunlight, and the coldness in his eyes remained undimmed. It didn't detect any hint of respect in the other's words. Now it was puzzled by many things. But, boom! The ever-dark Dragon King violently spread his wings, and like a black meteor, he appeared directly above the heroic spirit's head at astonishing speed. Dark breath. The ever-dark Dragon King opened his mouth, his eyes thick with murderous intent, and unceremoniously exhaled a black mist of energy from his mouth. For the dragon race, breathing is the most common and practical means, and also one of the most powerful. That's right. The ever-dark Dragon King intended to slay the red dragon before him, and had no intention of wasting time. Body of the Abyss had suddenly betrayed him, and the White Saint hadn't even had time to speak before being slain by the foul power unleashed by the other party. This clearly explained the problem. Same race? Don't be ridiculous. The gap between the true Dragon King and ordinary dragons is even greater than the gap between the superior and inferior species of those inferior races. They could practically be described as two different races. They dared to interfere with the forces they controlled, disrupting their plans. Such a fellow race should be killed. Of course, this wasn't the real reason, compared to the foolishness of the act. The Everdark Dragon King was even more suspicious of the red dragon's identity. His amber-colored pupils fixed their gaze on the red dragon below, while his senses were fully expanded, alert to any movement. So fast! Tang Zheng was solemn, but not surprised. He simply didn't expect the Everdark Dragon King to attack so quickly. When dealing with the body of the Abyss, the Everdark Dragon King clearly wasn't using his full strength. In terms of sheer numbers, he was overwhelmingly superior. Shadow Assault. Physical armor skill. The heroic spirit's body instantly transformed into a black shadow, falling to the ground, moving swiftly like water, dodging the breath. So vigilant. Tang Zheng personally controlled the heroic spirit to dodge quickly, thinking to himself, approaching as a fellow dragon, yet attacking without hesitation? This is probably more than just vigilance. Or has he discovered the heroic spirit's false identity? He hadn't instructed the heroic spirit to use any defensive measures. Against an attack like the Dark Erosion Breath, which embodied the power of the origin, it was completely defenseless. Neither the Shadow Clone nor the heroic spirit possessed any world-class items, and the newly acquired original Chanter class was incapable of resisting the effects of the origin. Meanwhile, During his recent leveling process, Tang Zheng mastered the skills presented to him during the battle between Body of the Abyss and the Everdark Dragon King. Origin Magic. Intermediate Origin World Shift. Consumes 50 SE points. Intermediate Origin World Severing Barrier. Consumes 50 SE points. Level Magic. 10th Level Super Acid Mist. Summons a powerful acidic vapor that envelopes the opponent, dealing damage while also dealing minor damage to equipment. This is an offensive magic from the 4 great elemental systems. Rank 10. 7 Imperial Historians. Summon 7 bolts of lightning to attack. This is a large-scale, high-intensity lightning magic. Rank 9. Vermilion Nova. Among the individual fire-based magics, this is the highest level fire attribute magic. Rank 9. Arctic Claw. Create sharp claws emitting freezing cold to tear at the opponent, with the highest damage output among ice-based magic. Rank 8. Netherworld Strike. A magic that deals a single effective blow to incorporeal enemies. Rank 8. Death. Inflicts instant death on the opponent. Rank 7. Negative Energy Shield. Creates a black mist of negative energy that obscures life energy and detection magic. Rank 7. Undead Army. Summons skeletons, zombies, ghouls, and other low-level undead, numbering approximately 1,000. Skill points. 127 becomes 117. 10 skill points were consumed in one go. Leaving aside the primordial magic, the harvest of high-level magic can be described as a bountiful harvest. Super Acid Mist, 7th Imperial Historian, Arctic Claw, and Vermilion Nova originate from the 10th tier monster elemental skeleton, corresponding to the 4 elemental magics of fire, thunder, acid, and ice. These high-level magic spells are exactly what Tang Zheng lacks, filling the gap in his current high-intensity offensive magic. The undead of the Abyss body naturally possess more magic than these, but low-level magic is useless against the Everdark Dragon King. Alas, the remaining methods mostly rely on the strengthening or transformation techniques of their own undead construction systems. And the Knight of Destruction, the Lord of Destruction, is a unique skill for summoning monsters and also part of the undead system. Tang Zheng couldn't learn these techniques through skill points, and even if he could, as a living being, he couldn't use them. In the field, the heroic spirit transformed into a pool of black shadow, rapidly flowing across the severely damaged surface, like a shadow cast by sunlight. Boom! Wherever the black energy breath passed, even the air corroded and dissipated, appearing from afar like an all-consuming darkness. The heroic spirit retreated continuously, narrowly avoiding the breath's attack range. This wasn't luck. The destruction of Abyssal Body allowed Tang Zheng to observe the approximate range of the Everdark Dragon King's breath. This was the advantage of intelligence. Escaped? The Everdark Dragon King flapped his black wings in midair, his eyes fierce and cold, as he stared at the Red Dragon King, who had transformed into a shadow. This didn't seem like a method of movement the other party could use. The Dragon Clan has numerous subdivisions, and distinguishing them is easy. Their appearance clearly reveals them. For example, dragons primarily red in color belong to the fire-related branch of the Dragon Clan. It didn't use any defensive measures against my attack. The timing and distance of its evasion were also extremely accurate. The Everdark Dragon King concluded internally. It had already set up the world-severing barrier, a primordial magic barrier. Neither physical nor magical means could penetrate it from within or without. This is the power of primordial magic. Of course, there are solutions. That's the true Dragon King, who also wields primordial magic and possesses a true artifact known as a world-class item. This red dragon had used tiered magic, so it couldn't possibly possess the power of primordial magic. And just now, it had dodged its breath attack. This indirectly proved that the opponent also lacked a world-class item. So, this red dragon had been within the barrier's reach from the beginning, witnessing the power of its dark breath. At the same time, it possessed a concealment method capable of evading its perception, moving as a shadow. A superb concealment method. The Everdark Dragon King's amber pupils narrowed imperceptibly, his gaze growing increasingly menacing. That strange red scale covering its body might be fake. A disguise as a red dragon. This was its immediate conclusion. Whoosh! The heroic spirit's shadow dissipated, rising from the ground again, putting distance between them and the Everdark Dragon King. Senior, I bear no hostility. That attack just now was very dangerous. If you're not careful, you'll be killed. The heroic spirit grumbled, sounding a little angry, but without a trace of fear. The sudden betrayal of these insects from the abyssal body was your doing, wasn't it? The Everdark Dragon King's voice echoed hoarsely like rubbing metal, and he spoke with a condescending indifference. Even if they were killed instantly, it was simply due to your stupidity and weakness. No! The Everdark Dragon King noticed something unusual. It hadn't noticed until now, but now it realized that the red dragon's mouth wasn't open when it spoke. It was using a special method to produce the sound. Why did it do that? I just stumbled upon these interesting creatures by chance. The heroic spirit chuckled softly, a hint of paleness glimmering through the slits of its pupils, masked by its crimson flesh armor. They're probably seeking new sources of restraint to fight against the predecessors who controlled them. This junior is simply curious about who is behind the control of this group of formidable undead. Tang Zheng controlled the heroic spirit's voice, cautiously observing any movements of the Everdark Dragon King. Has he not continued his attack? Is he trying to extract more information? Tang Zheng thought to himself, that's easy to guess. These true Dragon Kings are generally around level 95, vastly outmatched in strength by the current heroic spirits. There's no reason for fear. A little curiosity? A faint black aura emanated from the cracks between the Everdark Dragon King's scales, and his voice deepened, like a demon's whisper. It paid no mind to the abyssal body's resistance. What was infuriating was that someone had actually traced it through the abyssal body's clues. That alone filled the Everdark Dragon King with rage. It had originally taken control of the abyssal bodies precisely because of this force's secretive nature. The heroic spirit shook dragon wings. It did provide a small measure of assistance, allowing the White Saint, who could only use 8th tier magic, to unleash the power of 10th tier magic. Hand it over. The Everdark Dragon King glared, speaking as a matter of course. No wonder the insects in the abyssal zone were able to unleash enough power to injure him. Originally, he suspected these insects were hiding a hidden technique, but he thought the possibility was low, so he left the White Saint to question him. Unexpectedly, the Red Dragon would directly address his doubts. My honor, the heroic spirit raised its head. Hearing this response, the greed in the Everdark Dragon King's eyes instantly faded, replaced by surprise and confusion. He was even prepared for rejection. We can just rob it anyway. The weak's responses and thoughts are irrelevant. Strange. The red dragon before him exuded a strange aura, especially the unwavering calmness in his voice. Preya and Empus's suspicions had been temporarily alleviated, but they still couldn't be completely certain. There was too little intelligence. The Everdark Dragon King was unable to parse any useful information. The technology isn't particularly valuable. The heroic spirit spoke casually, but his voice suddenly grew solemn. It's just that the filthy power of tiered magic should conflict with the power of the primordial magic wielded by the senior. The Everdark Dragon King's gaze was as sharp as a blade. The other party actually knew primordial magic and called tiered magic filthy. This shocked the Everdark Dragon King. After all, since the catastrophe 500 years ago, with the exception of these few remaining true Dragon Kings, the rest of the dragon race had completely lost the power of primordial magic. For those of their kind, who had never mastered this power, even the knowledge of original magic was impossible. It seems you, Senior, are also curious. Or rather, Senior, you must be very curious about the purpose of my presence here. Under Tang Zheng's control, the voice of the heroic spirit grew deeper and more solemn. The Everdark Dragon King remained silent, but the black mist emanating from the gaps between his scales once again distorted the light shining on him, blurring it. I wonder, Senior, have you ever heard of such abilities as innate abilities? The heroic spirit spoke calmly, not waiting for a response, and continued, these are special talents possessed by humans in a distant land. Their abilities vary in magnitude and are determined purely by their innate abilities. I unexpectedly encountered a person with innate abilities who possesses the ability of precognition. He saw the future. The destruction of the dragon race. Buzz. The air suddenly became stagnant and tense. Chapter 401. Premonition? The future? The destruction of the dragon race? A grave thought welled up in the Everdark Dragon King's heart. He could not easily believe the strange red dragon across from him. But whatever it said, no matter which piece of information was singled out, was worthy of serious consideration. What a terrifying future. Tang Zheng continued to speak, controlling the heroic spirit, not holding much hope for the Everdark Dragon King's belief. Though, in theory, he wasn't lying, it was simply the truth of the normal course of events. Also because of this future. I've been gathering intelligence on purpose, and unexpectedly learned something I never considered before. The heroic spirit raised its upper body, and gazed at the Everdark Dragon King in the distance. As a senior, could you please tell me what origin magic is, and how to obtain this power? Regardless of whether the future is true or false, as the world's most powerful race, we must become stronger if we want to survive. In short, we should become stronger. The arrogant voice fell into the ever-dark Dragon King's ears. A hint of recognition crossed the eyes of the ever-dark Dragon King. This wasn't recognition of the Red Dragon, but rather of what the other party had said. Because this is the nature of the world. Since you've always addressed me as senior, I don't mind telling you the truth. The ever-dark Dragon King had already determined that the other party wasn't playa or empathy. This wasn't just intuition. It was also a conclusion based on cross-validation with the prank coin. Of course, the other party's identity remained in doubt. Your body has long been tainted by filth, forfeiting the world's blessings. Simply put, you can't master origin magic. The ever-dark Dragon King spoke with unrelenting disgust, gazing at the Red Dragon as if he were looking at some filthy garbage. However, the ever-dark Dragon King exhaled a faint stream of black air from his nose. His tone sounded like a bargain, yet it also hinted at a reward. There is a special method, but I need to see the inferior race you possess that possesses the ability of precognition. Precognition. If this is true, it's definitely beyond our plan and needs to be reported to Her Excellency, the Mother. To counter the Dragon Emperor's filth, they have been making various preparations, even those hedonistic individuals. Various backup plans were being secretly prepared. Senior, are you joking? The heroic spirit refused without hesitation, offering a mocking response. That is a precious item in my collection. Senior, you want to take my treasure with just a word? That's unacceptable. Under Tang Zhang's control, the heroic spirit displayed the stingy attitude of the dragon race towards their own treasures. Are you refusing? The Everdark Dragon King's tone was icy, his amber pupils reflecting the heroic spirit's form. The so-called special method was, of course, a lie. But it did exist. This reminded him of the freak who had transformed himself into an undead. Disgusting. A touch of admiration. When the Everdark Dragon King saw him, both emotions coexisted. He knew full well the determination of that usually timid creature who had transformed himself into that state. This was also their murderous intent and determination towards the Dragon Emperor's filth. No, Senior. The heroic spirit responded. We don't trust each other right now. Since this is a deal, we should at least act like one, right? Tang Zheng had no real desire to obtain information about the origin magic from the Everdark Dragon King. Of course, if he could obtain it, that would be all the better. Alas, the Everdark Dragon King had been extremely cautious from beginning to end. For Tang Zheng, there were only two ways to obtain the World Connector class. One was to have the opponent use a skill from that class, which required combat. The other was to trigger it by touching the opponent's armor or weapon, which also required combat. The dragon race's greatest weapon was their body. The dragon scales covering their entire body were akin to natural flesh armor. Ultimately, a fight is necessary. A direct battle would only put them completely at odds with the enemy, which would be detrimental to Tang Zhang's future plan to instigate the true Dragon Kings to engage in a war against the Great Tomb. The underlying purpose of that conversation was simple. Feigning friendship while secretly encouraging conflict. My past life's history wasn't learned in vain, Tang Zheng thought to himself, now completely focused on controlling the heroic spirit. Huh? The Dark Dragon King sneered inwardly. This junior before him hadn't grasped the disparity in status between them. Perfectly. He was somewhat suspicious of this strange red dragon. Originally, he had intended to kill it, but now, he would spare its life and learn from it the whereabouts of the inferior race possessing the ability of precognition. Mid-level origin, shadow chains. From the shadows beneath the heroic spirit, countless shadow-shaped black chains suddenly rose at lightning speed. Silently, they bound the heroic spirit in midair, so fast that even Tang Zheng, prepared for them, couldn't dodge. Swish. The black shadow chain suddenly tightened, attempting to pull the heroic spirit down. However, the heroic spirit's body merely swayed slightly, and the numerous black chains passed through it like air. Movement blockage ineffective. Is it a mid-level origin? Tang Zheng quickly concluded, seeing that the heroic spirit was unaffected. Through the passive ability of Original Chanter, Tang Zheng understood that not all origin magic possesses world-class or special effects. The sky darkened. The Everdark Dragon King had already appeared above the heroic spirit. Seeing that the other party was not restrained by the origin magic, he was surprised and swung his dragon claws. Kneel. His forelimbs, covered with black scales and muscular, rose high. His cold, sharp claws tore through the air before him and swung down towards the heroic spirit's head. Ninjutsu, immovable diamond shield. A flash of golden light. A massive shield, radiating golden light, blocked the heroic spirit's head. Dang, hiss, a thunderous, resonant sound exploded in the air, followed by a sharp, grinding sound. Crack! The diamond shield shattered. The heroic spirit, using the gap in the barrier, had already retreated a distance. It seems we can't talk anymore. The heroic spirit uttered a hoarse, angry voice, as if filled with shock and anger at the Everdark Dragon King's sudden attack. Ninjutsu, concealment. The heroic spirit's entire body glowed faintly, then quickly became transparent, blending into the air and vanishing. Trying to escape? The Everdark Dragon King, seeing the vanishing figure, assumed the heroic spirit was attempting to flee. He spread his dragon wings, and the layers of obsidian-like scales on his spine bristled slightly. He sneered, "Do you think you can escape? Struggle like hell, as a sideshow." The Everdark Dragon King had already determined from previous observations that the red dragon possessed the ability to conceal itself. Before he could unleash his origin magic and force the vanished heroic spirit out, he... Magic non-chant shift, polar claws. Unleashing a rich icy aura, half-human-high icy claws appeared from thin air and swiftly struck. The Everdark Dragon King immediately noticed and attempted to dodge, but was still a step too late. The polar claws struck his tail. Crack! The ripped ice effect collided with the scales, creating a metallic clang. In the blink of an eye, the thick tail was covered in a thick layer of ice. A chill filled the air. The tail, attacked and then covered in ice, immediately affected the Everdark Dragon King's movement speed. Magic no-chant transformation, Vermilion Nova. Boom! A ball of crimson lotus flames followed, enveloping the ice-wrapped tail. A double attack, one cold and one hot. The newly frozen ice melted instantly. The scorching heat evaporated, sending up a cloud of white smoke. The tail, covered in solid black scales, cracked, leaving large and small cracks. No blood flowed from these wounds, but instead, a black energy mist flowed out. Behind, the Everdark Dragon King was completely enraged. He had thought the opponent was trying to escape, but he hadn't expected the opponent to actually fight back. This was a slap in the face. He immediately flapped his dragon wings to realign his form and looked behind him. Nothing. How could this be? The Everdark Dragon King's pupils narrowed in surprise. In his understanding, any cloaking technique would be lost upon attack or upon being attacked. But there was still nothing ahead. Tang Jing naturally lacked the ability to break through the cloaking technique. The reason he could remain invisible even after launching an attack was because it was the heroic spirit that was invisible, while the shadow clone was the attacker. Get out! The Everdark Dragon King roared, black light and violent moon. Magic no chanting transformation 7th Imperial Censor. Buzz! A thick black mist suddenly filled the gaps between the Everdark Dragon King's scales, rapidly rising into the air and forming a black moon higher in the sky. It was clearly daytime. With the appearance of the black moon, the light in a vast area suddenly dimmed. At the same time, boom, 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 blinding azure balls of lightning appeared simultaneously in 7 locations around the Everdark Dragon King. Instantly, Black Moon unleashed a visible surge of black energy, instantly enveloping an area several kilometers wide. At the same moment, 7 thick blue flashes of light slammed heavily into the Everdark Dragon King's body, a fierce burst of lightning. The Everdark Dragon King was silhouetted like a thunder dragon. Swish! The heroic spirit's invisibility was instantly broken, and it reappeared in the air, enveloped in a faint black light. Tang Jing noticed it immediately. The heroic spirit's body had become much heavier to control. Perhaps there are other effects. Tang Jing's eyes were cautious, his mind rapidly analyzing the situation. However, the heroic spirit's soul couldn't transmit perception, so Tang Jing couldn't be completely certain of some of its effects. What a shame, Tang Jing thought to himself. The skill just used by the Everdark Dragon King was probably also primordial magic, though he couldn't learn it right now. The player trait could only be triggered by witnessing it firsthand. It couldn't be triggered by controlling monsters or observing it remotely with magic. The intense lightning vanished. The Everdark Dragon King, shimmering with arcs of electricity, reappeared. Due to his black body, it was impossible to accurately assess the extent of his injuries. Tang Jing's vision confirmed his suspicions about the Everdark Dragon King. Ninjutsu, invisibility. The shadow clone within the heroic spirit's soul attempted to become invisible again. But there was a gap in the activation of the ninjutsu, and it couldn't achieve the same instantaneous effect as enhanced methods like magic chantless transformation. At that moment, the Everdark Dragon King transformed into a stream of black light, appearing before the heroic spirit as if teleporting. Bang! The dragon claws struck hard. With a resounding boom, the heroic spirit's body suddenly sank, crashing heavily to the ground from a height. A pit several dozen meters deep appeared, and a vast cloud of dust rose into the sky, shrouding the area in a haze. Shadow Assault Flesh Armor Skill. A black, flowing shadow flew out of the pit, swiftly fleeing towards the outer reaches of the smoke. How dare you display such a skill in front of me? The Everdark Dragon King's massive black wings spread in the air, and in an instant, he transformed into a flowing black shadow. Whoosh! 2 black afterimages, one in the sky, the other underground, sped away, though the one in the air was even faster. Magic No Chant. Super Acid Mist. Hiss, hiss! A cloud of green, acidic vapor condensed from thin air, attempting to envelop the black light in the air. However, the Everdark Dragon King did not dodge, but instead actively approached the dense acid vapor, his commanding voice echoing, "Black Moon!" Swish! The heroic spirit, attempting to distance itself again, vanished from its original position and reappeared within the acid vapor. Where the heroic spirit had been, a large clod of earth, roughly its size, appeared. Swish! The black moon in the sky vanished at that moment, and the black light covering the heroic spirit also vanished. The main body was where. Tang Dang's eyes widened, his heart trembling. Is this a swap-type primordial magic? Is that strange black moon a prerequisite? Also, this skill has such a wide range that it can actually swap with clods of earth? Does this mean anything within the skill's range can be swapped? Or are there certain limitations? Tang Zheng immediately realized the danger of this skill, but one thing was tentatively confirmed. This skill can only be swapped once, and the black moon in the sky will disappear. Center of the battlefield. The Everdark Dragon King sneered, looking at the heroic spirit that reappeared before him. Bear this foul power yourself. Hiss, hiss, horrible corrosive steam. The red flesh armor enveloping the heroic spirit was immediately corroded, leaving holes of varying sizes. The magic's effects hadn't dissipated yet. The Everdark Dragon King swung his tail violently, sending the heroic spirit flying with a single blow, then suddenly charged. Boom! 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 High in the sky, a series of tremendous roars resounded through the heavens. The Everdark Dragon King displayed unparalleled might, completely crushing the giant dragon transformed by the heroic spirit. The red armor of its flesh armor continuously cracked, large and small, before shattering in midair. Tear! An extremely piercing sound echoed from the heroic spirit's body. Struggle, fool! The Everdark Dragon King grasped the heroic spirit's slender neck with one claw, and with his other hand, he grabbed a dragon wing and tore it violently. An extremely piercing cracking sound echoed from the heroic spirit's body. The next moment, one of the heroic spirit's dragon wings was torn off, revealing a snow-white, smooth wound. Chapter 402. Bang! The half-broken dragon wing fell heavily, with a resounding roar. Boom, boom! The heroic spirit also tumbled in midair, plummeting, plowing a trail several hundred meters long across the ground. At this moment, not only had the heroic spirit lost a dragon wing, but the flesh armor covering its entire body had completely shattered, revealing its pure white form. Seeing the heroic spirit's appearance, the rage in the Dark Dragon King's eyes not only didn't subside, but instead intensified. It had been tricked. If it had been skeptical at first, now the heroic spirit's appearance, completely devoid of life, was clearly just a false substitute. The smoke and dust dissipated. In a deep, ruined pit on the ground, the heroic spirit, its body covered in wounds and scars, with only a few remaining flesh armor covering it, crawled out of the pit. Senior, you seem quite angry. The heroic spirit raised its head and gazed at the Everdark Dragon King in midair, its voice remaining as calm as at the beginning. It seemed unaffected by the barrage of attacks. Of course, the Everdark Dragon King internally grasped this answer. It was only the false avatar that was damaged. The opponent's true form wasn't even there. No wonder the opponent dared to display such confidence in its presence. But I'm the one who should be angry. The heroic spirit's tone became painfully distressed at this point. This is a very important and precious avatar of mine. Now that it has suffered such severe damage, it will probably require a vast amount of resources to repair. The pain was fake. Once the 100-hour cooldown period was over, it would be possible to summon a new heroic spirit. The current heroic spirit, though outwardly devastated, still possessed approximately 15% of its health. Most of the damage from the previous series of attacks was negated by the flesh armor. Grim. The Everdark Dragon King stared at the heroic spirit and suddenly produced 3 massive black figures, flapping their wings and hovering in midair. You actually possess such a thing. This mysterious fellow dragon had provided him with a wealth of unexpected information, far more valuable than he had anticipated. Grimm of this caliber could never be created with current technology. The legacy of the evil Preya? So, where was the other party's true form? The Everdark Dragon King was filled with excitement. Even as much as he hated the Dragon Emperor's filth, he had to acknowledge the legacy left by these evil creatures. What an inestimable treasure. As someone who had once single-handedly slain an evil Preya, the Everdark Dragon King believed he knew this better than anyone else. Grimm? Tang Jing's eyes flickered. Did he mistake the heroic spirit for Grimm? After all, the heroic spirit and Grimm are indeed similar, but the fact that the Everdark Dragon King could immediately identify Grimm is somewhat surprising. It's a bit risky, but I think he feels its value, Tang Jing thought to himself, then manipulated the heroic spirit to continue. I've shown my sincerity enough. Senior, you don't think I can't detect that you are also a clone, right? The Everdark Dragon King before him was not the real one at all. Tang Jing saw the Everdark Dragon King grasping the Lord of Destruction to block the damage during the battle with the body of the Abyss, and he realized something was wrong when he saw the Everdark Dragon King fighting against the body of the Abyss, and holding onto the Lord of Destruction to block the damage. Next, the Shadow Clone series of probing attacks further confirmed this. High-level magic damage is no joke, and the Everdark Dragon King clearly lacked the means to negate it. After suffering damage, he surprisingly showed no signs of pain, which was clearly abnormal for a normal creature. Even undead would show some pain when attacked. Pathetic. The Everdark Dragon King sneered, his amber pupils narrowing imperceptibly as he abruptly shifted. You think I can't spot you just because you're hiding in the dark? A sharp, whooshing sound pierced the air. The Everdark Dragon King rushed in front of the heroic spirit, extending a dragon claw and, like lightning, plucked up the remaining wings of the heroic spirit, launching himself into the air. In a few breaths, the Everdark Dragon King, clutching the heroic spirit, had reached the edge of the world-severing barrier, which enveloped several kilometers. The black-scaled dragon claws suddenly exerted force. Bang! The heroic spirit was flung outward, slamming into the distance. Just after being thrown a short distance, the heroic spirit slammed into an invisible wall, slid down through the air with a dull thud. What are you trying to do? The heroic spirit collapsed to the ground, seemingly defenseless. A hint of panic seemed to creep into its previously calm voice. Tang Jing focused on the Everdark Dragon King's movements, deliberately making the heroic spirit appear severely injured and unable to move. Because he couldn't determine the Everdark Dragon King's true form either. These true Dragon Kings are truly more cowardly than the other. Tang Jing's face was filled with seriousness. The Platinum Dragon King's platinum armor. The Million Corpse armor of the Ruined Palace Dragon King. And the special clone of the Everdark Dragon King before him. Based on the information he had gathered, it seemed that every true Dragon King was developing special countermeasures against players. Luckily, he was cautious enough, and from the outset, he maintained a certain degree of suspicion about a cautious individual like the Everdark Dragon King appearing directly before the Abyss Zone. So, whether Tang Jing mentioned the future prophecy or revealed the Grimm clone, these things indirectly proved their value, making the Everdark Dragon King want to capture him alive. The surface of the world-severing barrier rippled imperceptibly. Watching the heroic spirit unable to break through the barrier confirmed the experimental results. The Everdark Dragon King, with a firm resolve, flapped his wings and flew out of the barrier, landing at the edge of the heroic spirit. A transparent barrier separated the two. The heroic spirit, unable to break through the barrier and unable to resist, had already made the Everdark Dragon King somewhat less wary, no longer worried about it escaping. This was a very valuable high-level Grimm. From what he had said, it seemed there was a way to repair Grimm. This kind of creature must not be allowed to escape. What are you doing? I'm sincere. The heroic spirit's voice was clearly filled with panic. I've already located your base from the undead body of the Abyss. While you were fighting those undead, I didn't take advantage of your situation, which clearly proves I have no hostility. Tang Jing feigned panic in his voice. Upon hearing the panicked voice of the other party's original form, the Everdark Dragon King's eyes flickered with a hint of enjoyment and satisfaction. Struggle, you self-righteous ant. The more you struggle, the more delicious your despair becomes. As for the stronghold the other party mentioned, if the other party truly dares to trespass, they will surely offer any intruder a gift beyond imagination. As soon as the words fell, the light in the Everdark Dragon King's pupils dimmed slightly, and the entire clone seemed to have lost some kind of life force. Is it coming? Tang Jing, using the vision of the heroic spirit, observed the state of the Everdark Dragon King's clone. His gaze fixed, and he muttered to himself, the plan succeeded. There are only two ways to trigger the World Connector. After the previous Dragon Transcendent and Original Chanter, two clearly mechanic-oriented classes, Tang Zheng doubted whether the World Connector had a class skill like this. Even if it did, whether the ever-dark Dragon King would use it or not was a question of fact. The drawback of relying solely on others to use skills to trigger learning methods became apparent. Since this wasn't a sure thing, Tang Zheng could only resort to the second method, triggering the class through physical contact. This required facing the Everdark Dragon King's true form. But the Everdark Dragon King's true form was incredibly dangerous, and Tang Zheng wasn't currently planning a direct confrontation. This made the second method seemingly unfeasible. Since this Everdark Dragon King's clone can also use origin magic, then the Everdark Dragon King must have performed some special modifications on it. Tang Zheng pondered softly, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. He had no intention of engaging the Everdark Dragon King's true form, but he didn't mind engaging his clones directly. To achieve this, he had to first determine the Everdark Dragon King's true form's location. Or rather, move the Everdark Dragon King's true form away from the clone's area to give Tang Zheng enough time. I hope you truly possess such a method. Tang Zheng sat cross-legged on the ground, silently waiting. He now hoped even more than the Everdark Dragon King himself that he possessed the means to find him, and the confidence he displayed so far suggested that he indeed possessed such an ability. Dismiss. Tang Zheng quickly prepared, first dispelling the shadow clone hidden within the heroic spirit's mouth, then unleashing his skill again, ninjutsu, shadow clone jutsu. The shadow squirmed. The shadow clone appeared beside Tang Zheng. Ninjutsu, concealment. Judgment seal. Tang Zheng activated a ninjutsu, rendering himself invisible, while his shadow clone cast a spell that blocked teleportation. At the same time, the outermost edge of the battlefield, Fenrir Valley, was filled with a desolate atmosphere, nestled in the center of several hills devoid of even a single weed. The hills blocked the sunlight. The shadows formed between the hills. At this moment, faint ripples suddenly appeared on the surface of the previously cool and calm shadows. A giant black dragon skull, covered in layers of jet-black scales, emerged from the shadows, revealing half its head. This was the true form of the Everdark Dragon King. What an interesting junior. The Everdark Dragon King's jaw cracked, revealing a dangerous smile. Let me see where you're hiding. Ding! A crisp sound. A golden coin flew into the air, landing precisely on a black finger bone. Prank coin. Looking at the smiling face on the falling coin, the Everdark Dragon King, after confirming its safety, pulled out another magic item. A three-legged crow statue. Called the Three-Legged Bird's Guidance Spool, it was wrapped with 3 red threads. Looking at this magic item, a flicker of hesitation crossed the Everdark Dragon King's eyes. This was a very precious item. It could only be used 3 times. It could locate the exact location of everyone it had come into contact with, a legacy it had received from killing the evil Preya. It was said to be an item called Krypton. Although it didn't quite understand what Krypton gold meant, it was likely a very valuable item. But the current situation warranted its use. That self-righteous fellow. In his hands, he possessed not only a lowly race possessing the power of prophecy, but also a highly valuable high-level gram, and the means to repair it. The Everdark Dragon King even strongly suspected that this fellow might have accidentally acquired the legacy of the evil Preya. In short, the other party possessed the necessary value to wield this item. Activate. The Everdark Dragon King stared at the three-legged bird's guidance spool in his hand, his voice echoing metallically, each syllable imbued with a heavy sense of pressure. Swish. The three-legged bird's guidance spool emanated a red glow. A red silk thread bound to the spool automatically broke, its end reaching into the void before melting into the air and vanishing. The Everdark Dragon King immediately felt his spirit, following the spool's rapid movement through the void, first locating the heroic spirit's location. This was clearly not the result he had hoped for. With a thought, the red thread that had located the heroic spirit's body broke again, and sank into the void again, rapidly moving toward the distant east. The black scales on the Everdark Dragon King's prominent brows furrowed slightly, as if something surprising had occurred. In his perception, the red thread seemed to quickly locate the self-righteous kinsman's true form, but just as it was about to pinpoint the opponent's exact location, the end of the thread seemed to hesitate. This left the Everdark Dragon King, who was using this item for the first time, somewhat puzzled and perplexed. The item clearly didn't seem to have failed to activate. But soon, the Everdark Dragon King's doubts dissipated. The red thread accurately located the opponent's true form, and his cold, vertical pupils suddenly opened. I found you. And at this moment, a place 3,000 kilometers away, Tang Zheng didn't notice anything unusual, because the red thread wasn't locating Tang Zheng, but his shadow clone. Perhaps even Tang Zheng himself hadn't anticipated this. His purpose in summoning the shadow clone was actually to ensure that if the Everdark Dragon King found this place, he could use it to delay the situation. Although the current result was the same, there was a slight error that neither Tang Zheng nor the Everdark Dragon King had anticipated. The three-legged bird's guidance spool hadn't failed to activate. Theoretically, even a player focused on the rogue class build couldn't use clones or other special means to prevent the magic item from locating the main body. After all, it was a precious paid item, so it clearly wouldn't fail. However, Tang Zheng's player had a natural ability, possessing the properties of unobservable and untouchable. This prevented the three-legged bird's guidance spool from locating Tang Zheng, forcing it to use the shadow clone as the location. Chapter 403. World Move. After confirming the location of his self-righteous kin, the Everdark Dragon King emerged from the shadows of the valley. A faint, shimmering white light emanated from his entire body. His massive form swayed. How could this happen? A hint of surprise lingered in the Everdark Dragon King's voice. World Move had failed. How could this be possible? In his memory, there was no force capable of blocking the teleportation of World Move, not even the world-severing barrier, which also had the same effect. Even those who wielded original magic could not stop it. This unexpected result set off alarm bells in the Everdark Dragon King's mind. He had only half emerged from the shadows when he quickly retracted, his body wary. Was it the work of his kin? Or was it the work of the now-destroyed body of the Abyss? These undead insects knew some of his intelligence and might have discovered the foul power that could block his teleportation abilities. These damned bugs. A glimmer of anger flared in the Everdark Dragon King's eyes, wondering if he had been too remiss with these undead bugs. Now wasn't the time to dwell on this. The Everdark Dragon King completely sank into the shadows, a thought stirring within him. The sudden unexpected event had already calmed him down. The next moment, the Everdark Dragon King's clone, near the heroic spirit, regained the aura of the living, its dim gaze bright and cold. Whoa! The Everdark Dragon King's clone soared into the air, a unique power surging. The world moves. His body swayed slightly. Teleportation failed. The same result as before, completely confirming to the Everdark Dragon King that it was indeed the horde of undead bugs that had been at work. However, the reality was not what the Everdark Dragon King had imagined. Whoosh! The Everdark Dragon King's clone vibrated its wings, transforming into a black arrow and moving outward. It didn't know the range of the magic-blocking teleportation, but it knew there must be a certain distance. Simply flying out of the magic's range would be enough. Elsewhere, Tang Zheng, alertly watching for any movement in his area, immediately noticed the Everdark Dragon King's clone, next to the heroic spirit, once again making its move. You found me? So fast. How did you do that? Tang Zheng's eyes narrowed, immediately realizing his position had been compromised. This was as expected. During his communication with the Everdark Dragon King, the other party showed no sign of genuine communication, demonstrating a certain degree of confidence in his ability to find him. Tang Zheng also happened to need to locate the Everdark Dragon King's true form in order to better contact his clone. Both sides were actually trying to determine the opponent's true form's location. First, there's no indication on the panel, so it's not being located using origin magic. Based on the current situation, Tang Zheng deduced his intelligence on the Everdark Dragon King, then only a magic item could do that. As for the world-class item in the Everdark Dragon King's possession, that can be completely ruled out. It's one of the 20, and will be transferred after a single use. Furthermore, Tang Zheng also possessed a world-class item, and it wouldn't be affected by this type of effect-based ability. Now, the Everdark Dragon King's clone is back in action. I see. A look of understanding crossed Tang Zheng's face. It wasn't hard to guess. Can it pinpoint his location so precisely? Is it an item from Yggdrasil? Just in case. Tang Zheng deliberately activated the Judgment Blockade. The unexpected situation indicated that the Everdark Dragon King had precisely determined his location and attempted to teleport to him, but failed. Because of the Judgment Blockade, the Everdark Dragon King's attempt to teleport directly to him would inevitably be affected by magic. This alerted the Everdark Dragon King, prompting him to activate his clone once again. Extraordinarily cautious. Tang Zheng's understanding of the Everdark Dragon King's character became clearer, but his expression suddenly changed as a thought occurred to him. If that's the case, this is trouble. Tang Zheng's heart tightened. He knew very little about the items in Yggdrasil. If they could truly pinpoint his location, it's very likely that I've been completely targeted by the Everdark Dragon King. No! Tang Zheng realized that his innate ability, player, possessed the special property of unobservability. If it goes as expected, the Everdark Dragon King shouldn't be able to pinpoint my location. Could it be that the player attribute isn't working? Tang Zheng couldn't make a definitive judgment, but his gaze shifted to his shadow clone, which also remained invisible in the distance. We need further confirmation. Tang Zheng muttered to himself. The next moment. Whoosh! Whoosh! Tang Zheng and his shadow clone simultaneously distanced themselves, moving in opposite directions, each reaching the edge of the judgment blockade. At this moment, the Everdark Dragon King's clone had already flown beyond the battlefield, and only abruptly stopped when it realized it was out of range of the magic. World move. He cast his origin magic once more. After a brief sway, the Everdark Dragon King's clone remained stationary. What the hell is going on? The shadowy area where the Everdark Dragon King was hiding was wriggling like a tide, emitting a terrifying aura. It couldn't believe it had traveled so far, and still remained within the range that blocked teleportation magic. The world severance barrier only covered a few kilometers. How could a mere swarm of undead insects possess such power? It wasn't those insects who did it. The Everdark Dragon King overturned his previous assumptions, realizing what his fellow had done. They actually possessed a foul power similar to origin magic. Damn it, damn it! Do you think you're safe like this? Mere filth. The Everdark Dragon King roared in anger. World move. The Everdark Dragon King's clone unleashed its origin magic once again. This time, the Everdark Dragon King's clone succeeded, vanishing in a flash. Following the spatial shift, it had reappeared in a desolate desert 3,000 miles away. Humph, you can't escape, Junior. The Everdark Dragon King, upon seeing his clone's success, slowly uttered a few syllables in a cold voice. Judgment Blockade also had a range limit. Since it couldn't teleport directly to Tang Zheng, it could only teleport to the general area of the area. Boom! As the Everdark Dragon King's clone appeared, the surrounding air quickly filled, forming a visible black shockwave that spread out. Suddenly, the flapping of the two dragon wings paused. Most of the body of the Everdark Dragon King's clone suddenly stiffened, tilting involuntarily, only to recover in an instant. It seemed like an illusion. This distance is beyond our control, the Everdark Dragon King thought to himself, controlling the clone. He had no choice but to increase the output of his original magic power. Swish! Swish! The Everdark Dragon King's clone quickly locked onto a desolate area below. With a powerful flap of its wings, it streaked through the air like a black afterimage. In an instant, the Everdark Dragon King's clone had locked onto the area, emanating a burst of pure dark energy, black light, violet moon. Buzz! A thick mist of black energy emerged from the cracks in the Everdark Dragon King's scales. The deep black energy soared into the sky, forming a black moon high in the sky. The sky darkened. Visible black energy fluctuations, illuminated by the black moon, rapidly covered a large area. The Everdark Dragon King's clone stared intently below, knowing that this arrogant kin possessed a remarkable ability to conceal themselves. The three-legged bird's guidance spool on the original body prevented the clone from accurately determining its location, so it used this primordial magic to force the invisible creature out. Buzz! The skill Black Light and Violet Moon has been discovered. It requires the special class Original Chanter. The current requirements are met. Do you want to spend one skill point to learn it? Tang Zheng glanced at the information on the panel, gazing at the giant black dragon in midair, a smile playing on his lips. This was not only because he had obtained a high-level primordial magic, but also because he had identified another danger that concerned him. It has been confirmed that the player ability can indeed block the spying methods of items in Yggdrasil. Tang Zheng was certain. The Everdark Dragon King's clone, upon appearing, flew towards the Shadow Clone's location, undoubtedly allaying his earlier concerns. Now it's my turn. Since you, Senior, are so unkind, don't blame me, the Junior. Tang Zheng smiled faintly. At this moment, a wave of black energy rapidly swept over the Shadow Clone's hiding spot. Just as the Shadow Clone was about to be forced out, the Everdark Dragon King's clone suddenly twisted its body and looked behind it, only to be greeted by a ball of blazing flames that filled its field of vision. Word of Elemental Collapse. 9th Tier Magic, Vermilion Nova. Combined with the Magic Transcendent class skill, the Lotus-shaped flame, breaking through the resistance to fire magic, directly ignited the Everdark Dragon King's clone's head. Boom! The sound of the exploding flames echoed through the sky. The crimson light seemed to form a new sun, brightening the sky, shrouded by the dark moon and darkened by the darkness. The clouds above, illuminated by the flames, transformed into a fiery blaze, A breathtaking display of splendor. The sturdy black scales on the head of the Everdark Dragon King's clone, seemingly magical defenses capable of distorting light, seemed like fragile paper, easily pierced by the flames. Bang! The entire hideous skull, like the fluff on a reed, ignited rapidly in the flames, reducing it to ash in the blink of an eye. A loud boom. The headless Everdark Dragon King's clone, the remaining massive body plummeting to the ground. The heavy impact instantly ripped a massive crater several dozen meters deep into the ground, sending plumes of dust and smoke swirling across the area. Tang Jing activated ninjutsu detection, observing no difference in energy fluctuations. Instant kill? This clone seems far inferior to the true Dragon King's original form. Word of Elemental Destruction possesses the ability to overcome magic resistance, and combined with Vermilion Nova, the strongest single-target fire spell. Besides, Tang Jing wasn't a shadow clone. He only had 1/4 of the power. Combined with the passive bonus of magic transcendence, this enhanced attack would severely damage even a true Dragon King. But instantly destroying a true Dragon King was clearly out of the question. Tang Jing stood still, not moving, but maneuvering his shadow clone toward the pit to first assess the Everdark Dragon King's clone situation. At this moment, compared to Tang Jing's composure, impossible. Impossible. The connection is completely severed. The Everdark Dragon King's original form was filled with uncontrollable shock. While the clone's power wasn't as great as its original form, it certainly couldn't be defeated so easily. This was an item, second only to a world-class item, obtained from the player it slew. It had been transformed by primordial magic and enhanced by the power of Body of the Abyss. Even if the Everdark Dragon King exerted his full power, it would take considerable time to defeat the clone. There's another one. The Everdark Dragon King recalled the flaming attack, which had clearly come from another direction, but the flames obscured his vision, preventing him from seeing anything. Is it one of those inferior dragons? How could they possibly possess such power? The prank coin clearly indicated there was no danger. The Everdark Dragon King's heart trembled with shock and anger. In the end, that was indeed the case. The prank coin wasn't at fault. After all, it was its clone that was in trouble, not itself. I'm going to kill you! The Everdark Dragon King's head emerged from the shadows, amber eyes blazing with flames. But the Everdark Dragon King simply stared toward Tang Jing, a terrifying aura emanating from him, but he made no further movement. He longed to rush over and kill him immediately, but his cautious nature prevented him from acting impulsively. Even on the other side, the shadow clone unleashed magic, dispersing the vast cloud of dust. A vast pit, tens of meters deep, came into view. The Everdark Dragon King's headless clone lay half buried in the earth, its two massive black dragon wings drooping limply on either side of the pit. Thunderball. The shadow clone approached, waved his hand, and unleashed a third-tier spell. A ball of blue lightning shot out and struck the Everdark Dragon King's clone, exploding and sending up another cloud of dust. The Everdark Dragon King's clone remained motionless. The shadow clone cast several spells in succession, observing the situation and ultimately confirming that the Everdark Dragon King's clone had completely lost its ability to move. Tang Jing, on his side, observed the Everdark Dragon King's main body for any unusual movements. After a moment's wait, nothing happened. Whoosh! Tang Jing, in his Dragon King form, flew out and arrived at the deep pit. He gazed down at the dragon corpse, covered in a layer of black scales, and narrowed his eyes imperceptibly. The severed head was somewhat charred, but a hint of silver could still be seen. Is this Graham? Tang Jing asked uncertainly. The metal, emitting silvery white specks like star sand, reminded him of the ultra-rare precious metal known as star silver from Yggdrasil. Chapter 404. After his shadow clone confirmed his safety, Tang Jing no longer hesitated. In his golden Dragon King form, covered in flesh armor, he flew towards the hole where the Dark Dragon King's clone had fallen. Whoosh! A stream of red light streaked at high speed. A powerful airflow swept away the faint smoke and dust surrounding the hole, completely vanishing. The headless body of the Dark Dragon King came into view. The surface of its solid, obsidian-like scales emanated a faint, pale black glow, its tough metallic texture shimmering. Tang Jing narrowed his eyes slightly at the massive dragon, nearly a full body size larger than his current form. From its appearance alone, it was hard to tell it was a fake Dragon King. No wonder the Dark Dragon King, after believing the heroic spirit was Graham, immediately showed such interest in me. A thought flashed through Tang Jing's mind. His heroic spirit's power was certainly not low, and the combat power displayed by this Graham was surprisingly strong enough to completely overpower it. Its level was likely around LV 80. Furthermore, it could also use origin magic. This reminded Tang Zheng of the Platinum Dragon King's platinum armor. Another player legacy? Tang Zheng's feelings towards these true Dragon Kings grew increasingly serious. Over the course of hundreds of years, who could possibly know how much player legacy these true Dragon Kings possessed? All of this had to be factored into their combat power. Thoughts raced through his mind. While Tang Zheng pondered, his movements were unwavering. He quickly raised his powerful, massive dragon claws and pressed down on the Everdark Dragon King's clone. Dang! The sharp fingertips collided with the black scales, sending sparks flying and echoing with a crisp metallic clang. Nothing happened. Tang Zheng's pupils narrowed slightly. This was the most undesirable outcome. Since this clone of the Everdark Dragon King can wield origin magic, it must have been blessed by origin magic. Even if it can't trigger its class, nothing should happen. Tang Zheng knew that if the situation wasn't working, he would have to retreat quickly. The true Dragon King's strength rivaled that of a level 100 player with world-class items, and the Everdark Dragon King even possessed the world-class item 20. He had defeated the opponent's clone. The Everdark Dragon King must have been enraged and alerted, and his next move was unpredictable. But what had happened so far? At least it had caused a change in the Everdark Dragon King's attitude toward the future destruction of the dragon race. For Tang Zheng, this encounter wasn't in vain. Looking at the massive Grey Mother before him, Tang Zheng felt somewhat unwilling to give up. He moved his arm to touch other parts, continuing his attempts. He actually wanted to take the gram away, but it was pointless. The gram had been completely damaged by his attack, and Tang Zheng had no means to repair it. If memory serves, there was a player named Lucifer in the Great Underground Tomb of Nazarick who possessed the special class build of Gram User. He possessed the skills to strengthen, create, and manipulate Gram. For example, the 72 stone statues, mainly demons, beneath the Great Tomb were crafted by him using the ultra-rare metal 7-color ore. Although, due to various reasons, only 67 were ultimately created, none of them would be lower than level 80. After all, even the cockroach-shaped Gram, ridden by the Horror Prince, was at level 70. The damaged Everdark Dragon King clone before him, unable to be repaired, was like an immovable stone to Tang Zheng. Furthermore, Tang Zheng couldn't be sure if this Gram clone contained any other hidden tricks of the Everdark Dragon King. Even if it could be repaired, if it were used later, it would likely be recognized by the Everdark Dragon King. Taking it away was of little value to Tang Zheng. It would be more convenient and promising for him to research techniques for summoning higher-level monsters. Buzz? Just as Tang Zheng moved his arm, attempting to change the contact point, the attribute panel suddenly vibrated. A special class, Dragon Transcendent, was discovered. It requires a class unique to the dragon race. The current conditions are not met, and cannot be triggered. Ding, the class is already possessed. Tang Zheng paused and let out a light breath. Failed. This isn't the class I wanted. Although, as I guessed, activating the class by touch worked, the result was a failure. The Everdark Dragon King has indeed performed a radical transformation on this Gram, using it as a weapon. Tang Zheng's anticipation completely dissipated, and he sighed inwardly. His previous research revealed that weapons and equipment used by former class members have a certain probability of triggering a class after a certain amount of contact. But each item can only activate one class. That's all. This harvest is enough. Tang Zheng raised his arm, preparing to leave. However, as his sharp fingertips brushed across the back of the Everdark Dragon King's clone, Buzz, a high-level class, Dragon Warrior, has been discovered. It requires a class exclusive to the dragon race, but the current requirements are not met. Dragon Transcendent has been triggered, and Golden Dragon King's Heart has been triggered. Do you want to take this class? No. Tang Zheng raised his eyelids, his gaze gleaming with brilliance. A second class can actually be triggered? What on earth is going on? A flicker of disbelief flashed across Tang Zheng's eyes, a bit puzzled, yet a hint of excitement lingered. Although he didn't understand why this was happening, now wasn't the time to dwell on it. Tang Zheng quickly moved his arms, swiftly contacting other positions. As for Dragon Warrior, Tang Zheng had no intention of taking it, even though it was a high-level class, and one that enhanced a warrior's strength. Tang Zheng only needed one class, World Connector. After all, he wasn't a true dragon. Acquiring primordial magic was his true goal. He already possessed Dragon Transcendent and Original Chanter. All he needed was the World Connector to complete the loop of the power of origin magic. Tang Zheng wasn't even interested in equally challenging classes, like Soul Defiler and Soul Worshipper. Soon, as he continued to touch different locations, Tang Zheng discovered that different classes would be triggered accordingly. For example, touching the abdomen would trigger the Dragon Transcendent class, the back would trigger the Dragon Warrior, and the neck would trigger the original Chanter. This made Tang Zheng wish he had touched the Everdark Dragon King's clone directly. Of course, this was clearly unrealistic. If he hadn't had the Golden Dragon King's heart, he wouldn't have acquired the Dragon class, nor would he have even considered primordial magic. Still nothing? Tang Zheng's eyes lit up with urgency. He had already wasted a considerable amount of time here. Using his class skill to instantly defeat the Grim clone had made the Everdark Dragon King aware of the danger, and he hesitated to act rashly. But how long could this situation last? He continued to touch more locations, such as the limbs, tail, and so on. Tang Zheng further discovered that there were a number of locations where no class could be activated, no matter how many times he touched them. This clarified his inner doubts. No wonder Grimm's clone, transformed by primordial magic, can activate multiple classes. Tang Zheng stared intently at the obsidian-like, solid scales covering Grimm's body. A look of enlightenment crossed his face. For light slashes, destroy. Bang! The sharp dragon claws vanished into a shadow, condensing into a terrifying cold light in midair, instantly striking the gap between two scales. Crack! A dazzling spark. A black scale, the size of a washbasin, flew out and landed in Tang Zheng's palm. So, these scales are actually real. In Yggdrasil, there's a type of Gem called Avatar, a type of kryptonite item that can be customized to the user's specifications. Tang Zheng had assumed that this Gem clone was a similar item, enhanced by the Everdark Dragon King's technology. But this was clearly not the case. The scales on Grimm's clone weren't a single piece. They all came from the Everdark Dragon King's own dragon scales. Different locations can trigger different classes. Huh. Tang Zheng grinned, somewhat impressed by the Everdark Dragon King's act of plucking his own scales and attaching them to Grimm's. It's because the scales from different regions were probably attached at different times, which creates this unique situation. For example, the scales on the back and abdomen might have been applied years, or even decades apart. Thinking of the scene when the Everdark Dragon King plucked out his own scales. How cruel. As for why healing magic wasn't used, Bone King and others had already experimented with it. For example, after amputating a finger, using healing magic to heal the new one would be the same one that had just been chopped off. This was also why Demiurge built a ranch, raising large numbers of humans for skinning, waiting for their injuries to heal naturally before repeating the operation. Tang Zheng's eyes twitched as he glanced at the empty spot on Graham's clone's head. Isn't that unlucky? He had already touched one side of Graham's clone's entire body, yet he still hadn't triggered the World Connector class. If there was any part left untouched, it would only be the dragon's head, which Tang Zheng had burned. Tang Zheng stared at the remaining half of the dragon's neck, an unspoken emotion welling up within him. Damn! A faint, deeper black light flashed, originating from the point where the dragon's neck met its torso. Reverse scale. Similar to the 7-inch mark on a snake. With a sudden swing of his arm, he struck Graham's clone in the abdomen. Boom! With a resounding bang, Graham's clone, trapped in the mud of the pit, was lifted and turned by the immense force, its entire abdomen facing upwards. Looking at the reverse scale. It was a darker black scale than the surrounding dragon scales, and its placement was also different, an inverted scale. Tang Zheng noticed it immediately because, after transforming into the Dragon King, he also possessed the reverse scale vulnerability. A flash of red light. Tang Zheng's arm quickly touched the unique reverse scale. Buzz. The attribute panel vibrated again. The special class World Connector has been discovered. This class requires class analysis in progress. World-class class, original class. Class analysis in progress. Prerequisite class. Special class Dragon Transcendent prerequisite class. Special class Original Chanter Ding, prerequisites met. Do you want to take the position? Tang Zheng opened his towering jaws, revealing a mouthful of sharp, sturdy teeth, characteristic of the dragon race, his excitement uncontrollable. A new world has emerged. This was Tang Ding's true emotion at the moment. Take the position. Tang Zheng cried out inwardly. Job successfully taken. Class, World Connector. Level, Special Class. Passive, World Perception, enhances your perception of the world, allowing you to more clearly understand it and its changes. Favor of the Soul River. Gain the ability to draw soul energy from the Soul River, the origin of the world, to unleash the power of origin magic. When not in combat, restores SE equal to your current level every minute. World Barrier Protection. Grants absolute resistance to external interference, but still withstands damage from energy and physical attacks. Original magic, truth, mobilizes the soul's origin energy to imbue high-level origin magic with a world-class protection effect. P.S. The origin majesty of the origin singer is different, and can be understood as the difference between adding attack and defense. For example, the platinum armor crafted by the Platinum Dragon King has the world protection ability. Soul River Amplification increases the damage of all origin spells by 20%. Has a chance to trigger world resonance, tripling the spell's range. Each level increases the SE value by 30. Blessing's Gift and Burden connects to the world's origin, allowing adaptation to any current environment and immunity to natural influences and disasters. Once the soul's energy is depleted, it will inevitably suffer backlash, with all attributes reduced proportionally. Class Skills. Level 1. Soul River Torrent actively draws a large amount of soul energy from the Soul River, instantly restoring SE by level X10. 24 hours. Level 5. Soul River Torrent. All primordial magic cooldowns are reset to 0, allowing you to cast any primordial magic of any level once without cost. 100 hours. Level 10. Soul River Backflow clears all soul energy and counterattacks the opponent with 100% damage taken, ignoring any defense, can only be activated after taking the full attack. 30 days. Each level of this class increases all attributes by 20 points. Introduction. World. Seeing his induction was successful, Tang Zheng didn't have time to examine the class's details before quickly opening his dragon claws and pressing them against Graham's clone. Absorb. Naturally, Tang Zheng wouldn't pass up the opportunity to absorb these real scales. Chapter 405. Upper Fire Moon, July 20th. 3 days have passed since the destruction of the Abyss Body. In a desolate earth pit, a strange dragon-shaped metal object, over 30 meters long, its silver-white surface dotted with starlight, lay quietly within the pit. Day or night, this unique metal object, illuminated by sunlight or moonlight, radiated a faint starlight like a falling star. The battle 3 days ago had caused a tremendous commotion. Even though Tang Zheng and the members of the Abyss Body had deliberately chosen a desolate location, the spectacle of their battle was astonishing. In particular, the high-level origin black light violet moon released by the Everdark Dragon King's clone covered a radius of several kilometers, transforming an area into abrupt darkness. This strange phenomenon could be observed even from a great distance, even in daylight. Amazing! What kind of metal is this? It bears some resemblance to mithril, but it's clearly not. This starlight embellishment is so beautiful. The magic power is transmitted with remarkable ease, seemingly without any loss. If only this metal could be used to craft magical items. Men of a strange race, dressed like spellcasters or craftsmen, gathered around Grim, hammering away, excitedly analyzing and observing. This was a precious metal beyond the comprehension of anyone present. Besides the dozen or so men gathered around Grim, further out at the edge of the pit, wild demon wolves, mounted on lightweight, soft armor, over 2 meters tall, were stationed on the outskirts of the area, on alert. This was clearly a well-trained and powerful elite army, numbering over 500 men. Bang! A fully armed soldier, mounted on a wild wolf, galloped in from afar, raising a puff of dust. General, we've scouted the area, and there are no signs of fighting. The demi-human soldier approached a sturdy figure, quickly dismounted from the wild wolf, and reported his findings. I understand. The general, not wearing a helmet, turned his head, revealing a werewolf's face, and spoke in a commanding voice. This was a demi-human race called the Splitting-Toothed Tribe. While they looked similar to werewolves, they were actually a completely different species. If you looked closely, you'd notice that their mouths weren't shaped like the normal, open mouths of other species. Instead, they were shaped like an X, with their lower jaws split horizontally into 4 parts, possessing an incredible bite force capable of easily shattering solid granite. Could it have truly fallen from the sky? The rift-toothed general raised his head and gazed upward, his brow furrowed deeply. There were indeed no signs of battle in the surrounding area, only a deep crater created by a fall from a high altitude. At least, that was what the investigation had revealed. And indeed, it was. As soon as the Grim clone arrived in this area, Tang Zheng ambushed it from behind, using the magic-breaking word of elemental destruction to destroy it. Therefore, there were no remaining signs of fierce fighting in this area. An excited, hoarse voice rang from the bottom of the pit. General Jurla, General Jurla. An old, bearded demi-human was seen struggling to climb out of the pit. Fortunately, a rope ladder had been built long ago. Otherwise, a fall into the crater, over 10 meters deep, could easily result in injury or even death. General Jurla spotted the man and quickly stepped forward, carefully reaching out to pull him up. Sir Craftsman Raff, General Jurla addressed him respectfully. This man was one of the nation's finest craftsmen. Half of the weapons used by their elite troops were crafted by him and his disciples. Gather the men as quickly as possible and bring back this massive piece of metal. Craftsman Raff spoke excitedly, not caring about the dust staining his face and clothes. But General Jurla's four-petaled mouth stretched, a hint of hesitation on his dignified face. Even someone with limited knowledge of metal ores, like him, could tell at a glance how precious this massive piece of metal was. But the shape of this piece of metal was an exact replica of the dragons described in family records and legends. General Jurla harbored a deep concern. Would bringing this piece of metal back to the country bring about unknown dangers, or even disaster? It's just a resemblance in appearance. Artisan Raff, seemingly aware of General Jurla's concerns, gave a carefree laugh. He extended his arm and pointed toward the deep pit below, not to mention, it's headless. Look at the way this piece of metal is positioned. Doesn't it resemble a dead fish in the river belly up? Ha ha ha. General Jurla was in a state of panic. It wasn't just a resemblance in appearance. Except for the lack of a head, it was completely lifelike. Roar! Ah! Achi, what's wrong? Suddenly, the wild demon wolves, part of the elite troops stationed nearby, let out panicked howls, bewildered. Before the Rift-2 soldiers could react, they collapsed to the ground almost instantly. These long-trained wild demon wolves collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, their beastly eyes radiating undisguised fear. What happened? General Jurla's expression changed drastically. He immediately gripped the long sword-shaped magic item in his hand and shouted in alarm, wanting to know what had happened. Before he could even finish his words, his entire body froze uncontrollably in place. Plop! Plop! One by one, the elite Rift-2 soldiers, their eyes wide open, collapsed to the ground like fallen wheats, along with the wild demon wolves, lifeless. Before him, Master Raff, the craftsman, still smiling, collapsed straight down. What the hell? What the hell was going on? General Jurla's weapon arm trembled uncontrollably, and the indescribable terror made cold sweat pour out of his body. Only then did he notice a massive shadow engulfing the area. Enemy in the sky. Move! I'm a hero. General Jurla cried out inwardly in terror. As the most powerful hero respected by all, he had never felt such a deep, visceral terror as he did at that moment. Even if it meant death. At least, I had to find out who the enemy was. Unyielding will. With the power fueled by the aura of death, General Jurla regained control of his body and struggled to move his head, attempting to look upward. Bang! General Jurla's chin lifted slightly, and his body, like an overloaded machine, gave way completely, exploding in a cloud of blood. Hundreds of meters in the air. The Everdark Dragon King's amber pupils gazed coldly and emotionlessly at the deep pit below. As for the inferior insects crushed to death by its dragon might, they were not even worthy of its gaze. Looking at the completely stripped scales of Grem's clone, you've angered me, youngster. The Everdark Dragon King blew a stream of black air from his nose, muttering to himself with burning fury, but a hint of seriousness flashed in his eyes. The other party had not taken Grem's clone. Perhaps guessing that it bore its mark on it, it suppressed its racial greed. Out of caution, it waited 3 days to observe, only to confirm that the youngster had likely completely departed. Now! The Everdark Dragon King had completely ruled out the possibility that the other party was Preya and Empathy. If it were truly the Dragon Emperor's filth, with a well-prepared strategy, it would never have come to such a sudden end. Escape? This shows the limited strength of this younger generation. Such destructive power must be the opponent's trump card, the type that can't be deployed in a short period of time. Even at high altitude, the Everdark Dragon King's astonishing vision could still clearly see the disappearing head of Grem's clone within the deep pit. This was one of the backup plans he had spent hundreds of years preparing, and he hadn't expected it to be destroyed in such a situation. The pain was indescribable. The Everdark Dragon King couldn't help but spread his wings. The tight black membrane vibrated slightly in the air like a tough drum. Buzz, buzz, visible air waves rolled around the Everdark Dragon King, shattering the clouds above. You thought you could escape. The Everdark Dragon King let out a low growl, already having a clear assessment of this youngster's strength and abilities. I had never imagined that a dragon could possess such mastery of unclean power, even possessing a powerful trump card. This was worthy of the Everdark Dragon King's serious consideration, but it was only serious consideration. That incredibly destructive fire power was extremely incompatible with its own, but with the information transmitted by Grem's clone, the Everdark Dragon King was confident he could dodge it. A sturdy dragon claw touched his abdomen, and the precious magical item known as the three-legged bird's guidance spool reappeared in his palm. Activate. This time, the Everdark Dragon King intended to personally take action, determining whether to kill or enslave based on his mood and the opponent's value. Swish. Once again, one of the two remaining threads on the spool snapped, connecting to the void and disappearing. A long moment passed. The Everdark Dragon King discovered that he couldn't locate the opponent until the effects of the magic item completely wore off. Huff, huff. A rapid breathing sounded, a mixture of intense anger and an unspoken emotion. I remember you. A cold voice echoed through the air. Deep in the hilly region. 2 days ago, Tang Zheng had returned to the Ablion Hills, accompanied by Evil Eye. After using his flesh armor ability to devour the dragon scales that the Everdark Dragon King had used a special technique to code Grimm's clone, Tang Zheng quickly withdrew from the battlefield, though he hadn't leveraged his dragon identity to completely gain the Everdark Dragon King's trust. But it had also planted a seed in the other party's mind, the destruction of the dragon race. If the Everdark Dragon King wasn't foolish, he would undoubtedly investigate, especially regarding the two key clues he mentioned, innate abilities and humanity. Tang Zheng wasn't sure if there was a connection between the true Dragon King and the true Dragon King, but if the Everdark Dragon King investigated, he would likely turn his attention to the northwest corner of the continent. It's a bit risky. But the Bone King will descend in about 2 years, so the risk is worth it. Tang Zheng, a rhizome resembling a foxtail grass in his mouth, a thoughtful look on his face as he sat lazily in the depths of the lush green valley. The Platinum Dragon King has territory here, and the Dragon Princess, the offspring of the seven-colored Dragon King, might also be a device of the true Dragon King. If we can also lure the Everdark Dragon King, one of the 6 Dragon Alliance, here, wow, the situation will become even more exciting. Of course, there are also higher risks involved. Humanity could very well face an irresistible crisis. However, Tang Zheng knew that the forces of the Platinum Dragon King and the Everdark Dragon King were in a state of mutual opposition. If the Everdark Dragon King truly descended, the Platinum Dragon King's presence would be sufficient to contain him. Evil Eye is now in Oriental. With her presence, the situation in the top forest should be completely resolved. Tang Zheng's eyes flickered, and he pondered for a moment. He had not revealed his human identity. After returning from the Kingdom of Imperia, Tang Zheng and Evil Eye separated in Oriental. Blue Rose was currently stationed in this fortress city. 2 months of travel have flown by so quickly. Tang Zheng sighed, and with a thought, he switched to the stat panel. As far as gains go, this was Tang Zheng's biggest haul since crossing over. Not only did he gain 2 special classes, but he also acquired primordial magic, high-level tiered magic, the legacy of the abyssal body, and so much more. Especially the legacy of the abyssal body. Tang Zheng even had to set aside time to organize and study it. Ability chart: natural ability, player combined level, 74 experience slots, 9.98 million/11.18 million. The remaining 30 million experience points only allow for 3 levels of advancement. At this point, the experience requirement for each level has already exceeded tens of millions. Tang Zheng glanced at the experience requirements in the experience slot and couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, he had mastered the method of gaining experience by absorbing neutral angels. Otherwise, even if he activated Massacre Mode, he wouldn't have been able to easily meet the tens of millions of experience points at this level. Furthermore, experience gained through killing is subject to experience decay. Skill: Rune Flesh Armor. Level: Legendary, 71 to 80, Durability, 1088. Physical Defense, 455 plus 585, 1040/1040, Magic Defense, 633 plus 407, 1040/1040, Skill: Shadow Strike, 5/day, Ice Resistance, 20%, Blazing Sound Wave, 5/day, Dark Resistance, 20%, Wings of Dark Silence. After activating this skill, the body completely blends into darkness, becoming imperceptible for a prolonged period. 5/day, Effect, Blessing of Plenty. Description: an unexpected enhancement resulting from the use of rune technology and degraded flesh armor. It's truly worthy of being the dragon scales of the Everdark Dragon King. Flesh armor, along with Tang Zheng's own level, has reached the level of a legendary magic item, and he wanted to upgrade it. The bone-type energy required was already enormous. Even absorbing the remaining remains of the sun anglerfish only replenished a small amount. And yet, These dragon scales had actually raised the flesh armor's level to its maximum. Wings of dark silence. Tang Jing muttered to himself, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. This skill isn't complex. The effect is surprisingly astonishing, somewhat similar to ninjutsu, shadow stealth, only with a stronger and more extensive reach, allowing one to completely conceal oneself in darkness and shadows. Based on this skill, Tang Jing concluded that the Everdark Dragon King was likely near the battlefield at the time. Luckily, he didn't truly intend to fight the Everdark Dragon King and left the battlefield as soon as he acquired the class. This ability can obviously be activated in conjunction with the high-level Origin Magic Black Light Violet Moon. Tang Jing thought of the Origin Magic that could transform the environment into darkness, and immediately connected it to this ability. Even in daylight, the Everdark Dragon King could use Origin Magic to create a battlefield favorable to him. The intelligence obtained from Graham's clone was indeed not fully sufficient to deal with the real Everdark Dragon King. Tang Jing knew that he had gained a lot of information this time. But overall, he was clearly on the more passive side in this encounter with the Everdark Dragon King. Puff. Tang Jing spat out the foxtail grass in his mouth. Next, I can focus more on the deployment. His current level cap has reached 80. Until he reaches the maximum level, he doesn't need to worry about his class. Today is the 20th, the day for the Celian Theocracy and the Holy Kingdom to trade the fusion potion once again. Tang Jing suddenly turned his head, his gaze piercing through layers of leaves and the surrounding obstruction. This is a strange castle. In the first floor's European-style lobby, Remedios and 3 elite members of the Paladin Order sat at a spacious round table, steaming cups of black tea before them. The 3 Paladin Order members sat upright, showing no sign of savoring their tea. Their eyes flickered with wariness as they observed the demi-humans across from them with subtle gazes. The quality is good, but the craftsmanship is average. Remedios' fluffy brown hair swayed slightly as he shook his head. With a touch of aristocratic decorum, he set down his tea and commented, as a state-level reception, it might make people feel slighted. Forgive me. The green leaf witch bowed her head slightly. I need to learn something special in this area. The castle has also been renovated. The previous vulgar and disgusting style is finally gone. It's indeed been redecorated. The aesthetics of the demi-humans in the hills vary, but that's nothing to worry about. The entire hills are now controlled by free will. As a human, our captain has chosen to decorate in the style of the kingdom. The green leaf witch patiently explained, smiling, while clearly stating her position as the leader of the hills. What a shame! Remedios wasn't Kurat, so he didn't realize the hidden meaning. His brown eyes kept glancing at the stairs or the door. Lord Remedios, are you looking for someone from the slain theocracy? The green leaf witch noticed the other person's subtle movements and a smile played on her lips. Yes, the people of the slain theocracy truly have no concept of punctuality. I bet you wouldn't, the green leaf witch thought to herself. This simple-minded woman is looking for a master. According to human notions of love between men and women, she should be interested in him. Ha! How could this foolish woman, who thinks she has some power, possibly be worthy of a master? It's probably the difference between a slave and a prince. She's still qualified to lick her master's feet. The green leaf witch smiled, but inside she sneered with malicious contempt. Chapter 406. Remedios' gaze paused as he gazed at the smiling emerald leaf witch across from him, feeling an inexplicable unease. Demi-human. Humph! He raised his arms, clasped in white soft armor, and folded them across his chest, accentuating their already slightly protruding curves. Where is Captain Tang? The transparent gemstones on either side of Remedios' earlobe swayed slightly, as he inquired pointedly. The last time they came to trade the fusion potion, Tang Dang's absence could be explained as an accident. If he didn't show up this time, that would be a problem. In reality, Remedios didn't care much for such diplomatic etiquette, especially with Captain Tang, who had impressed her. It was hard not to express her dissatisfaction. Perhaps deep down, Remedios abhorred any excessive contact or communication with demi-humans. You know that, Miss Remedios. Our captain has always enjoyed researching potions, especially at crucial moments, when he's always absorbed in his experiments. The green leaf witch expressed resignation. I'm not sure whether I'd be attending this meeting. The exact same rhetoric as last time. Remedios felt a surge of anger rising within her, and she took a deep breath. If she hadn't known that only Captain Tang could create the fusion potion, she would have suspected that Captain Tang had met with some kind of misfortune in this demi-human territory of the hills. Demi-humans are not trustworthy. Remedios desperately wanted to tell Tang Jing this from her heart. Buzz, in the conference hall. Out of nowhere, A strong wave of magical energy appeared, and then, with a flash of light, two figures appeared in the hall. A massive figure several meters tall, like a small mountain, sat to one side, bored and listening to the seemingly friendly, yet in reality hostile, exchange between the Emerald Leaf Witch and Remedios. The moment the two figures appeared, Gore's eyes lit up, and his sturdy arms immediately grasped his mace. Once he saw who was coming, his gaze darkened. What a boring meeting. Gore's cheeks trembled, and he silently loosened his grip on the mace. His eyes half closed again, as if he were about to drift off. These were two figures clad in black robes. One of them was none other than the Four Elements. His expressionless, gloomy face gave him the appearance of a withdrawn, middle-aged man. He wielded a staff inlaid with magical gems, and behind him hovered 6 dark blue spherical magic items. He was clearly a powerful magic caster. But now, after appearing, the Four Elements gently stepped back, making room for a short, slender figure nearby, presumably a young woman. The figure wore a loose black robe, covering most of her head and body. The green leaf which narrowed her eyes, keenly observing this. You, the Celian Theocracy, are late, did you know? Remedios looked up at the Four Elements, expressing his displeasure. Teleportation? What a convenient ability. It completely saves us the trouble of traveling. In terms of national strength, the Holy Kingdom naturally cannot match the Celian Theocracy, and the two sides also have a conflicting relationship due to differences in their beliefs. However, Tangzheng has now united the Holy Kingdom and the Celian Theocracy, using the integration potion as a starting point. The Holy Kingdom's national treasure, in particular, can create a large number of neutral angels, forming a long-lasting angelic monster. This power is something even the Celian Theocracy must take seriously. The Four Elements didn't speak immediately, instead glancing at the slender figure to the side. Seeing their master didn't respond, the Four Elements remained silent, expressionlessly leading the other party to the Theocracy's seat at the conference table, and taking a seat. No one noticed. The Four Elements, a magic caster who had entered the heroic realm, was already sweating profusely in his palms. If it weren't for the other party's pressure, even if they were beaten to death, the Four Elements would never dare to leave with the Theocracy's strongest force. If this matter were discovered, even he, a member of the Dark Codex, would undoubtedly face severe punishment. I must be mad. The Four Elements' expressions were unusually stiff, their fingers hidden within their sleeves trembling uncontrollably. Unfortunately, seeing that there had been no conflict between the Celian Theocracy and the Holy Kingdom, the Green Leaf Witch's eyes flashed with disappointment. Since everyone is here. The Green Leaf Witch suppressed her inner emotions, displaying a humble expression. She pulled back the cloth covering the conference table and said, "Then the ownership of these potions will be decided by both of you." The clear, translucent blue fusion potion appeared in the center of the conference table. There were only a few bottles, only 30. Her sole responsibility was to place the potion before both sides. As for how the two nations would be divided, it was up to the Holy Kingdom and the Celian Theocracy to decide for themselves. The Green Leaf Witch's amber eyes gazed upon the clear, translucent blue potion, a hint of hidden emotion flickering in her gaze. The potion's raw materials were naturally made from her own blood and her sister's. Watching the two sides scramble for the potion crafted from their own blood, the Green Leaf Witch felt a sense of pride, yet also a hint of chill. The Green Leaf Witch didn't mind her master using her blood to craft the potion. Everything she possessed and her current status were bestowed upon her by her master. Her limited strength was no different from a demi-human being killed at will in front of these two powerful human nations. It wasn't like this. The representatives of the two major human nations, no matter how much they resented her as a demi-human, treated her as an equal. The Green Leaf Witch simply worried. Can the master prevent future backlash against the power of the two human nations with just the integration potion? Same as last time. We in the Theocracy will only take 5 bottles, the Four Elements spoke immediately. He wanted to take all the potions and quickly return to the Theocracy with the person beside him. After all, this person was an unstable entity. What if? The Four Elements stopped their wandering thoughts and reached for the potion on the conference table, looking anxious. Remedios naturally wouldn't object. This was the distribution result of the negotiations between the two countries' top leaders. She only needed to take back the Holy Kingdom's share of the potion. Where is Tang Tanya? Suddenly, a clear, indifferent voice rang out. The Four Elements' arms instantly froze in midair, their eyes brimming with intense emotion. Honestly, he had no idea why Lord Juesi Jueming had come here. Faced with this untouchable figure, he could only obediently follow his orders. So you're looking for the leader of the Free Will group? This thought flashed through the Four Elements' minds, only deepening their confusion. Just a mere adventurer. How could he possibly have Lord Juesi Jueming's attention? Before this being, they, the powerful heroic realm warriors worthy of Bard's praise, were nothing more than larger insects. Our leader is researching a potion. The green leaf witch observed the small figure shrouded in black robes, and apologized, using the same words she had used in her previous response. I wonder if it was an illusion. A faint chill lingered in the air. Crack. Go Jin's eyes snapped open. The wooden chair beneath his but seemed to bear even greater pressure, and a streak of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. A look of uncertainty crossed Go Jin's face. Is Captain Tang being a little too arrogant? A paladin soldier suddenly leaned forward and spoke in a serious, dissatisfied tone, and a demi-human like you is the one who's coming. As soon as these words were spoken, the other two paladins, who had accompanied Remedios, stared in astonishment at their companion who had spoken. Do you know what you're saying? Shut up. You have no right to speak here. The other two paladins shouted in unison, their eyes cold and indifferent. This guy had been inserted by a noble, so he had no idea whether he was a member of the Paladin Order or the Priest Order. He owed Captain Tang and Miss Enri their lives. Remedios turned and stared at the paladin, his eyes radiating danger. How dare a mere backdoor guy speak so arrogantly? Captain. Captain. The paladin soldier stuttered, completely confused by what he had just said. The four elements paid no attention to the situation in the Holy Kingdom, and looked at the figure beside them with fear. Creaky. The wooden chair was pushed aside, making a sharp sound against the ground. The loose black hood rose. The short figure stood up, a sickly smile playing in his black and white eyes. Swish. The four elements quickly stood up, their voices filled with fear. My lord. My lord. Use your magic that allows flight. Ah, yes. The four elements were startled. Flustered, they raised their wands and gently tapped the slender figure. Fly. Whoosh. The slender figure instantly soared into the air, charging straight towards the castle ceiling. A loud bang. A torrent of rubble rained down from the sky. This sturdy castle, built entirely of huge stones, was instantly blasted with a massive hole. Shield wall. Fly. The four elements' face paled as they quickly cast a magical shield. At the same time, the four elements hurriedly activated their own flying magic, swiftly catching up. Naturally, they weren't worried about Master Juesi Jueming's safety. Rather, they feared that Lord Juesi Jueming might suddenly decide not to return to the theocracy. Even though the possibility was extremely low, if it occurred, it could very well trigger the crisis of the theocracy's demise. Boom! Boom! A torrent of rubble rained down upon the conference table below. Thankfully, the Green Leaf Witch and the others were not ordinary people, and they easily withstood the falling debris. However, the sudden action of the two theocracy members left everyone somewhat bewildered. Green Leaf Witch's face darkened, her amber eyes gleaming with anger. Just as she was about to take action, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. Cui Yi, I handle the two theocracy members. You appease the people of the Holy Kingdom. It was the Master's message magic. Green Leaf Witch's eyes lit up, her heart at peace, and she silently said, Yes, Master. Elsewhere in midair, a figure swiftly flew through the air, heading somewhere north of the hilly area. Swish, swish. The black robe swelled in midair, rustling violently as the wind blew, its loose hood flying off. The tightly tied black and white bun was exposed, its hair fluttering around its earlobes in the wind. Hee hee, you can't escape this time. Jusajiming flew recklessly through the air, his speed suddenly increasing. Tear! The rapid impact of the air ripped the ordinary black robe apart in the fierce turbulence, scattering from Jusajiming's body. A long slender white hair, caught in the airflow, swung through the air like a whip. Master Jusajiming. The four elements desperately pursued him, their faces growing increasingly pale. This wasn't caused by excessive mana consumption, it was pure fear. What the hell was going on? And Lord Juesi Jueming was supposed to be a warrior, yet his flying skills were surprisingly even more proficient than his own. The four elements had to increase their magic output, unable to help but cry out inwardly. He didn't know that among the legendary artifacts left behind by the six great gods, Juesi Jueming used a piece of armor called the Armor of the Wind God. And this relic of the six gods possessed the ability to fly. North of the Ablian Hills. This was a meadow near a lake, a rather beautiful setting. Tang Zhongjing stood quietly by the lake, gazing at the two figures rapidly approaching in the sky, a look of headache on his face. Unexpected? Juesi Jueming had actually come to the hills. If he remembered correctly, he was the theocracy's trump card and ace. The theocracy strictly forbade Juesi Jueming from leaving, not just to hide, but also to guard against the Platinum Dragon King. Is it because the hilly area is too close to the Xilian theocracy that they allowed this action? A look of surprise crossed Tang Ning's face. Or was it Zhu Sijiming's own actions? Of the two reasons, he leaned more towards the second, as it suited Zhu Sijiming's complex personality. Tang Zheng had sensed Zhu Sijiming's presence in the castle, and immediately chose this relatively close location, releasing his aura to alert the other party. Otherwise, if he hadn't proactively revealed himself, Zhu Sijiming would likely cause serious trouble. Boom! With a loud bang, a black figure plummeted from the air to the ground ahead, creating a deep crater. A large amount of smoke and air billowed. Long time no see, little black-haired girl. Zhu Sijiming, hands clasped behind his waist, gracefully leaped out of the crater, and spoke to Tang Zheng with a smile. There was a dangerous aura in his smile. Whoosh! The four elements followed closely behind, flying through the air and landing beside Zhu Sijiming. Chapter 407. Zhu Sijiming pursed her pink lips and glanced across at the young man in a white priest's robe, a faint smile on her face. The atmosphere fell silent. An invisible pressure permeated the area. Zhu Sijiming's lips curled upwards, and she said nonchalantly, "So you've been hiding here. This isn't the meeting I wanted." Tang Zheng had a headache on his face, muttering helplessly. He raised his arms to his chest and performed a simple greeting. "Welcome, Your Excellency, the guardian of the Xilian theocracy." "No, the guardian of humanity." A smile shone through Zhu Sijiming's heterochromatic eyes, but his fair, clean face remained expressionless. However, compared to Zhu Sijiming's calmness, the four elements seemed struck by lightning, their eyes widening and fixed on Tang Zheng. Guardian? Such a title. How could the other party possibly know Lord Juesi Jueming's special nature? From the moment Lord Juesi Jueming had asked him to use teleportation magic to bring her to the Ablian Hills, to the moment he suddenly rushed before the leader of the free-willed adventurers, the fog of doubt was instantly dispelled. The four elements' expressions hardened and grimaced. As a participant in the original meeting, he knew that Tang Zheng had met Lord Juesi Jueming before. After all, the terrifying scene when Lord Juesi Jueming easily destroyed the highest-ranking angel, the Archangel of Majesty, was enough to leave a lasting impression on anyone, leaving them feeling powerless and terrified. Based solely on this display of strength, it wasn't surprising that Leader Tang considered Lord Juesi Jueming the guardian of the theocracy. After all, the Baja's empire also had a guardian. But the judgment of guardian of all humanity. A hint of murderous intent shone deep in the gloomy eyes of the four elements. Lord Juesi Jueming is the highest secret and power of the theocracy. Captain Tang, who had seen Lord Juesi Jueming, should never have been allowed to leave the theocracy. How did the head priests come to such a conclusion? The four elements' faces darkened, and an incomprehensible emotion welled up within them. They glanced at Lord Juesi Jueming from the corner of their eyes. He had already figured it out. While in the theocracy, Lord Juesi Jueming and Captain Tang had definitely met more than once. Are the high priests aware of this information? Has this person had any unknown influence on Lord Juesi Jueming's thoughts or emotions? This series of events. It seriously concerns the safety and secrecy of the theocracy. You can't escape this time. Juesi Jueming spoke condescendingly to Tang Zheng. That little trick will only work the first time. It was she who had thrown the magical item Hilmi's messenger to him. If Tang Zheng hadn't been unaware of its effects, he wouldn't have let it slip from her hands. The four elements. Juesi Jueming stood calmly, then suddenly changed his tone. The true identities of all members of the Black Scripture are highly confidential, unknown even to each other. However, as an extra, it wouldn't have been difficult for Juesi Jueming to know the names and identities of the members of the Scripture. She just couldn't be bothered to remember them. Just a bunch of weak bugs. Calling them by title is more convenient. Yes, yes. The four elements' stiff faces relaxed, and they quickly bent down, their heads lowered, responding cautiously, filled with fear and nervousness. Capturing the little black-haired creature alive, with your strength, you should be able to do it. Zhu Sijiming spoke directly, rather lazily, with no intention of reminiscing. If he struggles too much, just break his limbs and return to the theocracy for treatment. With her strength, she could easily end the battle in an instant, but that would be too boring. Or rather, dealing with weaklings simply wasn't exciting at all. The four elements' eyebrows twitched, a flicker of bewilderment flashing across their eyes, then a wave of surprise. Great! He had just had this thought. Lord Zhu Sijiming's sudden arrival at the Ablian Hills. Whether it was a spur-of-the-moment decision or some other reason, it was clear that Captain Tang before them had already gained influence over Lord Zhu Sijiming. This was absolutely unacceptable. Yes. The four elements' expression grew serious, their gloomy face fixed on Tang Zheng across from them, their magic wand raised as they stepped forward. Wait a minute. Tang Zheng spoke quickly, his expression completely bewildered and astonished. Do you know what this action is? Or is it the intention of those high priests of your Celian theocracy? You're sabotaging the divine plan. You might even provoke a war between the Holy Kingdom and the Celian theocracy. Sorry. The four elements spoke coldly. This is not something I need to consider. Leader of the free will, my advice is that you refrain from resisting us. This might save us some unnecessary trouble. He knew, of course, that forcibly taking the leader of the free will would lead to serious trouble. The value of incorporating it into the potion is beyond imagination. This was probably the reason the several high priests compromised, but what did this have to do with him? Lord Juesi Jueming's orders could not be disobeyed. Furthermore, Captain Tang must have deduced something, so bringing him back to the church would be the best option. Ah! Juesi Jueming seemed to sense Tang Zheng's fear and panic, his lips curled upward, as if anticipating an amusing spectacle. Little black-haired boy, your struggle might be quite entertaining. She was somewhat interested in Tang Zheng. Be it his toy-making skills, his brilliant mind, or his somewhat incomprehensible calmness, it all made Jusajiming curious, as if he had discovered a new toy. Looking at the eagerly watching four elements and Jusajiming standing aside, does it really have to be this way? Tang Zheng gave a wry smile and took a few steps back, as if gaining distance and preparing for a fight. Plans can't keep up with changes. As expected, preparing to resist? Even knowing they'd lose, he still made such a choice. Should I call it admiration or stupidity? The four elements narrowed their eyes indifferently, observing Tang Zheng's small retreat, unsurprised. The opponent is a specialized magic caster skilled in summoning magic. Compared to a normal spellcaster, they prioritize their own safety. The only problem is that they can summon two angel monsters. The four elements recalled their opponent's intelligence, raising their magic staff, which emitted a pale blue light. He had already prepared a strategy to defeat them. Facing a summoning magic caster. Fighting a summoned creature is foolish. Victory is achieved by immediately eliminating the caster. You are called the four elements, so you must be very skilled in elemental magic. Suddenly, a young man's voice echoed from the opposite side. The gloomy face of the middle-aged man known as the Four Elements furrowed. Knowing this title already revealed a certain amount of information, but it didn't matter. Elemental magic has always been complex and varied. Actually, I'm very interested and want to witness your elemental magic. However, this situation isn't conducive to stalling for time. It's probably pointless. There will be plenty of opportunities later. Tang Zheng raised his head, the panicked and nervous expression vanishing, revealing a gentle demeanor. He spoke softly. What on earth is this guy talking about? He makes it seem like he's doomed to fail. What a joke. Has he been frightened by Lord Juesi Jueming? Anger flared in the eyes of the four elements, and without hesitation, they raised their staffs. 5th tier magic. 8th tier magic. Death. Tang Zheng raised his arm, aimed it at the four elements, and a black light emanated from his palm. Bang! The four elements' gloomy faces instantly lost their vitality. Their bodies slumped, and they collapsed to the ground, their eyes white. Dust flew and scattered. As a top powerhouse in the heroic realm, and a member of the church's ace, the Black Festival, he was dead without even the strength to resist. Dead? Juesi Jueming's languid gaze suddenly focused, and the unexpected situation instantly revealed his astonishing ability to act. Even thought was abandoned at this moment. This was a truly astonishing demonstration of combat experience. Bang! The ground beneath his feet exploded. Juesi Jueming vanished into a shadow. As he moved, his arm flicked from his waist, grasping a pitch-black cross-shaped spear scythe over 2 meters long. A gust of wind struck. Non-chanting magic level 8 death. A black light emanated from Tang Zheng's palm again. Whoosh! A white braid danced in the air. Juesi Jueming remained unaffected, appearing before Tang Zheng. Slashing down with a sharp scythe, he coldly declared, "Die." Asking for information? There was no need for that now. All he had to do was kill the enemy, bring him back, and then revive him. Non-chanting magic teleport. Hearing the sharp sound of air breaking overhead, as if cleaving him in two, he cast his spell again. Boom! The cross spear scythe slashed heavily where Tang Zheng had been, cracking the ground and leaving a deep, devastated crater. A cloud of rubble and dust rose into the sky. Jusajiming grasped the end of his weapon and swung it with a single hand. The cross spear scythe unleashed a blast of air, instantly dispersing the surrounding dust and smoke. Hey! Who the hell are you? A flash of solemnity flashed in Jusajiming's eyes. He had been dodged at such close range. No ordinary magic caster could do that. No. The other party was no ordinary magic caster at all. To have easily killed the four elements and yet conceal such strength, his continued displays of weakness must have a greater purpose. Such strength could threaten the church she loved. About 50 meters away, Tang Zheng teleported here, stood firm, and stared across at Jusajiming. Is the ability to resist death an inherent resistance? Tang Zheng remembered Jusajiming, and he probably didn't have a class of this level. However, at level 88, he might have some resistance to instant death. It's probably the effect of a magic item. Tang Zheng quickly dismissed the theory of inherent resistance. The highest level of instant death magic is the 9th tier Hard Mastery, which has a higher probability of instant death. If the opponent resists, the heart gathered in the caster's hand will blur, but it can still affect the enemy. Jusajiming's lack of reaction just now was clearly not the result of resistance, but more likely an immunity to the magic item's effects. Your self-righteous arrogance is foolish, Tang Zheng calmly replied to Jusajiming. Your Excellency, the Guardian of Humanity. Huh? Jusajiming's eyes curled up, a cold icy expression. If calling her Guardian of Humanity was initially a respectful title, now, uttering it, it was pure mockery. You fooled everyone. You possess such powerful strength, the free-willed Tang. Juesi Jueming flicked his wrist, aiming the tip of his cross spear scythe at Tang Zheng's position, completely threatening to take him seriously. What are you trying to do by hiding your strength? Such power is not something an ordinary human can possess. Die! A flash of black light emanated from the tip of the cross spear scythe. Taking advantage of the momentary pause in conversation, Jusajiming unceremoniously activated the magic embedded in his weapon. He had been concealing this level of strength, and now it was suddenly revealed. Perhaps this was due to her coercion, but it also reflected his confidence. Even though Jusajiming was incredibly confident in his own abilities, he wouldn't rashly confront an unknown, hidden enemy. In short, killing the enemy with the most covert means would be the best. Unclean impact shield. Boom! Red energy instantly spread from Tang Zheng, forming an all-encompassing energy barrier that negated the magical skill death. You actually used this skill right out of the gate? Tang Zheng's eyes darkened, gradually turning cold. He had been wary of Jusajiming using the instant death skill on Karen's guidance. Currently, Tang Zheng possessed the passive ability to negate instant death, so he wasn't afraid of such tactics. However, Tang Zheng hadn't forgotten that Jusajiming held the trump card of Death Clock. Of course. Given the current situation, Jusajiming hadn't yet reached the point of using this trump card, but Tang Zheng wasn't about to gamble on the possibility. Negated? Seeing Tang Zheng unleash a strange defensive spell and remain unscathed, Jusajiming quickly deduced the effect of the spell. Troublesome. Sure enough, we still have to resort to more direct force. Holy Seal! Tang Zheng chanted softly, and an invisible barrier instantly enveloped the area. While I don't think you have any means of teleportation, we still have to be prepared for any accidents. Hey! What kind of magic is this? I don't recall you specializing in summoning magic based on faith? Jusajiming narrowed his eyes, and glanced around. Sorry. Tang Zheng shrugged, his expressionless face etched. Actually, my strongest skill is magic based on magic. TSK? How insidious. Jusajiming uttered a brief smack of his lips, and vanished in an instant. Chapter 408. Jusajiming shot like a swift arrow, a sickly, cruel smile on his face. The distance of dozens of meters between the two sides was closed in an instant. Swish. The cross spear scythe slashed through the air in an arc, its sharp blade ripping through the air. Like an illusory black shadow, it flashed by and slashed straight at Tang Zheng's neck. To deal with a magic caster, closing the distance was enough. I thought it was just a toy to pass the time. The result? The unexpected surprise was a surprise. To use the divine words left behind by the 6 gods, it was roughly the meaning of a blind box. But toys are still toys. Even if he could instantly eliminate the 4 elements, the creature before him would probably still not be able to comprehend the power of a higher dimension. This was not arrogance. It was long-held confidence and understanding. What secrets are hidden? I'm really looking forward to it. Jusajiming's heterochromatic eyes grew brighter and more cruel. Gravity reversal. Tang Zheng began to chant softly, and the air ahead of him briefly distorted. Jusajiming suddenly felt his entire body grow heavy. His forward movements and weapon swings were altered by the sudden increase in gravity. His movement slowed. The cross spear scythe swing was suddenly accelerated by gravity, causing the blade to touch Tang Ning's nose. Bang! Bang! His black boots slammed heavily into the ground, sinking slightly. The cross spear side's exaggerated black blade pierced the ground with ease, like cutting through butter. Magic of weight shifting. Jusajiming's long eyebrows arched, a completely new sight. Had the attack missed? It wasn't surprising, after all, she hadn't even used any martial arts. This attack was merely a test. Facing an opponent like a warrior, a magic caster's response was simply to create distance or use defensive magic. The weight-increasing magic used by the little brunette could also be classified as defensive. But what was with this reaction speed? Jusajiming was a little surprised. She had observed clearly that the little brunette's timing of the spell was perfect. This kind of reaction speed shouldn't be seen in a magic caster at all. Magic resistance enhancement. Jusajiming's mind, instantly analyzing the information gained from the brief encounter, immediately activated a martial art. A flash of blue light. Jusajiming broke free from the influence of gravity reversal, sneered, and slashed at the ground with his cross-spear scythe, not even raising his weapon. On the contrary, the force of his arm's impact on the ground, and the effects of the gravity magic swung his slender arm in a circle. When a normal warrior's attack misses, and their weapon slashes against the ground, they need to raise their arm and re-arrive. This is normal behavior. But in the eyes of Jusajiming, it seems like a waste of time. Even if this time difference is pitifully short, in battle, being able to strike faster than the opponent can potentially determine the outcome. Of course, the ability to harness the power and spin the weapon along the ground is due to the cross-spear scythe in his hand, the weapon of the savior of humanity, one of the 6 great gods, Surshana. Its sharpness cuts through the ordinary earth beneath his feet like a hot knife through butter. No, it slices through the air with unimpeded force. Water acceleration. Triple slash. Super slash. Jusajiming's already swift movements were heightened. His slender arms and cross-spear scythe vanished into thin air at the sheer speed of his attack. Whoosh! 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 3 streaks of black lightning formed, slashing towards Tang Zheng. It's over. Jusajiming stared at Tang Zheng, who seemed unable to react in time. His lips curled upward, yet a hint of disappointment remained. At such close range, the opponent couldn't dodge at all. He didn't even have time to chant his magic. In his field of vision, Tang Zheng clearly observed the 3 slashes vanish into thin air, and from the corner of his eye, he caught Jusajiming's triumphant smile. Huh? This level isn't good enough. Non-chanting magic 10th tier magic Cerberus 3-headed dog. He didn't even move his mouth. Boom! A massive black figure materialized between Tang Zheng and Jusajiming, a rapidly expanding magical beast instantly expanding within the narrow space between them. As the summoner, Tang Zheng was naturally unaffected. Jusajiming felt only his vision instantly enveloped by the shadow, and then his body was uncontrollably propelled forward. Bang! The black and white figure flew out, its boots leaving a nearly 100-meter-long trail on the ground. Cough! The heaviness in his chest nearly choked Jusajiming's breath, and he coughed violently. Tick! A drop of bright red blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, blooming on the back of Jusajiming's fair hand. Injured? The thought crossed Jusajiming's mind, his pupils dilating slightly. It hurt! It was a high-intensity collision of pure force. Jusajiming stared forward in disbelief as a massive monster, nearly 5 meters tall, appeared. It was a monster the likes of which she had never seen before. It resembled both a dog and a lion, with 3 hideous heads. Sharp teeth jutted from its mouth, and saliva dripped from the corners. Its tail was like a venomous snake, lashing wildly. It appeared to possess considerable offensive power, and a faint purple glow could be seen at its tail. Jusajiming quickly recalled the knowledge in her mind, confirming that she had no recollection of it. All members of the Black Codex specialized in various kinds of knowledge, but the monster before them definitely did not exist in that knowledge. Bang! The 3-headed hellhound raised a stout paw and slammed the ground, creating a deep crater. Its 3 crimson heads stared at Jusajiming as it dived down. A foul, wheezing breath erupted from 3 mouths. It looked incredibly terrifying and eerie. What kind of monster is this? Jusajiming felt an inexplicable chill down her spine, as 6 pairs of crimson eyes stared at her. She spoke subconsciously. She actually sensed a dangerous aura from this monster. How could it be possible? Just a summoned monster. Jusajiming's laziness and contempt completely vanished. It's called the Cerberus. Tang Zheng stepped out from behind the Cerberus's massive body, smiling as he stood beside it. He gently patted its short fur with one hand. The Archangel of Glory, whom you easily destroyed in the Theocracy, will be just as easily vanquished in front of this Cerberus. It's a little prickly. Oh! 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 The Cerberus, LV-70, felt Tang Jing's touch, and all three of its heads responded simultaneously, as if trying to act coquettishly. Alas! Compared to a human, the Cerberus was far too large, making any attempts at coquettish rubbing impossible. Watching the ferocious, sinister-looking Cerberus in her field of vision, actually acting coquettishly, Jusajiming felt an indescribable sense of horror and a hint of fear. Her sharp eyes had already caught sight of a tiny wound on each of the Cerberus's foreheads. These were the injuries left by the triple-slash technique she had just used. Even before the fight had even begun, Jusajiming could already sense the Cerberus's astonishing strength and defense. Her eyes flickered. Looking across at Tang Jing, who wore a gentle smile, Jusajiming's eyes now became unusually mysterious. No wonder he'd been so calm back in the theocracy. According to his original explanation, it was because he knew resistance was futile. This guy was lying. What level of monster is this? Jusajiming's pale face twisted slightly, as he asked in a high-pitched voice. She didn't think he'd answer, but she continued speaking just in case, as a distraction. 10th tier magic. How's that for your answer, Your Excellency, the human guardian? Tang Jing smiled, gazing across at Jusajiming. As I mentioned before, I'm quite adept at magical magic. Tang Jing emphasized the magic again, reinforcing Jusajiming's impression. Answered? Wait! That's not the point. A 10th tier magic, how is that even possible? Jusajiming's eyes widened, and she wanted to refute it immediately. The knowledge she had learned did mention that magic had 10 levels, but only beings like the legendary 6 gods could master this level of magic. It was said that there was an even stronger magic called the 11th tier. The theocracy itself hadn't confirmed this information, so it could be considered just a legend. She swallowed the rebuttal back. This was most likely a strategy, intended to intimidate her with this astonishing level of magic, thereby affecting her judgment and combat effectiveness. Is that your trump card? Jusajiming calmed her emotions, raised her cross-spear scythe, and let out a mocking sneer. As expected, even disguised as a faith-based magic caster, your summoning prowess hasn't changed. I was indeed frightened by you. If you think you can defeat me with a monster like this, it's too early, you bastard. Jusajiming licked her lips and spoke loudly. If she remembered correctly, this Captain Tang could summon 2 angel monsters. Even with disguise, his summoning-based power-up shouldn't have changed. And now, the other party had only summoned a high-level monster, the 3-headed dog of hell. Why was that? Magic. Jusajiming answered inwardly. In the melee just now, Tang summoned the 3-headed hellhound in an instant, oblivious to the other party's chanting. This meant they were using some kind of magic enhancement method that bypassed the chanting. Non-chanting magic. Jusajiming knew about this type of enhancement technique because, within the fire-extinguishing sacred code of the 6 Grand Ceremony troops, a special class was specifically trained. This class possessed the ability to use any magic enhancement technique, though it could only be used once per day. Non-chanting magic consumed a significant amount of mana. After understanding this, Jusajiming's inner uneasiness immediately dissipated. The magic caster's mana consumption was the key to victory or defeat. Heretical Judgment. Jusajiming activated his class skill and immediately took appropriate countermeasures. This skill slightly increased the mana consumption of opponents with different beliefs than Jusajiming. As this skill activated, Heretical Judgment, another flash of white light flashed across Jusajiming's body, and immediately afterwards, she activated another class skill. This was another of the 2 special skills she could learn when reaching the highest level of her class, Heretical Inquisitor. The effects were similar, increasing the opponent's chance of spell failure. At the same time, the mana cost of failed spells would still be deducted. That's right. Using high-level spells inevitably consumes more mana, and with the addition of these 2 skills, the opponent's mana cost would be further increased. This would subtly tilt the balance of battle. Swish Wind Breaks. Super Wind Break. Power increased. Super Power increased. Super Slash. Super Penetration. Increased potential. Don't be so conceited. Jusajiming let out a wild laugh, and several rays of light suddenly emanated from his body. Swish. The black and white figure vanished from its original position, instantly charging towards Tang Jing at a speed beyond the reach of ordinary humans. Her extensive martial arts skills not only enhanced her agility and strength, but also gave her incredible observation and sixth sense. Stop it, Tang Jing said calmly. If it weren't for the deliberate display of high-level magical magic, there would be many ways to deal with Jusajiming. Boom! The ground beneath the 3-headed hellhound's feet exploded, and the massive figure, like a speeding dump truck, crashed into it with astonishing force. Tear, pull! Jusajiming's charge suddenly paused, his boots scraping against the ground with a sharp, piercing sound. Fortress never falls. The cross spear side swung, emitting a blue-green glow as it collided with the charging Cerberus. The impact force seemed terrifying. The moment the Cerberus and the cross spear scythe made contact, it was neutralized, without even a normal muffled sound. The three Cerberus heads' crimson eyes flickered with doubt, but their attacking movement remained unwavering. Their maws opened wide and bit forward. Water acceleration. Super evasion. Jusajiming activated two coordinated martial arts techniques, his white hair leaping through the air like a spirit, leaping under the bite of the three heads. Stupid monster. Jusajiming grinned fiercely, spun on his left foot, and tapped the ground with his toes. The three-headed hellhound, like a wall, dodged past with desperate agility. She had no intention of engaging this tough-skinned monster head-on. Her target from the beginning was Tangjung the caster.